cover me, 'cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy. If you would let me go, I will let you in. So cover me, 'cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the 2017 HRX, sponsored by Twitch Prime. We are back here in the ballroom on the red carpet looking hecka cute, if I must say so myself. On Fridays, we wear a lot of black, apparently. I did ask you to wear different shoes, but you didn't listen, so I'm going to chop you off at the knees later. My name is David. This here is my lovely co-host, Amanda. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I had a blast yesterday. It was just like such a fun day. So many games going on. It was awesome to see Paladins and Smite happening at the same time. I just kept like running between the two stages. How about you? Did you have a good day?
Yeah, it was great. There was obviously a lot of great esports, some really great upsets, but a hella amount of spoils. Do you have a favorite announcement that we made yesterday?
Ooh, the Morgan. She's pretty awesome. I'm so excited for the Celtic Pantheon to be joining Smite in general, and she's just such a unique god in the game. I think it's going to be really cool. How about you?
Yeah, seeing the Morgan was really, really awesome and just like such a unique kit. My favorite thing was obviously seeing Tactics getting some progress, and then also seeing Smite Rivals, which I think we have some of the Rivals devs here to chit-chat to. They're trying to get their stuff together, as we all are this early in the morning. How are you doing today, sir?
Oh, I'm really good, man. I'm really good. The whole team's excited to be here. I'm like the leader of the pink squad. That's what we got going on here. And I got one of these cool Loki things. Yeah, I do have a pink shirt. I'm going to wear it again. Maybe we can introduce the team?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Introduce yourself.
First up.
Okay, so I'm Randy King. I'm the executive producer on Smite Rivals.
Awesome. And yourself?
I'm Coulter Swak. I'm an engineer on Smite Rivals.
Okay.
Chad Wilson, I'm the designer on Smite Rivals.
And you?
And I'm Sean Watson. I'm a designer on Rivals.
Awesome. If I could also now go back through and get all of your numbers and cup sizes, that would be fantastic. So you guys make Rivals. It's another foray for us into the mobile world. What was it like, taking our IP? Obviously, we have Tactics, which is another reimagining right now, but Rivals, I think, is such a complete transformation, but really stays true to, obviously, its original form of Smite. What was that process like, and how did you sort of decide on the art style you guys went with?
I'm tagging in Watson.
Watson? How did we decide on the what?
Art style.
Art style?
Yeah.
Well, we want mobile to be accessible to everyone, and bringing it down to a more cartoony, a softer feel than our hardcore Smite art is more accessible to people. We also try to capture that high-end gameplay, so somewhere in between like super cartoony and super high res is where we were going for. And so a lot of iteration, a lot of playing around found us something that we all really liked.
Awesome. And I think, the final product is so cute and just like really harkens to each god. And speaking of gods, you have, obviously we saw Thor in some of your promo art. We have beautiful Loki. What was that vetting process like in choosing the first gods that you put into the game?
So I think the balance for us was really, we knew the pantheons in the game. We wanted to hit one god in every pantheon. And you'll notice when you look at Rivals today, there's some pantheons that are missing. They're coming. They're just not ready yet. But we basically looked at all the pantheons and we said, okay, we have a particular role we need to fill inside of our gameplay. Let's find gods that are popular among Smite fans. We know we can't please everybody, but let's try and please as many people as we can, and pick ones that are going to be really cool in the gameplay. And we went through a vetting process and actually worked with the Smite team on stats to see, okay, these guys are really good right now in the current meta, and like, let's say the last 90 days. They have a track record of being good for longer than that, so let's bring them in as kind of our starters. And then I think moving forward for expansion content, we'll probably want to hear, from the people who are playing Rivals, what they want. Who are the gods that they're really excited about, and maybe we can put a list together and let people put it to a vote, right? You guys develop it with us. Tell us what you want, and we'll go out there and we'll make it.
Awesome. And outside of gods, we also have a lot of creatures, mythological creatures. We have demigods. What were some of your favorite things to realize in concept that maybe don't exist in Smite today?
So I'll let everybody talk about their own favorite unit. I'll tell you my favorite unit that's not a god is actually from Smite, and then I'll tell you my favorite unit that we made that's original. So my favorite unit that's from Smite is the boar, because the boar is like the most cute, cuddly thing inside of Smite Rivals. Yeah, I remember the first concept. It came in and it was like gruff and strong, and it had these like red eyes, and I was like, oh my god, it's kind of scary. Like let's bring it back a bit. Give me a cute version. And I don't know if like they just decided they wanted to go to the total opposite extreme on the art team, but I got back like the most wide-eyed, cute boar, and I was like, this is perfect. And then we showed it around actually the studio, and I think it was Scott Zier came up to me and he was like, it's really good, but I didn't know that he'd be that happy with all these arrows sticking in him. So we pulled out all the arrows, and so now he's just clean. He's got some rope. It looks like basically a dog that escaped and is having the time of his life, right, running around the neighborhood. So that's probably my favorite. But the out of the original units we've created, there's a few, and I think they're well, just two to name them off the top is the Alchemist and the Ballastar. They're both ranged units inside of Rivals, and I really like the Alchemist because she's got kind of this Red Riding Hood feel to her. She's wearing a hood. She's very pretty. She throws this like kind of container, I guess is what I'll call it, that blows up when it lands. And so it's kind of like this unassuming, like walking around and maybe not threatening, and then just clears a whole wave of your units with this container. And so she's a very strong unit. You get her early on in the flow of the game, and she's just awesome. So
Nice. Did anyone else have a favorite unit they want to talk about? Hey.
So Hellhound is always in the background of Smite, and you always see it as you're approaching the Chaos Titan. And there's two of them, just big menacing creatures. And when we brought them into our game, they're a high mana cost unit, and they have a large amount of hit points. And when you bring them back into the game, and when they die, you get a 3 mana discount, so it's a huge benefit to you, and it's a huge reward. It really helps you kind of build up this kind of strategic push with something that players aren't used to using in Smite when we get to use it in our game.
Nice.
And by the way, the Hellhound is on the Assault map. So if you're looking around the Conquest map and you don't find it, it's just not there. It's on the Assault map.
I would have to say my favorite's probably the Warlords. We were really able to give them a pretty unique personality for the game, and it's pretty exciting, seeing these minions that people kind of run over in the general game, finally get their time to shine in Rivals.
Awesome. I know Amanda did an interview with you yesterday after the full reveal, and you guys talked about some sign-up bonuses on your website. Do you want to go over those again with the people at home?
So first off, just thank you to everybody who's signed up so far. You blew past the first 3 milestones way faster than I expected, and the whole team. So yeah, a round of applause, right? I mean, that's awesome. So what we're doing with Rivals, and it's kind of a new experiment for Hirez, is we have this sign-up website that has a milestone structure. So every time somebody signs up, they earn 10 mana towards a pool of mana, and you're trying to reach these certain goals with the total mana count, and as you reach each goal, you unlock content for everybody, including people who didn't sign up, maybe because they didn't know about it or they're finding the game later. So it's just a great way for people who are excited now to support the game by simply just signing up to know when it's available, and then everybody's going to benefit when we release. The milestones range from things like free currency inside the game to a whole new secret level that's going to be really awesome. We have this great design that we want to see fulfilled, and so if we get there, there'll be this secret level that you can get extra bonuses on that you'll matchmake and you'll be like, I loaded into the secret level. I really got to win this one because I know the rewards are going to be great. Probably the thing that's most interesting to the audience watching right now is I think it's our 5th milestone, which is Smite cross-promotion content, more than what we've already planned. So today, if you had access to Rivals and you played it, there are achievements in the game that when you unlock them, if you've linked a Hirez account, you get rewards inside of Rivals, and you also get rewards inside of Smite, but they're very limited. There's not a lot. We want to beef that up and create even more rewards so that people who play both games, and we think there's going to be a lot of folks who fall into that category, can get even more cool things just for free, just for playing Rivals and having fun. I mean, getting stuff and having for free and having fun is like the ultimate dream. So, I wish everything was like that.
What has it been like to be able to have people play it here and hang out with the fans of Rivals?
It's been incredibly exhilarating because we've been working on the game for months, A lot of blood, sweat, and tears has gone into the game, and
Happy tears.
Happy tears, happy tears, and the response with the game has been extremely positive. Almost everyone has said, "When can I get this?" And it's literally put goosebumps on me. So it's been a wonderful experience showing the game off to Smite fans.
I think one of the really cool things also is obviously the people who are here, they love, I hope, they love everything that, we're putting together. Smite, Paladins, Smite Tactics, Smite Rivals, esports. I mean, there's so many things going on at HRX. But we've actually had even like what I would call a few super fans already playing Rivals. I mean, over the other day, we had a pickup tournament started for the first time. That was awesome to see. We had two people, there's probably more than that, but two people that I personally saw who were there for multiple hours, just theory crafting with all the different cards and building decks. And so you can see already it's really capturing people and getting them excited. And I hope that trend continues because I'm like captured and excited about it, right? So anyways.
Awesome.
Thank you guys for stopping by. Remember, if you're here, you can go check it out in the ballroom and also sign up online at smiterivals.com. So thank you guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah. My arm is getting a little tired from holding that mic, but I think it might also be because I'm rocking some heavy metal. Get it? Because I'm in a leather jacket. Yeah, okay. You didn't like that joke. But I do have the championship rings on. This is the closest to a champion I've ever felt my entire life. I don't really have a lot of other accomplishments I could talk about that fit on my hand, but...
So they're going to have to, pry them off you. They're now your rings.
Yeah, my mom will never be prouder. She'll be like, oh my God, you did something with your life.
You won all 3 tournaments. How did you manage to do that, David?
It was rigged.
We've got a lot of people lined up here, so whoever wants to come over first. Ooh, we got Kanessa. Cosplay.
Hello, how's it going? We almost didn't see you trying to snipe us from up there. We caught you though. How's it going? How are you enjoying your convention?
So far I love it. We was here yesterday and we'll be here till Sunday. I love it. I love it. This gun is bad. Kanessa is she's bad.
Nice. So I know you are our resident queen of cosplay. We have the cosplay competition tomorrow. How would this maybe stack up against some of our previous competitors?
I mean, it looks great. The prop is amazing. Definitely, it's always the details in cosplay is what makes it. Oh my gosh, we got more cosplay. You look awesome. See, and lights. Always just add lights. That's how you cosplay.
Right, we're just getting ganked right now. This is terrifying. And now I feel shorter than ever. Thank you, production.
Yes, if you guys want to see some of the cosplayers are going to be walking around today. Tomorrow is going to be the big cosplay day. So definitely, if you see somebody ask, take a photo with them. And yeah, awesome.
Sweet. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you.
All right, next up we got some merch, I think.
That's right. And not only the resident queen of cosplay, I don't know if a lot of you fans at home, but Amanda is also a pristine fashion expert.
That is such a compliment. Thank you.
I mean, I look beautiful in clothes, but you obviously know how to pick them. So maybe we could view some of this cosplay, or some of this. Surprise cosplay!
Surprise! Our friends from around the world, Shappy and Shinju.
It is Shappy and Shinju. How's it going, guys?
Oh my God, wonderful! It's wonderful here. Amazing! It's amazing here in US. I'm so excited.
So maybe, do you guys want to give us a little introduction of who you are, who you're cosplaying, for the people who maybe don't know at home?
Hey everyone, I'm Shinju. I'm a cosplayer from Romania, Europe, and this is my second Smite costume. I made Sir Cat as well, and I'm so excited to be here.
Hello, I'm Shappy from Poland, and it's my 5th Smite costume. I'm really excited because it's a premiere of the Nike costume, so I hope it's okay.
Right, because we announced Nike, maybe a month ago, and she pulled this out of nowhere?
Literally the day after, Shappy hit me up can you send me pictures? She has armor and wings. I'm like, yes.
It's amazing. So how does being at HRX, where literally everyone is a Hirez fan, compared to maybe going to other conventions around the world? Because I know you guys do the convention circuit really heavily.
Yesterday was like a dream, really. Everybody kept on telling us, oh my God, I love your costume. Oh my God, your costume is amazing. Everybody kept on telling us. It was surreal.
Everyone's so nice here. Like they know the characters, they talk the speech of characters. Like, oh, so cool. Like, it's amazing here.
All right, and Shappy and Shinju are actually joining us as cosplay judges for obvious reason tomorrow. Is there anything special you look for in cosplays while judging?
Well, I'm just looking forward to seeing as many people as possible. And I'm waiting to be surprised, actually. I know I have the chance to see amazing costumes here, so hooray.
Yeah, I'm also looking for good ideas, like some unusual skins or something funny on stage. It would be very cool to see something different on the show.
Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Maybe give us a little spin before you leave the beautiful carpet. Oh, so kawaii! Oh my. Striking fear into the hearts of everyone at home, I'm sure. But back to fashion. We had a brief cosplay. We got ganked again, unfortunately. But I think first up, do you maybe want to talk to some of this fashion coming down the runway? Maybe it's my hand's getting really tired from like stretching. You know. Okay.
Come on, just one. You're good. We have the Hirez Savage herself, Hirez Savvy.
Oh, so cute. Show off the t-shirt, girl. Show it off. Yes, model.
I really like this shirt. I already
Pose.
bought a Fenrir plushie, and I had him by me all day yesterday because he's the best. And I think I wasn't gonna buy anything else, but now that I've worn this shirt, like I have to have it. I love it.
It does look really cute on you. So you are also obviously on the community team. How is your first HRX been?
Oh my gosh, it's been exceeding every expectation. Like, there's no words. Like, I will get teary. It's huge. There are more people than I've ever seen in my life, and nobody stops smiling. It's just so much hype. It's really great. I can't wait to watch some of the matches today and finish up SCL because console, woo, for the win. So it's been fun. It's been perfect.
Also, as our resident video game fashion queen, what do you think about this t-shirt Fenrir combo? Is it really working? Is she saying, does she have a story?
Yeah, Fenrir, definitely a practical accessory if you need a cuddle. Looks good. Yeah.
What is my story?
All right, well, we got Pon coming down. Pod's rocking some Smite merch. You love the Smite merch.
I do. I got this last year, and this is like the hoodie I think you see me wear every single day. And like even on Passionate Show, I think you see me wearing this every single day. You can get it right here. That's how you get it.
And you are rocking a hat. I don't think we've ever seen you in a hat before. That's
No, I really
a
don't
new
wear hats,
bold.
but This is a really cool hat. I like it. And I also got the pins, which I see everyone walking around with these pins. And if you're not walking around with pins, it's kind of lame. So now I have pins. So if you want pins, you can get them.
How's your HRX been? You're one of the community managers as well.
Super stressful, but it's been really fun and rewarding. It's really cool walking out whenever I can get a chance to and seeing all the people come up and say, oh, hey, how you doing? What's up? And like getting pictures taken. I've seen a lot of people sharing them on social media. It's been really fun. Super rewarding experience.
Awesome. All right, I think we've got Hirez Alyssa coming up, Queen of Paladins. I've dubbed you that now. Queen of Paladins.
We have a lot of queens on this red carpet today, and I am not left out at that at all.
So you're wearing one of the new jackets.
My favorite because it was super cold this morning and it's really warm, so I love it. They had it last year too, so I'm glad I finally got to get it this year.
It is true, and this year it comes in a navy color, which is new. How do you think this color combo works out?
Oh, I love it. It's not as like intense, I guess, as the black and gold, so looks good.
Nice. Have you been having a good HRX so far?
God, it's been so incredible just to see how Paladins has grown, and now we have our first invitational. It's just absolutely incredible, and to see all the fans, it's been so much fun.
Awesome. Thank you. I think we've got F. Kind of.
We've got F. Oh, my baby F. If you notice, I made a very shocked face off camera before because he was showing me this freaking top knot. Like, who let this happen? Like, I don't understand.
Blame Adonis.
How have you been doing, buddy?
Pretty good. Chillin'.
You're slowly losing your voice.
Real talk. I'm a little sick. Usually it's your own fault for being obnoxious, but nah, I'm sick this year. So, but sickness does not take away my excitement.
No, we can quarantine you on that side of the carpet. Maybe, if you want to maybe switch places for no particular reason at all, that would be really, really, I think next up we have our boss, which is very intimidating. We have Stu Chisholm here. Hello, how's it going?
Fun.
Are you here to yell at me for stealing the rings? Because I know we didn't.
Bad boys. I gotta get one of those. I need to get much better at the game so I can actually earn one of those. Look at that. That's incredible.
You have to take them off my cold, dead body.
I will.
Yes, that is a laugh of someone who is like, I own you.
Yeah, I'm very happy to take it. No, I'm just kidding. Those are pretty awesome. I'm very excited. I had actually, when you showed that off earlier, I had a couple fans come up and say like, do the players really get those? And it's like, yeah, the players really get that. It's just like if you win the Super Bowl or you win the NBA Finals or anything like that, you earn rings. And after if the energy guys keep winning, they'll just keep like saying, hey, I got the rings. So that's pretty exciting. Put one on every finger after a few years.
Stu Chisholm with the hot predictions coming in on Friday.
Hey, I'm so, yesterday was really exciting to me in terms of the esports. I'm always in and out of a lot of meetings, unfortunately, during this, so I don't get to see all the matches. But I was like out of my seat during that Licked Gaming match when the Latin American team won. I thought that was, to me, an incredible highlight from yesterday out of several amazing matches. So I think, and today should be even crazier. I think there's a few matchups that are going to be really interesting. So, and this Paladins. The matches here were really amazing. There were a couple technical problems that made it late, but the District 69 versus the match point guys at the end was amazing. And it might be a preview of your finals. We'll see. There were the 1 and 2 teams coming out of this group. We have another group playing today for the other 2 semifinalists. But they were both looking very strong, and District 69 actually came in and surprised a lot of people in terms of expectation and wound up winning that. Not that surprising since they're the DreamHack champions, but it should be. This is exciting as well, and it's great to see Paladins developing as an esport alongside Smite.
With all the announcements yesterday, did you have a favorite announcement that happened?
I mean, just obviously. As just a Smite geek, right? All the Season 4 stuff is really crazy. When you actually play the Morrigan, it's like it's crazy. It's really fun. So hopefully a lot of people are already out on the PTS servers playing the Morrigan and doing that. And then we have, and of course, obviously to announce a new game with Smite Rivals, to announce that Smite Tactics is advancing into the closed beta stage and you can get a founder's pack. Those are all huge, huge announcements for us. It's like picking your favorite kid. You can't ask me to do that.
But as a parent, you should know that 100% happens.
Well, the problem is my kids may be watching this, brother.
So this is obviously our 3rd year at the Cobb, and our probably 1 millionth LAN at this point. How does the growth? Do you see that happening every year? Is it?
Oh yeah, it's amazing. I mean, we honestly probably could have had a facility at least twice the size this year in terms of a lot of the interest we saw. You see just the fact that we're at these Coca-Cola theaters on Sunday is an amazing growth for us. The fact that we had to expand onto a second stage of esports is amazing growth for us. So it's fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's fun to see it grow every year. So hopefully we can keep that going.
So Phillips Arena 2018, right?
Well, I'm not saying that yet, but
darn, we were so close.
Yeah, the one struggle we have with I love this time of year actually to have an event because it's for a bunch of reasons a great time of event for us. The one problem in Atlanta when you hold anything in January is you have a little bit of a dice roll of some bad weather, and it's literally like 5% chance probably each year, but or less than that, but because it very, very rarely has winter weather here. But that means when we do have winter weather, no one knows how to deal with it. So we're watching that very closely. The forecasts right now are that the area we're in terms of the entire Atlanta metro area, will probably be the area that gets the most bad weather, of course, because of Murphy's Law. So we're watching that closely. There might be a handful of schedule adjustments just to make sure that the staff and the fans here get to stay as safe as they can out on the roads and things like that. But hopefully nothing too major. The matches will be played. We'll keep going. And, certainly on Sunday, I expect the schedule to work exactly as it is on the program. But we may stay tuned to Amanda's Twitter to get updates on what the latest schedule adjustments are, if there happen to be any because of the bad weather.
But definitely with the philosophy that the show must go on.
The show's going on, yeah, sure, of course.
Well, thank you for all your time.
Hey, thank you guys, I appreciate it. Yep, and I'm thinking about your cold dead body when I see these, but only because you asked me to. I'm just kidding. Y'all have fun.
Great, that's my boss. That's awesome. Can we get someone not 7 feet tall to interview next? Aggro's not that. Oh, hello. Well, you're on a riser. I don't know.
What?
I don't know if that counts.
This works. This is a good height. This is a nice look.
We could be like at prom right now. We're a good prom height.
This could be. This. Let's take an ugly prom photo right now.
Did you just call me ugly on prom night?
You know how prom, no, I'm just saying, prom photos are like the worst photos of you. Like you're wearing the worst tux. You just look horrible. That is just classic prom. I hate my prom photo, but whatever. I had dreadlocks back there. If you know. Yeah, I had dreadlocks. For 7 years. 7 years. I need to tweet this. She's trying to make Twitch chat. Yeah, I had dreadlocks. You can look it up if you're good. I had them at UCLA too, so it's my thing. Now I just got the short hair. It's not as fun. It's not as flashy, but I got a segue to kind of balance it out. I was thinking about introing today, but the desk is introing, so maybe next time. Maybe like finals or something.
I'm just really speechless because I'm lost in trying to imagine rain days of past time.
Rain days past with dread. It was an interesting time in my life. I made a lot of decisions. Not all that I think were smart. I think I kept dreads about 5 years too long. But when I got them off, I was like, man, that's the better. It was my girlfriend was like, you can't not have dreads. That's what she had said. I've been with my girl for 8 years. She's like, you can't not have dreads. I won't even like you. And then I cut them off. She's like, you look better with dreads. You look without it, And I'm like, really? You could have told me that 6 years ago, and I would have been a lot cleaner. But anyways, now I keep it off. She's like, never go back to dreads again. So
the clean cut is really nice on you. To keep this rolling, I don't know if people can see you're on a segue, but rolling, that was a segue into talking about something other than hair. How was your... It's moving on its own, and it's terrifying. How was your day yesterday?
It was fantastic. I mean, the intro went really well with FDOT, and I think everybody's excited just to be here. The coolest part for me was meeting people who knew me from, you don't realize, like, one sub or one view. It's like an actual person, that's coming to you and has a whole life story. I met a lot of people in the military, actually, that just had, for some reason, I don't know what it is about, that. I met a lot of military people who said they loved my content and see me and like the story. So it was a really transformational day. It was a long one, so didn't get a lot of sleep, but I'm excited for day 2. It's going to be even better.
Awesome. Are you looking forward to any matches in particular coming up?
You know what? The Smite matches have been crazy. Liched yesterday, taking down. That was nuts. Nobody expected that. So I'm looking forward to actually seeing Zapman play today. He's the guy I've been watching, him and Lasses. I started watching Smite based on Lasses' stream. So I'm really rooting for Eager. I want to see them have a good time here at World. So that's what I'm going to be looking forward to.
And this is your first HRX, right?
Oh, man. This is my first. I don't even know what's happening. That's why I've been trying to find my way around. I'm getting lost backstage. Tommy's trying to find me. Where's Rain Day? I'm like, I'm stuck. I can't get downstairs. But it's been really cool. I'm starting to get acclimated. I think by day 3, I'll have it down. We have the Paladin semis there. So hopefully I can find my way because I'll be casting those in the finals.
Awesome. Yeah. Thank you for your time. You can maybe hop on your ride out of here.
I'll be out, guys. I'll see you later.
So next up, we've got Aggro. Come on.
The purveyor of fat eggs himself.
Egg suit?
No, No, unfortunately, only the one. I think you'll see it again, though. I mean, come on, finals Sunday. I got to break it back out.
Yeah, the fat egg suit. So yesterday you casted some sweet Xbox matches. How was that?
It was really, really great. Unfortunately, a little bit of delay going in, and so there was a lot of anticipation, I think, on our side, the player side. But my former teammates, Sora, they were able to pull it out. They're going to the finals. They played great, and it was a lot of fun to cast it.
I don't know if people at home can tell, but you guys cast out of one of the balcony boxes, and when you aren't on camera, obviously there's a screen, but you are basically standing like this for periods of time at a time. Do you have a problem with heights? Is it kind of scary?
No, but I know like Tiger doesn't like heights, and she was like, "Wait, we're casting here? Like, is this for real?" I was like, "Yeah, we're gonna be okay. Just you can sit down if you need to. We got some chairs. It's not as bad as it looks, but it is. It's a little intimidating at times."
Yeah, we're gonna be up there for the cosplay contest, I think, and I was like, can you somehow like maybe strap me in to this box, because it's not gonna go well.
Well, if you got strapped in, you could just hop right off and fly across the crowd.
Not really any good advice coming out of here, but
that seems like a good idea. What, David? Come on, it's for the fans, David. It's for the fans.
I don't know if a lot of people at home know, but I know you went to school for broadcasting. Obviously, we brought you on as a caster this year.
Yes.
What is it like casting on the world stage then?
It's a dream come true, honestly. I mean, I worked in sports broadcasting in Pittsburgh, where I grew up, and it's so cool to get into this industry where it's still so young, and you can really shape it. The fans have such a great voice in us as analysts and casters and players. You can really see the industry taking shape, and it's just so exciting to be here at HRX.
Awesome. Are you casting Xbox tonight as well?
Yes, I'll be casting the Xbox semis today as well.
Do you maybe have any predictions? Are you allowed?
I think that this is going to be a really good game between Eager and Allegiance. Allegiance has had the upper hand recently, so I think I got to give it to them.
Awesome. Well, I think they might be ready for us in the ballroom, so it might be ready to kick it off.
Yeah, let's check out the main stage to kick off day 2 of the Hirez Expo.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Hirez Expo presented by Twitch Prime. This is the 2017 Smite World Championship. My name is Golden Boy. Joining me on the desk is Taco and Suntouch. Guys, how you doing today?
More than excited to be here for today. Can't wait to see some of these games.
Yeah, this is going to be a fantastic day. We've got some absolutely amazing games. I'm super excited.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait. We're going to dive into that in just a little bit. But first, let's actually take a look at what transpired in day 1. Let's have a seat.
rocking.
It was an awesome day here at the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta, Georgia. You know, big shout out to Choppa's biceps there at the end there. Got to go with him. But guys, it's been a fantastic day so far, and you know, this event brought to you by Twitch Prime. Do you guys know about Twitch Prime?
Oh, I love Twitch Prime.
I know. We're trying to get him subs.
I just need the subs.
You just need
Best
the
thing
subs.
ever.
He just needs the subs. Well, the good news is not only can you sub to Taco or Suntouch, but you can also get some awesome skins, limited edition JT 6000 Giannis skin, and the new Celtic event, Path of the Phantom Queen. Some pretty cool stuff. And you can also link your Twitch account and your Hirez account by going to hirezstudios.com/link. And while you're in the Twitch chat, you'll actually get some pretty cool drops. So no reason not to watch if you want to get some awesome stuff for free, for the incredible price of free. I love free stuff. You should too. That's just what
I think everybody loves free stuff.
I think everyone loves free stuff.
It's all about the free stuff.
It's all about the free stuff. You know, that's what we try and do here. All right, and then if you want to give some more free stuff to people, you can actually cheer some bits to your favorite players. And Zapman, 5,559 bits, #1, because Zapman made it the Worlds, baby. And that is awesome. Raffer and Adapting, though, joining him. And remember, you can actually vote for whatever player you want. So let's try and get, you know, let's try and get some more guys up there. Zapman fell off a little bit. Barracuda, he's completely gone. Now
I want to see Jeff back up there.
You want to see Jeff? I think we all want to see Jeff more. The more Jeff we get, the better it is for the world. Speaking of Jeff and the team, you know, what they went through yesterday, let's actually take a look at the bracket for day one and how it all unfolded, because we are down to our final 8. First up, the match that's going to be on your stage in the arena and on your streams at home, Eager versus Team Hoppy. North America versus China. That should be a great matchup. NRG Allegiance as well, but that is going to be a battle of the Titans without a doubt. Then your second matchup of the day will be Obey versus Soar, followed by the Energy ALG matchup, which I mentioned just a second ago, closing out with Lich versus Luminosity. 4 really, really intense matches today here, guys. This is going to be a good day. But let's actually shift our attention over to Team Eager, and most notably the mid player for this squad.
Yeah, Best is kind of one of those unsung heroes of the squad. He's a consistent player, probably the most consistent player on Eager, and his capability and potential in the mid lane, I think, is really unlocked by Pernicus in that jungle role, and just the synergy that he has is so strong.
Yeah, I think his God pool is just phenomenal, and he's just one of the most talented mid laners we're probably ever going to see.
Yeah, well, we heard what our analysts think of the Best. Let's actually see what his colleagues and teammates think of him.
An amazing player. I respect Best a lot. I think he's been really good ever since his Dignitas days. I think his team has kind of let him down in the past, and his skill shot accuracy is insane.
Oh, me and Best go way back. Like, he's like since Dig, and like we're cool, but at the same time, he's sort of been my sort of somewhat competition from the get-go. I don't think you really ever thought of me that.
Best he's a nice kid. He's just always been the quiet, really strong player. He doesn't really speak out that much, but he always just silently sits there and plays really well. I like him.
Best is unlike anyone else I've ever met. You know, he's like a quiet guy, but he's also super mean. You wouldn't even expect, he's so mean. You know, I would say, hey, Best, you know, like, you're my friend, right? And he'd be like, no, idiot. What are you talking about? You know, I think he's joking. But no, overall, he's a bit quiet, but he's a fun guy to be around with. And when you get to know him, he comes out of his shell, and he's a fun guy.
Well, let's go, folks. It's time for the picks and bans to see if Eager can hold hands to victory here against Team Hoppy. Guys, what are you looking for first here out of Eager?
I think most importantly, for Eager, I mean, they already know that Team Hoppy, they're a team that can play pretty much anything. China seems to have the unexpected meta in which you never really know what they're going to pick and where they're going to flex
like
it
chalk
at.
support, you know?
Yeah, I'd like chalk support with Bluestone and Sprint, you know, some things just need to happen. But for Eager, I think that they're mostly just going to stick to what they've been accustomed to, and that's worked for them the best, in that they're just going to come out with a lot of invade and early aggression.
Yeah, we're going to see a big matchup in the solo lane between Devios and see if he can basically dominate that role. I think that it's been a weakness of Team Happy of seeing a kind of underleveled support, underleveled solo lane in most games, and
Yeah.
I think that's a crucial role there.
It's really interesting, actually, when you think about it, because, I mean, we talked about it yesterday where they had, like, the, you know, Chrono solo with the teleport and everything like that. And it seems like that's not really a playstyle that Devios is familiar with, so it might provide him with a slight advantage. But at the same time, Devios is somebody who likes to get up in your face, and he might take that kind of inexperience from Team Hoppy and abuse it a bit and use his early rotations and everything on those buff invades in particular that Eager are pretty much accustomed to and known for.
One thing I do want to mention here, too, with those bans, you notice that they really did target Blue Whale there, too. They took away the Mercury, they took away the Rat, which means essentially it is limited options. There's still some good options, but Mercury is like one of his comfort picks. It's been banned pretty much every time.
Yeah, and one thing that I find interesting, though, is that Eager was actually okay with leaving the Terra open, and they went immediately for that Sylvanas pick, so it's kind of like compensating for the healing. So they're definitely going to be looking for these more drawn-out team fights if they're going to go for the healing compensation. And pairing that with the Zeus, the knockup from Sylvanas' ultimate along with Zeus' ultimate could be pretty deadly.
Yeah, there's a lot of burst damage coming out of that. It's very hard to avoid the Zeus damage once you're knocked up, as you can't use your Sanctuary while you're in the air. So it's a really nice combination as we see Team Happy picking up the Humbats, which will probably be going into the jungle, but you never know with these guys.
You never know with China at all.
The Chak and the Terra.
I mean, Chalk could be making a comeback. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Terra opting for the solo lane role and just putting that Chalk back into the support that they
But surely
are
Eager
familiar
sniffed
with.
that out, though, like if they're ready for it. I mean, that was a pretty unconventional strategy last time around.
Yeah, but I mean, like they said, anything could happen realistically with Happy's draft right now. But I mean, Eager, true into the book, they're just gonna stick to what they know. Jingwei, Sylvanas, Zeus, those are some pretty conventional NA picks.
This is very conventional from Team Eager. Jingwei, one of the most powerful hunters in the game right now. I mean, I'm expecting the Terra mid. I don't know how it will go, but I'm seeing some hints here from the Terra mid. Maybe.
A little bit of spice coming out.
Sometimes you just got to throw in the paprika and the cayenne pepper.
I can completely understand that. And one thing I'm kind of hoping to see out of Eager, you can see that they haven't selected anything yet for Pernicus. I wouldn't be surprised to see him opt for that Bastet that he's really familiar with and accustomed to, because I think that it could actually be quite effective against the Humbots and Terra combination they have going in case they just want to lock somebody down or just disorient Hoppy's team in the sense that it's really hard to deal with a split pushing meta that Eager does tend to introduce into games, and it can cause a lot of chaos on the map, which would be really devastating for Hoppy.
Yeah, and it's something that Happy may have never even faced before. So if they do pull out that Bastet teleport strategy, Happy, like you said, could be very disorientated, and it could actually give Eager a very secure win. But we do know DJ Pernicus is a super talented player, so we could see him pick up anything potentially, really.
Yeah, you can see they try to take away a little bit more of his comfort style, taking away the Ratataskor and the Fenrir. I wouldn't be surprised to see him come out with something new.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Pern is one of those players where I think a lot of people, I'm not so much anymore, but he used to be a bit undervalued as a player due to how the regular season went for Eager. But at the same time, I feel like he's strong enough mechanically to where he can synergize pretty much anything with the best. And you can just see China sticking true to what they are good at. And that is
loving the picks.
Completely unknown. Yeah. You don't really know what to ever expect from China, but I mean, you just know that they're going to be really strong with it.
Oh,
and the Chang'e.
This
could be a flex pick. This could actually Chang'e jungle, Camazot solo. That's what I'm thinking right now immediately, as soon as I see those two
the
picks.
Pernicus pulling out the Chang'e jungle in ranked games, and
Pern
I've seen him
loves it.
going 0-10, 0-13, but he pulls out the victories.
You know,
it does work.
One thing I got to take note of here, I was actually scouring Reddit yesterday, and a lot of people were talking about how they're so happy to see diversity in the selection of gods. And I mean, I think that right there is kind of just like a testament to that altogether. That is some awesome stuff. Okay, so China got a little bit of what they want. Eager, you know, with Hoppy got a little bit of what they want. China feels a little comfortable. North America feels pretty comfortable with their picks, and also then some. How do we see this going here, guys?
I would have to give it to Eager, just because I love seeing Pern on that Chang'e jungle.
This is a best of 3, by the way. So
Yeah, I'm giving first game to Eager, though.
Okay, first game to Eager.
Team Happy Hype Train, let's go.
Team Happy Hype Train, all right. This is it, guys. Who's going to come out on top for game number 1 in this best of 3? First matchup of the day here at the 2017 Smite World Championships. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. And we have an exciting matchup. Habwa, Chak, Kamazots, and what is this, Chang'e jungle?
Yeah, I mean, this is something that I think Suntouch mentioned, that Pern has been playing at the very least in ranked for quite some time. And we're going to see the first competitive Chang'e jungle. I mean, this god is barely ever played in competitive, but if there was one team to be able to pull it out, I think it's Eager, because you notice they've kind of gone away from the traditional style. They are a true team. You see them move around the map. Everything is calculated from this team, and I think they're going to be able to make it work. They have a great team fight, especially near mid camps in small jungle corridors. You have the Gust from Jingwei, Kamazots with a ton of ranged poke. If everyone lines up there, we know what Waxing Moon could do. Multiple people get stunned for up to 5 seconds if he hits all 5.
Yeah, and Pernicus is a really good player. He's the one that Theory Crest on that team. He goes into casual games, he goes in with his coach, and they're the ones that actually, you know, bring in and say, look, let's try this jungle route. We might see some, you know, crazy level stuff, advanced stuff, and yeah.
You know, when it comes down to it, we see this Chang'e, the support jungle out of DJ is not a surprise. Going back to Guan Yu and some of these other choices, DJ has never really been that hard carry jungle 100% of the time, so I'm really excited to see how he uses this.
And here's the invade, but look at this. No Wrath on the side of Hoppy right now. I mean, Eager should be able to pick this up for free. You can see that Divios on that Kamazots does have this picked up, but Eager are a little bit unsure of actually committing to this, despite the fact that they do have the secured buff kill.
I think they just wanted the pressure in the jungle and just force them back to
this
lane.
is bad, yeah.
And as you can see, DJ Pernicus has a sprint instead of any hogs or beads.
Habwa, nowhere to go already.
Level 2? Does he have detonate?
Out.
Oh, no. got a shield at first, but this is what's really rough. Right-hand side, there's 3 members of Hoppy. They just 3-way split that wave. They're all level 1 right now. They're so far behind. Habwa's been pushed out in the mid, and this is just going to allow Best and Aurora to rotate over and look for these guys in the jungle.
And it's just they're just going to keep up this pressure. No reason for Eager to even think about leaving, because Hoppy, they just can't take any of these fights.
Yeah, and what they want to do is keep the Chang'e with the pressure. They want to get her ahead, and they want to keep her with Devios as much as possible against this Terra and Chak. Chak can hold the lane against the Kamazots.
Yeah, but at this point, I mean, still, look at this. Another 3-way split of wave. Level 1 right now. Hoppy's doing a pretty poor job of responding to what Eager's doing, and Juan is going to rotate. He's level 3 right now, but he needs to wait for the rest of his team to engage on this.
And the sprint will be a big deal. DJ Pernig is going to get out of there because of it. You see, one of the things that I like about this Chang'e is that Eager would have had to have left earlier.
Oh, great pull coming out, and that's going to be trouble for Tantorski. Jump forward right now by the Hunbots. So many players low, and it's going to be the detonate from Best for first blood.
And there's the second out of a roar. Eager still hitting the gas pedal, number 3.
Trouble for Blue Whale. He's going to fall. Juan, the last alive. 4 kills for Eager under 2 minutes. And Eager starting off strong, #1 seed in North America.
That's how you start a game. Very simple.
DVOs, everyone got a kill aside from Zapman. Zapman's he's not that good anyway, so no.
DJ is in trouble as well. One more time, DVO's going to jump on top. Chalk runs away, but this is trouble.
And you can see he didn't want to teleport to his hammer, but Divios is just going to chase him down here. Divios should pick this up. Best going to steal away the kill. 5th for Eager right now. They're up 3,000 gold at 2.5 minutes, and this is, I think a lot of it has to come down to Hoppy not being able to respond fast enough to what Eager was doing.
Well, they just gave Best 2 kills as well, and Best is already level 5. 2, 0, and 3. That's a good scoreline for Zeus. Zeus wants to be ahead. He wants to be the one that has the big detonate damage.
And the one thing too is on the other side of that, Juan on this Habwa, you can't really play Habwa from behind. And now it's going to be really hard because you look at kind of the comp that Eager has drafted, and there's a lot of very close, big AoE damage.
Yeah, and Humbats is level 2, and he's still behind. He's so far behind compared to DJ Pernicus. Pernicus is already level 5, 1, 0, and 3.
That's going to be a problem because Hunbats relies on that ultimate. Without it, he's not really going to be able to do much.
Santorsk level 3. Yeah, I mean, no one's level 5 right now on the side of Hoppy outside of the Artemis, and if you're Eager right now, all you're going to do is continuously invade. You have the timers on the speed. You can see the red, you know, just getting picked up on the left-hand side there for Juan. He is level 5 here, but it's going to be so hard for Hoppy to fight until that Hunbats hits level 5. They do have a decent amount of control when you look at the Hunbats and the Habwa combination. If you can get a good knock-up and a Fear No Evil, force them into the tower if Eager's going a little bit too aggressive in that mid lane.
Yeah, and I think this is the difference between the Chinese meta and the North American Eager meta.
Uh-oh. Forced out the ultimate from Habwa as a reaction to that. And when you're playing Habwa, that is just the absolute worst. The ultimate is your big bang shot. And if you're going to be forced to use that defensively, you're just not going to be effective.
Did Depp steal one of those? I think he might have got one of those. And it's just continuous, you know, unfortunate circumstances right now for Hoppy. I mean, we're 4 minutes in. It's 5-0, almost a 3K gold lead. And it's a jungle Chang'e who has not been pressured in the slightest. You can see all the damage numbers right now for Eager. Just over 1,200 this early on is actually incredibly high.
And that was going to be my question, Kevin, is this jungle Chang'e is interesting, and Hoppy can't deal with Eager in general. Now, is the Chang'e actually doing anything here, or is it Eager just overpowering Hoppy regardless of pick?
It doesn't matter. The Chang'e hasn't been a factor right now. She actually is very good at level 1. Obviously, Crescent Moon, you know, very low cooldown, does a decent amount of damage, big AoE, and so in these 3v3 invade styles like we saw, it is very easy to get damage off. You also get the bonus movement speed when typically other players, you know, they're not starting off on boot. So it is very useful in level 1 fights, but he could have been playing anything at this point.
Yeah, and I think what was key in when Eager got 4 kills, is that the whole team just grouped up of Happy, and they just took way too much damage.
Look at
Zap going in.
That man goes into 3 players with the ultimate, but there's the comeback.
And that was actually a great Fear No Evil, but the trouble is, everyone's so far ahead. DJ Perdigas finds Santorsky. Hop wall almost kills that man, and Juan answers back. 1 kill for Hoppy, but it's gonna be Eager rolling through this team fight.
Aurora had a fantastic pull right there to bring player right back in, bringing Eager up to 7 kills.
Juan, look at him. Best doesn't know. From the side, 2 kills for Juan.
Fantastic play by Hoppy, heads up awareness. DJ in trouble. Blue Whale gonna
He has
slow
no
down.
mana.
That's another one. 3 for Hoppy.
Juan is gonna get picked up eventually. 3 for 3. That's okay if we can see Hoppy start to farm up on the map right now. You can see they're gonna be able to pick up mid camps right now. Does need to be careful though. Divios around that corner. Doesn't have his ultimate, and Chalk's just gonna rotate over Fighting Jay, making sure Divios doesn't chase down Blue Whale.
Yeah, and DJ Pernicus got picked up by Blue Whale. DJ Pernicus had no mana there. Blue Whale did a great jump into the slow, which allowed him to get the kill.
Juan doing a great job in that team fight overall, though, on that hotball. You know, you just saw him kind of almost get ignored. I almost felt like Eager thought he was dead at one point. Zap got isolated in those mid camps. Juan was able to ult him, hit him with the water cannon too, and then Best just not even aware. And at that point, Zapman probably called that Hotball has almost no mana and no health and assumed he had actually gotten out of the fight.
Yeah, and they had no wards on that side of the map, so they didn't know the Hebo was just waiting on the side for the Best.
And when it comes down to it, a Hotball that's behind, you get hit by a water cannon, you hit by another one, you can kind of ignore that. But then all of a sudden another knock-up, another water cannon, another knock-up, and that's really where it gets disruptive, when Hebo's able to consistently cast over and over again.
Zapman just gonna ult away there. Good rotation from Blue Whale just to put some pressure on, mostly relieve Maker. Obviously level 9 right now. This actually isn't the worst position. You know, we saw it was a very one-sided affair, 3K gold lead, but the 2 players right now for Hoppy that are keeping up in levels are the Artemis and the Hebo.
Yeah, and we've done this ourselves. We played Terra, Artemis, and the Humbats combo, which allows Artemis just to get farm and late game have the potential.
Trouble for Best. He didn't notice again the rotation. Juan finds his third. Trouble for Blue Whale. Detonate not going to do enough damage. Aurora does make it back into the tower. Pull just off the mark, but again, Best not aware of that rotation. Blue Whale going to jump forward, but DJ waiting for him with the Waxing Moon. And the rotation from Santoris could spell trouble for him as well. Divio's looking for the last hit. He does manage to actually get under tower, and a 2-man crushing Earth. Here comes Fighting Jay.
The heals out of DJ are so important, keeping him and his teammates alive. DJ trying to exit on the right-hand side. Fighting Jay can't find the hit, dodging and weaving, but Fighting Jay finally gets it. That man enters back, taking down Hebo.
Maker pulled into the gust, and now he's body blocked by Divios. He is gonna fall. Aurora makes it out alive. Fighting Jay not gonna be able to stop these two. Divios just healing up a little bit, and you know, again, it looked like Hoppy was starting to come back into it. Again, like you mentioned, Football, those lack of wards really allowing Juan to get that kill on Best early.
Yeah, but however, the Hebo was walking down from the top side of the map, and he did no damage, and he just took way too much as well from Divios.
You know, the Chang'e pick is really interesting. I'm really liking to watch it because I keep going back to Guan Yu DJ Perdiccas. And I see so many similarities. She's obviously a battle mage, Best in trouble, Fear No Evil is good, couple of crits, not enough, but there's help from Juan, and Blue Whale gets the kill.
This is really sloppy from Eager. Again, no, I mean, they had the wards, but I mean, was that ward just placed or has that been there?
Where was Aurora and Pernicus there?
Or why was Best pushed up without them at the very least?
That was a classic Zeus death that we're not used to seeing Best suffer.
Best of all people, or Eager of all people. So if I'm on the other side of this, you know, all the teams not playing that are playing later, I'm very happy with how Eager's performing, because Eager, it looks a little bit sloppy. It almost feels like they kind of got baited into this chaos style that China likes to play, and they're kind of not used to it. Normally, they're the ones running the show when it comes to looking for jungle invades, pressuring, looking to have this chess match style.
One thing we also didn't mention is the Terra and Chang'e. Chang'e can reduce Terra's healing as well. Maybe that was why Eager gave Terra away?
I mean, it's a possibility, but I really think they were kind of focused around like mid-harpy fights. Again, like that chain lightning from Zeus, the gust. Like they're very good in those small corridors.
I think Football's up to something though, because when it comes down to it, Eager has set time and time again situations where the unbeatable strategy of the meta is something that they look specifically to overcome.
Yeah, well, when they make strats, it's always counter picks and it's always a counter play. That's how Eager play.
They don't like playing the meta. They like finding what beats the meta. Zapman, just out of range of the Fear No Evil. Blue Whale by himself does need to be careful. Support coming around, Crushing Earth does stun out Zapman, but it looks like Eager trying to turn this around. DJ taking so much damage though. He gets picked off by Juan. Juan's gonna fall, but I almost thought he was gonna have the best there too.
You just can't do that with a Hebo around. You see, he's caught up fully, and I love the itemization as well. Bancroft, cheap and easy. On behind, I still need that damage. Pick it up. Now he's got 4 kills, even in experience with the best, and now you gotta watch out.
And that's one of the things too. This hot wall can't ignore all the damage that's gonna come, right? There's just too much AoE and free poke that he's gonna take, and that Bancroft is gonna get so much use.
Yeah, and that's the thing with Hebo. Even if you're behind, you still have the crazy damage. It's Hebo. He basically has 3 ultimates. And even though if he was behind, aside from Best getting picked early on now, he would have been easy to kill. However, he still has the damage.
Oh, Gold Fury gonna be started up, and Maker spots it out. And Eager just drops it immediately. They don't even want to play. They just tried to sneak that.
Better safe than sorry. Another time. Yesterday, we saw Apollo pick up the shell yesterday on Hoppy, and we thought it was maybe because of some of the interesting stuff that Shock Support was doing. But we see it again on the Artemis. Why do we love the shell on the Hunter?
I think when you 1v1 and you have the lifesteal as well, it gives you a chance to have a longer 1v1 fight. And with that protection, early game, you don't even get pen.
This is brilliant right now. Gold Fury gonna get picked up by Eager. Nice try by Maker there, but that was actually enabled by Divios pressuring the speed buff, and he did actually steal that away. And you saw Hoppy, they noticed the pressure coming out. They fully rotated over. Free Gold Fury with the teleport through.
Yeah, those are the types of playbook strategies that we're used to seeing come out of Team Eager.
I'm just like, every time I see Aurora hugging a wall, I know he's like there for the wave, but he's really looking for a pool.
Oh, absolutely. Aurora is always waiting to be that highlight reel player.
Yeah, and I also didn't mention that Divios has Vanguard, which allows him in the solo lane early game. He could have dealt with those check axes, which he would have been throwing every few seconds.
And the Bluestone too, reducing that damage. I mean, Vanguard's just so good overall. Juan has been the problem for Eager, and they're just gonna force his ult. And I actually like this style from Eager because Juan has been getting a lot of kills when Eager didn't actually expect him coming through. We saw twice rotating from the top side of the mid camps to pick up Best, and now you really see them trying to deal with him.
Fighting Jay from around the backside, you deal some damage, but Divios is really going to be the one that's stuck. No big deal. No big deal at all.
Terra ult was burned, so only one ult used right now for Hoppy in this defense. And both teams do have sustain, obviously the Chang'e versus the Terra, but the Chang'e is also enhanced by the Sylvanas, so Eager do have a decent amount of siege, but they don't really have the best free poke. Zap, gonna be fine. Maker pressuring him, and you can see Blue Whale just waiting. Zap knows this is going on though. You can see Blue Whale did rotate straight on top of a ward, and Blue Whale needs something, so just grabbing these boars in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, 5,000 gold deficit at 14 minutes. Definitely not where you want to be if you're China or Team Hoppy, rather. So DJ Pernicus here, shading over on the right-hand side, fighting Jay by himself.
So the problem is with the check is that he's not done anything, to be honest. He got 1 kill and he got picked up twice, but he's not done anything in this game. He has the Mystical Mail as well.
Yeah, what's going on with the Mystical? Because, I mean, Mystical Mail obviously used to be very meta in Soul lanes, but ever since the price increase and kind of the stats getting reduced, we haven't seen it in so long.
Yeah, and he...
Oh! Get soloed, Zap, man. Welcome to Worlds, buddy.
I told you, that man's not the best, Kappa.
Zapman got soloed by China. That's an interesting one.
In his first game at Worlds.
Yeah, first game at Worlds. Welcome to Worlds.
I think Panda Cat would be happy about this one. The ultimate sold.
Yep, there you go.
And right now, I mean, Hoppy, they're not in the best spot because, they've been able to keep up mostly because of this Hob wall, but he's had a lot of trouble farming. He was able to get a lot of kills early and stay even because of that, not because he was being very efficient around the map and making sure to split camps with his jungler. Best again caught in the mid and just gonna take some poke. someone's got to put a ward there for Eager at this point.
Yeah, Happy has come way too many times from the back, from the top of the map as well, and it's always the Hebo that keeps doing that.
And like you said, Kevin, Hebo has been able to get back into it because of the kills, and Eager has successfully decided to fight everywhere but mid because of that. They made a couple of mistakes earlier on, and Hebo caught up, and now they're fighting right side, left side. They don't want anything to do with Yuan.
And you can see just Eager starting to, they just slowed the pace down, right? I talked about it earlier. They were kind of playing into China's chaos, and it just wasn't working out for them. They weren't, paying attention despite having a heavy amount of wards. And now they're just splitting the map right now. Oh, did he go straight back? That was dangerous fighting Jay. Divios, though, just off the mark, looking for the final hit. And they're going to have to spin an ultimate from Aurora to secure the kill, but the Terra Hill going to keep him alive.
Just one tick. That's all he needed.
And here comes the Fear No Evil. Divios gets the meditation, going to stay alive for now, jumps forward. So much healing on that Camazotz, and that's one thing that's going to be very hard to fight into.
Best is in trouble as well. Already brought down to yellow, and Yuan.
Well, Best again.
In the mid lane, gets the solo kill. That man takes out Maker on the left with a little bit of help from the jungle. Meanwhile, right side, this is incredible. All three lanes are seeing action.
It's just chaos all around. Divios still managing to stay alive, hits the Screech, but can't get the last hit. And Divios and Aurora here just gonna have so much sustain between them that it's so hard for Hoppy to break because they are just, they don't have penetration online yet.
Yeah, I'm really scared for Eager here. Team Happy's late game is so great. They have the Terror, they have the Humbats ult, they have the Artemis for the late game, and they have the Hebo. Insane damage late game.
Fighting Jay here, gonna pop the meditation for his team. Ultimate's in place. Divio's gonna take to the sky, bat out of hell, looking for Fighting Jay, trying to get away. Does get stunned out for now, but Divios, he's so tanky. He's got the breastplate of Valor. Aurora finds the last hit on a Fighting Jay. And Eager still dominating, but Juan's found DJ Pernicus in his own jungle. Oh, nice little juke right there, but DJ's gonna be running out of mana. One more hit, and Juan's got his sixth.
I love the patience out of the Hebo player right there. He could have been trying to spam those abilities. Chang'e's incredibly difficult to hit, and when it comes to water spout, there's a delay. You've got to be on point. He waits for the perfect opportunity. Water spout, water cannon, he knows it's a guaranteed kill.
In the meantime, though, the thing about this kind of chaos style and the heavy invades on the right-hand side is that the Hunters are left alone for most of the game. And we saw Zapman just, even despite getting soloed, he was able to farm up successfully, level 17. While DJ Pernicus was on the left-hand side there, he just uses his passive, gets to the right-hand side of the map, and split pushes the tower.
Yeah, they got the free tower. And the thing about Artemis is she needs farm, and he has to stay in the lane. But Zapman can just rotate with the Jingwei passive, and there's nothing else to do about that.
Juan, man, this guy, he's been playing really well. I don't know if this is, do you really think, is this Juan playing really well, or is it the best just kind of not paying attention?
Well, he played the early game pretty poorly, to be honest, but he's been turning up mid and late game.
And look at this, he's actually trying to set up for a kill on Zapman, but Maker's not there right now, so just gonna get a little bit of poke and soak up the wave, and this could get dangerous if this Hebo is just kind of stealing waves from the Artemis. I mean, they're both the two hard carries that are gonna need the most farm. I know Blue Whale's behind, but as a Hun, that's all you really need is a good Fear No Evil that's gonna allow Maker and Juan to either stay alive or get free damage off onto players.
Yeah, and they just need to protect the Hebo and the Artemis late game. That's what Terra's job is. Humbats is the one that needs to engage along with Check and just keep the backline busy of Eager.
Fighting Jay over here, still trying to deal with this Camazotz solo. Divios has really made a name for himself again with this assassin.
And going for the runic shield as well, so reducing attack speed and a little bit of magical power coming out from the Hebo. And this is what Eager does really well, though. Objective control. They're going to be starting up this Gold Fury, just trying to bait, almost bait players into it right now. But I would like to see them get a kill onto either the Haba or the Artemis before they try and do that.
Yuan really going in here, but he's surrounded by Eager teammates. He doesn't know that. This is bad.
Blue Whale actually jumps over the wall there. Kill on the left-hand side. Juan going real deep. Aurora and Divios caught fighting. Jay finds the silence, but Divios finds Juan. Blue Whale around the corner. He's not going to be able to help. Fighting Jay just trying to escape right now. He's got 3 players chasing him down. He's going to be triple stacked. Detonate going to be coming through soon to secure the kill. Fighting Jay, his options are covered right now. Actually not going to teleport back. Is this Detonate going to be enough? Yeah, it is. There it is. Best finds his 5th.
I love how Blue Whale just backed. Blue Whale said, you know what, teammate, I'll see you later.
Well, there was nothing he could do there. He was already so low, and Fighting Jay was going to die from 3 of them anyway. And also, Eager needed this. This is what they needed. Happy got picked. They got picked in left side. DJ Pennicus ganked him, and Maker had no wards there. There's nothing to do.
And you can see the wards now are kind of littered around the map for Happy, but at this point, Gold Fury's down. They're on their back foot, so they're not even getting the effectiveness out of them. They're almost wasted gold at this point.
One more tower goes down. That's going to stretch the lead to 10,000. 20 minutes in, 18 to 10. Team Eager just handling this like they're top. Oh, the last tick or the last pixel of Waxing.
No, Blue Whale stays alive. That man, though, does manage to jump forward. He did burn DJ Pernicus' ult, and if he had got out of there, that would have been an okay trade. But look at China! They go straight to the Fire Giant.
Yeah, whenever we call this, it's generally because the other team doesn't have any wards or they have no idea. QVO Fred always likes to bait, and that's what Blue Whale did as well.
And this is going to be a Fire Giant. Maker needs to avoid a little bit more damage, and that's going to be it. FG picked up for Hoppy first in this game. 21 minutes, snuck it straight out from under Eager.
Yeah, and we said Team Eager. That's what they needed when they picked Maker. But this is what Happy needed. They needed that Fire Giant. They need to start grouping up. That's what their team needs.
Realistically, though, 11,000 behind. How much of the bleeding is the Fire Giant realistically going to stop?
Well, it gives them potential and time to just start farming. They can probably get a mid tower. They are a team fighting comp. That's what they need to do. They need to start grouping unless something happens.
Juan is by himself right now, and Zap doesn't want to let this go for free, but Water Carpet, a lot of movement speed, so they're going to have to back off. I think Eager has realized Fire Giant's been picked up by now. Actually, no, I don't think they knew. They actually just Sentry Warded it. They had no idea. Absolutely no idea. I think Zapman he had to have saw the belt around Juan and just, I don't think they would have even expected that. 21 minutes in, Hoppy sneaks it with 2 players.
So do you think this is them underestimating the region from China?
I think it's a little bit of that and a little bit of not playing, because China plays such a different game style.
Yeah.
Obviously, they like to fight, but it's not the same as like the calculated invades that I think North America and Europe like to do. And so they tried to do too many things almost. And Best really, I mean, he's definitely picked it up, but his positional awareness was incredibly weak in the first 10 minutes of the game. Juan, there should be no reason that he did that 3 times, looping around the top side of the mid camps.
I think it's less about underestimating what Happy really had to bring and more about Team Eager. Hoppy played yesterday. They played a couple of times.
That's true.
Team Eager hasn't played competitively since Super Regionals. That's about a month away. So there is that little bit of warm-up time where Best is sort of wandering around the mid. Oh, okay, don't do that. And then you adjust.
Yeah, and that's true. And when we got first seed last year for Worlds, we also had the same feeling where the other team felt more, warmed up, while we were like just starting to warm up,
Yeah, just really, really understanding the real stage and the platform of where you're going. And now, Hoppy, they had this Fire Giant for a couple of minutes, Funball. Time's running out.
Yeah, I think they're just using it to stall and, get back into the game. They were like 10K behind, and they still are. But I feel like they should start grouping up. They have the chance, and they have the damage and the protections.
I agree. And the big thing here is that the Hoblaw has just finished Book of Thoth, so he's got a little bit of a power spike. You can see Crit starting to be worked on for Artemis as well. Probably going into the Deathbringer, obviously, has Crit in her passive. She's one of the few hunters that is actually, it's DPS efficient to go Deathbringer first. If they can get that online, before this Fire Giant ends, they can definitely have a fight, but they do need to focus out probably the best and use the ultimate from Blue Whale to CC Aurora and Divios and make sure that they're not going to be able to protect their carries.
It's going to be harder to kill the Zeus, though. He has Winged One, he has the helmet as well. So he has that movement speed and he has HP and protections to keep himself safe from the Humbats.
At the big thing, though, but it's a Hebo. That's right. Who needs to focus him out, I think, more than anything right now.
He also has to deal with the DVOs, and he also has to deal with DJ Pernicus looking for the one.
Hoppy's going to need a perfect engage, I think, at this point.
He's been lurking the whole time. He's going to find a beautiful stun here, too. But what is going to be immune by this choice of itemization? Nice little jump away. Hoppy get the reset. Eager are fine with that.
Oh no, Juan stayed a little bit too late. Nice backstep though. Gonna use that Terra ult just to disengage, basically as a sprint. Only team fighting relic left up for Hoppy right now is a single meditation, and their Fire Giant should be running out here relatively soon, so they don't want to keep up this battle too much.
That was their push. That was when Funball said that they wanted to really find that opportunity. That was the shot. But unfortunately, DJ wraparound from the left completely shut that down.
Well, DJ Pernicus ulted and it got the Magi's Blessing onto the Terra. And what they should have done there was take the poke, retreat a bit, use the Terra heals, heal up, and then push again. That's what they need to do. They need to start sieging.
Oh, Juan caught by himself. I don't see him getting out of this one, and he's trying to look for DJ. Not gonna happen though. Gets eaten up, and Zapman just solos a Gold Fury. I mean, no wards for Happy anywhere near there. They actually only have one ward on the left-hand side of the map there, up by the boars.
One small thing I want to point out about DJ fighting that Habwa. If you take a look, he was positioned perfectly. Water Cannon has a very short melee range, and Chang'e does as well, but her ability is just a little bit longer. He stayed exactly in the spot where he can still hit, but be out of range of Water Cannon. Incredible knowledge of those two characters.
This is a good push from Eager right now, but here comes Blue Whale. Fear No Evil pushes them off, but the Phoenix has already been picked up, and Fighting Jay left alone by himself. The ultimates used from Hoppy are just coming out at different times right now.
Yeah, I think the situation here is Hoppy, they got that Fire Giant, they felt really good about themselves. They stalled a little bit too long. They played Eager's game instead of their own, which was stop, slow down. They didn't go back to the chaotic situation that they were used to, and then when they made that push, it was kind of over.
Look at this. Blue Whale's actually trying to stop them at the Fire Giant right now. Just delay. You can see Maker still split pushing on the left-hand side. This is going to be a free Phoenix. Zapman is backing right now, and he does get back successfully. But it's going to be hard for him to stop this.
He's Jingwei. That passive alone just saved that Phoenix. Any other hunter, Phoenix is dead.
Oh, trouble. Oh, Maker's knocked up, and he takes the Phoenix shot as well. Does get the Terra ultimate, and Maker just trying to back out, but Zap gonna jump forward. There goes the boar. Zapman air strikes for the kill. Maker soloed him earlier. Zapman answers back. Juan deep in the Fire Giant pit right now. But here comes the best. Chain Lightning doing so much damage, but Blue Whale from the side.
And look at this. Yuan just completely out of the fight. Can't do anything here because of how low he got brought down. Blue Whale chased him on top. And that's going to be the detonate coming out of the best.
Zapman just waiting for him around the corner right now. DJ forcing Fighting Jay out. Divios picks up Juan. And now it's getting real rough for Hoppy. I mean, that was so close to being good. If that Phoenix that got picked up, if Juan had stayed alive and just been able to back off. The Artemis just finished Deathbringer, but now they've got 3 players down for at least 20 more seconds. There's a 15,000 gold lead, 20K experience, and now Eager starting to work on this right side Phoenix.
This is the push to the end. I would be very surprised if Eager retreat even when people respawn. They can take the Phoenixes, they can take the fights.
Yeah, and I still feel like Happy should have just started grouping up. Even though they were 10K behind, they had the team fights. They have the team comp, and they just kept, you know, splitting apart.
I agree. We haven't really seen Maker a part of a single team fight. I mean, he was there to siege that mid-tier 1. It didn't go successfully, and outside of that, he's just been in the duel lane. Can we actually bring up player damage? Because I'm interested to see where he's at right now. He's actually middle of the road, close to DJ Pernicus, and you can see Juan has been a part of basically every single fight sitting at the top.
Yeah, and Artemis, even though he's in the middle, he should be at the top. This is a team fight, and he's just not been in any of them.
And when it comes down to it, Artemis, that's all she does.
Yes.
Apollo split pushes, Jingwei joins team fights across the map. Artemis, Tusky is a team fight ultimate. You go, you hit multiple people. That helps out your Habwa in the mid lane. There's so many implications in this Artemis pick. I like it. I don't dislike it, but I just don't like that they didn't use it.
And Artemis now just gonna push off that right-hand side. And now the question is, are Eager just gonna push forward on the left-hand side? I mean, they've got Fire Giant in their belt. They've got a great composition to siege with. Divios on this Kamazox one, really the only ranged poke assassin, I would say, outside of Thor.
Yeah, and we also didn't mention that Team Eager's push potential, siege potential, they have 2 healers, they have poke, they have a Jingwei, you know, increase attack speed.
What? Fighting Jay goes in, and actually this is a full commit from Hoppy. Zapman already out of the fight. Best getting chased down, and Hoppy's gonna turn their attention to the front, but they got so split up. Zapman can't find Santorsky. Maker uses his ult as well, but look at the health bars from Eager. The healing is too much for them to deal with. Juan is the only one left with his ultimate up. It's going to be so hard for Hoppy to break this. All of Eager have their ults up. Only Zapman has used his.
The healing worked out throughout the fight, and then of course the meditation helped out, and the detonate brings down Maker.
Zapman takes out Blue Whale. Fighting Jay going to be running forward. Eager's just getting tickled at this point. Santoris gets pulled back in, knocked back up. Zapman forward, the body blocks as well. Divios is there. It's Zap with the kill. He did get soloed, but he ended up with 9 kills. And Eager gonna win their first game at the Smite World Championships over Hoppy. It is a best of 3 though. And I think after that display from Hoppy, you can't fully count them out just yet.
Oh no, I mean, Hoppy definitely have some skills. They're here for a reason. You don't accidentally wind up at SWC. So when it comes down to it, Hoppy are definitely capable of doing something here. But honestly, Kevin, what we just saw out of Team Eager, the story this regular season was that they were one of the best teams and that they were fighting for #1. And I think Hoppy has an uphill battle.
And yeah, obviously, you're against probably a lot of people, again, are kind of expecting that Eager Energy Finals. I mean, Eager was very quiet throughout the year, actually, and then they just turned up and showed up, brought out so many different strategies. And even this, they did bring out the Chang'e, but they actually haven't changed up too much. They still did the Zeus-Sylvanas combo, which was incredibly effective at Super Regionals. It basically allowed them to sweep through all of their opponents here. But they did look a little bit sloppy at the beginning. I don't know if that's just, they haven't been to this stage, outside of Divios or anything, but I think after that win, they're going to be a little bit calmer.
Chang'e was exciting, but it's just Guan Yu. A little bit to talk about, break it down, Golden Boy.
Thank you so much, guys. And that was definitely a incredible display there from, I would say, from Hoppy and Eager. Eager because there were some great plays there, specifically from Zapman that we'll talk about in a second. But for Hoppy, took a lot of guts to do what they did, right? Go out there and to me, it feels like they got a good feel of what Eager is capable of doing. And maybe they are preparing a strategy and a game plan for Game 2.
Yeah, much like what Adamus just said, you really can't count them out quite yet. At the same time, though, Eager, I think one of the main reasons why that ended up being a bit more dominating for them in that game, they didn't really have a punishment for Pern running Chang'e jungle. He kind of had free reign there. He wasn't really pressured out early, and I think that it was predominantly due to the fact that they had the Sylvana, Zeus, Camazotz, pretty early team fighting comp, and considering that Eager loved running the buff invade so much, I think that Hoppy just had a hard time dealing with it, but I mean, they did still show a lot of promise and potential.
Yeah, there's definitely good signs for Team Happy here. They took Team Eager to a 30-minute game with a pretty bad start, right? It was not a clean start by any means.
5-0 at the start of the game. I mean, they got shredded.
Yeah, they're getting shredded all over the map, and I'm sitting there thinking, all right, 15, 20 minutes, this is going to be a stomp. And they show signs of life. Hebo roaming around the map, getting picks here and there. Artemis soloing Zapman, which was incredible.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Zapman's got to get soloed at some point in the tournament, right? But we didn't think maybe it would come from China. And, really good signs.
He got his revenge, though. He got his revenge. I mean, really, one thing to take note of is with Xingwei, most importantly, that passive is ridiculous. And, the rapid reincarnation, being able to just fly back into the action so fast. You even look back to that fight that happened at that Phoenix, and, F-Dot said it best. Had it been any other god, that Phoenix would have gone down. But because it was Xingwei and because it was Zapman, rapid reincarnation flew right in. He went right for that challenge, and he got that pick on Maker and made Maker meet his maker. Ha, puns. I feel good about it. Other people could do it too, Tiger. So, but yeah, I think, I just think that was just a great display from Zapman, what he's capable of doing there. But I do want to talk about what changes will come for Game 2, because we saw the Zeus-Sylvanas combo be such an impact in that game. The Camazotz combo, or coming in for Divios, all that health that he had, pretty much a presence in the team fight throughout. What does Hoppy do for Game 2?
One thing I would really like to see them do, while I feel as though the hot wall was a pretty strong pick for Juan and he was playing it really well, at the same time, I think that he was kind of struggling finding a way to really get around Eager's composition. I think that Hoppy need to focus a little bit more on a protective backline, and that they shouldn't really be looking for the chalk so much, and maybe a little something with like a lot more peel in the kit to try and help the mid laner in like any kind of like fickle situation, so that way he's not kind of just left alone and then dying after, you know, 1 or 2 damaging abilities.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's almost like Team Happy have kind of like looked at every single Smite god and said, which one deals the most damage? We're going to pick that one.
Yeah.
And that's what you see with their comp. They've got the Artemis, one of the highest damaging ADCs in the game. We've got the Hardwire, one of the highest burst mages in the game, and you kind of see that transitioning, and that's why they maybe kind of stay away from those conventional picks.
Yeah, I mean, it did work out in some respects for the Artemis as well. I mean, we haven't seen Artemis played on the world stage at all. This tournament pops out, you know, solo Zapman. You said it was an inevitable thing that needed to occur. But you know what, though? I'm sure he's looking for some more revenge going into game 2. Zapman, he's a vindictive one, I guess. And now on the other side here, Iga right away gets rid of the Hobwa, says, not today. We're not even going to let you have it. This is it. Get out of the pool.
I can't really blame Eager for wanting to do that, though, because even though, like I said, they were having a bit more map control and a lot more dominance in those jungle fights for the buff invades, at the same time, if a Hobwa gets to late game, you still have a lot to worry about, especially since Hoppy definitely love pairing damage with more damage. So I really don't think the Eager are trying to deal with any sort of tides turning for them.
We see a lot of respect from Iga given to Juan here, banning out the 2 characters he's performed on. I think they're kind of establishing him as the main playmaker in the team, and they want to shut him down, make sure he doesn't get on the comfort picks. And you see Team Happy just opting for those kind of standard bans, the Giannis and the Terra.
Yeah, they really don't. They got to experience it yesterday, dealing with Giannis and Terra, and I know that they just aren't really trying to run it back if they're not planning on
Most notably Terra, too. If you're not going to use it yourself, then, because they had that first pick last, and that was their first choice, so it makes a lot of sense that they would just get rid of that right off the bat, because NA knows how to play that god really well.
Oh yeah, no, there's a reason why Terra hardly ever makes it into the competitive stage when it comes to NA, and she just provides way too much to the team. But Sylvanas, I think, is a really strong pick coming out for Eager. I mean, it goes along with the conventional healing meta play style that Eager love to run in NA, and at the same time, I do like this pickup by Hoppy, opting for the Odin to try and potentially look to shut down any sort of healing composition coming out from Eager.
I mean, it's a great pick. That's something I've always said is just get the Odin if someone picks Sylvanas. Why not? They could even pair it with something like a Nemesis and just really try and farm the Sylvanas and get ahead by that method. We do see the Awilix, though, with Team Happy. We could assume it's going to a jungle, but you never really know with these guys where they're going to put their characters. And
there
we see
goes
the
that
Sylvanas
Zeus combo again.
They love it.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? You know.
It's just so much. It's really hard to take up any sort of engagement with Inger in those jungle corridors, because if you turn a corner and you're caught with your teammates too close together, that Zeus Chain Lightning is going to be devastating as soon as he detonates. And I mean, we saw Best getting away with a lot of that last game, despite the times that he had a little bit of questionable positioning. I still think that it worked out very effectively for him. So, I mean, Eager are more than happy to just go ahead and run that back.
That was a smart ban there as well, just getting rid of Zapman Xingwei. Not today. We're not going to deal with it for game 2. Good ban in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a very solid ban. You don't want Zapman on something that's really comfortable for him. We saw maybe, you know, if he's getting soloed on Xingwei, if we can get him something on a lower tier character, then maybe he could potentially even get more behind. But it's very hard to put a Xingwei behind due to that passive.
Yeah, most likely I would probably expect Zapman to opt for something that goes pretty heavily into Eager's composition. I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring out the Rom or even an On Her, really. I mean, they're both picks that he's pretty accustomed to. And at the same time, you know, on the side of Hoppy, you're not really certain whether that's going to be a Soul mid or even a Soul ADC. We see the tease cover of Anubis, and we've seen Knight as Anubis from previous seasons with China, but I don't think it's going to be making a comeback. I'm not sure anybody after Knight has really taken up the stand for it.
I don't want to see an Anubis pick, but at the same time, I do want to see an Anubis pick.
You want to see the world burn?
I like to see the hype. I like to, you know, Geb would be a more solid pick for sure. We haven't actually seen Team Happy really play a conventional support, so it'd be interesting to see how they kind of develop around that and play that actual real support role.
I prefer this from Team Happy, considering the fact that they already have an Awilish. And I think that the Geb pairing with it is only going to help them as far as trying to get a little bit more setup going for their team, because I think that it can actually synchronize quite well. And China seem like they're very strong in that Happy know how to get picks. they just don't really seem how to really engage as one entire team because they tend to struggle a bit with team fights. So if they pick something based around like solidifying the team fight, I think it would help them out greatly.
It's interesting to see Zapman opting for the Anher here over the Ram, I believe, just due to the fact that there isn't a Wheelish on the team. But maybe it's also due to the fact that he's trying to kind of play around the Odin, perhaps, where, you know, Rama can kind of get trapped in there.
I think it's a little bit safer for him to go ahead and pull out an Anher, considering the fact that they do have an Odin. Just because if a Ram gets trapped inside the Odin cage, even though you have the Wheelish presence, that could be devastating for him. I still feel like it'll be easier for him. Plus, the shifting sands on Anher will go really well with their team composition.
Yeah, and Thanatos.
Yeah,
a classic one.
Yeah,
I mean, it's an interesting pick. I want to see where it goes.
Yeah, so could this be it? Could this be Hoppy's running the tournament right here? How do you feel about this draft for the Chinese team?
I feel like it's really unconventional. They could potentially pull it off, but I think Eagers is just more to what they know, and that it'll probably be a bit easier for them to go ahead and secure this.
Heard that word quite a bit for the Chinese squad, unconventional. So you got Eager. What do you got, Suntouch?
Team Happy are warmed up. This is going to be an easy win for my boys at Team Happy. Eager don't stand a chance. It's all over.
All right, well, let's go ahead. Send it over to your casters for Game 2. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Analyst Desk. Oh, I didn't expect to be here this morning, but here I am.
Your accent changed.
I actually just cut my hair, and it all changed.
Oh, you can tell. You got a full makeover. Looking a little bit better. Don't tell him I said that. No, unfortunately, Tom a little bit sick. I'm sure you guys all noticed. He's going to rest up for the day and come back tomorrow. But yeah, Hoppy coming out against Eager here. I actually do kind of like this composition, and interesting enough, they did take away a little bit of what LG did yesterday with that Cataclysm on Geb into the Soul Ultimate combo.
Yeah, and I really like the Anher pick, classic Zapman, my boy. I love me some Anher.
You do love Anher.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this matchup?
The Anher into the Soul. I think it's perfectly fine. Anher, he can deal with the poke and he can deal with the pressure. And Anher can also deliver pressure.
So is that a Thanatos mid?
Oh, wait, what? It is.
With a short bow.
Zyros?
Okay, so Thanatos mid coming out. I mean, so China runs a lot of weird things here. I actually do like the Thanatos into this composition simply because Thanatos is incredibly strong against gods, you know, with a little bit wider hitboxes and also have planting ultimate. So, example, Ymir or Sylvanas, where when they ultimate, they're stuck in place, they're very slow, they have no way to escape, and you actually can't miss that Thanatos ultimate as long as you play it perfectly right. There's no way to juke it.
So when Zyros played the Thanatos mid, it used to be for the early pressure and the extreme damage from the Thanatos' sides and his one.
This is actually pretty rare for this tournament so far, seeing such a standard start coming out from both teams.
I think it's a little bit because of what happened at the beginning of last game. There was just so much going on that Eager got lost in the chaos. And so they're just going to play very standard and safe and not try and do anything crazy here, especially up against a Thanatos. This is something that I'm assuming Best hasn't played against in quite some time, so may not be used to exactly how this matchup's going to work.
Yeah, and he also doesn't have any actives. He didn't pick up Bees or Aegis, so he's probably just waiting to decide later on and see what he wants.
I think it's one of those things where you don't always want to invest into purification, but you know, if you can hold out, it's definitely worth it. If he gets picked up or if he feels like he's getting pressured too much, he probably will.
Early camps there going the way of Team Eager. Talk to me a little bit about what this Camazotz solo brings to the table, Fumble.
So the Camazotz solo brings out hard pressure and hard potential to keep continuously apply pressure to this Odin, and Odin only has his jump and his bird bomb damage, which clears the waves early game, while Devios can keep applying pressure and keep poking out that Odin, force that Odin to recall, as he has no sustain.
Yeah, Camazotz has so much sustain in his kit, and so it just stacks up, and that's one of the reasons that Ratatosker can work as well. But DJ actually taking a weird loop around the jungle. He stole away the back rights, but it gets read out, and you can see already Hoppy rotating to try and catch him.
Juan's already level 4, hits him with the death side, knock up there from Santorsky. DJ, though, manages to get the dash away. His beads were burnt.
Did he hit the Death Scythe?
No, he missed it.
Yeah, I thought so. That's one of the things about Thanatos, and we saw it the other day as well, is that he's so reliant on hitting that Death Scythe. Nice jump from Devios there, actually avoiding the bird bomb. That timing it's a very small window.
Yeah, an early game 1v2 in this early in the game as Camazotz versus an Odin and the Willix it just shows how great Devios of a player is.
And there's the lifesteal coming up from Kamazot, the sustain that he can bring as well. You know, while the Odin does a lot of burst damage, Kamazot then can sustain it up.
And Zap just putting this pressure on. This is really good for Eager. With Soul, typically you really want to get lane control. She's very good at poking out other hunters. Obviously, Stellar Burst hits such a wide area that it's hard to position in lane. And because Zap's going to have this pressure, it's going to really allow him to rotate over.
But this is classic Zap, man. He's playing aggressive. He had the red buff before, ready to go in.
Oh, Yuan pulled in there. Stone Shield comes through from Santorsky. The best, though, detonates the charge. Down goes Juan. First blood to Team Eager.
That's really unfortunate, too. You actually see the Odin teleporting to mid, expecting a team fight to break out. This means he's going to miss the wave being pushed into right, and Divios is just getting this free farm. Probably going to look to block him from even getting back to lane.
But going back to the duo lane, like I said, Zapman is that type of aggressive person. That's who he is, no matter what happens. And he wants to get the pressure. That's why he got the red buff early game, just ready to fight.
I think one of the things, too, is he did get soloed last game, and he might want to... That might actually be the only reason he picked up on her, you know, especially against an Awilish. Obviously, you want to be a little bit careful on, you know, picking up gods with jumps later in the draft. I think he wants to take this fight to Maker.
Yeah, and when until, you know, just pick the Anna, ready to go aggressive.
Is that what you do?
Yeah.
Two men in the left-hand side lane there. Santorsky splitting some farm with Maker. DJ Pernicus again going aggressive in pathing towards the left-hand side mid-camp.
And DJ's just doing a really good job of farming around the map. He hasn't really been involved in too much. He's just drawing the attention of Happy. And this is a very safe standard game plan from Eager. This is not something we've seen from them in quite some time. They were very heavy on the invades at Super Regionals, but just wanting to play it incredibly safe. And they also do have, you know, really good control at the Gold Fury, I think, too. The Zeus ultimate going to be able to zone players out. Same with the Roar's ultimate as well. Wrath of Terra, it's just so hard to fight into that mid support combo.
Yeah, and while I like Happy's team comp, I feel like the Sol as the only magical damage aside from the Geb is, I don't know, I'm not super keen on that. And the Thanatos needs to get ahead early for them to, you know, have a really good late game and pressure.
We can see Juan just leaving that short bow there and then going into boots too. You know, why do you think he went this short bow start? What does that give him?
He's actually looking for Zapman here, who, unfortunate. Zapman just getting back there, and you can see Juan just didn't have the angle on it. He actually went forward, knew he was backing, but couldn't see that ring around.
Yeah, and that was just unlucky from Yuan.
Oh, Maker actually gets the purification up to stop the knockup into his immunity frames. Aurora, ooh, just barely mistiming the pull there onto the ADC of Team Harpy.
Yeah, I feel like Zapman should have recalled earlier. I think he was just waiting for Devil Gloves, and if he got picked there, that would have been unfortunate, as the Thanatos would have picked up the kill, which what Thanatos needs early game.
Solo lane, Fighting Jay, boxing out here with Divio's shield is popped, but the amount of damage coming out of that Kamazot's means it's not available for Fighting Jay to use that combo.
And just looking at the net worth, I mean, the Odin's a little bit behind there, about 300 gold. And here comes Eager. I mean, this should be a free Gold Fury. You could see Juan rotating in, but he shouldn't get there in time. Eager grabs it and immediately just the retreat. They got what they wanted, just backing out. And look at this, again, a 3K gold lead.
Oh, Best pulled in there, but Purification's away. The final bit of the pull. Here comes DJ Pernicus. They're looking now for Maker. Can he get away over the wall? He can.
Zap's gonna jump forward. Oh, this is trouble for Maker too. He's one hit. Zapman lines it up. Desert's Fury finds Maker. 4 players of Eager in the mid lane as well. They might actually look to push down this tower. This kind of ended perfectly. You could see not only picking up Maker, Blue Blails forced back, Fighting Jay getting dove by himself against Divios. Good Geb shield though, gonna keep him alive. Cataclysm locks Divios in place, and here comes the rotation, but Divios is still alive. To the sky, execute by Juan.
DJ Pernicus here though, looking to clean up, picks up one. He might be looking for Fighting Jay as well. Not enough mana there for DJ, but the best is here, Chain Lightning. Can he get the detonate off in time? The Raven Shield's gonna save the life of Fighting Jay.
And DJ Pernicus just immediately focused on this tower right now. Fighting Jay still hanging around. You can see DJ Pernicus, no mana, but I mean, this Odin, he shouldn't be staying here this long. He has teleport. Divios!
Blue Whale gets the kill. Now Fighting Jay is looking for the best, no mana, no health. He gets the kill back onto Fighting Jay. Chain Lightning just to slow him down. He's gonna live.
Now, one thing I want to point out there is that the Awilix went in alone, and then Fighting Jay went in again. And where was his team? I think there was a lack of communication there.
The biggest surprise for me is Fighting Jay had teleport up the whole time.
Yeah.
He easily could have backed and teleported back in. I don't know if they had wards in their inventory. Hello, Maker! Zapman looking for the last basic. Zaparate gonna keep him alive for now. The jump forward just off the mark. Maker, Zapak didn't even notice he went down there. A little bit too scared of Juan.
Wow, incredible work there from Juan to keep his teammate alive. Zapman very low here. Does he have a jump? He's got the beat. DJ though. Blue Whale going to get the kill. Can Pern clean up the kills here? It doesn't look like it. Zapman falls down to Team Harpy.
I don't think that was Zapman that he didn't know. I think he knew that Thanatos was coming, and he didn't want to spend too much time going for the kill. However, he should have gone for the kill, but he didn't know Willix was rotating.
It might have been one of those things where he's like, okay, I could get this kill, but I'm probably dead if I take those couple extra seconds. It just ended up unfortunate for him that a wheelish rotation from the mid lane, that's what he really wasn't expecting.
Best knocked up, pulled in here by Blue Whale. Cataclysm, one with the execute. The Zeus ultimate came down, but it was not enough to save the life of the Best.
I have never seen Best by himself so much in both of these two games. This is really surprising coming from him because normally they play this style where it's Aurora and Best hip to hip, and DJ Pernicus is always very close around them, and they kind of rotate as this three-man unit, letting Divios and Zapman on the sides deal with their individual lane opponents.
So Jan with his Thanatos, I'm hoping he goes for the Shield of Regrowth here. It's a really good item for Thanatos. He gets the extra movement speed and he's good to go.
And yeah, it's so helpful. And that item has actually recently come back into the meta. Naja picking it up too, just that bonus MS. So useful for rotating around, either chasing players or getting away.
Yeah, and we saw it on Cherio actually at the group stage. Yep. Like he picked up the Naja and he went Shield of Regrowth. He went for more like a pen style build, which you can also go with Thanatos. So I'm wondering if he can go with he can go the same build with the Thanatos.
Interesting enough, he picked up Iqvile here, which is not the best. I mean, typically you're not trading a ton of basics as Thanatos. Normally it's ability damage, and then having your team poke players into that execute range.
Right, but Iqvile is a really strong item early game. It's only 1,700 gold, and it provides you with a small amount of pen, is what you need against, especially like a tanky character like Sylvanas with the Wisps.
Could the Thanatos be a little bit of a counter to the sustain comp coming out from Team Eager, given his execute?
Yeah, and that's what Lich did as well. That's what they went for. They kept focusing on Sylvanas, getting the ultimates and ready to go in.
It's always risky though, because technically it's a counter to sustain comps, but sustain comps are kind of a counter to executes as well. Because if you're not careful and someone gets a big heal, whether it's a meditation or the Wisp just puts you over that execute threshold, and then you're not going to execute a player. Well, now as Thanatos, you're really deep in a team fight and weren't able to pick anyone up. So it's a very risky play either way, and Juan's going to have to play it perfectly.
Either way. See what you did there.
Yeah.
Blue Whale. Fighting Jay, though, trying to clear the wave under his own tower there. Divios has kept the pressure up here. Four-man rotation from Team Harpy, looking towards Zapman here, but Zapman spots it out, playing it very safely, walking back towards his own tower, and they could be looking to the mid lane now.
They're actually trying to pick Juan as he rotates back in. Blue Whale still hanging around on the left-hand side, though, and Zapman just off the mark. Nice jump from Blue Whale there. And this is great. This is what you see a lot from Eager, is both Zapman and Divios are very good at holding two players in their lane.
So what Zapman did there was he placed a ward without getting any poke from there, and he didn't jump when the Soul used the 2. He just backstepped, ready to go in.
Yeah, it's known as the Barra backstep, but
you're gonna find rage.
Wiggle.
Fighting Jay gonna cage people in, and actually Santorska around the side does find the Cataclysm. DJ's in the sky right now.
DJ looking to crash down. He does manage to pick up 2, waiting for some
huge
damage to come out
ult from Aurora.
Aurora picks up 2 with the ultimate. Pern actually gets the kill. One falls down to the Best, and here comes Zapman. They're looking for Fighting Jay. Now they're turning their sights towards Maker, and then the Gold Fury.
Just such a great job from Best and Aurora. They don't panic inside that ultimate from Fighting Jay. They pop the shell. Best just make sure to stay around Aurora, stay safe. They wait. The second it ends, Aurora finds that perfect ultimate, knocking 4 players up, the Chain Lightning combo. This is why Eager run this combo, specifically for those situations.
And they're just such good players. They make it look so easy as well.
Yeah, and Eager there, they could have gone for the mid tower, but they're going to get it now. They went for the Golfer and they opted to go for the Soul Gank, which I think is perfectly fine. They're going to get pressure on the left tower, and they should be able to get it, assuming that DJ Pernicus stays there. If not, then it's perfectly fine.
And that's one of the things, too, is that Gold Fury obviously going to be respawning. Towers are always permanent. They felt like they were going to get the towers at the same time. They don't actually get the left-hand side one, but Eager have just played a very slow, methodical game this time. They've got over a 6,000 gold lead. If you look at the side of Hoppy, though, a lot of them coming back into this game, I think, is going to rely on this Soul, as actually Hoppy going very aggressive, looking to invade the speed.
Divios, though, looking to turn around, fighting Jay around the backside, though. Could be looking for a big cage here. 3 men of Eager grouped up. Cataclysm into the cage. Downfall is the best. Up in the sky goes one. He's looking for a target here, but no one's in threshold. Blue Whale impaled by Zapman. Zapman looking for the kill, but the Stone Shield saves Blue Whale for now. Can the Desert Fury pick it up? He can't. An in-hand will do it for Zap.
And actually, Pern still in the sky. They're going to be looked. Santorsky left alone. Divios gets the kill. And Juan just bailed on his team from the get-go.
Yeah, so Zapman actually rotated there. That was one of the best things they can do. As Zapman's already so far ahead, it doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter if he rotates or not. But yeah, like you said, Adonis, this Soul is a key, you know, to get ahead back into the game. And he's just too far behind right now.
And you can see, you know, he's invested into the Celestial Legion helm, but at this point, I mean, it costs so much. Yeah, you get a decent amount of magical power, but I feel like if he's getting jumped on in the back, regardless, I feel like he just needs more damage right now because there's not a lot of guaranteed damage on the side of Hoppy.
And a lot of it is physical as well. It's a bit easier to build physical protection than it is magical protection. Can you expand on that a bit, Fumble?
Yeah, physical protection items are stronger in this game as there's not many different, you know, pen items for physical characters, but mage items, mage pen is, you know, easy to buy.
Oh, this is going to be trouble for Hoppy. Good juke by Zapman, and that's bought time from the rotation from Aurora. Knock up onto one. Juan pushed into the wall. Soul trying to ult, and just forced Zapman off to save his mid laner, but it's not going to happen. Zap with a great impale finds Juan. He's going to pick up his third as well. Zapman seems so much more comfortable this game.
Yeah, he's so far ahead, and he hit the red buff. He was hitting after the Igval procs. He was hitting for about 192 per AA, which is early game. He's 30 minutes in, and he's already doing that much damage.
Left-hand side, Zapman gonna pick up the tier 1 tower here with the help of Aurora. Misses the impale onto Blue Whale. But that's all right. They're happy with the towers falling down basically across the map.
At this point for Eager, this is what they want to do because they're so far ahead in their individual lanes. They can just have Divios just constantly put pressure on this right-hand side. He has no issue going against fighting Jay. DJ Pernicus is just going to roam around looking for any jungle to steal, and it's going to be a 3-man unit of Zapman, Aurora, and Best, where it's very hard to fight into that, and DJ Pernicus has his ultimate to get to any fight where they find trouble.
Yeah, and Happy needs to, they need to get farm, they just need to get their Soul back into the game. They need to let him farm, and that's what they need to get back into this game. And this Odin hasn't really been doing much aside from that one cage that he got from the before.
And he's got Blink online now, obviously hitting level 12, but the issue is that they don't have anything outside of the Soul to really dive into. Aurora finds a pluck on a Juan, who immediately ults to the sky, just trying to stay alive. He's actually positioning himself over Aurora right now, and DJ's in the sky as well to try and counter this out.
1-man knock up there on to Blue Whale. Blue Whale jumps away, however, rooted in place by Aurora. Juan diving the Best, but the Best uses the Zeus ultimate. Juan in, oh, the pillar was perfect from Zapman there. Best picks up the kill with a detonate.
Divios just going to jump forward here, and he actually burns the Sanctuary on Maker. Maker does get a shield, but he burnt. Oh, so unfortunate, wasting that Supernova. Low on mana as well. Nice poke, but they've got a Sylvanas and a Meditation, and Happy really just have nothing to stop this push on this tier 2.
Yeah, Yuan went for the blink play, and we've seen this in the last game as well. He plays too aggressive sometimes, and he got picked for that.
And a big thing too is his death sights have not really been on point this game. That's one of the biggest risks about Thanatos is, you know, it's not easy to hit his abilities like it is for other junglers like a Thor per se.
Yeah, and that's one character that you need to practice hard.
DJ in a little bit of trouble here, forced to burn the Sanctuary as his team take the tier 2 tower, but just a worthwhile trade there for Team Eager.
And just Eager are just going to keep up this pressure because they have the Sylvanas. Teams are going to have to answer something because Eager are always picking up some form of sustain in every single composition they run, and it's usually augmented by at least one meditation, and they're so good at holding them and playing around exactly when they need to utilize it. They don't just burn it the second someone gets low.
Fighting Jay goes in there onto the Best, who uses his beat, and Sanctuary knocked up there by Santorsky. Down comes the Zeus ultimate. They're looking to get some kills in return. Eager, Desert Fury trying to get Santorsky, impales, Zapman gets one. He's looking for Fighting Jay now, but the execute from Juan. Divios picks up Maker. It's a hell of a bloodbath.
Juan gonna fall as well. Zapman finds 2. DJ Pernicus chase it on top of the tree, knocked up. And Blue Whale falls. Divios finds 3. It's a deicide for Eager at 16 minutes.
Gold Fury being taken now as well here. Look at the graphs, 14,000, now 15,000 experience, 10,000 gold as well for Team Eager. Going to be even more after this Gold Fury falls.
And the big thing there was just Best doing a great job of absorbing so much damage. He Sanctuaried early in the fight. The second the Sanctuary ended as well, Aurora pops his shell. He actually did get into execute range early, but those healing wisps.
Yeah, and what Happy tried to do there is perfectly fine. They tried to go for the Zeus. They forced everything on him. That's what they could. That's the only thing they could do there because they're so far behind. That's one of the only chances they could get to get back into the game.
They have to 100-0 someone or somehow slow the pace of this game down to allow Maker to farm up on this soul and get a couple more items. I mean, he's only got boots and Celestial Legion Helm finished right now, working on either the Demonic Grip or the Telekines. He almost should go into Telekines because he needs something very cheap and efficient.
As opposed to that, though, take me through the Best build a little bit. A lot of protection online.
Right. So what they want to do is try and keep Best, shut down, but Best has so much protection, so he tries to stay alive against the executions. As you said before, the heals, he was in the execution range once, and then he got out, and then he went back into it because they forced so much onto him.
But at the very least, he just bought so much time. Okay, Divios right now is by himself, 1v5. He's going to be looking for Maker here and still going very aggressive. He's got one more ultimate, and he's going to be caught inside the cage for now. Pulled actually out of the cage by his own team. Divios is going to be able to escape this, and 5 members of Hoppy grouped up.
Zapman gets the kill there with the Desert Fury. Zapman looking for a second. He's looking for Maker. Can he find the enhance? The immunity frames are good for now. Pern diving. Zapman gets the second. He's looking for a triple here. Fighting Jay with the Raven Shield. Can he get the jump off in time? He can, but Eager turn their attentions to the right-hand side Tier 1 tower and to Santorski.
He's going to fall as well, surrounded. 3 kills for Eager right there, and this is just almost impossible for Happy to come back into unless Eager makes some serious mistakes.
Yeah, and Divios knew how much he could tank and how much he had to get until his whole team started rotating.
Yeah, this is going to be they killed 3, they forced 1 back. Juan was the only one left alive who was split pushing in mid, and they just sent DJ to deal with it. I don't even know if Juan knows that DJ's behind him right now. They're going to find out pretty soon, though.
Team Eager takes the Fire Giant there. Juan knocked up by Zapman and chunked into Oblivion. Divios picks up the kill there. 5, 1, and 4 for the solo laner. Fighting Jay now needs to retreat to his Tier 2 tower, and even then he might not be safe.
Oh my word. Aurora has 3,700 gold in hand right now as a support. That must feel really good. And that's the thing. I mean, because of this sustain that Aurora brings, Eager almost never has to back. So in a lot of situations when you're fighting, because Hoppy has been doing some damage, getting some kills and fights, and that usually means that, okay, Eager's going to be able to take a tower and then have to back, but the sustain and the meditations just allow them to keep looking for more and more golden experience across the map, stealing jungle, farming up waves and taking towers.
One thing I want to mention is that Sol bought Telekine's ring this late into the game. He just finished it a few seconds ago, and I feel like he should have gone a different item there, maybe a Polynomicon or something with extra damage, maybe even a shard at this point.
I think the biggest issue is he was trying to go into it, and he bought the Tier 2, and then he's just, I'm stuck with this now. It's not that it's not super efficient to sell items in Smite. Every once in a while you can, and obviously late game when you want to switch out, but I think he just pigeonholed himself into a standard build he had planned earlier.
Right, but he was already so far behind. So
Maker in a little bit of trouble here, forced to use the ultimate. Divios looking for the kill there with the Camazods. DJ Pernicus in the sky as well. Immunity frames run out. My friend DJ Pernicus runs out the life of Maker, right-hand side. Fighting Jay in a lot of trouble himself. Pops the cage in the jump, but Divios is there waiting for him. The Zeus ultimate as well as enough. Right-hand side, Phoenix going to fall to Team Eager. Divios diving. The Titan pulled into the fountain there by Blue Whale. Feather Step's going to be enough to execute. He's looking for a Juan, gets the kill onto Divios, and now Team Eager looking to back out of the Titan pit.
They've got a Phoenix on the right-hand side, but they still need to be careful. Zapman was knocked up there, but a Wheelish already burned that ultimate, and Divios just diving a little bit too hard there. Now Eager going to be rotating around, just trying to take out everything that's possible. And actually, Aurora finds a pull onto Santorski, who's stunned against the wall. Chain lightning detonate. Best finds his 6th of the game. This Zeus has been such a pivotal pick for Eager in the past few months.
For me as well, it's been this Sylvanas play from Aurora. The blind pulls or the pulls through the wall really onto targets that have had no chance to cleanse the CC.
Yeah, and Aurora's a great play. He got the pulls, he has the shell, and he has the Wisp for extra protection, which will allow Zeus with the Wing 1 to stay alive for longer.
That's one of the biggest things about the Sylvanas pull as well when it comes to the geometry on the map is if you pull someone and they're already inside the wall, they can't purify. No, they're stuck in there. They're going to the other side. And so Aurora knows those positions where they're not going to be able to do anything fast enough. Blink and a counter blink from Aurora. He founds a 3-man knock up. Zapman finds Blue Whale.
Fighting Jay now in some trouble. Detonate could be enough to pick him up. It's going to be the jump from Zapman, who's got himself a double. Mega in immunity frames again, but once again, they've run out, and so will Maker. DJ Pernigas picks up one in the mid lane. Maker falls down to the best. 3 Phoenixes down, Fire Giant on Eager. This is probably game.
And at this point, it's Santorsky left alive. You can see Fire minions raining. It's a level 11 Geb at 22.5 minutes. Eager, they're going to walk forward here, and this is going to be game very shortly. Santorsky has admitted defeat. He's jumping in place in the fountain.
Team Eager taking down the Titan, and Team Eager moving on to the semifinals, and thus ends the journey of Team Harpy.
Yeah, the surrender vote came out. They knew after that team fight that they were about to lose.
And, you know, shout-outs to Happy, especially for that game 1. They looked really solid. Just doesn't pan out for them, unfortunately. And a little bit of it comes down to, you know, the Thanatos, at least in game 2, missing a few things, and just Eager really played a different style. They played the style, I think, that we saw at Super Regionals. We're just able to slowly snowball that golden experience lead.
Exactly right, and that's kind of what we've come to expect out of Team Eager is the momentum. And, you know, now they move on towards the semi-final. Their opponent's still yet to be determined, but Golden Boy and the analyst desk tell us what you guys saw in that game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and my goodness, what a slobber knocker that was in favor of the North American first seed Team Eager. Unfortunately for them, the Chinese Team Hoppy will be eliminated from the competition, going out 2-0 against Eager. If you're just joining us here, this certainly was a series that brought with it a lot of questions. A lot of questions that we're gonna question things, because I think that's the appropriate thing to do now. Because you could break down Eager's performance and talk about how good they executed so many times, and you know, just the kill after kill after kill that they were able to line up. But really, some interesting and unconventional choices made in the draft phase really set the tone for game 2 there, Taco.
Yeah, I think it really made things rough on Hoppy, just considering the fact that it seemed like there was a lot of miscommunication coming out from the team themselves. We talked about it during the game when it happened on the right-hand side when Divya should have been dead inside that Odin cage, 5 people aggressing him. But then, unfortunately, in a wheelish pull, write him out. And it's just little things throughout the match. It just seemed like they weren't really on the page. And, you know, that might have something to do as well with the fact that this isn't the typical roster coming out from Team Hoppy, which, you know, due to unfortunate circumstances, that can happen. But at the same time, I still feel like Hoppy, to a certain extent, kind of defeated themselves with the draft that they opted to go for. While I liked a little bit of how they were trying to synergize some with, like, the Geb and a Wheelish, at the same time, they picked Odin, but they don't really have a way to capitalize on an Odin due to the fact that they had no AoE damage, and I think that this lack of AoE damage really prevented them from being able to punish Best more.
Yeah, you definitely want to pair Odin more with those kind of Agnis, maybe the Kukulkans, the Poseidons. You really want, like you said, that big AoE damage from the mages, whereas they had the Thanatos middle, so it's very hard for them when they got some great engages. You got to give them credit to it. 4-man cages, 3-man Gebolts, 4-man Gebolts. They were all over the initiations, but they just lacked that damage to get them into execute thresholds.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about taking a, you know, basically fighting a melee Thanatos into the mid against a ranged Zeus. That's one thing right there that kind of just already sets you up for failure. But then on top of that too, you know, you're also using a god that in particular has a very high skill ceiling. You know what I mean? You need to be perfect. And there were also some times too where they just initiated when they really didn't need to. And by the way, for those of you in the house, can we get a round of applause? Because that man's about to hit 10K bits on that fan vote. Because, you know, Zatman made it the Worlds.
He earned it. That and her performance was crazy.
Yeah, those on her plays were incredible as well. But yeah, I mean, I guess since we might as well talk about it, right? Zatman, I mean, the guy had a great performance, shutout on her. why? I mean, he had the confidence going into that one for sure.
He had to show that he wasn't about the tactical feeding this game, and unlike the typical Zetman we're used to, compared to the last game. But you're right, he was very on point with his impales, with his pillars, a couple of times blocking them off. And
I love that one block around the corner.
Yeah, on Thanatos. He was just phenomenal with his Onher gameplay, and you can tell that it's a really comfortable god. And I mean, Onher is what he established his name on way back in the day with, so it's not unlikely to see Zetman playing this Onher so well.
Yeah, it's one of his bread and butter picks. I learned myself how to play Anher from his stream, and what a talented player.
Well, look at that, giving him some love and credit there. I mean, Zatman's been around forever. He's like the father time of Smite, apparently.
Who doesn't love Zatman?
Yeah, right. Well, speaking of Zatman, I have some good news, fans at home. We actually have Zatman down on the stage, Rain Day. What's going on?
What's going on, Golden Boy? Thanks for that. I got Zatman over here, and first, man, you got to respond. You got soloed.
Yeah, I got soloed. I didn't expect Maker to go that ham. He just, I don't know, he kept coming at me, and I was like, maybe I could take him. And then he popped his shell. And I said, what the heck? Why do you have shell? And then his board, Tusky, actually killed me. And I'm pissed because Tusky never does anything for me. But
he seems to have the animal taming control over there. But, it's been interesting. You all are a very studied team. You mentioned to me China was pulling out some interesting strategies that you were kind of a little unexpected about. How was that going into the game against them?
We did watch the VODs last night, and we knew they played a lot of Mercury. The Hebo caught us by surprise a little bit. It was actually a really good pick to our Chang'e jungle. Shoutouts to Pern. And also, we never played them before, and they were just so relentless. They just kept coming at us where other teams may have tried to stall out the game and just try to farm a little bit. No, they just kept flanking left, flanking right. Best was raging, where are you guys? Come help me. And I don't know, they were really good. I feel like, if the China scene develops a little bit more and they have more competitions there and everything like that, I think they could be a powerhouse region.
That's awesome to hear. I interviewed you at DreamHack. We had a little bit of a pause in the action. I interviewed you. There was, at that point, a lot of people saying, Zap have my babies on stream. I don't know why. No, you're a good-looking guy, but you have somebody who would be a little bit upset about that if they were saying it now. Your girlfriend's here, right? How does it feel having the support system here with you when you travel?
Oh, it's nice. Well, she's actually my wife now.
Hey, shout-outs. Shout-outs.
Yeah, so no.
Well, how's that, man?
It's really good. If I'm ever I want to go get a beer downstairs or something like that, she's like, no, you got a game tomorrow. You can't. So, no, she's good. It's really great having her here.
That was a setup question, by the way. I'm trying to help you out, man. Just talk about, the girls. But moving forward, man, it's your first Worlds. I know that's what everyone's been talking about. How is it to be at HRX, to be at Worlds for the first time, and nonetheless get to the semis?
I mean, it's an incredible feeling. I mean, the fans are amazing with their glow sticks and all that kind of stuff. It's, thank you guys. And it's just a surreal feeling to finally be up on stage and not be a caster, not be a spectator, and finally be a player.
Awesome, man. I know so many people are rooting for you, and it's great to see you here. Congratulations on getting to the semis. Give it up for Team Eager and Zapman. We'll be right back on the main stage, but first we got to check out the ballroom and see what's going on over there.
Hey, I'm here in the Expo Hall at the Rivals booth, and I'm joined by two people who are about to play. Can you guys introduce yourselves and maybe say a little bit about your deck?
Sure, I'm Chad Wilson. I'm one of the designers on Smite Rivals. I'm using a discounted Warlords deck, so where my Warlords, every time one dies, all the other Warlords get bigger, and I'm also using the God Kepri, so he's going to offer support for the Warlords while they get bigger.
Awesome, and how about you?
I'm Dylan Kerstad, and I'm just one of the players here. And I'm using a split push deck around the boar and the fire giant. So the boar is pretty weak, but he does the most damage in the game. The fire giant is one of the strongest and with the most health. So if he gets to the phoenix, he'll destroy that or the boar. So you have to choose which one to defend against.
Awesome. Okay, so you guys are going to jump into a game, and you're going to kind of cast a little bit.
Yeah, I'll help walk us through what's going on in the game.
How's your HRX been so far?
Oh, it's awesome. It's been really fun. Just seeing everybody play. People have come up with so many new strategies now. I'm learning about what we have in our game in terms of deck compositions. So here we go. We're actually walking into the game right now, and you'll see at the very beginning, there's no minions on the board. So you have some time to decide what card you want to play. The first card being played by Chad was that building you see in between the middle and right lane, which is called the Lost Temple. It automatically spawns Warlords on an interval. goal. And his goal really here is to get as many warlords on the board as he can, because as he said, when one dies, all the other ones become more powerful. So if you keep them on the board, you can grow a really large warlord. Sorry, I was poking somebody. Okay, so you can look at the gameplay right now, and you see Khepri's actually going down the left-hand lane. Khepri shields other units, and what's happening here is they're trying to create pressure in all three of the lanes to kind of figure out where you're going to invest your mana. You have a limited amount of mana, only 10, and so if you overcommit to a lane, you're not going to be able to defend the other lane. So you can see middle lane at the bottom is getting attacked, and at the top left, that lane's getting attacked because they committed to 2 separate lanes. The Manticore in the middle attacks adjacent lanes because he's ranged, and so he's trying to defend that left tower, but it's still going to go down. Khepri is very, very powerful. He's not going to be able to get through the Titan, and you can see the Fire Giant is now defending. So right now, go ahead.
Oh, it's because is Khepri someone you recommend playing if someone stops by the booth?
So Khepri's actually really good, and you get him early on in our game flow. So in our game, what Khepri does is he shields nearby units, and also with his attacks, they deal splash damage. So he's very good for clearing pesky ground mobs. What he's weak to is flying units because he can't hit them because they're all the way up in the air. So in the middle lane here now, you can see that what's happening is Dylan is actually massed a great army here of 2 Manticores and a Fire Giant, and he's also putting pressure on the left lane. So Chad has to respond to the left lane with the Khepri to try and stop that push, but that leaves middle lane undefended. So now coming down middle lane is this giant high health army of 2 Manticores, the Fire Giant, and then the auto spawning minions, and it's creating a lot of pressure because the Fire Giant has Boulder Toss, Manticore has a ranged attack, and so they're attacking all the lanes and creating pressure everywhere. And so you can see now Dylan's eventually going to overrun middle lane and start creating a lot of pressure there. And he put his Boar and Thor on the left lane while he's trying to defend middle lane. He's going to snipe that left lane, potentially. Look at the Boar attack, and there it goes down. Really good play. So now they're tied 1-1, and somebody has to get another Phoenix before the time runs out, or they'll go into overtime.
Yeah, it's awesome how fast the matches are, because like it's anyone's game. This is so much fun.
Oh yeah. It's really, you got to pay attention. There's a lot of depth in terms of how you play your cards and what lane you choose to put them in, and particularly between ranged and melee, because again, that army of the Fire Giant and Manticore has just been sitting in middle creating pressure in all the lanes, and Chad doesn't have a good answer for it. So here they go. They'll go into overtime, sudden death. And the next person to take a Phoenix will end up winning this match. There's a flood on the right lane with the Boar Thor, and Dylan takes it down.
Congrats. Awesome. Well, don't forget to stop by the Expo Hall and check out Rivals in person, or you can sign up online at smiterivals.com. And we're going to go on to a short break right now, and then we'll be back at Hirez Expo.
Hey Smite fans, Hirez Cooper here. Facet's partnered with Smite to bring you new ways to earn gems, exclusive skins, cash, and other prizing through their system.
I love using Faceit because the quality of the matchmaking is very high.
The queues are really short, and I can get gems and I can give away to my stream.
I like that I can play with a big group of people. So I can play with everyone on my team, and it's fun. You get to go in, you get to beat people.
Whether you're competing alone or with a team of friends, you'll always be able to find a competition that's right for you. Sign up today at Faceit.com.
Smite Tactics has had a great alpha stage, and we really appreciate all the feedback we've gotten from you guys. And we're very happy to announce that starting right now, Smite Tactics is moving into its closed beta.
Smite Tactics is a unique take on the Smite universe. It is a turn-based strategy game where you create a deck based on a pantheon and the synergies inside of it.
Just like previous titles at Hirez Studios, we're starting off our closed beta in Tactics with the Founders Pack. And the Founders Pack provides immediate access into the beta. Along with access to the beta, you also get 15 card packs of 5 cards each, legendary leaders Poseidon, Isis, and Freya, and the legendary god Enyo. You also get 1 exclusive Founders icon and 1 exclusive Founders card back. Not only do you get this content in Smite Tactics, but also in Smite, you get the exclusive skin Enyo and the exclusive Tactics loading frame. Now this Enyo skin is special because it marks the first time in Smite's history that we've done the Greek pantheon version of a Roman god. And not only is it a skin in Smite, but it also is a playable, unique god in Smite Tactics.
We had a very successful closed alpha, and we're excited to get into the closed beta stage.
It's been a lot of fun to put a new spin on the Smite characters in Tactics, and there's a lot more coming in January. This is a closed beta that we're starting, so there's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of new content, and a lot of surprises coming up over the next couple months. And we're very excited for you guys to take the ride along with us.
used to not be big into video games, but one day I went over to my friend's house and he had an Xbox, and he was my best friend, and we played Halo 1 or 2, I think it was, all night long. And from that point on, I was pretty much hooked. I wasn't really a big PC gamer at all until I found Smite, pretty much. I was basically pretty much bored one summer and looking for a game to play, but I didn't have any money, so Smite was a free game and it looked fun, so I just downloaded it, and 3 years later, I'm here. I pretty much wanted to start playing Smite as soon as I downloaded it, and it basically made me do like a bunch of security questions and make my IGN, obviously. And I actually don't remember if my friend had ate at Baskin-Robbins that day or if I had and he told me about it. But I pretty much just made a Baskin-Robbins, just a random name. I was never competitive in any other video game. I'm pretty much the opposite of my teammate Jigs. Whenever he plays a game, he strives to be the top of the top, but I was pretty much playing for fun. It was just really enjoyable. I loved playing it every single day. But it ended up that I was good at the game, and people recognized me and noticed me, and eventually I was invited into the SPL team. My biggest support probably would be either my friends or my parents. It's kind of weird because at first, like all parents, my parents didn't want me to play video games. They thought I was playing too much, but they said as long as you keep your grades up, it's fine. So I pretty much kept on playing, and once I started making money from it, they finally recognized and did some research in esports and said, wow, this is like a actual thing. It's not just me playing a video game, you know, for like 5 hours a day. And also my friends at high school, they were all big into video games and esports, and a lot of them supported me. They always asked me about my games. Even now, when we've all graduated, some of them still text me about them. I don't know, it's just really good having a lot of people around you that, even though this is an unorthodox path in life for sure, it's a newer option that has been created with esports recently. It's a good feeling to have a lot of people that understand and are willing to support you. My first team ever was Denial Esports. That was around a year and a half ago. I was pretty much just a ranked player playing ADC and solo, and at the end of, I think it was Season 2 Spring Split, the best left Denial, which opened up a solo spot on that team, and Shing invited me. And that was my first ever team, and it was an SPL team. And I ended up performing decently on that team. I wasn't the best, I wasn't the worst, but I was just solid. And from that, I ended up getting picked up on C9 because Omega left. So it's pretty much 2 lucky breaks for me. Best leaving, which allowed me to enter the SPL, and Omega leaving, which allowed me to enter the top echelon of SPL. My favorite memory was probably going to the last LAN. That was my first LAN. It was a cognitive invitational, and seeing my team and getting first place and doing really well was a really good moment for me. And from there on, we proceeded to go, we placed 3rd at Worlds that split. But there was some, after Worlds, Andy kind of wanted to split up the team because he's been teaming with them for probably 2+ years at that time. And I went with Andy, then eventually ended up leaving the team to join my own team. I think Baskin's pretty good. He's like probably top 3 solo laner. He just has good mechanics and solid and good looking. Well, first of all, I don't think anyone can be the best player in the world. I think like roles are too different. Like you can't really like compare a solo laner and like a ADC, for example, right? Although it's flattering, like I don't think so. I think you can compare within roles, but I don't think I'm the best player in the world. I don't think anyone really sees themselves when they're just like a ranked player going to Worlds. I was never really, I don't know, I never really had the ambition to be the best, but it kind of just worked out that way. And I definitely didn't expect to make any money from Smite when I started playing it, but that just ended up happening naturally, I guess. Making SWC would mean a lot to me because I've been working hard to make SWC this whole year, and I fell short of winning last year by 2 places, and I feel like if I could win this year, it'd mean a lot to me. I think we're definitely the most individually talented roster in terms of mechanics and just individual play. And I think if we could up our team game more, we are clear-cut winners for SWC. After Worlds, it's really hard to predict. Obviously, there's a roster apocalypse. Last year, only the winning team and Orbit stayed together. and every other team in the SPL, EU, and NA made roster changes, so it's really hard to predict. I really like the group of guys that I have right now, so I would like to stay with them, but it's just like pretty much impossible to foresee the future.
And there he is, Baskin the man himself, as we get ready for this next matchup. It's going to be Obey versus Soar, and it should be one heck of a doozy of a matchup. Now, guys, Taco, you stuck with me. Thank you so much for putting up with me throughout the day. But we are joined by the one and only Incon. How's it going, man? Welcome back.
It's great to be back on the desk, especially for these upcoming games that are going to be insane.
Oh, yeah. We have some awesome matches ahead of us. But right now, we have this one game here that is shaping up to be, one could argue this has like a finals vibe to it as well for both of these teams. I know Obey is a great team. Not a lot of people really pick them in that spot, but they're more than capable. We've seen some great strength from them earlier throughout this competition. And for Soar, I mean, that battle with Eager at Super Regionals speaks for itself. It was a war. It went all the way to the distance. And while they're here now, this is a squad you just cannot close out on.
Yeah, I'm more than excited, especially to see these player matchups in particular. For instance, Baskin against Variety, I think will be a very interesting matchup, considering that I feel as though they are two pretty different play styles. They tend to have very different god pools. And so I think that the way that they're going to clash in that solo lane is going to be pretty spicy, to say the least.
There's so many matchups you can talk about here. Ataraxia on Hunter, going against the Jigs lane. You know, support and Hunters clash all the time, and having that kind of matchup, Jigs like to play aggressive, Ataraxia wants to play characters like Jing Wei that can dash out of a lot of that aggression, so that's going to be amazing. One thing to talk about in this matchup is we have Soar, who's had kind of a shaky start to this Worlds compared to Obey. Soar having that weird matchup with INTZ where they kind of fell behind a little bit early, losing to LG earlier when a lot of people thought they were going to beat them. And Obey, on the other hand, has just blasted through the first two matches, just not even close, absolutely demolishing them. So there's a bit of a momentum right now going on the side of Obey.
I mean, you know, keep in mind though, right, for Obey, there's a lot of criticism about, you mentioned him before, Ataraxia. Does he play a little more passive? You know, like maybe he's not. The thing I heard is he's not the guy that's going to show up and just absolutely dominate, right? Well, at the same time, though, he plays consistent for his team, and that gives them the victories in the Hunter role. One guy in particular also I want to highlight is a guy right in the middle with the fantastic hair, Pretty Prime. I mean, this guy, he is a very well-known player. He's been here before on this stage. He knows what it takes.
Yeah, Prime is definitely an experienced and seasoned player. He knows what he's doing in that mid lane. He feels very comfortable with a lot of top meta picks, and I think that it'll definitely be a tough opposition for Met Yankee, being so new again to the mid lane role. Even though he's a strong player, going against Prime can be pretty spooky.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, and we did get a chance to find out what his teammates thought of him as well. I really hope we get to hear some conversation about his hair, but you know, they're probably going to be all nice and stuff. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Pretty Prime, the Vulcan King. Opinion is Pretty Prime, best mid laner in Europe. We work well together. Well, he does tell the team to let me die all the time, but I still respect him.
I think Pretty Prime by far has like the best role-playing Vulcan last year.
Pretty Prime. I would not want a mid lane, or have a mid laner anyone else. I've been with him for a very long time now. He's got a very important dynamic to a team and how calm he is, and he kind of brings out the best in everyone, I think. You can't really get angry or ragey because he's so calming, and he makes you feel bad about yourself if you do, because you're like, why can't I just be more like Prime?
One of the most chilled out guys you'll ever see. I don't think I've ever seen him excited in my life. He's just chilling, he's relaxed. Definitely got an interesting god pool. He'll play a lot of mid laners that other people won't play. I mean, I think he likes his Nox, he loves Vulcan. Just kind of has an unusual god pool.
And there you have it, Pretty Prime. He is, you have to say nice things about this guy. He's been around for such a long time, and he's a great competitor. But he is going to have quite the battle in front of him, facing off against, I believe it would be
Met Yankee.
Met Yankee.
Yeah.
Snoopy's taking over on the Hunter role. I keep writing that down wrong. I don't know why. And it's throwing me off. Anyway, old man here. So yeah, he's facing off against Met Yankee in the mid. I mean, this was a change for Soar. as well, right? Coming into this competition, they felt like they needed to mix it up, so they went with Met Yankee in the mid. You know, and you just said it right. It wouldn't want anyone else in the mid. That's what Ataraxia said. What are your thoughts?
It's an interesting matchup because I've talked with a lot of the Soar guys, and because everybody kind of felt confident with Snoopy going back to the ADC role. He's played it a lot before. Half the time he was a mid. He was playing ADCs anyway. So everybody was very confident with him, but everybody was a little bit shaky on how was Met Yankee going to perform. I had played against him a lot in ranked. He's got the solid mechanics. Snoopy said he was way more confident with Met Yankee in middle than he was in middle himself. So he had the confidence in him. But going against Pretty Prime, the Vulcan King, like they talked about, when Vulcan is meta right now, he can be picked. He's very viable. Could be a scary thing.
Yeah, will we see that happen, or could we see that respect ban coming out for Soar not allowing him to get Vulcan?
I feel more so than anything that Soar would probably direct more of their attention to the Zeus option. It seems to be a bit more popular for Obey as well, in that, you know, they could potentially be trying to reserve that Vulcan pick for later on if they make it to the later on stages of Worlds. But at the same time, I feel like Zeus just overall for Obey's playstyle will be a lot stronger, considering that it's more of a team composition. And Panda really likes synchronizing most of what he does with Captain Twig, and so I think that their composition will pretty much rely pretty heavily around more of an AoE-based God pool.
I agree. With the prowess coming out from Zeus already this tournament, not only from Obey, but teams around the globe are picking Zeus this tournament. He's obviously our high priority land pick. Every land we have a new pick that comes out, and for this tournament right now, it is Zeus. He is performing extremely well, and so I'd be surprised to let him see it through.
Yeah, actually, looking here at previous ones, that was actually Obey's first pick in their matchup against Lich. Locked down Zeus right away and gave that one to Pretty Prime. And meanwhile, they actually went for that quick ban on Ra as well. So, and there we go with the staring again. I swear, goodness gracious. So, yeah, and Baskin giving a little bit of love to the crowd. And does he look again? No, he doesn't. Okay, never mind. Wait, maybe this is our opportunity? No, he let us down. He let us down, man. Anyway, yeah, so as we get ready for the picks and bans here, in highlighting that in particular, Zeus going through.
I mean, the thing about Ra and why I think Obey are trying to not really deal with that is, A, they know that NA is very accustomed to this healing composition kind of team. They don't really want to be dealing with any kind of drawn-out team fights, because when you opt for a Zeus, you're looking for combo damage, like instant burst. That's what Zeus does. That's what he's excellent at. So if you permit a Ra to go through, or any kind of healer, really, you're going to be having to deal with an uncomfortable situation, and that once Zeus's kit is down, you know, there's not really much else coming out from him.
That's true. There's so many mid laners right now that are very strong in this current meta. So you have to kind of worry about, what do you as a team not want to go against more? Are you going to be comfortable going against the healing? We've seen the Odin pick come out quite frequently. Do you have the Odin in your arsenal to pull out? Maybe you don't want to, you can deal with the Ra, it's okay. But in that case, now you don't want to deal with the Zeus, because you don't want them to try to do the Zeus-Odin combo before you can get the Odin. So it depends the team comfort levels right now, what they want to deal with, because at some point you either have to deal with a Zeus, a Ra, a Thoth, a Scylla. There's so many strong gods right now in the mid lane, so take out the one that you're the least comfortable going against.
And another big convenience for Obey, in my opinion, is the fact that I feel like they have a little bit more option when it comes to flex picking. They're a team that's pretty notorious. You know, they can pick an Amir in their first 3 gods, and you're not really certain whether that's going to be going to Variety or if it's going to be going to Panda-like. I mean, even Twig could probably flex an Amir jungle if necessary. So I can kind of expect them to try and use this ability to their advantage, in that they don't really want to let Soar know from the get-go where they're putting their gods. And I think it's a little bit safer for them this way as well, because even though they've gotten like a small taste of NA meta when they played against Oceania yesterday, I think at the same time, it's still something that they're not fully used to, and they're not really certain of what Soar strategies are going to be that they're going to pull out.
You know, we haven't even talked about it yet, but we're talking about banning all these mid gods, but we have Andy on this team, who of course wants to whip out the Thor. And it's funny that earlier he had played Nemesis, because Obey Captain Twig has been loving the Nemesis all year. And so that could actually end up being a contested pick between them as well. Andy on the Nemesis didn't work out so well the first time. They had the Geb shields countering every single one of his Nemesis ults. But both of those teams have in the past and currently love the Nemesis, so that could be coming out.
Yeah, a lot of, see, you talk about the mid and how impactful Pretty Prime could be, And then as soon as you think about that, you're like, well, damn, we got to worry about, you know, Anister in the jungle if you're Obey. But then what about on the Hunter side, though, right? Because we've seen Xingwei play quite a role here in this matchup. In fact, it's just, what's with the death stares, man? Like, you know, these
Snoopy's
guys,
a very
They do not like you.
they need some love in their, well, I mean, you know, I don't blame them. They need some love in their life. So in the Hunter role, though, we have seen Ataraxia get that Xingwei. Do you think we see Xingwei go through this time around? Because there's a lot of other bans you have to prioritize as well, right? You have to prioritize Terra. If that is something that, you know, you want to let get through, then how do you deal with that? The Xingwei has been a factor. How do you deal with that if you want to let that get through? What do you think, Taka?
Personally, I don't think that it would be a good idea for Soar to go ahead and allow Ataraxia such a good comfort pick. Xingwei is something that he's shown he's more than capable of playing. He's very knowledgeable in how much he can get away with as well rotationally. And I think that it would just be a bit of a detriment to Soar if they were to allow that to go through. And at the same time, I'm not sure that Snoopy really wants to pick it for himself, because I think for Snoopy, he's better off going more for like the mage ADC kind of picks, something like a Kronos or a Solar, even his ROM. He's really notorious for that ROM, and I think that it's a really safe pick as well for him.
I agree. Ataraxia has been the most outspoken pro Xingwei way before she became meta. He was talking about how strong she was before she got the little bit of buffs that kind of brought her really into the limelight as a front-runner ADC, and he has shown over and over again, if you give him the Xingwei, that is his #1 carry potential god. And oftentimes teams, for the first game, they're like, how bad can it be? And they let it through, and then they find out how bad it could be. Hopefully Soar doesn't want to tempt fate on this one, and they simply ban it out, or even early pick it. Snoopy not known for the Xingwei, but at this point, every hunter has Xingwei in their pocket.
I guess that's a very fair point to make as well. I mean, every hunter does have Xingwei in the pocket pick selection.
Yeah, we saw Barracuda on Xingwei,
Yeah.
Shred. We saw Zatman on Xingwei, Shred. Again, you start off the game with 2 bans, you know, each. What do you go for, right? Do you worry about Pretty Prime in the mid? Do you worry about the Xingwei? Do you worry about the Terra? Do you worry about, you know, or even let's even go to solo as well and talk about variety, because I don't know if you guys remember, but him on tier, that was disgusting. That was like, I had to take a shower after that one. That's how filthy it was. So, like, I don't know, what do you even do here? There's so many weapons. This is, like, at some point, you kind of just got to cave and just be like, screw it, we got to deal with it.
I would expect more so than anything, probably at least a tier or an Amir ban, even considering how much that they like to flex that Amir on the side of Obey. So I think definitely Soar going to opt to take away more of Variety's comfort picks, considering that he's had such strong showings in the solo lane whenever he gets the tier or Amir. And I feel like Variety, they want to just try and make him a little bit more uncomfortable, considering that Baskin is such tough opposition to face. So the more uncomfortable the Variety is, probably the more of an advantage that Soar has.
I disagree just a little bit. A lot of teams won't first 3 pick your solo laner. A lot of teams like to wait, try to get counter picks later in the game, try to see more of the lineup that they're going against, which means you can use your second 2 bans to kind of target out the solo laner comparatively than using your first 2 bans where you know the Xingwei is going to get picked. You know the Terra is going to get picked if they're open, because nobody's going to wait to grab those because they know immediately the enemy team will pick them up if they don't.
No, that's very true. So you wait a little bit, or you use those on your first picks, right? Which, of course, Baskin, this guy, he's incredible. He believes he is not the best in the world, which the best in the world usually never believes they're the best in the world unless they're CM Punk. So that is basically where we're left at there. He doesn't believe it, but do you guys believe it?
I feel like I agree to a certain extent with Baskin in that he isn't the best player in the world, because when you consider best player in the world, he's right in the sense that you can't really compare an ADC to a solo laner or like a mid laner to a solo laner, because all those players are respectively really strong in their own roles and in their own play styles. But I feel like when it comes to solo lanes entirely, Baskin is definitely probably the best in the world, if not, you know, the #1 contender for it.
Yeah, I agree. Baskin has pretty almost easily at this point had the best year for a solo laner in all the regions. Extremely strong showings, good depth of God pull that he can pull out. Not really afraid to go against any particular player or God, letting his team have more open up picks and bans. They don't have to worry about his lane in particular. But it's also true, you can't really compare lanes. You know, it's so hard as a support player. If you're 0-0 and 28, that's amazing. But you know, that's not like the carry potential that people think when they see Baskin's 11-1 on Vamata. They're like, oh man, the carry. But at the same time, your support players set up all the kills.
No. But you can't count the supports into anything. They're just there winning with their team, and the team is definitely carrying them. You see, like,
supports matter, okay?
You say that, but I mean, you know, just look at NRG. It's the Kenneth show.
Hey, I watched the Chalk Bluestone carry his brains out earlier in this tournament, so I don't know what you're talking about.
She still has flashbacks. Don't mention it. Too soon, man.
I haven't been able to sleep at night.
Yeah, no, it was a horrible sleepless night there. All right, so we dived in deep about the Hunter role, the solo role, how Pretty Prime and Met Yankee will square off in the mid. Will we see anything unique out of Obey? We did see Nike get picked by Captain Twig in their Lich matchup, and that was the first time that we've seen Nike played. And then I think we saw it again after that as well. I think it was another team. Oceania like busted it out as well. Could we see a unique kind of pick like that in the jungle? I mean, keep in mind, right, you're going to have Captain Twig facing off against Ananster. Again, we talk about who do you invest your bans into and your first picks, and if Ananster gets Thor, you know, is it a wrap? Are we all just going to, you know, take a nap and say goodnight? Or could we see something unique out of Captain Twig in Con?
Yeah, so Captain Twig, I kind of like his God pull. I like the fact that he has opted for the Nikke because she's much better in the jungle, in my opinion, than she is in any other role. Her clear is so easily interruptible by so many gods, but her kit is so strong for the team. As a jungler, she comes in with her passive, and it gives you passive movement speed and power as you get later into the game, which means that you don't even have to be near a fight, and you can help swing the turn of the fight, especially the utter nonsense is if you get Terra and her on your team, Terra pops ultimate, Nikke is not even there, Terra's not there, and all of a sudden you've got like 20+% movement speed running at somebody, and you're healing, and you got all your cooldowns down. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty much like your entire team is literally Sonic. You're just nonstop, gotta go fast when you get those two on the same team. And I think if we're going to see any kind of unconventional pick coming out, it would most likely be on the side of Obey, I'd expect, because I feel like Twig is a little bit more flexible in the sense that he's a lot more willing to try and expand and test out these picks than probably what somebody like Ananster would be. Ananster, he's like the guy where he wants the Thor, he wants the Nemesis, you know, maybe even a Ratataskor, but he's pretty true to the typical meta picks.
Well, speaking of Ananster, we actually do have a little video package there talking about him. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Andy is a really good friend of mine. I love him, and he's obviously just an insane mechanical player. I definitely have disagreements with him sometimes, but I respect him a lot.
Ananster is also veteran. I feel like sometimes on LAN he goes into Landinster mode, which is when he goes a bit nervous and fails a couple of either decisions or skill shots. Overall, he's really good though, extremely consistent. And if he goes into lands being that consistent, usually wins.
Ananster is one of the hardest people to read. He makes plays that are kind of next level. He knows what you're going to do and then plays around that. Always a mind game with him.
Ananster will forever be the best jungler in Smite. I learned how to play through watching him, like adapting from his playstyle. While he might not be at the top of Smite right now, you get to the lane, you get the Worlds. If they make it to Worlds, he's the player you're looking out for. Even though Baskin's gonna be the reason they win or lose, you have to fear his Thor. It's like Ananster, it's like no Thor in this game, and you'll have a good time.
All right, here we go, guys. It's time for the picks and bans. Let's see what Ananster and Soar will think up here as we get ready. And it's going to be a ban start for Soar. Let's see what they go for first.
I mean, I could kind of expect on the side that, yep, right away, they're going to go ahead, take away the Zeus. It has been way too important for Obey and just a lot of teams in general. And, you know, if you're not really looking to fight into these heavy wombo combo burst compositions, you definitely want to go ahead and take away that Zeus.
Especially as the first pick, it's a great ban because they don't have to get rid of things like the Terra, which we see Obey ban out. They will have the option to grab it first, and so they have the free option to get rid of 2 other gods they don't want to deal with, like the Zeus that we've seen all tournament. They may not want to first pick it themselves. We've seen Obey perfectly fine with first picking Zeus.
And you can see Sword going ahead and taking away the Jingwei, so they're just trying to eliminate 2 pretty important comfort picks on the side of Obey, as well as just 2 guys that they really don't want to deal with. I mean, Jingwei, everybody knows her passive is really strong, and I really like how Obey are opting to just go ahead and take away the healer support composition options from Sor. And you can tell right away, Andy sticking true blue to the Thor.
Andy picking Thor, I would have never seen that coming. On the main stage when it's all on the line, honestly, it's a great pick for them. We all know where it's going, to the man in the jungle. I mean, it's his most consistent god. It always has been. He's one of the best Thors, if not the best with adapting in the world at this god. And you have to think about the bans right now. Terra's off the table, Jingwei's off the table. Go for your best personal picks.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. And it doesn't come to any surprise at all that Obey would opt for this Ra. I don't really expect Sword to try and opt into an Odin composition just because it seems a little bit unconventional for them, and I feel like they probably have better strategies for dealing with Ra. But at the same time, Obey, I can kind of expect them to pair this with more of their typical picks, such as an Amir or even a Kepri. That's a pretty surprising one coming out so soon.
That's an interesting pick, and now when we start to think about that Odin, possibly if they wait later on for maybe a 4th, 5th pick Odin, the Kepri can't get out of the cage. Ra obviously has a very hard time against the Odin. It could be something that they look for later on in this. You have to look at Obeo as well. Because they drafted that Ra and Sylvanas and Terra Ra off the table, for the most part, they're going to have the only healing in the game. You could look maybe on sort of draft something like a Guan Yu, but he's not as strong right now as the rest of the gods.
Yeah, I feel like Obey are kind of going to be having a little bit of difficulty considering that Sor got this Yanis as well. That's a very comfortable pick for Mint Yankee considering that Yanis is an excellent god at engaging and disengaging. And so when you when you add the Thor ultimate into all of that, it's going to be pretty hard for Obey to try and avoid a lot of the map pressure coming out from these 2 picks alone.
And you mentioned earlier, Snoopy loves those mage ADCs. He's been playing them in the mid lane. He's played them at ADC. They work in both roles really well. And so we see him picking up the Soul. Earlier this tournament, we saw Barracuda do really well with Soul. Yeah. I expect Snoopy to do just the same.
Yeah, and the best part about Sol is that I feel like she's one of those, and probably the only mage ADC that has a really easy time from the early stages of the game. As long as you get like a reasonable support pairing with her, they should be fine in that duo lane, considering that she has such safe clear, and she has a lot of poke potential into the remainder of like Ataraxia's typical god pool. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him try and pull out an Izanami even, because I mean Ataraxia is known for more of those unconventional picks, and I feel like he would feel a bit more comfortable going for that.
He does like the Itsunami pick a lot, and we've seen that do good things and bad things this tournament. So he always has the option. We see the Nikkei come out from Obey. This could be a flex pick. They could run it in the solo lane. I hope they don't, and I imagine that they won't. But they always have the option of there, but most likely that will be going towards the jungle. We've seen Captain Twig play it earlier, and so we can see him play it again.
Yeah, and I would imagine that, like you mentioned earlier, Nikkei, it's just so easy to interrupt her clear in that solo lane, so it's a lot safer for them to just go ahead and probably put it into the jungle. And you can tell that Sor automatically, just in case, going ahead and getting rid of that tier pick for Obey.
Yeah, we talked about the solo picks not really getting in that top 3, so you always have the option to save your second bans for those picks. Variety had a brilliant game on tier earlier in this tournament, and so they're getting rid of it. And the Itsunami pick, which we talked about, we knew Ataraxia was going to be leaning towards it, and so they got rid of it. They said, we know what? We know your comfort pick. You got to play something normal. Ooh.
What do you think about that Ymir ban as well for Obey?
I think that it's interesting, but also a really smart decision by them to eliminate the Ymir, because Ymir could also work really negatively against them if Sor were to have it. Jigs is a really well-known Ymir player. His Ymir is honestly really devastating. He's an excellent use of the walls, and it's really hard to get away from him. And considering Obey's draft, they don't really have anything that can safely get away from Amir. So it's just better for them overall to just take it off the table.
Particularly if they were looking at that Freya before then as well.
Yeah.
They knew they were going to have that. You don't want to have to waste your Freya ultimate just to get away from the wall every single time. That is not going to be worth your while. Ratatasker coming out from Soar. What an interesting draft. Ratatasker and Thor. Looks like we're going to have some Baskin Ratatasker.
Yeah, Rat solo. I mean, we saw it work quite well in the past, and you think about that global presence there for Rat, Giannis, and Thor, that's a lot of pressure that's going to be sent toward Obey.
And we could potentially be seeing a Chiron ADC Freya in the jungle.
Please don't.
You're saying please don't, but I mean at the same time, it's not something that Atarax is familiar with.
Wait, but then that means you take Nike out of the jungle.
This has got to be a shot. I told Ataraxia yesterday, I said, please don't play Chiron. I love you, but don't play Chiron. There's the Erlong 10. That's the pick we're looking for to throw over in the solo lane.
I would have loved to have seen the Chiron personally. I mean, the pony doesn't get enough loving.
The pony doesn't. You just want to, again, you just want to watch the world burn, Taco. I'm set. All right. So this has been a very interesting draft. A lot of our discussion points really did pop up in that one. Who do you think came out on top? Who's going to take this game real quick?
I like Soar's global pressure a lot, so I'd probably have to give game 1 to them.
The draft of Soar is going to be incredibly difficult to deal with. I've got it going Soar.
Yeah, well, let's see if the pressure from Soar will be enough for them to get that game 1, or will Obey come out on top? We're going to send it over to our casters.
Thank you, analysts. Here I am up top with Anatoly and Fumble for this very hype matchup, probably our most hype match of the day.
Absolutely. Soar Gaming, Obey Alliance. We're here in the quarterfinals right now, best of 3. I love the composition from both of them, though. You got global pressure from one, and then you got more of this late game carry, sustained composition out of Obey on another side.
Yeah, I'm more interested in this duel than with the Khepri-Freya combo. Early game, you'll have the poke, and you have potential to push as well with that.
I feel like that's going to be really scary in the late game. Freya, you definitely don't want to deal with that. You're going to have to be really careful about your positioning. But on one side, we see Soar, Jigs picking up the get. We saw yesterday how powerful Polar Bear Mike was playing the get, making sure that MLC stuff was staying alive the whole time. I'm expecting Jigs to do a good job keeping his teammates alive as well.
Yeah, and that's going to be his job. His job is going to be to protect his teammates and protect his ADC, Snoopy on the Soul. And hopefully he can keep him alive for as long as possible for the team fights.
Well, we saw Panda do a similar thing yesterday with the Khepri, which is back on, using great use of the revives with that character.
You definitely want to be sure that you're always in the right position at the right time. And I know Jigs is always liking to make those plays from a backline safety, especially when you have such aggressive frontliners for his teammates.
Look at Obey again. They've gone for the 3 boot start twigs, knocking up Andy there. Andy very low.
Oh, he got caught with the rising
Panda-like.
on. Amazing first blood coming out of Panda-like.
That was a perfect body block. They body blocked him for about a good half a second, got the damage off, and Khepri got the kill with it too.
It didn't get caught during the hammer, but he couldn't get out in time. The body block was real. The hammer was just slightly delayed. I felt like he could have got it off earlier if he wanted to.
Yeah, it might just be the first day jitters. Sorry, second day.
Do you think that he was still holding on to his ability for a little while, and then finally, once he got pounced on, then he leveled it up there?
Perhaps. Usually that's what you should do. Just save it until later on, or if you get picked, then choose an ability.
Soar still going aggressively, looking for the invade. Panda takes the damage. Twig doesn't get the knock-up there. Excellent knock-up from Jigs in return. Panda very low. Andy looking for the return kill. Shell is popped by Soar here. Variety chased back into lane. Good route there onto Jigs, but Soar again going aggressively for the speed buff.
I like the idea because they did have the Wrath on Baskin, but he did use it offensively, so now they won't have it to confirm the speed buff, but they're not done yet. They want to get Variety out of the equation, but a beautiful triple knockup by Captain Twig, gonna save Variety's life there.
And he's saving his own speed buff as well. Look at him, he's just chasing down Jigs, forcing him away from the blue and the speed buff, saving all of his jungle farm and saving his solo lane.
And yet again, 3v3 on the right-hand side, so that means left side in the Hunter position, it's just going to be a 1v1. This is not something that we're used to seeing before Worlds.
Look at Snoopy. He's level 3 before a minute.
That's Soul, basically, with 100% heat. You have so much more attack speed, so much more damage. It's very difficult to keep up, especially if you're Freya.
Yeah, in early game, Freya doesn't have the best push at all, especially against the Soul. Soul will have the Stellar Burst ready, ready on cooldown.
As a Hunter player, tell me why you would go for these cooldown boots on Freya rather than a starter item.
So this is Ataraxia's style. He always finishes boots with his Shoes of Focus, or he goes Ninja Tabby if he's playing a physical character. Personally, I think it's a pretty interesting idea. He gets the full movement speed for the early game.
going to have a little bit more mana as well. A little bit of a trade-off, though, in the solo lane. We see so much action on the right-hand side as the rest of the team is trying to figure out the correct jungle pathing. Finally, we see Khepri. We see Panda like on the left-hand side finally regrouping with Ataraxia, recognizing that he's going to struggle a little bit in the 1v1. So you have to assist the Freya, allowing her to get to the mid to late game safely.
I think Khepri as well, you know, a lot of push in that lane to help the Freya out, but you know, other than that, what are the kind of things that Khepri brings to the table?
So Khepri will bring sustain, and he'll also bring out an ultimate, which, you know, revives people. They don't have an execute on the side of Saw, which is perfect for the Freya. The Freya wants to stay alive, bring out as much damage as possible, while Nike should be in the back line, stopping anything and, you know, just keeping people busy.
It's going to be very difficult for both Baskin and Anister to dive anyone in the backline whenever Panda does have his ultimate for that very important clutch revive. So he's going to want to try to stay back there, get off the Rising Dawns whenever he can, mitigate any sort of damage potential coming out of Sora. And I'm really curious to see how, after level 5, it's going to transition with this double, actually triple global ultimate combos coming out of Sora.
I'm interested to see if Jigs is going to be able to keep up and farm with Panda, given their starting item builds.
We see on one side the Talari boots and the Watchers kit for Panda, whereas left-hand side for Geb, though, still level 3, struggling a little bit with experience because he hasn't finished off his boots yet with Mark of the Vanguard instead. So going to be a little bit more resilient.
Yeah, and this Nike with the Talari boots, he's just looking to farm for now. And from the new Goddess, the passive is really great for team fights as well, mid and late game. Right now, they just want to get as many minions and get the first passive up online.
So I don't know if you saw it there, but Variety tried to get into his ultimate, but Baskin perfectly timed his hog to stop the taunt in.
Yeah, and that's one thing about Erlang Shen, is that you can cancel the ultimate even though you hear the sound cue. And sometimes, for example, that play, that's what he needed. Otherwise, he probably would have took way too much damage.
That was a great defensive play with the Wrath, but I feel like that's going to hurt him the later this game goes, not having that teleport. He's not really utilizing this Wrath to his early advantage, but we see the poke coming out of Variety. The ultimate was used, so he's a little bit healthier. And now Baskin, without this teleport, he's going to miss out on a lot of golden experience.
Right, but he has his ultimate, which is what he needs for team fights late game.
Oh, Twig jumping in there, missing. Double tap from Andy, comes out just to get a little bit of poke onto Captain Twig. Where right-hand side, mid-Harpies fall the way of Obey Alliance. And Pretty Prime's getting a lot of farm here in this mid lane. Level 6, ultimate is available.
Great positioning overall by Obey Alliance. They're really utilizing this raw pick just to be able to group up, find the sustain whenever they want. So nice little portal just to deter Panda from even the idea of pulling Jigs there.
Left-hand side mid-camp's gonna fall the way of Obey Alliance again. They're starting to get a little bit of a lead here, over 1,000 gold already. They're looking towards the Gold Fury. Ataraxia is still in lane here, so Saul has no idea.
They have no idea at all, and the Searing Pain comes out. There's nobody in position from Sora at all. They're conceding the Gold Fury at 4.5 minutes. They were getting their own speed buff instead.
Yeah, that was really well played. Even though Yankee has a global ultimate, they had no idea. Ataraxia was still in lane for a short amount of time, and it was only 3 of them that was doing the Gold Fury.
And look at the vision control all over the Gold Fury. There's 4 wards from Obey at the gold underneath aggressively. So even if there were members of SOAR coming around the corner, they would have spotted it from a mile away, and they could have made a judgment call of whether or not they stick on the gold or concede it.
Variety taking some damage here, uses the ultimate. Can he get the heal off in time? The turtle form is perfect, giving him that health shield, and there you see the regeneration coming through.
Great survival, but neither ultimate was used by Sword to be able to trade off the ultimate, but now Baskin going into the sky. I think he was trying to look for the speed buff invade, but he's going to see too many members. He's going to have to back off, obviously not wanting to take a 1v3.
And that's a really big global ultimate down for the side of Saw. And, you know, the Ratatoskra ultimate can actually allow you to get from solar side into the mid lane and start influencing some of these fights.
And now there goes his CC immunity. So if he gets caught in this root cripple into a taunt, potentially anything like that, then he's going to be in a world of hurt, especially considering the fact that he already missed a wave earlier on. So if this happens again, then we could see potentially a huge snowball coming out of Variety. And playing Erlang Shen, that's the last thing you want to do, is give this kind of a warrior assassin mixed hybrid any sort of potential to grow.
Yeah, and Erlang Shen is known for his snowball potential, where he can just get a cripple, get a root, and just completely wipe a team fight.
Still having a 1-level advantage, taking a little bit of poke by Variety, still not afraid. He has the turtle if he needs to get a little bit of a shield health. He has Captain Twig, though, right behind him, trying to do a little bit of poke, but gonna force out the dash when Andy right around the corner.
He teleports in actually, and it's the Captain Twig just jumping away. Slow here from Met Yankee, hits the unstable vortex. Cataclysm from Jigs, but excellent ultimate there from Twig to keep himself alive.
Great timing of the ultimate, but now Snoopy's in a lot of trouble. 1v2 on the left-hand side, Ataraxa in the sky. Snoopy, though, with the level 1 Sanctuary, not gonna matter. Great kill by Ataraxia, and now they're gonna go for an invade.
Yeah, that was well played from Panda Like and Ataraxia. They knew that Thor was on the opposite side of the map. And one thing I also want to mention is that Snoopy's been playing super aggressive this game. That's why their tower's like less than half HP.
And on top of this is the power spike for Ataraxia. He has the Fatalis after the cooldown boots.
And a little bit of trouble here, under 50% HP. Taunt from Variety didn't land. Jigs actually blinked in there. Captain Twig looking for Jigs. There's the ultimate there from Met Yankee. They're looking for Twig here. Up in the sky, Andy crashing down. He's looking for him, but Met Yankee picks up Prime. Twig's the next target. Baskin picks him up.
And this is the global presence from Sword Gaming. They utilized all 3 of their global ultimates just to be able to get in position to take out those 2 members from Obey, and they're not done yet. They still want to get a little bit more.
Yeah, and that's what Saw needed. Saw needed a great team fight. The Yanis ult was positioned perfectly. Rat already queued the ultimate, and Thor was in the air as well. The triple global presence in this team is amazing.
Well, luckily though for Obey that they have nothing else to get off of this. They're going to be able to bully out Baskin in the solo lane, but that's fine. Despite Obey losing those 2 members, there was nothing that Soar invaded from in the jungle. Golfier was already down from earlier on, so I would like to see more aggressiveness from Soar to maybe capitalize off of some invades.
Yeah, and like you said, they only got 2 kills there, but the early Golfier will still keep Obey ahead.
Oh, Snoopy's used his immunity frames already. Panda likes here, along with Twig and Ataraxia, he could be paying his pig invade. That damage is filthy.
And the
down falls Snoopy.
From Pretty Prime from a distance, just to be able to help secure that kill with the Sanctuary still being down, there was no possibility of survival for Snoopy.
Yeah, and that's what that's why these Shoes of Focus is so good early game, because they have the Shoes of Focus, he has the extra damage early game, and he goes straight into Fatalis. He doesn't even need the starter, because he knows he's going to lose the lane anyway.
And now we've seen the solo lane, though. Variety getting caught in a 1v2, using the ultimate. Can he get off the heal in time? He does, so he'll survive for a little bit longer, but yet again, the ultimates from Baskin and Anister are now available. If they wanted to dive this with Jigs right here, they could, and utilize that Geb shield.
Saw they're going to back away a little bit here, just poking their head towards the solo lane, keeping some pressure up, getting a little bit of the farm. Panda like portaled, unstable vortex. He actually managed to dash away from the damage here. Twig looking to turn onto Baskin. Pretty Prime's here as well. Baskin forced up into the sky. Not after taking a lot of poke there. Met Yankee ultimate, looking for someone here. Here's Prime getting the heal down onto his team. Jigs in some trouble. 3-man Cataclysm. No follow-up damage, however, and Prime gets the kill along with Panda.
Nowhere to go for Jigs, and that's the difference between using your global ultimates offensively versus defensively. But now Anister trying to do something on the left-hand side. Not going to capitalize on it. Ataraxia was just too far behind. That's the communication there between Snoopy and Anister.
Yeah, and Ataraxia had a ward where he saw the Thor, on the way to the lane, and Ataraxia he just needs to back off and just, play it safe.
It's interesting to see how these hunters have adapted that kind of style. Sometimes people take an ego fight in that hunter role just to prove that, hey, I'm better than you. But no, in this situation, you don't take the ego fights, you back off, you respect the global presence.
Yeah, Ataraxia has said that, in competitive play, you should never try and go for the 1v1, or very rarely.
Right, but Ataraxia is one of those more passive players. He waits into the late game. That's his how he plays, and it's working out for him, for his team right now.
Especially on the Freya. Look how much damage he's doing to Snoopy. He's even going to go into the sky. He does get the Geb shield as well as the Sanctuary, which is so important for the future gank.
Twig there taking a bit of damage. Andy teleports towards him, but no follow-up damage there. Unstable Vortex off the mark. Looking at our hunters again, though, Snoopy gone into this utility Pythagorean's piece.
Yeah, so we just mentioned as well that Ataraxia was going for, he's one of those more passive players. But in this line, it seems that he's opted to change it with the Freya and the Shoes of Focus.
It's a great option for him as well, like you mentioned before. He likes to farm, he likes to get a little bit more in the lake. And great little snipe from Pretty Prime, just being able to snag away those 2 Harpies. And that's a good thing whenever you're a raw player, because your ultimate's slightly shorter cooldown than most mages.
Gold Fury being started up again by Obey Alliance. Saw, though, know what's going on. Snoopy hanging around the corner. He doesn't have any follow-up. Twigs here as well. Through space and time, coming through. Can Saw get there in time? But no. All they do is get Obey Alliance off the Gold Fury, but that is so worth because of all those ultimates burnt.
2 ultimates being traded there through space and time and the Anvil of Dawn. So now, Soar can't use that offensively if they want to for the next 80 seconds or so. So this gives a little bit of a leeway for Obey to get to the lake. And I'm looking at these 2 team compositions here, and I'm still favoring Obey Obey in the late game between this Freya, Khepri, and Ra.
That was well played from Obey just there. They forced 2 ultimates, one on Anderster and one on the Met Yankee. And all they want is just to force those and look for another Gold Fury early game.
When I'm looking at Anderster here, I'm always thinking about his momentum, that he always wants to look for the plays, but I'm seeing only one time so far this game that he's been able to make any plays. What do you think that Anderster needs to do with his team now to start getting off to a little bit more of a role here?
He needs to help Snoopy in the dual lane. Snoopy's been getting caught out and poked, and his Aegis has been forced multiple times. I think he needs to stay on that left side of the jungle and stop giving them that free Gold Fury, aggression and potential to steal it and,
Baskin, solo lane. We haven't really talked about him much this game. But Ratatosko not really having the impact that I think Saw would like him to. And yet again, though, Obey Alliance starting up the Gold Fury. Saw no one around except for Jigs. Down comes the damage. Jigs, no real steal potential here. Wrath gonna pick up the second gold harpy of the game for Obey.
Extending their goalie to beyond 4,000 gold, and now Obey is just gonna be able to start snowballing this. We can easily see them start grouping up and utilizing Pretty Prime's heal.
And Anderster wasn't even in the left jungle. He was just on the side of the mid camps, and he just wasn't in the,
nowhere possible to contest that. If you're not in position for the Gold Fury, at least get something else in return. Look for invades, look for a tier 1 tower, get anything, get 500 gold at least in return. Force that left side tower that's just so low. Get Ataraxia off the map. But at this point, the longer they wait, the scarier it's going to get, because Ataraxia is already level 15 with 3 items completed.
And Fed Freya she can carry the game on her own.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very scary if you're on the side of Sword, because how do you deal with a late game Freya that's going to be protected by the Ra heal, by the Khepri revive? Rising Dawn is going to mitigate all your damage, and then you have to get through Arlongshan and Nike, who's going to try to be that frontline barrier.
Well, this Freya's already online. She already has a Shoes of Focus. She has the cooldown for the extra ultimate times. She has the Fatality. She has a Demonic Grip. She's online. She's ready to go. She also has 2 kills as well.
We're seeing variety here go for the Witchblade against this Saw lineup. Talk to me a little bit about that item, what it brings to the table, as opposed to something like a Runic Shield.
So I think that it's all about the physical defense here. They're trying to mitigate some potential here, but Anderster, though, not able to get off to the skies in time. Great pickoff by Obey, utilizing the snipe and Captain Twig in position to secure that one.
Yeah, that was well played from Obey. I feel like they've really, done their prep, they've done their homework, and figured out how they can take advantage of Lannister right now. It's like he's on Season 1 Lannister right
This is not the same Sword that we're used to. They're not playing together. Snoopy, though, forced into both of his relics now, though. He could still potentially get dove on that tier 2, but Obey going to peel it back. They don't have to worry about Snoopy now for a little bit. If they wanted to start grouping up, they can knock down this tier 1 tower on the left-hand side.
It's giving them free push here. We see Prime already rotating over towards that left-hand side. Twig even forcing Met Yankee away from a possible rotation with the sustained Prime Briggs. This should be a free tier 1 tower on the left-hand side, and it is going to be indeed that tower going the way of Obey Alliance.
Is this the time for Obey to never leave each other's side? They're just going to start grouping up, utilizing this Ra?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, Freya's already online. Kepri's ahead. And the Ra already has
Twig.
So she's
That's
ready to go.
so demoralizing right now if you're Anderster. Your ultimate was used earlier on, trying to survive. Gonna survive for now, but he's already 2 levels behind, getting denied that speed buff. An under-level Thor now is still a little useful. He can still set up the team, obviously, with the stunts from a distance, still utilizing that global ultimate, but this is not something that Anderster is used to. Normally, he's ahead.
Yeah, and we've seen this before. Like we said before, when Zor got that good team fight off, they got the 3 globals, and they still have potential to fight. All they need to do is just wait for a few seconds, look for a time for a good ult.
But it's Obey that's the ones that are always trying to engage and get any sort of advantage, though. So it's going to have to be very important for Zor now to slow down, wait for an aggressive play from Obey, and take advantage of it. Not allow themselves to be put in a position where they overextend. Utilize the ultimate from Met Yankee now to be more defensively oriented rather than offensively.
We're seeing Pretty Prime here going, speaking of offensive, going a more offensive build than we're used to. Usually goes something a little bit more utilities for his team, but this time it seems he's going for pure damage.
I feel like that's just because he's ahead, And
yes.
That's why he just went for the 4th.
He has to be able to get off as much damage as possible because his snipe is a shorter cooldown than the Yana snipe as well. So he's going to be able to get off any sort of poke. He has a decent amount of setup between the Arlongshan and Root Cripple. We saw what Eager was able to do with it in the Super Regionals and their group stages. So he's relying on the setup from both Variety and Pandalike to get off those snipes.
Saw's down here, looking at Met Yankee's build. Does he just go for the Soul Reaver rather than Toth here?
I feel like he should just go for the Thoth. It's still 16 minutes in the game. He's going to get extra damage, extra mana, and the Soul Reaver. Who's he gonna go for with the Soul Reaver? He might get like a lucky snipe, but I think it's too early to go for.
At this point, the power spike would definitely benefit the Book of Thoth, but now Anister going into the sky. He wants to defend his red buff, but look at the disengage from Obey. It's just spot on.
Smite came through there from Prime and forcing the beads out of Anister. He teleports away. Good two-man portal. Jigs gets a two-man Cataclysm. Here's Baskin up in the sky. Variety teleporting in though. Five-man grouping from Obey. Baskin trying to find something here, but there's no follow-up from his team. He just chooses to ult away.
There's nothing he could possibly do, and now with that downtime, Obey has enough time to sustain back up. Everyone is completely healthy. They got their relics, and they're not done yet. They want to dive this tier 1 tower.
Variety, two-man taunt. Shield forced out there onto Snoopy. There's the ultimate from Twig as well. Baskin solo. Ataraxia gets one kill. Up in the Valkyrie's discretion. He's looking for another one. Twig's the one that picks up the Janus. Met Yankees down. Tier 2 tower being dosed. Snoopy still so low. Ataraxia going for it. Twig jumping away as the tier 1 tower is still up. They're going to take it.
Though, and that's going to be Obey granting the tier 1 tower in the middle access, but they're not done yet. They want to go for the tier 2. The respawn timers for both Baskin and Mad Yankee above 20 seconds, utilizing that raw sustain to their advantage. And they're thinking about doing something from behind, but he's 1-on-5. There's nothing he can really do. And now Obey still have time. They're going to go for the Gold Fury.
It should be a pretty free objective for them. Looking at the graphs as well, this game's just completely snowballed out of control. 11,000 experience, nearly 10,000 gold for Obey.
This is a spiraling out of control for Soar at this point in time. They're trying to find the first game for Obey, but Anister comes in, but Obey Alliance still grab the Gold Fury. Anister gets on out of there, but now Obey, they want to get something here.
Obey want more. Let's take a listen in with them as they fight Soar Gaming.
Get out. Get out. We just got so much gold. Okay, right? I got 2. Yeah, I got it. Get red on the way back. Yeah? Or drop it on the ground. No, I want to farm because Everybody should back. Oh, yeah. Alright, safe. Just spread out.
All right, excellent disengage there from Obey Alliance, and I feel like that's something they've really excelled here at Worlds is their discipline in knowing when to take fights and when to just leave.
They get the objective and they're able to bounce back off of that. They don't want to overextend.
No, and that was a classic EU game. You know, they gave Obey the early lead, and all they're doing is healing up, taking poke, healing up, taking poke. Even though they don't have the best push with the Freya, all they need to do is just go in and really, fight.
There's no reason for them to really overextend either because they're up 11,000 gold. They're probably sitting on a lot of gold after the 2 towers in middle, the Gold Fury as well. So they're very comfortable with just disengaging. There's not much more that they can take other than the Fire Giant, obviously, and they're not really worried about Soar potentially sneaking that under their noses as well.
Yeah, and it's a tank meta. The Nike, tanky. We saw this in the group stages. We saw this at Super Regionals where people in the EU meta was go tank meta, Athena's jungle, and Ymir jungle.
It's going to be very difficult to lock anyone down, but now Obey grouping up. A nice Cataclysm from Jigs, though, but under the tier 2 tower, utilizing the sprint just to disengage. The double global ultimates, though, coming down.
Anister crashing down, spin to win comes through. Here comes Baskin, 2-man knockup. Ataraxia in some trouble. Beautiful Sanctuary to immune the damage there from the snipe. Prime as well doing some damage. Ataraxia low, but here's the Ra sustain. Ataraxia almost back to full health.
And there's nothing else for Sword to do. They utilized all their cooldowns to be able to defend, but now Twig going in, utilizing his ultimate. They're diving. They want to find Snoopy. The rest of Soar left them to die, and that's going to be the first kill. They're going to remain here, though. Grab this tier 2 tower. This could either be a Phoenix or a Fire Giant call immediately after.
This game is absolutely one-sided at the moment. Obey Alliance have dictated the pace of the game from that start, ever since that first blood, and now they're looking to start to finish the game. Let's do a listen in with Soar Gaming and see how they're going to respond to this aggression from Obey Alliance.
I just kind of couldn't do it. I don't think we should use Hawk in the fight. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not trying to blame you. I mean, that's not all it is, obviously. Obviously, we could have played better.
A very demoralized Soar Gaming there. You can hear they're already turning their attention basically to this next game and realizing that this one's pretty out of hand.
At this point with a Fire Giant for Obey, they have a 14,000 gold lead. There's no stopping them from closing out this one. You have to just be worried about game 2.
Yeah, and this tank meta is, if it's ahead, it's really hard to come back, especially with the healing and a Frey and a Khepri, and Khepri's just going to revive the Freya.
So if you're Soar here, what do you want to do for picks and bans in game number 2?
I feel like they should ban the Nike. Captain Twig has played it multiple times already, and it seems to be working out really well.
Panda like just casually staring down the rest of the members from Soar. Yeah, he usually likes to clap a lot in front of the player's face, you know, get a little bit inside their heads. Do you think that's actually affecting Soar at all here?
I think it definitely is, and this is one of those people who, you know, they take more attention into that.
We actually saw it affect him there. He used his Thor roll. Prime gets a snipe onto Snoopy. Middle Phoenix being chunked down now. Rakheel's coming through yet again. Just so much sustain for Obey Alliance as they take the middle Firebird.
They're going to be able to knock down the second Phoenix of the game, but look how careful and patient they are. They don't want to go for the Titan quite yet, despite picking off Snoopy. They want to make the Titan as vulnerable as possible.
They've got so much gold in hand. Do you think after they take this tower, they're just going to back by and then look for the end?
Yeah, they should go back at this point. They've already got everything they can possibly get, unless they go for a Phoenix. I feel like that's too greedy, and just go back, get more items, make it harder for the enemy team to come back into the game.
So Soar is just basically out of this first game. They have to find a way to bounce back for game number 2. We have seen miracles before, though, in the past. In the launch tournament, Snipe against Cognitive Prime, as well as Cloud9 in the EU regionals back in the day.
Yeah, we've also done that against NRG, and it was really hard to do, but I feel like Soar need more items before they can actually, you know, have a chance to go in, unless they get a triple global ultimate onto the Khepri and the Freya.
It's going to have to be a miracle here for Soar to bounce back, but for game number 2, I'm expecting a lot more adaptations. I'm really not expecting this global ultimate from Baskin playing the Ratatasker. I just didn't see the impact from it this game.
You know, we've seen him play more Warriors in the past. Do you think more frontline would have helped this Soar lineup?
I think it was just Andister, honestly. I think he should have helped Snoopy, because Snoopy was trying to play super aggressive against the Freya, and they also gave the Gold Furies away way too early.
Do you think it was that one gank from Panda-like that just swung it in Ataraxia's favor ever since that point in time?
Definitely. That's what happens in the dual lane, especially against the Freya. If Freya gets ahead, even slightly, she'll start taking the game.
All right, this could be the final push of the game here. Obey Alliance looking for the left-hand side Phoenix. We could see Captain Twig hanging around in the mid lane, forcing some attention away from the left-hand side Phoenix. Soul Gaming giving that Phoenix up. They need to defend in the Titan pit now, but 5 minutes are going to be pushing in the mid, in the right-hand side as well. Saw all 5 members up, all 5 members of Obey up as well. This looks to be the end of the game.
Fire Giant still available though for Obey. They want to find the right timing window, maybe catch somebody out of position, look for the root pulled from Panda-like, forcing the hammer out of Annister, waiting for the Firemans to get ever so closely to this Titan, and this could be the final push.
And it's the Baskin up in the sky. Baskin gets one, Andy gets the other. Met Yankee with the snipe, but there's no damage here for Saw Gaming. Titan getting very low here. Jigs gets the Cataclysm. Prime picks up Baskin. The Titan under 25% HP. Obey Alliance going for the win. They pick up game number 1 here against Saw Gaming.
This is a totally new and different Obey than I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm so excited to see this best of 3 and how Saw is going to adapt in game number 2.
Yeah, it felt like Saw just didn't know how to play against the Obey comp, especially with the Nike, New God. Maybe they've not played against it enough, or maybe they're not practiced against it.
I think also that a big factor there was the Ra, right? Every time that they went all in, the Ra just kept them all alive.
The sustain was certainly a big factor in that game. Golden Boy and Analyst, tell us what you saw that made Obey Alliance take it over Saw Gaming.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And wow. Okay, so let's just reel that back in there, Soar, because all that global pressure, they don't want none. That was actually pretty incredible from Obey.
Yeah, I think a big reason why that game went so south for Soar was actually just because, like we were talking about, they let a healing composition get an early lead, and once you let a healing comp get the early lead, all they do is just group up and siege, and that's pretty much what Obey stuck to. They just grouped, they sieged everything, they kept expanding that lead, and it made it really difficult and basically impossible for Soar to try and come back in the slightest, because global pressure doesn't mean anything when you're 10k goal behind.
Yeah, when they had so much tower pressure, like like you talked about. When you go and you have the healing from the Ra, they had taken off the healing from Terra and Sylvanas off the table, so they had the exclusive healing on the board. And anytime they had a fight, all they had to do was poke a little bit, get everybody down, reset, heal. Poke everybody, get them down, heal, which meant they couldn't defend their towers. So many objectives went the way of Obey. I mean, the Gold Furies were falling left and right, and it gave them such a big advantage in the early game. They didn't utilize any of their global ults to try to stop these Gold Furies either.
You know, we mentioned about the prominence of Zeus and how strong this god is. Gets banned out first. Bye-bye, Zeus. Not going to deal with you today. Then in comes Ra, who has really just risen through the ranks of gods that just become priority almost for a lot of these players. And it really is because of the healing, you know, potential and just what Ra brings to the table as well. I mean, that ult is, we saw some crazy snipes with the ult yesterday as well. So if you are Soar getting ready for this next game here, now you have to worry again about something else in the mid. And of course, that is courtesy of some incredible play from Pretty Prime.
Yeah, I mean, Pretty Prime was definitely going off on the Ra. He's a very sound mechanical player, so giving him a god like Ra, I think, I just don't really expect Soar were fully prepared for him to be so versatile in the sense that he wasn't just playing Ra in the standard sense of like, I'm just going to heal my entire team the whole time. Pretty Prime is one of those players where he likes to play aggro, he likes to be aggressive, and he was executing the Ra perfectly, in my opinion. He was landing his one, he was landing his ults, and I think when you add it all together, it just became too much for Soar to handle.
It wasn't even particularly a good comp for Ra to go against.
Yeah.
With the Thor being able to wall off Ra, you get yourself in so many bad situations. They needed Ratatasker just to rotate over to the fire creeps when they spawn, grab the creeps. He can ulti when Andy ultis on Thor and you get double ulted in the mid lane. Ra can't do anything about that. He's gonna die every time, but we weren't seeing these combinations coming off with the global ults.
Pressure is on for Soar, and we had them basically taking it, but it's time for game 2. Picks and bans are kicking off, folks. We're jumping right into it. Ain't no waiting now. And we're gonna start with a Soar ban here, and they're gonna get rid of the Zeus yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I can pretty much expect the same kind of bans to be coming out from Soar. I don't really think that the banning stage was really the issue for them, so much as it was just they weren't really prepared for that healing composition. And I still think that Zeus and Jingwei are really safe picks because you don't want to let Pretty Prime and Ataraxia get comfort picks.
I really enjoyed that Ra ban coming out from Obey. They recognized that the Ra was such a crucial part of their win, and because Soar has that option to grab it first, they're like, you know what? He's probably going to look to grab our Ra, take it off the board so they can't get the healing that made us win the previous game.
I mean, Met Yankees already had a great display on Ra, so if you can go ahead and just take it away, and nobody gets to play it, then I think that's a pretty safe choice to go with. And again, they're going with the Jingwei Zeus bans, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Soar opting for that Thor pick again, because, or even like a Nemesis, like we brought up previously. Anderson does like to play those, and I think it's pretty safe for them overall.
The Thor wasn't so strong for them. I was about to say they're probably going to look for the Sylvanas pick.
Yeah.
It was the last real healer on the board. Jig's extremely comfortable with this god, and like we talked about earlier with the Ra, he brings that team fight situation where afterwards you poke people out and you heal back up. Poke people out, heal back up, and now if they want to try to get that same amount of healing on the team, they're going to have to lean towards the Guan, which really nobody's picking up this tournament.
At the same time, though, Obey isn't foreign to playing Odin, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them potentially opt for an Odin pick later on in their draft to try and potentially deal with that Sylvanas and the healing composition that'll most likely be coming out from Soar. They really like the Nike, though. I think that it's just a pick that they feel super comfortable on and being able to flex it.
I mean, at this point, they're not losing with it, right? It's working every single time. I'm not sure about the priority of them having to get it this early. No other team seems to have talked about needing to get that, that Nike on the board. But we see the Vulcan come out for Pretty Prime. He's been saving this one. He's been waiting for it. Zeus and Ra off the table. He's going back to his roots.
The Vulcan King rises, but Over on the other side, though, they're going to lock down Thor once again. This is an Andenster pick. We know that this is what he wants. He's comfortable with it. Hopefully this time he can execute the way that he wants to, not get first blooded.
Although I do think that it's going to be a little bit more difficult this game for Andy, honestly, when he's trying to dunk down on a Vulcan, because Vulcan actually has a lot of self-pill potential. I feel like that's a really safe mid laner for him to go with, and that he's going to have a lot of kiting potential. And Scylla coming out on the side of Sword format Yankee, which I really like Scylla with Sylvanas.
I love Scylla. She's probably my favorite mid lane god right now. Incredibly strong. We saw a couple patches ago when she got that buff to her crush, she became so much stronger in the meta. Her early game basically all of a sudden became incredibly strong. Her only weak part of the game became a strong point of her game. And with all the setup from Thor and Sylvanas, the second Scylla gets level 5, there can be destruction on the other side of the map.
But Khepri coming out on the side of Obey, which could provide a lot of issues for Sword. We already saw Panalike in the previous game doing an excellent job utilizing his Khepri ults effectively. And I feel like even more for Sword, it would be a bigger issue because they have a lot of bursts coming out from their comp, and Khepri is pretty much the anti-burst god.
I love that Khepri pick. It's basically a shout out immediately to Scylla. It's one of the most annoying Guardians to go against Scylla because your ultimate will not get the reset if you kill somebody while the Khepri ult is on them. And being able to take that massive ultimate ability away from Scylla is incredibly hard for her to deal with.
Yeah, it really slows down any kind of carry potential if the Scylla isn't able to, you know, play around that ultimate. And so, I mean, you could see Obey and Sora, though, both opting to try and take away some of these solo lane picks. Obey immediately with the Bellona and Vamana bans, you know, they're really not trying to deal with these two from Baskin's God Pool.
It's interesting that neither of these teams kind of opted to grab their solo laner, knowing that those solo lane bans had been coming through. Scylla, you know, hasn't been banned at all this tournament. You probably could have waited to pick that and grab your solo laner, but now that 3 are off the board, it's going to be a lot harder to get a priority pick.
I'm still expecting a ADC pick to come out. We could potentially see Ataraxia try to run this Izanami, and it wouldn't be very much of a surprise to see him on it because it is a god that he feels super comfortable with.
Or the Chiron.
Or the Chiron.
Just to spite you, you know, one or the other, and make King Khan happy.
I mean, he could potentially be, okay, yeah, well, now that's the spiders right there. That's Ataraxia having some fun, I think. I can't expect an AMC to be coming out this early.
We hope it's him having some fun.
So, I mean, you never really know what to expect with this guy.
He's such a crowd pleaser. He's such a crowd pleaser.
But no, I think he already showed us what his heart really desires, and it's the Chronos this time around.
The crowd goes, boo, not AMC. No, but Chronos is going to be a very strong pick. Opting for those late game carries a little bit different than the normal Ataraxia that we've seen. Going for Freya, Chronos now, these characters that want to farm just a little bit more in the early game so they can carry extremely hard as they move into the mid and late game.
And I'm kind of expecting Snoopy to go with a high-pressure ADC.
Oh,
and
okay.
Izanami, I am not particularly keen of Izanami in the dual lane, but I think that it would actually be an excellent pairing here to deal with the Chronos because she does have that stealth potential to sneak in on Ataraxia, on Chronos, and get a surprise kill and make him burn his ultimate before really utilizing his kit on him.
It also pairs quite well with Sylvanas. Sylvanas has such strong clear. Izanami has such strong clear. It's going to mean your dual lane has so much pressure around the map. He's going to be able to wander. Your support can wander wherever he wants to because your Izanami is going to be just fine in the lane, particularly against the Chronos.
I do like the Kama pick coming out, though, on the side of Obey because the mark ability that Kama has will actually be pretty effective against that Izanami.
All right, guys. Well, it's been locked in. Will Obey win this one 2-0 or could Sora force this 3-game run here?
Considering Obey's past performances, I think I would have to give him this game.
Oh, okay.
Once again, I like Sora's comp better than I like Obey's, but with the way Obey has been playing, they're looking unstoppable, so I give it to Obey.
All right, well, it seems like now they flip-flopped over here, and they're all Obey. Before they were Sora. What is this madness? Casters, over to you.
The momentum is definitely with the Obey Alliance heading into this game, and Pretty Prime's on Vulcan.
Yes, and we heard the crowd just gave their cheers and their roars once that pick was locked in. I'm really excited to see what he's going to be doing with this Vulcan because we saw the Titan Vulcan skin was made after him.
Yeah, the Vulcan, you know, I can't say much about that one, but once again, Obey went with the tank meta.
I am excited to see Met Yankee on the Scylla, however, a bit more of a burst mage, a little bit more team fight potential necessarily than like a Janus.
He has the setup from the Thor, from the Sylvanas. He's going to be in the right position at the right time. He has a great escape as well. And I'm really excited more than the Scylla is the Camazotz coming out of Obey Alliance. We actually see it, that it is going to be in the solo lane for Variety. And I like this idea because the whole point of this matchup is to poke out Amaterasu before she gets more sustained from her stance switching aura.
Yeah, and with the Scylla pick, they have so much. They have so many stuns, so much CC, you know, to set up and ready, you know, to get the secure damage.
Soar though, and Obey, 5-on-5. They grouped up on opposite sides of the map. Both of them think that they can win a little grouping at level 1, so it would have been really exciting to see if they went on the same side. Who do you think would have won this 5-on-5?
I feel like Obey would have won that 5v5. They have the damage early game. They have the Nike as well. Nike's damage early game is really undervalued, I feel like.
I think one good stun from Ataraxia would have really toppled that encounter. So it's actually probably a good idea that Sword did not run into them there.
And they've actually got a couple of knockups as well with Prime and Captain Twig.
It's going to be interesting to see how this develops, though, because we're seeing more and more of this style where Jigs is rotating to the right-hand side, but now, this time around, Panalike is starting to start off on the left.
Look where Twig is, though. He's at Soar's blue buff behind them, while Soar's going for the invade on the speed here. Variety's there all alone. He's just going to give it up. Twig's going for their speed buff now because he knows they're not there.
And that's fine, because there's going to be able to trade speed for speed. The Wrath was used, and then we see the left-hand side for the dual lane, though, still getting off into a great start.
I feel like Obey knew that they were going to invade this game. They're one game down. They need something. They need something to get back into this set.
And they wanted to start off on the left-hand side with Panalike. They didn't even want to bother contesting the invade, but now Panalike, they'll start in a little awkward position, taking a little bit of poke the root, not on the mark, but the crush, poking him out. Oh, living with like 40 or 50 health there.
Baskin pressured out in the solo lane as Twig is here helping Variety out. Blue buffs, both of them are still down. They're going for the early camps instead. Right-hand side mid-camp's going to fall away. I saw a good amount of XP and gold for them.
Left-hand side, though, Snoopy trying to invade these boars, though, but Ataraxia here gets the stun, confirms one of the boars, and now trying to trade off, but Ataraxia, though, not in a good position until the Capri comes, and Snoopy, though, running away. He's revealed from the stealth. Can he run?
The shoes are focused.
The shoes of focus there for Ataraxia. I think what you're trying to say, he's got the movement speed there to catch up to the Izanami, who has no boots at all.
Amazing performance. Yet again, Panalike still hugging Ataraxia in the dual lane, and now with that, Snoopy is going to be struggling.
Yeah, Snoopy played aggressive there again when he should have known that Capri was going to rotate. Kronos not to, you know, get the early pressure in the dual lane.
So, like, as a hunter mindset, like, you clear the wave first, and this early on, you don't have your red buff, you don't have your boars, bad card piece is too far away at that point in time, so, like, do you just, like, sit in the jungle and wait for the next wave, or what do you do?
If I was Ataraxia at that point and Snoopy didn't go for the invade, I would have told Panalike to rotate, come for the harpies. I have the, you know, you have the movement speed. Early game movement speed is a big factor if you can rotate or if you can recall and do something.
So now the difference between the last game and this one for Ataraxia is he was playing the Freya, the mid to late game Freya, but Kronos still has his potential later game, but in the earlier game, he could also play aggressive, and again, Snoopy playing the Izanami. I'm expecting more of these little 1v1 skirmishes going on there.
Rotation there to the right side from Soar, just spotting out if the early camps were down or not. Rotation back to the mid lane from Jigs and from Met Yankee. Variety fighting here with Baskin. Baskin winning the trade, but Panalike's here. So many rotations out of support. Baskin's in trouble now. No ultimate available from him. Variety lands the hit, but the hand of the gods, the wrath coming out from Baskin, enough to save him.
And that's what you have to do. If you have that relic and you're not going to utilize it to invade, you might as well use it to save your life there. But now we see a little skirmish for those gremlins going slightly in the favor of Soar. Panalike, though, could still look for an engage against Jigs that doesn't have an escape. And he's not level 5 yet, but the pull into the I'm a monster.
Met Yankee in a little bit of trouble now, though, after that ultimate's come down. The crush comes through. Panalike low. He's not level 5 yet, doesn't have the revive, but Mr. Vulcan, Pretty Prime, picks up the kill.
And more importantly was Variety's rotation just to get off the damage to allow Pretty Prime to get that last important hit off. It's so unfortunate, though, that Jigs was still only level 4 for that encounter.
Panalike is usually known to be super aggressive early game. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. In this game, especially this game, it's been working out perfectly. He ganked Snoopy. Snoopy was playing over aggressive, and then he ganked Baskin, forced the Wrath.
it just seems like he's all over the place. This is a slightly different Panda like than I'm normally used to seeing because, like you mentioned before, he's usually in the front line, but he's not going to hesitate just to be able to look for these small little encounters, helping out his teammates, whether it's on the left, right, or middle. And now as a result, Obey with a 2-kill lead. About 700 gold right now, heading into the 4-minute mark.
And importantly as well, a lot of these buff camps are still being stolen away by Obey. We saw Twig just go in and solo the speed buff there. Anister yet again without that buff.
And more importantly now in the solo lane matchup, we're going to see a little bit of a disparity because as the levels increase for Variety, his damaging abilities are just going to slowly chunk away from Baskin. And if he keeps getting poked out, yet again, he's with the Wrath and without the teleport, so he's going to start missing out some waves, and then he's going to start falling behind.
Left-hand side mid-camp's about to spawn. Obey placing down that Vulcan turret there with Pretty Prime just to get some damage onto these and take them away. No one from Saw in the area, so there's some free farm for them. Red buff is up as well, and this is something Obey has really done well and Saw has struggled with these last 2 games, is the farming game in between the fights.
Yeah, and I feel like Saw doesn't know how to play against the invades. We've seen this before, where they don't know how to play early game if, you know, something different happens or something is aggressive.
So now they want to engage onto Panda, like finding the ultimate into the pull, but they don't really want to commit too hard. Anister though lands into the sky, and Panda like using his own ultimate, gonna revive, but he's stuck in place. I'm a monster confirming the kill, and that's the advantage there in that matchup. No matter who gets revived, as long as Mad Yankee's passive enough to wait for the revival, he will always land it.
I'm loving Met Yankee here on this Scylla, something he seems so much more comfortable with.
Absolutely. This is something that you need to have in your arsenal, just a comfort pick. And for Mad Yankee to be playing the Scylla, just waiting for the right proper setup. We saw the patience from him not using I'm a Monster during the engagement from Jigs and Sylvanas' place. You know, he found the ultimate into the pull, but he was waiting for Anister's secondary initiation.
Yeah, and it feels like he knows how to play this character more than other characters. For example, his Yanis, he got like 1 good snipe, and then aside from that, what did he really do, to be honest?
He seemed like he was playing it more of a utility style than being in the faces of Obey trying to get off those unstable vortexes for damage.
Twig looking to pressure out Baskin here. Baskin just going to clear the way fine. One thing I want to point out is that I think that's the first time I've seen Panda use a Kepriol in both this game and the last one.
That's a good point that you make, though. They were winning so hard the last game from Obey that they didn't need to utilize the ultimate, or at least at a consistent basis. So now, already Soar making some small and minor adjustments. They're still struggling a little bit in the gold department, now extending that deficit to 1,000, but at least they haven't given up Gold Fury yet. But Obey yet again starting it.
They might be able to sneak this one away here before Saw can get there. The Wrath is going to do it. Saw late to the party yet again. Free Gold Fury there for Obey Alliance.
6 minutes in the game, reoccurring theme. Saw nowhere to be found. They capitalizing on the fact that Anister's ultimate was on cooldown.
Twig, a little bit of trouble here, getting chunked down, but that great ultimate gives him the Hell Shield. There's the I'm a Monster, but Twig jumping away just in time there to avoid the damage from Met Yankee.
And then again, it felt like Met Yankee didn't know, or maybe he's not practiced against the Nike as well as, you know, other teams should have.
We see the dual lane, though, Ataraxia trying to get off more damage onto Snoopy. Panda, like, though, in a little bit of trouble. He still has his ultimate. He could utilize it, but he took too much burst from Baskin. Anister not wanting to go land anywhere besides the mid-wave, though. And that's a great little pickup for Soar. But the question is, what do they get out of this?
They could look to invade here. Baskin's actually going straight for the speed buff. Captain Twig's just doing the back copy. So a speed buff away from Obey Alliance and giving one towards Anister. So valuable given the lack of buffs he's had.
And this is the difference that we see from the last game because Soar didn't really capitalize off of their first 2 picks. But now Jigs, though, in a little bit of trouble. Variety in the sky trying to get off the damage, but the sustain from the Wisps is good. And now Twig falling to Baskin. Soar playing much better than the first game.
And for me, it's Baskin playing so much better than the first game. So much more involved in this game and just much better on this Warrior Amaterasu than he was on Ratatoska.
Yeah, he's so much more comfortable on Amaterasu. He's played it multiple times in the SPL and he's played it at LANs before. I feel like he knows how to play that well, you know, perfectly.
Soar's going to have to be able to keep developing these small advantages because they can't allow Obey to keep getting these Gold Furies. This is the one thing that's going to allow Obey to really skyrocket.
Yeah, and that's what EU does well. They sneak Gold Furies, they have it warded, they keep the pressure, and this was, yet again, nowhere to be seen.
Dual lane, though, still just a little bit of a farming fest between these two. Still level 11 at this point. Once we see some more items complete, I'm expecting more of an aggression between both of them. And then in the solo lane as well, Baskin just holding the wave outside the tower, not wanting to lose any gold.
A lot of farm there available for Variety, poking his head in towards their lane. They're looking to see the timer on the blue buff. Anister's here though, so is the rest of Obey Alliance though to say their solo lane. A little bit of a skirmish, nothing too bad. Last game we saw the sustain on the side of Obey. This game we're seeing it on Sword, which is going to allow them more re-engagements.
And I like the positioning from Anister being so far in the back, but engaged from Jigs and the Amamatsu. Not doing too much damage though to be able to find a kill though, but the blue buff was contested.
That was a great steal there from Obey. They used the Wrath to steal it away during the middle of the fight.
And that's going to allow a small lead because they don't have to worry about any sort of Gold Fury contention. They have the advantages now being grouped up 3-on-1 in the solo lane, getting this 500 gold, extending their lead.
Yeah, about this Nike again, I feel like Captain Twig has practiced hard. He jumped the Sylvanas ult just in time so he didn't get knocked up.
And now Snoopy, though, using that purification, he wants to be able to take this fight, forcing out the ultimate from Ataraxia, though. He could look for it, but now utilizing the Sanctuary just in time.
Ataraxia trying to take the 1v1, trying to run away now. Snoopy missed the Dark Portal there, or was Sanctuaried away, I should say. And it's up at the sky. He's looking for Ataraxia. No rewind available. Andy from the sky picks up Ataraxia.
And that's what Andy's going to need to do more of if he wants to allow Sword to get back into the series.
Is this a bit of a confidence booster for Anister? You know, seeing him pick up a kill or good gank in the duo lane?
Yeah, and it definitely is. And Cronus needs to be shut down early game, otherwise late game he's too potent and he'll do too much damage.
We saw what Freya was able to do at Ataraxia last game. He did have a little bit more support from Panda-like on the Khepri as well, so maybe this is going to signal Obey. It's like, all right, now it seems that Thor is playing a little bit more versatile. They're going to be looking to camp the duo lane with that Thor. Let's start looking more towards the left side of the map.
Yeah, it feels like they've definitely adapted compared to the first game against the Nike, against the Mage ADC yet again that they picked. And like I said before as well, this is the tank meta that Obey is playing.
Nice little knock-up to prevent the dash, but it's going to be Variety poked out. But now he's utilizing his ultimate, getting off 2 hits, but now utilizing the third one just to disengage. But Baskin is not going to let Variety get away.
Twig's diving the backline as well. Baskin, though, gets the stun off there. Twig, 1v3, but so much damage comes through. The crush from Met Yankee picks up Captain Twig. Panline looking to pluck Baskin here. Gets him in. Where's the damage? It's Mr. Vulcan. He picks up Baskin.
Both Twig and Baskin was in no man's land at that point in time. So trading 1 for 1. Baskin with a slightly longer cooldown to respawn. So now Snoopy, though, he did have an advantage out poking Ataraxia, which is going to allow him to steal away this red buff. So that's a small little marginal win.
This is just typical Cronus. Early game, he doesn't have any pressure until he gets his items online. I'm assuming that Ataraxia, will go for the winged one for more potent HP and the slow immunity.
So what do you think about this itemization choices, though, from Ataraxia, going for the Pythax piece, trying to synergize a little bit more efficiently with Pretty Prime?
I feel like he's trying to sustain and get more cooldown online, but it's Ataraxia. I don't really...
He always has those, like, wild builds.
Yeah.
It's like, this is what works for me, and I'm going to stick to it, right? Yeah.
Panda-like pulled there by Jigs, no damage coming through. It's all onto Pretty Prime instead. Dark Portal lands on to Panda-like. There's the knock-up, but it doesn't land. Anister from the sky. Khepri ultimate is used to save the life of Pretty Prime. Baskin around the back. Variety picks up Andy. Khepri ult runs out. So does the life of Pretty Prime in a second. Ataraxia picks up Jigs. Pretty Prime still alive. Baskin, though, manages to get the kill stun onto Twig as well, but he's no damage following up from him. He needs to run away. He's on the wrong side of the map.
He'll be fine. His aura will give him the movement speed that he needs to disengage, but it's a 2-for-1 so far in the favor of Obey. Gold Fury is available, but not opting to go for it quite yet. Instead, pushing out mid, and now they want to utilize that advantage just to be able to bully Med Yankee away from this tier 1 tower.
They should be able to do so. They've got the pressure. Panda-like, however, does need to back. A lot of wave clear does come out of the Scylla, however.
But look at this on the right-hand side. Baskin got a whole wave in onto that tower, and that's going to really help him out just to be able to get to that late-game form. And look at this. Obey continued the pressure without minions, and now Baskin making the rotation.
Variety's jump is down for a couple more seconds, but not enough damage there for Sword to be able to take down the solo laner of Obey. Jigs is here, giving some health back to his mid laner. Ataraxia now starting to get some pressure on the left-hand side.
I feel like there's a lot of resiliency here now on the side of Sora as well, having Sylvanas onto Jigs. You know, last time we saw it was Pretty Prime with the Rod that had a lot of sustain, but Sora, we saw the matchup between Sora and Eager when they were flip-flopping between the Sylvanases in that best of 5 set. So we're going to see like some really great late-game presence now compared to the last game. Sora's in a position where, despite them being down a little bit of gold here, almost 2,000, their team fights is still really solid. They have the setup that they need from Met Yankee, and they have the sustain from Jigs.
I feel like this is all up to Pretty Prime to get like a really good ult off onto Captain Twig's knockups. And if they can get that combo, then Soul's going to be in trouble. Jig's heals and his shell won't be able to save him from that.
They've already made strides and improvements from the last game. At this point in time, they already lost their second Gold Fury of the game, so at least they're keeping to Obey to at least one. They're still being grouped up. They want to make sure that they don't lose any more Tier 1 towers, and they're going to try to hold this very weakened Tier 1, unless, maybe not.
They were very demoralized last time. I doubt it'll be the same thing again. Variety taking a lot of damage here. Let's take a listen in with Saw Gaming as they look to pressure out Obey from their tower.
We can engage up. Go to gold. Go to gold. Push mid. He's so low though. I mean, I'm gonna hold top. Yes. I'll take 2 seconds. Let's go to gold. I'm going low.
It's a good time to fight because Nike hasn't back for a second.
Go to gold. Go to gold.
They have hogs.
Just bait them in. Yeah, I have hog longer. Look at Kemper maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking for him. I have no wards.
They just got the red. Can we burst? First. Nike jump. Nike jump. I have a big ult. Bolt it up.
I shot us.
I got it. Should we get out? Yeah, get out. Everyone out. We got gold. Everyone get out. We got gold. Yeah, we don't have to hire.
Defend left.
No, just get out.
We have ammo.
Okay.
Can we defend left?
Yeah, we can. Are you good?
If he pulls me, we can kill him. If we pull me,
I'm not.
A very different Saw Gaming there. A lot more communication, a lot more confidence in what they were calling, and Baskin, particularly for me, very vocal, almost taking over the shot calling duties. Panda like forces the Capriol. He's going to be dead once he comes back down. Baskin picking up the kill yet again.
They're trying to find more kills. They got the Tier 1 tower, though, responding, though, the knock-up not in time to stop Snoopy from disengaging from that one. Twig, though, really low, has to be careful, though. Backhand side, the Variety. He wants Med Yankee. He finds 2, he finds the 3rd. He's not done yet. He's forcing out the Sanctuary of Snoopy. He's going to get the double kill. No, he doesn't. No, he does.
He has to jump in, double kill for Variety, but there's no escape for him out of the parking here. Obey the pull from Jigs. Variety still alive, and he teleports in. Spin to win.
That was worth it. He finds 2 kills. He buys enough time for the rest of Obey to grab the Tier 2 tower. They're walking away with at least something after losing that earlier Gold Fury, and that was a great job to get at least something in return.
Yeah, and you can hear Baskin in the comms. He feels confident. He knows he's ahead. He stole the Gold Fury as well after all that chaos with the hog.
And that was a really important play because we saw the ultimate from Med Yankee during the middle of nothing, just completely whipped that team fight, not able to take advantage of that. And then we saw earlier on, Jigs fell behind, and it was a 5-on-4 for Obey. They kept pressing and zoning out the members from Sword, starting that initial push on the left-hand side.
Yeah, and it feels like this Cronus hasn't done enough that he should have. And Snoopy got a great ult there. He tried to look for some silences. He tried to, force a fight. And then when Baskin got the kill, you could hear him, when he got the Gold Fury, sorry, you could hear them in the chat, in the comms, just, back out, get out, disengage.
Spectral armor. We rarely see this in competitive play. Fumble, what does it bring to the table? It's a bit of crowd control reduction, a bit of armor, but...
It has a little bit of everything, honestly, that you want at this point in time. It has the physical defense that you want. It gives you the mana. The crowd control reduction is really important at this time because you're dealing with a Thor that has great setup for the Scylla. If that seconds buys you enough time to survive the Crush or the Amma Monster, that's all you need.
Met Yankee low here, forced into the Armor Monster. Oh, the minions blocked the damage there from Variety. Twig chasing down Met Yankee. Twig picking up the kill. There's the ultimate out of the Nike. Basket taking some damage, but still going in. Trying to get the dazzling offensive off. Mr. Vulcan misses his ultimate. Weakening curse popped by Variety. He's looking for Snoopy. He gets him. Anderson is trapped with the Kamazots, and now he's running away. Obey Alliance running away with the game.
3, and now they're going to grab the Tier 2 tower. Variety is just on a roll and a tear at this point. He's definitely doing a great job this whole weekend so far, this whole event. Yesterday, he was probably their MVP, and this game, he is just so scary playing this Kamazot.
Yeah, Mr. Harry Cummings, he got a great kill, he got a great pick, and he just kept, that's what won him the team fight there. They're going to get a fire jam for free. What can Andis to do?
The communication from Obey here is just so spot on because they recognize that the Sanctuary was down from Med Yankee earlier on. Jigs was nowhere to be found to really keep up his mid laner alive, and now Obey are credited with the Fire Giant at the 17-minute mark. Obey can win this game and head into day 3.
It's crazy to think that Saw might fall down 2-0 here in the quarterfinals. Many saw them, potentially going all the way.
This would be like the least standing result from Annenster. You know, he was the Season 1 World Championship. He lost to the semifinals to the defending World Championships, Epsilon. And now if they lose the quarterfinals, like, it's just progressively getting worse and worse for him.
Yeah, they lost in the semifinals, and now they could potentially lose in the quarterfinals. So
and this is just really exciting for all of Smite, honestly. Yeah. This means like everybody's just getting so much more together, top-tier competitive play. Obey Alliance, honestly, like heading into Super Regionals, like, a lot of people credit them out of it completely against the set against you guys.
Yeah, and we had a rough time, and Obey played really well. They knew their strats. They had strats to go into the LAN.
And they've been scrimming energy a lot from what I understand, so we're actually seeing a little bit of a similar playstyle come out for them. Started to see the tier 2 tower here. Andy around the back, not going to even be able to contest this one.
No, not at all. That's going to be the last remaining tier 2 tower of the game, though. Captain Twig jumping onto Snoopy, forcing the disengage for now. Still repositioning themselves is Obey. They want to start off with this middle Phoenix, but Panalite getting pulled, getting rooted into place, forcing out Jiggs' ultimate, though. The ultimate from Panalite keeping him alive, but the Yama Monster securing that one.
And it's up in the sky. They could look for a good re-engage here. He goes to Ataraxia. Rewind comes through. Vulcan ultimate comes down. Jiggs is low. Variety picks up the kill. Baskin's low as well. Can he survive? No, he can't. Variety's got a double kill. Anderson's behind all of them. They're looking to pick up him as well. And then this could be game if the jungler's forced out.
2 for 1. And I like what Anderson is doing. He's trying to get them away from the middle Phoenix. They don't want that Phoenix to go down. He would rather sacrifice his life in the process there. But overall, Obey still getting the better end of that one, despite Panalite dying first.
Yeah, one thing I want to mention is that Variety and Frezzy are both taunting. That's when you know they're confident. They feel like they can win easily.
They got the mid Phoenix. They're going for the left. They're up almost 10,000 gold. They're heading into the Titan room. Med Yankee forced to go into the fountain. Snoopy falls. Obey aren't done yet. They're still lingering around. The question is, do they commit or do they go for this last Phoenix?
I'll pull in there to Ataraxia, forces the Sanctuary out from the ADC. Vulcan over the wall, doesn't hit the knock-up. Obey Alliance going more carefully now, recognizing there's still some solid damage on the side of Saw Gaming, looking for the right Phoenix now, actually just backing away.
They need to spend all that gold in hand. It was over 2,000 for Pretty Prime. That's a lot at this point. Whenever you don't even have 4 fully finished items at this point, you're only a level 18 Vulcan.
Yeah, and Kronos can get tier 2 of Tahuti. He's going to start doing damage. This is where Kronos shined, and you saw him killing Baskin. He was dealing damage. That's what Obey needed. Variety got them back into that game with that right hand.
And at this point, with Fire Giant respawning in 2 minutes, they have enough time to back, wait for the Fire Minions to start flooding into the left, through the middle, and that'll give them enough of a leeway to really just get the next Fire Giant for free with their levels and gold advantage.
But this also gives Saw a leeway, and they're ready to go in, you know? This is what Saw needs as well. They need to take a break, see how they can win. They need to put Baskin on a certain characters and start forcing teamfights.
So if you're Soar here, do you defend this next Fire Giant, or do you just worry and focus about pushing the left and middle?
I think you should start focusing on the Phoenixes. Just leave the Fire Giant. Don't bother about it for now. Let them have it. They're already ahead. If you look for a team fight, then you're probably going to lose it and lose the game after that.
Panalite getting some poke off there, forcing away Saw. You were saying that they needed to push the waves out towards their Phoenix. Obey Alliance is having none of it. They're not even looking towards the Fire Giant. They're going for the right-hand side Phoenix here, looking to push in. Let's listen to Obey Alliance as they look to take the last Firebird.
Got a good ult. Sit up. I'm sending all of us. Let's fucking go. Oh, fuck. I'm fine. I got you, Prime. Go ahead. Still alone. Nice. Hold it back. Chase it. Phoenix. Yeah, just... Balls in the back still. I have pull in 2 seconds. I need help, press it. I can't, I'm silenced. Oh, shit. Okay, I got. 4 beats. Okay. 24. That's Aegis on Snoopy. Fuck. Just get out. We need to defend fire, probably. No, that Titan's gonna get destroyed. Yeah, fight them, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna try to stop them back. One more! Ah, fuck. It's fine, they can't get fired. Yep. Yeah, run to that Titan, dude. No, Jigs. They should have gone straight to fire. Tor is coming and died. Oh, wait, you can't defend. Ah! Are we winning?
They left the minions. The 5 minutes nearly in the game from Obey Alliance. There, Saw just managed to get back in time, but the turnaround in that fight there, Saw hanging on by the thinnest of threads.
My heart right now is beating for a Saw game. That was so close. The Winions were almost there for the side of Obey, but they practically set up the game number 2 in a silver platter for Obey. All they have to do is just come in, together and close this one out.
I wouldn't be surprised to just see them rush through a Phoenix and just end the game.
Do they go for fire here, or do they just close out the game?
I feel like they should just wait, definitely go for fire, give them some more potential, and then go for the Phoenix, or they can backdoor. Perhaps they can backdoor with the Cronus. Cronus, at this point, he has no mobility, he has the ultimate.
They have the Khepri, they have the Cronus as well to buy a lot of time to absorb some abilities, but they're still trying to strip away some of the buffs, which is pretty important in a way. You don't want to give some more mobility on the side of Soar, any damage buff as well. Get all the advantages that you can. But now Anister, though, trying to land and deter Pretty Prime, though. He's getting caught up. There was no relics that were available. Great pickoff.
Huge pickup there for Soar Gaming. The Fire Giant's been started, but without that Vulcan damage coming out, it's going to be a lot harder for them to pressure down these Phoenixes. Fire Giant under 50% HP, under 25. Soar Gaming recognize we've got to give this one up. We take the little victories we can.
And that's 40 seconds. That's going to allow the Titan to regain some health at this point. And that's going to be clutch for Soar to keep waiting and drawing out the game. But now Anister, though, in the mid lane, getting caught up by Variety, but the rest of Soar is right beside him.
Variety forced into his ultimate, forced to run away. Baskin still diving between the towers here. Soar Gaming playing very aggressively. Baskin taking a lot of damage, but the sustain comes out from Jigs. And he's looking to back here maybe, or it's just a bait.
Just got to be very patient here. They don't want to keep pressing on with Pretty Prime reviving in about 10 seconds. These team fights could last a long time. Despite not having sustain, they have the Fire Giant for that option.
So getting that peg onto the Vulcan allowed both Phoenixes to come back up. They can start getting HP, and the Titan can get HP. This is good for Soar. They need this time again.
They're down 8,000 gold, though. They still have Fire Giant on the side of Obey, 4 members, and that's going to be very scary to defend if you're on the side of Soar. Now, granted, you do have the damage from Med Yankee. You have the sustain from Jigs, but I feel like at this point in time, you got to get off the perfect engage. I feel like you have to have 3-man crushes, 3-man I'm a monster here to win.
They started to be bringing the game back. We can see the graphs here slowly starting to trend back upwards towards Soar Gaming. And do you feel that they've got a better late game composition given they have that Scylla?
I feel like they do. Met Yankee got a great Sikkim, great into push, and he got the perfect ultimate he could get.
Obey Alliance looking to push down this middle Phoenix here. Jigs gets a 1-man knockup. Panda-like in the back, though, looking to find Baskin, who dashes away. Vulcan ultimate comes through onto Jigs. Andy crashing down into Variety. Met Yankee desperately trying to find a target, but immune there by Pretty Prime. Met Yankee in a lot of trouble. Variety trying to find the kill here. Diving onto Jigs here in the back line. Middle Phoenix falls down, looking like it's going to be Baskin who's the next target. Panda-like picks him up, and now the left-hand side Phoenix is a target for Obey.
I like what we saw to Pretty Prime. He used that meatball as the I'm a Monster was finishing off, getting off so much damage from Met Yankee and knocking him up in the process. And now finding that one pick on that basket. It's Snoopy going down 5-on-3 for Obey. They have Fire Giant on top 4. They got 2 Phoenixes. They're going for the 3rd. They're going for the 2nd game and the win to get into day 3.
Anderson knocked up there, jumped on by Captain Twig. He can't even teleport away. Anderson falls down. Surrender vote has started. Soar Gaming gonna get 2-0'd here by the Obey Alliance.
Obey Alliance! They make it to day number 3. Great play from everybody involved. So excited for this European squad.
I'm so happy, you know, EU team finally getting into the semifinals. Hopefully NLG can. I'm happy for my EU boys.
It's just been such a great run here by Obey Alliance, yet to lose a game here at the Smite World Championships. Analysts, talk to us about what Obey did right that game.
And Obey, out of nowhere, they are going to move on in the competition. I have to say, not a lot of people gave them the time of day coming into this tournament. You know, the talk was, Obey's a good team, but they're not that great of a team. Well, the proof is in the pudding, and they have a lot of pudding to share because they're going on to day 3. Okay, so let's just go ahead and start this off here. You guys had Obey going into it. You just felt like, despite Soar having a good draft, just the execution alone from Obey was enough for them to get that 2nd victory. That's exactly what happened here. What were your major takeaways, Taco?
I think that overall, Obey's synergy was just on a completely different level than Soar's. I mean, you know, you have Soar coming out with the most recent roster swap and them saying, you know, we ran this in scrims, we felt a lot more comfortable with it. But Obey as a whole were just so completely on point with everything. And I mean, Variety. This guy has been playing phenomenally all 3 days or all 2 days so far, and I think it's only going to continue if he just keeps progressing the way that he has. He just seems like an unstoppable force right now in the solo lane.
This is the best I have ever seen Variety play, guys. He has been in this scene and he's been playing well for a while now, but I mean, this is a top-notch level for him. He's so aggressive right now, but also he's not dying. He's getting away with all these incredibly aggressive moves. One thing to talk about is Obey has so much momentum right now. They haven't dropped a game yet in this tournament. Soar coming through, they only won 1 game this tournament. They're knocked out now. The only game they had won was against INTZ, and they lost their last 3 games. That's a big momentum shift coming off of, you know, those losses compared to only winning.
And even that start there for INTZ against Soar, I keep bringing it back, but you got to take note of it. You know, this Latin American team, or excuse me, this Brazilian team had a lot to offer, and they came out very strong. Soar just wasn't expecting it. All right, we're gonna shift here because with Soar, I want to know, in hindsight, was the shift of Met Yankee and Snoopy a good call to make? I mean, you said they felt very comfortable. This is what they wanted to do. But coming into the biggest event for Smite, right? Like, this is it. This is Worlds. And you shift major roles here from the mid and Hunter. Was that like, did that cost him? Or am I just, you know, making things up?
Honestly, I don't think that the role swap really has as much to do with it as it just seems in an overall sense. Their communication, their synergy, it just isn't there. I don't think it would matter whether you role swapped anybody. They just don't seem like they're playing on par with each other. And throughout the season even, it seems like their comms and their synergy has only like deteriorated, unfortunately, for them. And I mean, I think the biggest showing of it was here. They just didn't look like the Soar that people knew and loved and expected to do well.
I agree. It seems that almost the roster change was an effort to try to get their synergy back. They knew they were losing their synergy with each other, so they said, you know what, let's mix it up and see if we can rekindle that fire that we had beforehand. But it just hasn't worked out for them. We saw Snoopy getting pretty much camped over in his lane those games. He wasn't really getting help from Andy or his support for that matter, and so he kind of got left alone. Snoopy got behind. That allowed Ataraxia to just get massively ahead in both games on late game carries.
Well, now Obey will be moving on to face off against Eager tomorrow. And Eager, they looked great in their matchup earlier against Hoppy. You know, not to take anything away from the Chinese team, but they were not the most challenging team for this first-seeded Eager roster, whereas Obey really just looked dominant from yesterday to today. That matchup's going to be insane. Real quick before we toss it over to the stage, what are your thoughts about the Eager-Obey matchup that we're going to see tomorrow?
I think that we're looking at I mean, this is going to be 2 massive teams from 2 regions coming at us, guys. But Obey has so much build-up right now and so much practice. Eager, of course, has a little bit of time on the main stage, but they don't have any practice against another, you know, what people were considering top-tier teams. Obey taking out Soar, one of the favorites in this tournament, is huge for them in terms of momentum and just general practice. They know what's working now on the main stage. They know what to be looking for. Eager hasn't had that, but at the same time, they're the #1 seed, and we know they have crazy strategies in their pocket.
There's definitely going to be a lot of tension in the arena tomorrow when it comes to that Eager-Obey match because, I mean, if I'm Eager, I'm definitely wary now, especially after seeing Obey take down Soar so easily.
Well, I want to know a little bit more about what makes Obey tick. So for now, we're going to send it over to the stage with an interview with the one and only Captain Twig.
Yeah, make some noise for Captain Twig, Obey. You guys are winners on the day. We saw you jumping up and down after the victory. Tell us, what does it mean for you to have that success right now?
It feels absolutely amazing. We considered Soar to be one of the best teams in America, and to beat them, it's kind of a statement. After we beat the other international teams yesterday, it just felt really amazing to beat top NA team.
So you said you weren't like excited for this interview, man. You're doing great. What's wrong? Why don't you like interviews?
I just hate interviews. I'm so nervous.
He doesn't look nervous. You don't look nervous, man. You look fine. You're cheery, you're smiling, you're lovable. That's what people like to see. I know we walked in the hallway. Going into the semis, you said it's so much better here for what happens when you're here at HRX when you win. First year, you guys made it all the way to semis. And then next year, You were kind of knocked out early. Now you're in the semis again, looking to make it to finals. How's your team feeling? How's the morale?
My team's feeling extremely excited. We haven't had to show many strats off at all. I've played one god the whole tournament so far. So we're really excited to show how much we can do with other comps. And yeah, we're super excited to take the whole thing, hopefully.
Awesome, man. You know, one of my favorite moments with Twig, you can give that a round of applause. One of my favorite moments with Twig, he stops me in the hallway. He says, "Is that Rain Day? Man, I watch your Paladins content." I'm like, oh man, this is too much. I got Twig fangirling over here. I love you, dude. Have a great time. Thank you so much for the interview. For now, we're gonna throw it over to the ballroom and see what they've got going for us and catch us up on the day.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the HRX Ballroom. I am here with the one and only Dry Bear. Behind us was some Paladins, but they have gone to a short break. Yesterday we had an amazing game, a day of games. Do you want to run the people at home through it if they maybe missed out on all the fun?
Sure, we were going through the group stages yesterday. There's a couple highlights there, obviously, at the very end of the night last night. If you guys didn't see it, we saw District 69 up against Match Point. Really close, really exciting, some of the best players in the world going in. And then coming today, we actually had a match that I think shocked everyone here, anyone who was watching. We ended up having Abyss from Australia take on Team Eager, and Abyss won. It was a 3-0 victory. Every match was pretty close, but we saw some Knessa plays coming out. So Knessa fans out there, if you're watching, she is being played on some maps. But the fact that Australia took down Eager is pretty exciting.
Nice, nice. Speaking of exciting matches, last night, or this morning rather, Stu said that the District 69 match point game was probably the highlight of the day. Are you looking forward to any other games like that today? Maybe some exciting matchups?
I'm looking forward to seeing more out of Abyss, obviously. We saw QG yesterday too, so seeing the other regions is pretty exciting. Match point and D69 I think is the highlight. I think Stu's right on the money for that. I think people are expecting them to be the final two, but as we've seen today in this last matchup, that may not be the case.
And with the semis tomorrow on the main stage, I know you guys have some really exciting announcements in store. I tried to get you to tease some yesterday. You wouldn't give me much. You may be feeling a little looser, maybe now that I'm a little taller for you.
Yeah, I got one button down today, so it's a little bit more open. We are going to be showing off a new map tomorrow. We also going to be talking about some new skins that are coming into Paladins and some other cool stuff.
Nice. Do you have any things that you can maybe tease for the new season for our viewers at home?
We are looking at the card system, so reworking that. Could be bigger, could be smaller. We're still working on the details internally. We're also looking at some of the tweaks for existing champions that haven't had much love up until now, like Grok maybe, or Grover. And also looking at the item system to see if some of those cards can be reworked. Aggression's a big one. The healing row of the items is also another big one for us that we're working through. And then the Blast Shield, Haven, Cauterize, those kind of cards that are items that feel just a little bit too required, and we don't want any of the items to be required, so we're looking at the whole system.
Nice. So speaking of champions, we've seen a huge variety of champions coming out of these games. All but one.
Yes.
Which one is it?
It's Grok. Grok. Yeah, we saw Tyra yesterday. We saw Sky yesterday, actually twice. Knessa came in today. Those are kind of the surprising ones, and obviously we've seen every other champion up until Grok. So if we get a Grok today or the next few days, then it'll be a full 20.
A full Monty. Are there any champions that you are surprised are being underplayed this tournament?
Not too much. I think the meta was pretty stable coming into the tournament, and I think most of the teams kind of expected that. There is enough flex there, so a lot of times in the support role you'll see Maldamba or Grover or Ying, depending on your comp, and the map changes a lot of it too. Sometimes you'll play Bomb King on maps like Jaguar Falls, but when his map starts to open up some and Bomb King gets punished, you don't play him as much. Drogo's a specific maps that he's pretty good at too. Serpent Beach in some cases, we saw that yesterday. So it all depends on the setup, what team you're going up against, and what your team comp is, but nothing has been too surprising to me so far.
And usually with LANs, there typically comes a LAN meta where there's some surprising picks that just keep coming back and coming back. Has that happened at all?
Not as much as we were thinking. Knessa did come in today, and obviously she's a little bit easier on LAN. Drogo's yesterday was also something that I'd expect to be played on LAN, mainly because all these players are playing with no latency, right? Everything's instant, everything's reactionary. So having a character like Drogo's where the rocket comes out as soon as you shoot and everything's kind of very reliable is pretty strong, so hope to see more of him today.
Right. Obviously, they're playing for a pretty big prize pool, especially for the first invitational, but they're also playing for a really, really sick trophy. I think even compared to the Smite one, it's really beautiful. How is that seeing that come to life? Because obviously it's in the key art for the digital loot pack on all of the cards. What was it like? Have you held it? Have you gotten to touch it yet?
I actually slept with it last night, like a teddy bear.
But I don't remember that, and I was there.
Exactly. It's been awesome, and obviously we have a couple cosplayers here, a couple of ones that are here at the event, and then some fans that came in and cosplay. We saw Ying, Fernando, and Canessa all here, so it's very surreal to see some of the things you've been working on come to actual life, right? I told that to specifically Ying and Fernando, because he just looks like a giant, massive knight. And the trophy the same way, because obviously the trophy, if you guys haven't seen it yet, has the crystal on it, and it kind of has the nice kind of metal wrapping that is very Paladins-esque. So it's pretty exciting to see those things that, you slave over, and sometimes these things can take months for us to work on. There's a lot of discussions, a lot of work between all the departments and disciplines on the Paladins team, figuring out how to make it happen. And once it finally does, we kind of forget about it for a while, but then we realize, actually, that's there, and people love it, and it comes to life.
Right, and I have heard a rumor that the crystal might detach from it, and that's what people will hold up, which might be pretty cool. Oh,
my name is Hirez.
Looks like Pretty Hair is getting started with Crep behind us. So I think we might also take it back to the ballroom, and we'll be right back after this break.
I could watch Joel's play Canessa.
Awaits you all.
Well, hello.
Hola. Hey.
Well, hello.
Give your king a big hug.
Playing games when I was 3. My father used to play a game called Tribes Star Siege, or Tribes 1, which was, he used to play that competitively a bit back when I was growing up. So, seeing him go to like lands and do those kind of cool things with all those people and friends was really inspiring to me, and was something like I'd always, kind of aspired to be. I never thought it would be something I would ever end up pursuing. But yeah, from that point on, I just was playing games all the time, like Tribes, and then moved on to Tribes Ascend, which I ended up playing competitively. And from there on, I moved on to Smite. No, I think I always had a competitive drive when it came to gaming, actually. It would always be in some way, I wanted to be better at this, or that when it came to gaming. I always had that kind of drive, yeah.
Double kill.
So after, I think, Super Regionals last year, a lot of teams were disbanding because they wanted to like make new rosters to prepare for the next year, because everyone wanted to make Worlds for next year. And Amelito and Raffer ended up getting like drunk on this rooftop in Germany, and they said they wanted to like form a new team, and they wanted to pick me up as the jungler, and which was really funny because they kept trying to contact me, and I would have Emil blocked on his Smurf and on his main account, and I didn't even know his Smurf was him. And then Raffer would try to contact me, and I had him blocked as well. So like they would have to talk to me through like a Discord or like TeamSpeak server when we were doing like in-houses to like get in contact with me. And yeah, that's how I got picked up. And from that point on, we just started recruiting more members to fill up the roster to something we thought would be world champion caliber. So I've had a lot of support from my parents actually. To begin with, it wasn't too much like hesitation, but it was like, you know, do you really want to do this? You know, like it's your life, it's your decision, but you know, think about it. And I'm like, it was a pretty big step because either I was going to like fully commit to university or just go into the gaming, and I decided to go for gaming, and ever since they've supported me fully. And yeah, they always watch my games and cheer me on, and my girlfriend as well. She's such a big supporter and really helps me. Well, originally I was going to go with Kenneth, because I always thought that like playing with your original name in a game, that was like everyone who I like saw that used to be good, you know, there would always be people without numbers in their name, or like something clean, and especially people with like, when I felt like they had their own name, it's like it gave them like an aura that like just made them better. So I always wanted to have my own name, but that was taken. So I was like, When I made that account, I was like, well, what do you have to do to be the best? Like, you know, like evolution and all stuff like that. I'm like, yeah, you have to adapt, because if you want to be at the top, then you have to be able to, you know, continuously adjust and change and adapt to your environment and everything like that. So I was like, yeah, adapting. I think I'm the best player in the world. I don't really know how to answer that. It's something I really aspire to be. It's something I really, really want to be. It's what I'm motivated to be. It's why I play. I don't just want to be the best. I want to be the greatest.
And there you have it, folks. Getting ready for our next matchup. It's going to be a good one, guys. NRG versus Allegiance. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. Golden Boy now with Anatoly, as well as the incredible Incon. Guys, we are going to have a crazy matchup coming up next. And before you talk, I got to do some promotions. We got to talk about Twitch Prime, folks. That's right, Twitch Prime. You know it. You love it. You get free subs with it and free stuff, just like this. The limited edition JT 6000 Iana skin, as well as a new Celtic event, Path of the Phantom Queen, will be free for Twitch Prime members. And then when you're in the chat posting your, golden Kappa checks, guess what? You might be able to get some drops as well. Yeah, all you got to do, link it. Very easy. HiResStudios.com/link. Make it happen. It's super simple. No reason why you shouldn't do it. And then the fan vote, Zapman.
Ooh, Zapman getting up there. Look at that one.
10K for the Zapman. And for Jeff Hinla came back. We asked for Jeff Hinla to get back up there, so the fans obliged. And now let's see if Jeff Hinla can beat Zapman.
It's Jeff the Sex. I'm sure he'll get up there. Or down.
Or to
sideways,
the side.
anywhere.
He'll get anywhere he wants. Okay. And then, of course, Coca-Cola. Big thank you to our friends at Coke Esports for hooking us up here and hooking you guys up as well. Check a theater near you to watch 2017 Smite World Championship Sunday, January 8th at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Look for your theater and make sure you use that hashtag Coke Esports and thank them for their support of the Smite World Championship. Now, here we are as we get ready to set the stage for our third matchup of the evening. First up, you have Eager, who made it through to the next round, to day 3 in ease, relative ease, taking on Happy, 2-0ing them. But then Obey, European team that many people did not think would get to this moment. They're moving on. They're going to day 3.
They have been improving so much every single event since the Super Regionals, beating Orbit, and I never thought they would be able to overcome such a strong North American Titan contender such as Soar.
Yeah, they had such an incredible growth that we've seen from them. Almost the exact opposite of what we saw out of Soar, where Soar kind of had that decline. Obey took that exact, except for they've been increasing ever since then. The last time we saw them, they didn't quite win their games against Energy, but with the way they're playing, if Energy makes it through, I think they have a shot at them.
That's right, and now we are here. The stage is set. Allegiance versus NRG. Let's go, folks, to the picks and bans as we kick things off. And it's going to be NRG's time to shine here as we see the defending world champions get rid of that terror right away.
So already, Energy, this whole past week, they've been scrimming against Obey Alliance very consistently, and those are exclusive scrim partners that they've been doing. So it's going to be interesting to see what Energy now, their first game of the event, what they're going to bring to the table.
I always find it interesting when a team that has the first pick opts to ban out the Terra. It's one of those picks that you're so comfortable just every team picks up at this point if you're first pick, and if you're second pick team, you have to ban it. So them banning it basically gives Allegiance a free ban.
Yes, they would definitely have such a diverse god pool that they're like banning things out, and as a result, Allegiance has to respect ban the Thor. Obviously, Weekend's god pool is also pretty wide. He rather would stay more of the utility style junglers anyway, leaving the more mechanical gods to adapting. But now, Zeus for Yamin. We saw what he did last year against Cloud9 with the Zeus.
That Energy Esports lock-in of Zeus, that's pretty much exactly what we talked about earlier. They've been scrimming Obey all week. This has obviously been the pick to get, considering both of those teams have been first pick locking in Zeus. On the opposite side, we see Allegiance going for the Sylvanas. Ra and Terra off the table will get the next healer.
And it's really surprising to see Zeus, especially for Obey as well, because they known to be playing Vulcan primarily. We saw what Pretty Prime was able to do in game number 2, but now Toth, it seems that MLC Stealth really relies very heavily on this god. But then again, with Ra off the table, Giannis off the table, he could have also opted, I guess, for Scylla, no?
Yeah, that Toth pick is kind of them waiting on some of their future picks. We see the Zeus out from Energy, so we know that they already have their mid laner, so they could have waited to pick his mid lane if they wanted to, but they were like, you know what? We already know what you're going against. We'll go ahead and pick your god. That way we can save our jungle pick or our solo pick, whatever it may be, so they can try to get a counter pick against the next god.
You got to counter the counter to the counter.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what
countering is all that
trying
matters
to do. So with the Chronos being hovered over at this point in time, definitely going to go to Emelito here. Definitely not going to see any shenanigans in that regard. Interesting to see what Energy's third pick is going to be. It's going to be the Nike. Do you think this is for Adapt?
This Nike, this is interesting. We have not really seen a lot of Nike support yet, and it works pretty well. And that would kind of be a Rapper style of providing that aggression to a team. All I hope is that it's not in the solo lane. In the jungle, I'm totally fine with support. I'm fine with just don't throw it in solo.
Dimmy's been known to play a very aggressive gods as well every now and then. If he finds the right counter matchup in that laning phase, I wouldn't be surprised necessarily, but considering that Obey has been running Nike for Captain Twig, I'm kind of leaning that Adapting is going to be the one to run it here.
This is basically the exact same draft that Obey wants as well. I mean, these are almost identical drafts.
Dream. This is the Obey dream here.
And now, this Ratatasker pick, so they're going to have a little bit of a global presence. Now, we don't know necessarily if this is going to be for Cyclone Spin, for Weekend, if there's going to be a good matchup for him, that we're going to try to see how Allegiance is going to be able to adapt to this. But now, they don't really respect the fact that Nike is going to be in the jungle, so they're taking away the Fenrir.
At this point, that Nike is a flex pick. They could kind of do it as they will, depending on the bans. Allegiance not wanting to take any risks right now. They're going to go ahead and say, you know what? Adapting is still the player that we're afraid of. If he wants to play Nike, that's fine, but we don't want him on Fenrir.
And now Soul being taken off from Energy. They want to get off some magical hunters. Do you think they're going to take away Freya as well?
Freya, I mean, there they go, right there. As you said, no magical hunters on the board anymore. At the same time, would they have really picked a magical hunter? They already have the Thos Sylvanas. It would have been fairly heavy onto the magical side.
That's
Typically,
true.
you want to run 3 physical, 2 magical.
It's also a little bit easier, though, to itemize against physical gods, right? So that's kind of why I feel that Energy are trying to pinpoint Oceans into a physical god carry. Now, his god pool is very strong. It doesn't matter what he's playing, whether it's the Hu Yi, the Ram, the Anher. He'll play it all, and he'll just, like, go very aggressively. And look at the Jing Wei is available past the secondary ban phase.
Yeah.
What has today come to?
I don't even know what's happening anymore. When's the last time we saw Jing Wei available, didn't get practically first picked? It's been a very long time that we have seen her get through to that stage.
Also, this seems like Energy and Allegiance are really trying to like counter each other mentally here in this draft, right? So it was like probably one of those things where they're like, you go ahead, we'll see. Oh, okay, maybe. And that's like, you know, it's like, no, you. You know,
You hang up.
You hang up, you know? That's basically what this draft has been to me.
Arlong Shen, though, gonna get locked in. Still, yet again, more flex opportunity for Energy. But if that's Awilix gets locked in, that's definitely gonna go to Adapter.
Yep, so we have an Awilix in the jungle. Looks like we're gonna have Erlong Shen over in the solo, and it looks like it will be a Nikkei support. They could flop those and run the Erlong as a support. We've seen people like Aurora pull that out.
Sora being hovered over from Allegiance. Now, Cyclone Spin has been known to play Assassins back in Season 2 and then just absolutely dominate his opposition. But with Ratatasker as well, the level 1 is not the strongest for fighting, so maybe they're going to look for an invade if they get a Wrath, if they eat the minion, and just trying to run away after the speed buff invade.
That's got to be just a shout out to previous Cyclone picks right now, right? There we go, leaning towards now the Bologna, and we're going to lock it in, guys, for the final pick. Putting it over in the solo lane, Bologna is never a bad pick.
No, definitely not. It's going to be able to really contest whether it's Arlong Shen or the Nike as well, just trying to fight fire with fire, transitioning into team fights.
That was certainly an interesting draft, right? The Xingwei going at the second pick phase. You know, the Terra ban at the start, which, you know, you could have had whatever you wanted, but they went for the Terra ban instead. Guys, where do you see this going? Can Allegiance push through and make the upset of the century? This is the world champions, Season 2 world champions. Haven't lost a LAN.
I don't expect Allegiance to actually perform against Energy here. Energy are just world elite. They're coming off a 5 LAN winning streak.
All right.
I think both of these teams got their dream compositions. I think they're both very happy with how the draft phase went. Energy hasn't played a game yet. Could they be a little bit shaky in their first game? We'll see.
All right, guys. Well, the dream is real, and our third game's underway. So let's go ahead, send it over to your casters, get hype, and take it away.
Thanks so much, Golden Boy, and welcome everybody for the next game we're going to see today, which is Energy versus Allegiance. Energy, we've not seen them yet, boys. What are we expecting from them?
I mean, right now it seems like they have the typical EU set up, so I think they're really comfortable, and if they just play like they normally do, they're definitely going to take this game.
I really like the draft from Energy. You got to give a shout out to the Z-Man first pick, Zeus, right away for Yemen. I mean, this has been such a popular pick in the middle lane, and across Energy's draft, it's pressure, 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 and then Emilito late game. He's the fail-safe. If everything goes wrong in the early game, Emil has played so well during Super Regionals. I really like the draft from Energy.
Well, the question is where was Erlang going to go and where exactly we would end up seeing that Nike go, and it's going to be the Erlang Shen support for Rafa here. How are we feeling about this trick, Sank? I mean, know him well.
Right now, Energy's having a really squishy lineup, so they really have to take the range poke all the time in these fights. Rafa is on the Erlang, but it's not a typical support. It's a little bit more squishy than a normal support, but it works out really well.
And like they said on the analyst test, you could definitely tell that Energy's been scrimming Obey. Look at the item selection here. 4 members of Energy for going starter items.
And we saw Obey do this with so many boots. What is the boots bringing tricks? Is
It's
it
because of the
there's
early
no
aggressiveness.
pots?
The early fights, you can get around easily, you can catch people out. It's a really good start if you are going for the invades.
Well, talking about invades, that's what we're going to see here, because Allegiance have already grouped up around Energy's speed buff area. But Energy, well aware of what's going on, they're going to invade the speed buff themselves. And also the left-hand side of the map here as well, looking to poke out Stealth, who just lost his purification.
That's all Raffer wanted. He didn't even want to keep going. ML and Yemen never even looked at Stealth. They were just waiting for the beads to be popped. They were used there, forced by Raffer. You get the back camps and the red buff as well.
And this is definitely going the way of Energy. They get the counter invade onto the right side and also get the left side. So this is going totally the way of
Well,
Energy.
small win for now, and Allegiant's going to go back to their half of the map there as Energy were already in the lane first as well. The right-hand Harpies, as you saw, did go the way of Allegiance, though, with Polar Bear, Mike, and Stealth being alongside him, but they're still only level 1 and 2 respectively.
And I actually like the Nike solo. He is up against Cyclone the Bellona. He doesn't have any... he can't stop Dimmy's damage, basically, so he will be just fine in that lane.
Very surprised to not see Cyclone go to the Sobek in this matchup because you've got so many options to interrupt that Ren from Nike. I think it was the fact that they didn't know exactly where Nike was going to be.
It was going to be
go to Raffer in the solo or the support role, vice versa. So I feel like Cyclone just went for the safe pick here. Sure, he can't interrupt it, but Nike can't really interrupt the bludgeon either without committing the jump.
Well, I expected with Allegiance here to come out. Maybe Orb Guns are blazing a little bit more against Energy. Obviously, Energy haven't had a warm-up like Allegiance did yesterday. They're the final team here in the tournament to actually play for the first time.
But Energy is looking really prepared to the NA meta, and they're really doing really good. They have like a small lead, 100 gold. They did a really good invade, counter invade. So right now they're doing really good.
And we saw them play a very aggressive invade style up against Cringe Crew at Super Regionals as well. And basically shut Cringe Crew out in that game. And there was with this a Willish in the jungle, adapting, not even looking for ganks on it, just looking to put pressure around the map.
Now there's one thing as well, with all these boot starts that we're seeing coming out, that's actually proper investment really when you look at the map, because you're not buying potions as much. If you're not taking that poke damage, you don't need to use the potions. You're investing into items, which is so important.
And as you can see, ML completely out of mana on the duo lane, adapting low on mana, Yamin low on mana. That's all because of the lack of potion sustain, like you were mentioning.
Right now, they just really have to be careful about the early damage coming out from Energy. They have the Zeus, they have the Willix, really strong early game damage. So if they're going into them, they have to be careful of the damage they can output.
But the damage from Zeus isn't going to be quite as strong because he's not going for the Vampiric Shroud or the Soul Stone, which gives him that damage early on. And in fact, he actually went for Reinforced Greaves. He went for the defensive option as far as boots go. So the early game damage that Zeus usually has is going to be a little bit worse.
And the reason of why I went those boots is basically because he's going to be the main target of focus, because they know he will do a lot of damage. So they're going to collapse on him, and having those boots is going to give him the extra protection he needs to be alive.
Well, there is a small experience lead now for Energy, as you can see on the screen, just by the level 5s that you've already seen dinged away, just a little bit further ahead of Allegiance at the time being. The speed buffs are about to spawn for the second time now as well, and it'll be interesting to see exactly where they choose to go.
And adapting his backed and gotten a Bumba's Mask instead of going directly into another item, investing that 800 gold after his first back. I like that idea. We've seen Twig do it consistently as well.
We're going to get a fight. We're going to get a fight here. You can see where Allegiance is grouped up on the left-hand side to try and stop this a little bit. Polar Bear Mike going to lead in. The ultimate straight away from Rafa, but in the sky is weakened. Coming down looking to secure the speed buff, but the Zeus ult is good from Yamin. And last time we saw him play at the World Championships, he had a fantastic game, but right now everybody is still alive.
Just not quite enough damage. Shell from Polar Bear Mike. I thought it was a little bit early, but it was well timed. Everyone there, as well as the Bellona ult, laying down that extra physical protection, helping them out against adapting. I don't even know who got the speed buff there because it was so chaotic.
No, but this was really good by Energy. They disengaged because the Xing was actually rotating. Now the Kronos also got a little bit of push in the dual lane, so overall I would say it's a win for Energy.
Well, Cyclone Spin did get their speed buff there as well, which was very important for them. As you can see, he's actually got it on himself now. That hurts him a little bit, I guess, because he can't pick up his own blue, and I guess that's why we see Polar Bear Mike going to get it.
As far as solo laners that need blue, Bellona not really near the top of that list. Even if you get Bludgeon interrupted, you've got those cleave auto attacks. You're going to be getting a lot of mana back from the Death Soul procs as well. In fact, I'd say that Cyclone may rather have that speed buff even this early on.
Well, I will say we've seen Weaken rotate around the map quite a lot just lately, now to the duo lane, something we haven't really seen out of junglers for quite a while.
No, but this is also what I talked about aggro earlier, that we have the matchup Weaken versus Adapting always carrying, Weaken always setting up his team. So if Weaken doesn't step up this game, trying to carry his team a little bit, looking for the gank, then Adapting is going to take over this game.
Very interesting dynamic, exactly like you were saying, Trix. It's two totally different styles.
Hold up, Adapts is a bit of trouble here. He's going to get away on Suku because he's getting chased down by Oceans and Weaken. One more hit will do it. And the #1 jungler is down. Oceans gets the kill, and the crowd erupts.
Weaken now looking in the middle lane. He's not done yet. Finds the stun directly into the pool. Onto Raffer. Uses the ultimate. It's not in time. Polar Bear Mike able to pick him up.
2 kills the way of Allegiance.
And there we go. The pressure from Weaken coming out is so good. Adapting didn't expect him to be in the dual lane, and he collapsed on it immediately. Gets the kill, goes to the middle lane, get another kill. Well played by Weaken.
And what an important start for Allegiance, though. Like, after the games we've seen them in, they've been at deficits. They've not really found footing. Weaken, we've always been talking about being behind. This time, not the story.
This is so good for Allegiance. Getting some momentum against the world champion is going to be really good for their confidence, so they might actually be able to snowball this lead.
And you got to give shout-outs to Oceans there for the first blood as well. Finding that persistent gust over the wall, knocking up Adapting on Suku just allowed for so much damage to come through. And then we can, you think he might have wasted his ult, he's using it to confirm, to make sure Adapting's dead, but then he says, okay, Adapting's dead, what else can I do with my ultimate? Finds Raffer just kind of standing there in the middle lane, not respecting the damage that Allegiance has.
Well, fantastic start for Allegiance, and it is a best of 3, though, and we all know that best of 3s can go the whole distance sometimes. We've not had one just yet, but maybe this is the one. And now the speed buff about to spawn again for Allegiance. Energy are looking to potentially invade one more time.
Yeah, and as I said, the matchup in the solo lane, Dimmy looks really comfortable. He is actually getting the pressure. He is in their jungle, up in their face, and the pressure's going to be
bit
really
of a fight between the two hunters, and Emelito's winning this trade, but Oceans ain't done. He's going to ult and ult trade off as well. Both still alive, but definitely the healthier one, Emelito.
This is good for Oceans, though, because Oceans can back really whenever he wants and use that passive to get back to lane. The poke's basically irrelevant, but that rewind being down for Emelito makes him much more vulnerable.
But Emelito being really, really smart here. He reckons he can go back and easily come back, so he's not clearing the wave. He's going to zone him here. Very smart.
Yeah, he's just slowly pushing that one, and he's actually just going to freeze the wave and look to just last hit, if possible, to slow the push down, so Jingwei does lose a little bit more experience.
But now both of the ADCs, now when their ult is down, they're really weak towards gank, so I'm looking to see whether one of the junglers is going to go gank that lane.
And plus, Jingwei, really hard to gank usually, even without the ultimate, because of how far you can go off Persistent Gust plus agility, but Adapting, playing her Willish, Gravity Surge can pull her right back in.
That's one of the things by picking this Jingwei. Could be a bit of a opportunity for Energy to come back into it. And right now, they're going to steal away the red buff from the left-hand side, but in the sky is Weaken right now. And still over the left is Emelito, but Weaken's looking in the jungle towards Rafa, who ults and jumps away with a turtle.
And that right there, the ultimate coming out from Rafa is really needed. He didn't know whether they were going to collapse on him, so fine ult by him.
But plus the shell as well, the double down basically. And because of that, it's going to be tough for Energy to get into this goal.
Hello, hello, hello. What's going on here? It says Rafa. He sees Ford doing it, and the judgment on the Rafa is good. Cheeky steal from Allegiance there. Nice, clean pickup.
Allegiance have been looking so weak against the other teams right now, and them having such a good game already against the world champs, it's great for them.
Well, I was talking to Polar Bear Mike after their loss to Lich yesterday, and he said, yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but we know that as long as we win this next game, which they ended up doing, that they're in an okay spot. If he said, if you told me we were going to go 1-1 today, it doesn't matter who we lose to. It just means we're getting to day 2.
As long as you're into the quarterfinals, and that's where they are now. Allegiance, they were a last chance saloon team. They're a wildcard team. They made it through at a last grasp. The team is pretty much formed just for this one more shot, and they're making it work.
Oh yeah, they're doing really good right now. And also, the Teleria boots pick up from Polar Bear Mark right now, I really like, because he went for the Mystical Mail to get the early protection. Now he needs a little bit more gold, get the Teleria boots, very nice.
You got a lot of getting that gold income exactly, and just getting that raw HP that's so important on Sylvanas. He's so immobile, and those wisps are gonna kind of get you back up there and add those protections, and that's where you can get those protections you might be lacking from a health-centric build.
Well, right now with the Gold Fury being down and everything across the middle of the map, both teams are just pretty much going to be happy to just farm. You can see Allegiance looking a little bit deeper in the jungle with the ward placements, maybe looking for some steals in the next rotations, but Energy are just going to be happy to farm.
And like I said before, with adapting on this Awilish, in a game against Cringe Crew at Super Regionals, he was very invade-oriented, not really gank-oriented, and we've seen that again, but the invades haven't been nearly as successful. He hasn't had that map control that they did in that game, and so he's been basically kind of invisible so far.
And now, instead of NRG forcing the invades onto Allegiance, now Allegiance looking for the invades. They're trying to get the lead more ahead. They're doing really good right now.
Well, the speed buff still hasn't spawned there for Energy, and that's why Allegiance kind of had to fall back. They had no real choice in the matter because the mid wave was there for pressure once more, and they couldn't give up the centric focal point, so they've had to default back to their own side of the map.
Allegiance are ahead right now, and they don't want to throw this lead, so I am all right with the call they're doing right now. Go back, take your own buffs, and then start fighting. Maybe get a pick.
Well, the speed buff has gone down the way of Energy there, as well as Weaken has his own, but in the jungle, we're going to see a fight here. Yamin's surrounded, but he's quite tanky on that Zeus, remember? And he's going to take out Weaken in the sky. Next on the list is the tree, and the tree is not going to stand for long, because the axe that Dimmy's wielding will cut him down.
The boots is doing a great job for him there. He's having the extra protection. He also has the Celestial Helmet, so he had extra protection right there. They cannot dive him. They used everything on him. He had a great Aegis, so he just basically took all the damage and ultimate and did a lot of damage meanwhile.
Plus, another big shell there from Raffer, perfectly timed. As soon as Yemen got jumped on, Raffer was there to give him that extra protection and percent damage off. And then, like you said, Trix, just drops the ult on himself, really solid Sanctuary to buy himself enough time. And then even though Weekend was up in the sky, it was just a matter of time until that Sanctuary wear off and he was able to use the Detonate.
Well, we've got a quick pause coming out there, and that's where some of the fans are sat right now, eagerly watching this one. We'll find out exactly what's going on for you guys at home and in the audience as well, once we know a little bit more. But so far, this has been a lovely game by both the teams. Honestly, Energy started off strong with the invades, response from Allegiance, then Allegiance getting 2 kills, but now Energy are climbing back on the boards.
Yeah, but even though Allegiance is ahead right now, I still feel like they have to be worried about Energy. They are a late game team overall. They're so good at fighting, so they have to be worried about that and think about how are they going to win this fight.
And I agree with you, Trix, because they've got so much damage coming into the mid game. I mean, once ML on that Chronos is able to rotate in, finish 3 or 4 items, he can make a huge impact. We saw him do it time and time again leading up here to Worlds. And then Yemen, we saw how much damage he can already do. He was lacking in the early game because of the reinforced greaves, but now he has that Dynasty Plate Helm online, going to be doing even more damage.
And the Plate Helm and the reinforced greaves is allowing him to actually stay in these fights a little bit longer. Zeus is a focal point for a lot of teams to try and take down, and this is why we see the tankier versions of Zeus sometimes.
Yeah, and I really like the pickup by the tanky pickups by Yemen because, as you see, it's already working out.
Yep.
They want to collapse on him. They know he's the easy target. He have no mobility. Collapse on him, but he is now tanky, so you can get away with it.
Very, very smart, because usually you'll see mid laners go for their standard penetration boots or cooldown boots, and then the Dynasty Plate Helm. But against Ratatosker, that isn't as effective because that Flurry of Acorns, a second ability, strips away protections. But at the same time, it's a tick, so you're also stacking the protection passive on reinforced greaves, kind of nullifying that protection shred that Ratatosker has.
I will say, watching this game so far, though, the only team that I've seen after seeing every team over the course of the PC Smite tournament here is Obey is the one that has looked the cleanest out of absolutely everybody, I want to say.
Oh yeah, they're really looking really solid again, and to be honest, I'm feeling a little bit better losing to them now when they're looking so good. They're looking really strong, not only the whole team as a whole, but also Fressy. He's probably the one I'm really looking at. He's doing really good so far.
Yeah, Panda Likes had an unbelievable tournament thus far, and Obey's looked great, but so has Luminosity. I mean, Barracuda's played absolutely lights out, continuing that amazing streak of play he's had, as well as Scary D has turned into a completely new player, looking really, really strong.
Well, you missed no action, and we're back at it again. The left-hand Harpies have already gone down. The right ones are about to come back up as well. The score difference between the two is marginal right now. It's more about experience than goal at this stage.
We're talking about before, how is Allegiance going to win this late game? What it comes down to is whether can Demi dive the Thoth and the Xingwei. He probably can't do that alone, and Energy doesn't have too much backline diving, so if Thoth and Xingwei is going to be left alone, they can do so much damage in the late game.
My eyes are definitely on MLC Stealth on the Thoth. I mean, he's the snipe king. We all know it. He likes to play these mages with big damage ultimates, game-changing ultimates, and Thoth is absolutely that. I definitely am going to be looking at him as the game transitions towards the late game because, yeah, Emilito can do an absolute ton of damage, but if he's dead, if he gets sniped out, a rewind's not going to help you when you get hit from 100 to 0.
Very, very true. And as well, I think we're going to have to keep an eye on, you know, adapting. Potentially the best player in the world. Everyone always talks about it. But adapting this game has a lot of pressure on him, I feel, against the Xingwei. He's going to really shut that one down here.
But another thing that you have to look out for Energy, we saw it right there when we were riding along with adapting, are those little crowns from Nike's passive. The later this game goes, the better for Energy because of that passive from Nike. Once you're able to get all 3 of those goals completed, you get a bunch of movement speed, a bunch of power, and it's just so, there's no counterplay to it, you know? It's just there.
Well, right now you can see that Energy is starting to ward up around the goal field. They lost the last one for free, but they did get the timer. So controlling the wards around the goal field at this stage, very vital for both teams.
Yeah, they for sure have the time on this goal field. They don't want to give up another one. They want to make sure that they're going to stay in this game, and right now they're also finding themselves in the lead.
And I like the idea from both teams to wait it out for this next Gold Fury, but Energy looks like they're done waiting around.
I don't think they are waiting around at all, because they're looking for that speed themselves on the right-hand side now. The dance of the speed buffs has been been interesting, but no one's really come up on top. But Weekend forced to Purify away from the gravity surge there. With Dimmy over here and Rafa on the front side, it's going to force Cyclone to join in the fight too. Great pull from Polar Bear Mike though. That'll get the purification out of adapting to the Sky Goes Weekend, but no one's really dying right now. They're looking at Rafa. They're trying to collapse, but the turtle comes into play. Cyclone comes up with a big Eagles rally, and with Jing Wei being over there too, it's 1-for-1. However, the fight's still going.
Dimmy jumps over the wall, nothing else doing. Luckily for Energy, Adapting's able to find Weekend on the back end as well, but another great disengage from Energy, but Allegiance wasn't done yet. Polar Bear Mike setting that up with the pull.
This is a huge win for Energy. Kronos is still in the left lane, split pushing, getting that tower down. Also, they got the jungle for the support, so definitely worth for Energy, even though the Kronos wasn't in the fight as well.
At the same time, the Oceans did actually pick up the kill there, so does that not work out, at least even their tricks?
Not at all. Emilito got a lot of free time. He's finding himself one level ahead as well, so they're just even.
Well, left-hand Harp is about to come up again, and Yamin did well in that fight once again. His use of ultimate seems to be the key to this game so far for me of how aggressive Allegiance can really get.
Very much so. He's been on point with those ultimates, and like you mentioned, Hindu, last year at Worlds, we saw Yamin piloting the Zeus to very effective heights that they end up winning, of course. So you could tell that he's very, very comfortable on this god, but you can also tell that MLC Stealth looking very comfortable on that thought. That kill onto Raffer set up by the final judgment from him.
And Allegiance have to be really careful right now, having the pressure in the right lane. The goal free is up, and I'm sure Energy is looking at it.
And you mentioned the left lane, where you actually saw the red buff get taken down there by Energy again. They are still looking, both teams, to try and invade, look to steal this buff, the speed and the red, predominantly. No real focus on the blue, however.
Not really, no, because both solo laners have Wrath, but right now, Dimmy's isn't up, and it isn't going to be for a minute plus, whereas Cyclone Spin has his available. So if Allegiance sees an opening, they could have Cyclone Spin teleport in and Wrath it away.
Well, speaking about Dimmy, he's nearly taken that tier 1 tower down on the right, and that's what the pings are about. But the Gold Fury has been started up here. The teleporting from Cyclone Spin. Rafa on the front side as Weekend takes to the sky.
Weekend's up looking at Emilito. He's in the middle of everyone right now. Weekend knocks up 2 airstrike over the top.
No damage though. They're not killing Energy at all. It's Energy killing Allegiance. They take out Weekend. On the back of that, Dimmy still going deep, looking to push out one more member as Polar Bear Mike gets isolated from his team and picked off as well.
I have absolutely no idea why they stayed on the goal free. That was way too fast. They committed way too hard on that call. They had to realize in that situation that this is a bad call. Let's just back out or even fight them.
And we play this Energy here. You give them an inch, they'll try and take a mile. They get a tier 1 tower in left. The Gold Fury goes down, obviously in favor of Allegiance, but that tier 1 on the right also is soon to follow.
We've just seen this time and time again so far here at the World Championship. It's teams over-committing to the Gold Fury. They secure it most of the time, but then they get wiped. They lose a bunch of members. They lose a bunch of towers afterwards. Gold Fury is not worth more than, maybe 1 or 2 lives at times. When you start losing towers afterwards as well, it gets very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, when Allegiance started the goal free, they actually realized it when it was just 90% HP, so that they should have realized that and just backed off immediately because Energy was ready for that 100%.
Well, the goal is still relatively even between the two teams though for 16 minutes in. The fighting has been going back and forth, but it's more about the experience the whole time.
And the biggest experience difference is in the jungle. We talked about it earlier on, Trix. It was going to be Adapting versus Weekend. Well, Adapting's farming significantly better, taking a look at the player damage charts. Weekend at the bottom yet again on this Ratatosker. He played this yesterday and had a rough start, just like he has here, but it was in the mid game that he really started to turn it around. I think he got a double or a triple kill at one point as well.
And Adapting rocking the hot paradigm skin. I love it.
Yeah.
Shout outs.
I love it.
Did you ever get that $1?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
I'm sad.
I'll hook you up later, don't worry. I'll pay you this month's salary for you.
Now with the Gold Fury being down, obviously the Fire Giant spawns at 10 minutes in the game, it starts to turn our attention towards the Fire Giant side of things, so the Ward Wars are going to begin over here, as will the Invades.
And this time Dimmy has the Wrath available and Cyclone Spin does not, so that's the play here. But we could get tried to pull back, but uses Purification. Adapting finds a knock-up over the wall, and Dimmy, meanwhile, secures the blue buff.
Oh, that pull from Mike was really close to Dimmy, but not close enough, sadly enough. But that's happened twice now that we've seen Adapting use the Gravity Surge onto Weekend, and now Weekend's to the sky. He's only going to hit one, which was Yamin. Quick Purification from him to turn that one around, and now back off. The boys of Energy decide to try and push a little bit harder.
And that's the shell again coming out from Raffer. Emilito timing it perfectly as well. It looks like a dream scenario, 3-man knockup, but Energy on point.
And they had to fall back there as well, because you saw Dimmy coming around the back.
And Raffer was once again on point with his shell.
Yeah.
Just before Weekend came down from the air, he immediately shelled, so he had to disengage. So good by iRefa.
And Raffer's been the target of the majority of the time for Allegiance, but now that he has 2 aura items online, he's too tanky to focus. I'd like to see Allegiance switch
there's going to be a fight here because that was a sprint just popped. Energy are going in. Big order from Yamin's on 4 targets, but Ocean's airstrikes to the back line. He's looking to pick up kills. Meanwhile, Stealth is surrounded by Emelito with the late hot rotation. Dimmy is trying to do work. He leaps in the air, knocks one up, but still Stealth stands.
Still alive?
And Stealth gets out. Still stands next on the list. The boys of Energy have to fall back as Weekend goes up.
He's up. He's got the ultimate. He's looking right now in the middle lane. Could go for Dimmy. Could go for the rest. Dimmy's the target. Pulled back in off the knockup.
Oh
but
no,
the
but
damage!
Weekend's so low and he's going to back away as well. The pull for the gravity surge is good, but it's not good enough to bring Oceans all the way back.
I mean, so many things happening in this fight, and Emilito and Dimmy was fighting the backline of Allegiance. Overall, Emilito just missed too many spells to make that good, basically.
How did Stealth live there? I mean, yeah, sure, Emilito missed spells, but he's dodging and weaving in and out of his own Glyph of Pains. They don't block anything. They're just there for show at that point, able to get out by the skin of his teeth, and they pick up the win.
Oh yeah, definitely credit to MLC Stealth. He did make a lot of good jukes, but then again, Emilito did also miss spot.
Actually, so did Dimmy though as well, to be fair. I think Dimmy left it thinking that Emelito would clean that up, and he started focusing elsewhere. You saw him leap in the air, but not towards Stealth at all. And in the end, MLC stands tall, still not died in this game.
And this is also what we're going to see. When we come to the late game, how is Dimmy going to go to the backline alone and kill Stealth? If he gets that open air into the team fight, he's going to do so much work.
And it seems these team fights as well, Aggro, are going to be split into 2 the majority of the time. We saw it in that one there. There was a fight on one side where Yamin's being focused, and then one on the other where Stealth's having the same treatment.
But if we see that same fight 5 minutes from now, it's going to go heavily in Energy's favor, because if you let Emelito go unchecked like that for that long, it doesn't matter if he misses half his spells. His auto attack's going to be doing just as much damage, so you're going to have to see Allegiance rotate back and help out MLC Stealth. Someone's got to check Emelito, and it really should be Cyclone.
Oh, a collapse again maybe here with Dimmy coming in. They're looking towards Stealth. Purification down, so a small win for Energy.
MLC Stealth has played so well without that purification, though. We saw it before minions even spawned. Right there, he lost his purification at the first wave, and then now he loses it again. I expect to see him play very passive for the next minute and a half.
Third Gold Fury has spawned, and Energy will definitely want this for themselves this time round. They've already got a 2K gold lead, generally down just to those tier 1 towers for now, but the dance has begun.
Here it is, another dance around the Gold Fury. This time Wrath is available for both solo laners. Double taunt there from Raffer into the double knockup from Dimmy. Weekend up in the sky looking for a target.
But that's why Energy tried to reset. Dimmy gets the focus, but hits 4 with his ultimate. Immediately Cyclone goes to the backside, and the boys collapse on Cyclone too. Dimmy's working on one side, but Adapting's running for his life right now. Cyclone is hell intent onto Yamin there, and he won't give that one up. He's so tanky. Cyclone is doing great work with the support, the protection from Polar Bear Mike as well, but Oceans is very low.
Very low. Detonate not quite enough. Dimmy up over the wall. Oceans boxing out with Raffer. The support able to take down the Hunter.
And now the push from Energy is on. Into the enemy, the jungle they go. Looking for the ragtag mob of Allegiance, trying to get away. Polar Bear Mike is the first one. Next on the list is Stealth. He's rooted in place, but he will dash back to the safety of his Phoenix.
Energy was looking for that fight the whole time. They were waiting for Allegiance to go on their supports, go on their tankies, and then so the Zeus and Emilito had free space to go in. That's what they did. They collapsed on it really well, and they won the fight.
And because it was because the fact that MLC Stealth didn't have that purification, he couldn't step up in that team fight. He was around the Gold Fury wall for that entire duration. He fires off the ultimate, but it isn't the impact ult that you're looking for. That's a great job by Energy, baiting relics and then forcing a fight right afterwards.
And they get the Gold Fury as you saw there, but look at Yamin's build here. Like, this is all defensive build. He went Spirit's Robe as well. Now he's going for a bit of penetration, it looks like here, Tricks, just to like continue to sustain the damage output he's been doing.
Zeus of all have a lot of base damage, so him just going full protection is fine, because as you see, they're collapsing on me every single fight. I have no idea why, because they must realize he's so tanky, they cannot kill him quick. go for Emilito instead.
But we're 22 minutes in. My man just bought his first damage item, and he's still top of the player damage. That tells you not only that Zeus is very high base
hello,
damage.
hello. Allegiance pulling the Fire Giant for a second here. Bit risky with Rafa and Dimmy watching on. Well, Rafa and Dimmy have slowed them down. Weekend taking some free poke from the Fire Giants. It does get reset, but Weekend's ult is now on cooldown unless they try and force it.
They're going to look for Yaman maybe, but again, he's so tanky. I don't know what they can do to him. No, Weekend going to hit the speed bump with that ultimate.
Great ult from Mike, but Yamin's there with the ult in response, and he gets collapsed on by Cyclone Spin. The boys of Energy are grouped together, trying to stay tall, and Adapting picks up the tree first of all. Polar Bear Mike is down, the sustain and protections are gone.
Ocean getting hit by a two-man feather step, and Yaman knocks him out of the sky with a detonate. Evo finds Weekend on the side, and Energy finds 3.
And immediately, Energy running through the jungle looking for a bit more.
And the Legion just overforcing completely. They're like, we're behind against Energy. We must do something. Go for the Fire Giant. No, you're behind. Play reactively. Play calm. You can still win.
I think the reason that Allegiance wanted that Fire Giant is because that they knew Dimmy had used his Wrath in the last engagement and that Cyclone Spin still had his, but there's just so many CC chain opportunities there. I like the idea, but the overcommittal, when you're going that far into the enemy jungle, you've got so far to run away, and this is not a mobile composition by Allegiance.
But Energy would notice it immediately, Fire Giant Cole, and that's also why Allegiance backed off, but then going to the jungle, trying to invade, trying to find a pick again, it's just way too forced.
And you heard it right there. The third goal for Nike's path to victory has been completed. So now you're going to see Energy doing even more damage.
Well, right now, they're looking at Cyclone Spin, who's isolated and alone, and he'll go down for free. Another member is a 4v5. And Energy, not interested in the Fire Giant whatsoever. They're going for objectives first in these towers, and then they're going to fall back to it.
And that's the power of late game Kronos. He's got the Obsidian Shard. He's got the Rod of Tahuti as well. Emilito has 5 of his 6 items completed. He's going to be able to shred through this fire.
I want to talk about the main reason why Energy is winning these fights, and that's because of Emilito's and Yaman's positioning. They're so far in the back, and they're letting them go deep into their back line and then just killing them after that.
But then they always split up. Right after the initial engagement, you'll see Emilito pop acceleration and just go. He's just trying to gas pedal people. Speaking of getting gas pedaled,
we can get out of there, and he won't in time. Adapting with the in-handle, clean him up again. 12-4. Energy in a dominant position in game 1 right now.
I have never seen Energy lose with the Fire Giant except against us, but other than that, they've never lost with the Fire Giant on, so I'm really thinking that this is going to Energy.
Tricks, they've not lost a set in over a year.
That's over
a year. Super Regionals last year was the last set they ever lost. Games maybe, but never a set, and there's another kill potential onto Cyclone.
Has to use Eagle's Rally in place. Emilito forced to use Rewind. That's a small win for Allegiance, but the Phoenix still falls.
And that's the main thing there, Tricks. Get the Phoenix and get out again if you can.
Right, they're just building their lead right now, and getting the Phoenix down is going to put so much pressure onto Allegiance. So right now, they're fine with what they got. They're going to go back, use all their gold, and get even stronger.
Emilito's hitting towers for over 300 damage right now, in case you were curious.
He's so big.
For you guys at home. You like that, Adro?
Yeah, seems good.
Well, the big thing for me in the team fights is what Energy's actually doing is, you know, when Allegiance are engaging, they're using Shell and they're waiting for Wisps. Now, when the Wisps are down, you're not getting protections anymore for your team, and the Shell's down, no more protections for your team. Right. And what happens? We cut down the tree, and then we clean up the rest.
We've seen Sylvanas be a priority pick for so many teams. We've seen him get picked early on. Zor was doing it, Allegiance doing it here, and Energy seems very, very prepared for it. We aren't seeing them take these long, drawn-out engagements. It's very quick fights, and if we don't win, we back up. We back and just take what we can afterwards.
I mean, Sylvanas is a really good pick this meta because the early aggressiveness coming out from him, but he's so easy to pick out, so easy to kill, so you really have to be aware of your positioning and use the early game aggressiveness that is from the god. So, and they just haven't done that.
Energy being quite respectful here, I want to say. They've still got the Fire Giant, they've got a 5 minions pouring down mid lane, and only Phoenix is left. They're not grouping, however, to try and push. Is this what exactly are they waiting for here?
I mean, at this point, Energy is going to roll them down. I really think that they have this game in their pocket. They are going to clean this game up. And this is what I also said. If Weekend ain't stepping up towards adapting, they're not going to win against this team.
Well, I'm looking at Stealth right now because that's the only way back in this is if Stealth can hit a big old final judgment.
He's only got 3 items online, though. He's halfway around to his rod up.
Weakens in the sky, a Cyclone initiation for the Eagles. Running the burst is good, and Emelito's already dead. Jamin's ult is not going to really do any work, and Allegiance are pushing them back. Get out of my base, says Allegiance, and Energy have to turn tail.
Not having their hunters a bad sign. Demi finds a multi-man wrath. 5-man taunt from Rapper,
and the pull-in from Adapting is good too. Cyclone goes down, Adapting goes in again, looking for another prime target. Jingwei forced to airstrike back to safety. Mike is the last man on the front line, slowed to high heaven by Rapper and Demi.
Imelito being way too excited there, giving the kill, then Allegiance overextending, and then dying, getting the Phoenix. Good job by Energy.
Well, on the escape there, Demi will get away quite happily there on the left-hand side. The Phoenix falls down. Wasn't great from Emelito, but Energy still made it work.
Well, that's the entire plan for Allegiance, is just explode Emelito. They executed. That time, they were finally able to do so, but it didn't matter because, like you mentioned, Trex, just biting off a little bit too much, chasing down, Demi able to find a multi-man wrath, and then Rapper turns around, 5-man taunt, hits the knock-up, able to get Adapting the kill.
When you're down by so much, even though you're 4v5 and they still have the Fire Giant, they are 4 still, but you cannot go completely into them. They still have a lot of ultimates on the table. They still have the Zeus ultimate, so they didn't actually use all their spells on them. So overall, if they kept going into that fight, they would have lost horribly.
And we're checking in with Zeus's build here. I love the fact that we haven't seen Yemen go for a Rod of Tahuti, because remember, the Rod of Tahuti passive goes off your already existing magical power, and he doesn't have a lot of it.
No.
He's not going for that, going for the Pythagorean speed,
which helps
you know I love.
Emelito as well. That's what you got to take into account. He's actually boosting his Hunter at the same time. Wise pickup.
Yeah, this team combo is definitely built around Imelito. He's the one we're watching this game, killing everybody basically, and then all of his team is just trying to take the damage, trying to get all the aggro, and then Imelito coming in and wiping them all off.
And that's the key here, is like Yami's actually looking like a presentable target a lot of the time, so his positioning is actually almost on purpose sometimes to be initiated on, so that Emelito can be safe.
But that's because Imelito want to use his spells, he want to get in there, and then get his ultimate off so he gets the reset basically, and then he can fight again.
Absolutely, I think Yemen has been baiting himself per Adapting.
Eagles rally from Cyclone, weakening 2, and the focus on Yamin again. Adapting on the back, gonna pull one in with the Drummers in third, and Weaken is out of the fight. The ult from Mike is good, but Mike's now alone again, and he'll fall down. Left-hand side, the chase through the jungle is on. As you can see, the Demi, so Wrath is chasing him down with Adapting on the Erlang Shen, looking to pick up Cyclone. Good Wrath, but it's too little, too late. He's gonna fall as well.
There he goes, Adapting able to pick him up with the Feather Step. Good guy, Rapper, letting his jungler take yet another kill from him. 7 for Adapting, and the Titan being looked at here.
And then with 2 fire minion waves coming in from the left and the middle, it shouldn't take too long for Energy to take their first game at the Smite World Championships and continue into game 2.
And once again, Allegiance does the exact same thing when they're fighting. They're collapsing on the Zeus. They can't kill him. He is too tanky. They are getting wiped out by Imelito again, and just the same thing happening in every single fight.
If I'm Allegiance, I'm banning Zeus. I'm not letting Yemen play it again because they clearly didn't have an answer for it. He goes this tanky build. He still puts out the top damage in the game, even with Emelito making it to late game on Chronos. Just no answer there for Allegiance.
But not only that, Obey have been picking it first pick as well, so they might think now Zeus might be a big problem, actually.
But what about Nike? I mean, that passive is coming into play, it seems, every single game.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so many things to ban, and that's the problem with Energy, is that they all have these gods like, oh, well, we can't give Adapting Thor, or Alquang, or a Willish, but we can't let Yemen have Zeus either. It's impossible.
Well, we'll be back after the break, because the analysts are already ready to talk through exactly what they saw in that game.
Indeed, we are, Handyman, and my goodness, it started off really strong for ALG. Allegiance felt good, but then Energy was like, wait a minute. We're the world champs. We're the best. Let's just go ahead and bring this back. And that's exactly what they did. Energy take game number 1 in a dominating fashion toward the end there. One of the major things I just want to note right away was how good of a job they did in the late game of focusing down on Sylvanas and just eliminating any opportunity that they had for protections or heals or anything. Just saying, nope, not today. And then from there, it just trickled down, and ALG suffered for it.
It was very difficult to dive the backline against Yam and Zeus. You know, you have the Sylvanas, you have Weekend on the Ratatasker trying to pick him off, but he was doing a good job staying so far back that whenever Weekend went in, he was so far away from the rest of his team that he couldn't get any sort of extra follow-up.
Yeah, he was never by himself either. He always had people with him to get the peel, get the extra damage. We saw so many Wheeling Souls from adapting off of that. He was always ready with the knockup. And so Weekend was looking for the opportunities, but there was so much immediate collapse onto him, and the rest of the team was trying to deal with Dimmy in the back line and the Erlong, and there was no way for them to come out on top.
And to be fair, this game was pretty close for the most part up until that 21-minute team fight, and then that's when Adapting just won that one team fight, and then it just spiraled out of control.
That's the hardest thing about Energy, is you give them the ittiest little moment, and they're going to take advantage of it. That's when the game started to spiral out of control. They won a big team fight into the Gold Fury, brought them up to about a 5K gold lead, and if you give that to Energy in the mid game, they're going to not lose that.
Adapt King, boys. This guy, he played great, actually went 7-1-9 throughout the game, so a performance for the first matchup for NRG here. Now as we look forward to our next matchup here, Caster's mentioned it before, and I do want to touch on this. There's just so much for Allegiance to worry about when it comes to NRG. What do you even prioritize going into game 2?
So we saw the strategy that Energy did. They banned away Terra. They're like, yeah, we don't want you to play Terra because we don't care about Terra. We got everything in the playbook, and that's why they're first picking the Zeus, and that's why we saw little hints of that from Obey Alliance's games. So even if you ban away Zeus, then Yam is going to have the Ra. He's going to have Vulcan as well. He's going to have even Chiron mid if he really wants to, honestly. So how would you prioritize your picks to bans against Energy?
For Allegiance right now, with how deep the God pools are going of Energy, I think they need to focus less on banning out them and more about the picks for themselves. They need to figure out what went wrong in that game. Weekend was having the initiation, but he was dying. Put Weekend onto a Guardian. Let him be tankier, so when they turn on him, put him on Athena, put him on Ymir. So when he goes in, he can live for a lot longer, so his team can then get to the fight to be looking for the opportunities, because that was one of the big issues. The initiation was there, the follow-up was going to be too far away every single time.
Speaking of Athena, though, we haven't really seen Athena much this whole event. Why is that, you thinking, Con?
It's one of those things right now where healing is so in the meta for support, which is why we see the Sylvanas and the Terra bans and all these opportunities. It's so very powerful in that lane. You get to the team fight, you just do some poke, you back off, and you're all good. I would like to see it, though, in the jungle role. Like I said, we've seen Weekend play it in the past. They have the ALG Athena skin now. I want to see him bring out some sort of Guardian in the jungle. Let him be the front line, because somebody like Polar Bear Mike on the Sylvanas, when he's trying to be front line, they're picking him off every single time.
Yeah, it was very clear that every single time PBM moved in to try and engage and make something happen, they were like, nope. It was like bursted out. He had just no chance. And you could almost see the frustration there in their play, right? Looking for opportunities. Even Weekend just couldn't find those spots to engage where he wanted to. Even more so, he was so far behind as well in the game. And we talked a little bit about that as well. Why is that? Like, obviously, he was just getting outplayed for a good portion of that game, but what does he do, even if he switches up to that Guardian role, so to speak, with the Athena?
Weekend focuses so much on ganking. It's one of the things that he does the best. He's always looking, you know, there's always the joke, Weekend camp solo, and it's true, he looks for the ganks in solo, he looks for the ganks in mid, but that often puts him behind in the farm department. He's not always doing the bat cams when they're up or going over to do the red buff. He often gives the red buff XP, you know, Oceans, just do it by yourself. Make sure you get that XP by yourself, which puts other people ahead, but it's going to put him very far behind. And against somebody like Adapting, who's arguably the best single jungle farmer in the entire game, it's really going to accentuate that lead. And I think at one point we saw it was 5 levels.
Yeah, it was a 20 and 15. It was like kind of absurd.
I think at this point, honestly, you made a joke about it, you know, we can always camp solo, but I think with Cyclone Spin, they should go back to that all season 2, you know, AFK strategy of just camp the solo lane, and Athena would be a good option, especially if we see another like Bologna Nike matchup. You know, we also saw a little bit of a disparity in the levels between Raffer and Polar Bear Mike as well. Sylvanas had a little bit of a level lead, but it doesn't matter now because we're going to head into game number 2. Let's see what Allegiance does to adapt.
Once again, we have the Raw band coming out. Very popular band this tournament. We see nobody wanting to mess with, as well as the Terra. It is the get the healing off the board meta.
Why don't you think that Allegiance leave the Raw available for themselves? I know Stealth likes a lot of bit more of these weirder picks, right?
Stealth likes, it's interesting that he doesn't like Raw so much. It's just not a character that he's not comfortable with it. He doesn't like playing it in the competitive scene as much. He wants to look towards these gods like Scylla, Thoth, Nox. You know, he has these very standard god pool of like the MLC god pool. It's not anybody else's, it's his and it's unique.
You can't forget the Kukulkan as well, that one time when Mercury onto Weekend as well set him up for a nice double kill. But Chronos being locked in for Team Allegiance first, do you expect this to be a flex pick, or do you think that this is definitely going to Oceans? Because I can't remember the last time I saw Stealth playing Chronos.
I can't even tell you if Stealth has ever played Chronos, to be honest. I can't imagine this wouldn't be going to Oceans. It's just not a very MLC god.
What about Cyclone Spin playing Chronos maybe down the road as well?
Honestly, I don't hate the idea of just putting Cyclone onto a carry and let Cyclone be Cyclone.
And we're going to see Nike and Giannis on the board for Energy. We saw what Dimi was able to do with the Nike. He didn't have a very flashy game on the Nike, but he did his job.
I still think this could be a flex pick for them. Last time we saw that pick coming out a little bit earlier, and then they picked Bologna into the solo lane. Bologna has no ability to interrupt the Nike anyway, so all of a sudden it was a very free pick for them to put over in the solo. But this is something that they could, if the interrupt comes, they could throw it back into the support role.
Surprisingly enough, Allegiance going for the Nemesis for a weekend, but against the Giannis through his portals, wouldn't you expect maybe a Hunbat or a Susanoo to follow him through those portals?
Your face is right.
I would expect a lot of picks here, but this Nemesis picks, it just makes me laugh because Allied used to make fun of Weekend all the time. You know, hey Weekend, do you want, let's play something like a Thor about a Tasker, and Weekend goes, pick me Nemesis. Nemesis, please. It's an interesting pick. We haven't seen so much success with it yet. As long as Energy doesn't pick up a character like Geb, who is so strong against the Nemesis, as long as he's not the one getting ultied by it, I think they're going to be fine.
I like this Kepri pick from Allegiance as well. Whenever we see Polar Bear Mike playing the Geb, he did a good job yesterday with it. And we saw Panda-like in his set against Soar doing wonders with this god. So more of a defensive option is also going to keep Oceans alive if he's the one that's going to be playing this Cronus. But Soul being locked in for Energy, and surprisingly enough, Camazot's being taken off the table. It seems that Energy are a little bit worried about maybe this double assassin combination for ALG.
Yeah, Camazot's one of those bands that probably something that they're not super particularly worried about anything right now. So they're like, what's a really niche pick that could just maybe throw us off our game? When I used to playing against it. He's still fairly new. Just get him off the table. They saw Divios play him earlier. ALG and Eager have been scrimming a lot. Maybe Cyclone had it in his god pool as well.
Well, to be fair, Variety played it really well in that last set. And with the scrim partners between Energy and Obey, they know the true potential of the Camazot. So maybe there's some sort of weakness there that didn't want to get exploited. With this double jungle between Circuit and Ao Kwong being banned away, it seems that Kumbhakarna is being hovered over for now.
This entire Energy team comp right now is extremely strong. The draft from Allegiance is definitely a lot more of a niche strat. You can see them focusing into a particular idea compared to Energy right now is just picking up very strong base gods. And we talked about that Geb could be a problem for the Nemesis pick. I'm surprised that we didn't see Allegiance ban it out.
It's going to be very difficult now for Weekend to really find a target that he wants to commit and all in against, especially with the Geb shield, with the Giannis mobility that he'll provide for the rest of his team. Allegiance might have to try to find ways to isolate targets, but Nox being locked in for Stealth.
I really like Stealth Nox. I think he is by far the best Nox player in the world, but I do not like Nox picks into Geb because Geb can shield your combo every time, so the enemy does not have to waste their beads.
Well, what if you just combo the Geb?
You can combo the Geb, that you can do.
Maybe that's going to be the goal of Allegiance, just try to shut down Raffer as quickly as possible and find some kills. And now there's also some sustain with the Guan Yu, but Thanatos! Oh, this is going to get spicy in Con.
That Thanatos pick is actually not even quite as spicy as you would think. They have a Kepri on the opposing team. Thanatos' execute goes through Kepriel, making it absolutely useless.
I'm excited to see where these guys are going to end up, honestly.
Yeah, that was an interesting draft. So takeaways here is that they're going for something very specific. Let's see if this pans out. Predictions quick.
Energy.
I like the ALG strat, but I think the Energy counterpicked him.
All right, guys. Well, could Energy be moving on? Let's see. We have plenty more action coming up. So for right now, we're going to send it over to your commentators. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Golden Boy and the analysts once again. Obviously, we see the Thanatos against the Khepri, but I see a Guan Yu there that can help sustain back up under the execute threshold.
Oh yeah, but I think it's more the Gep pick is so strong coming out from Energy. It counters the Khepri, it counters the Nux. I have no idea why Allegiance wanted the Nux. Gep is a huge counter.
Well, I mean, Stealth's God, right? I mean, Nox is Stealth's God.
Sure, it is, but Nox here just didn't make a whole lot of sense to me either, because usually when Stealth's playing Nox, it's with an Erlong Shen, it's with a Thor, you know, something that he has easy long-range setup. It's only the long-range route from Khepri that's your easy setup from a distance here.
Yeah, and I mean, even though he's really good at Nux, he's still against counters, which is just going to be horrible for him.
Plus, we saw yesterday Anister playing Nemesis into Jeff Hindla's Geb. He had a tough time because you get Nemesis ulted and then Geb shield right away. And Raffer, we know, on point with those Geb shields. So as long as he's saving those for the Nemesis ults or the Nox combo, it's going to be difficult to kill any of the carries.
Well, start of the game, the wards placed down only by Allegiance so far, and both sides of the map just to keep around the mid-harpies on both sides. And it looks like Energy not going to save and not use any wards because mainly they've all invested in boots again.
But also we see the Hawk coming out of the support and not the solo lane. That's a little bit usual. So I think the Gep might, as we also see he's already in the right lane, he might go with the solo lane now and look for some sort of invade.
We've seen a lot of that, exactly. And you're right, it is a little curious to see Dimmy go for the teleport here in this matchup because we saw him go for it. We saw him go for the Wrath in the last game. And talking about the solo lane matchup, oh, hold that thought.
There we go. Dimmy going to walk up and Polar Bear Mike and Weekend going to walk back. But they've got support Cyclone here on the Guan Yu as well. But the focus on Polar Bear Mike is good right now. The combos of Wrath after Wrath, and it's Cyclone who takes out Adapting. But Dimmy gets Polar Bear Mike, and Dimmy's trying to run. Wrath is trying to block some shots, but now he's in trouble too.
But I don't know if they're going to be able to catch him here. He's actually locked himself into this hole because Weekend had the Teleria boots as well. Talon Assault going to be able to pick him up 2-for-1 in favor of Allegiance.
Do not fight without a shell. The enemy team had a shell on the support and they did not. Fighting a 3v3 early game with that shell is going to be good. Did huge things for Allegiance.
And I love the adaptation by Weekend and the rest of Allegiance. You can see he recognized what Energy did last time, forgoes Bumba's mask, picks up those Talaria boots right away, and that's the reason why you saw him able to actually keep up with Raffer, who had those tank boots already online. The same thing for Polar Bear Mike, picking up Talaria.
That's all about adaptation in the SWC. The Smite World Championships, every single year, there's a meta that develops, and the meta this year is everybody buys full boots.
I also like the Polar Bear Mike actually picked up an EU guard, a EU support, which is the Khepri. But Adapting plays everything, man. You banned out Kwang, but he still picks the Thanatos to counter it.
I was saying, man, if they didn't ban out Kwang into this composition, it would have been perfect. We know how good Adapting's Ao Kwang can be, and I like the ban, but like you mentioned, he plays everything, picking up this Thanatos. What I wanted to talk about before the invade there was this solo lane matchup, Nike versus Guan Yu. I think that this is definitely heavily in Guan Yu's favor because no way to interrupt the Rend, yes, but you could heal in between Rend strikes, just like you saw right there. Plus, Dimmy doesn't really have an easy way to interrupt your Talu Assault without committing his jump. I really like this matchup for Guan Yu. It takes his bad laning phase and makes it okay enough to get him towards those later stages where that heal can become very effective.
Well, Allegiance now have a nice start to the game, but they had that last game as well, Tricksank. I think the difference is, though, the composition's a little bit different than from Energy this time round.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird. To be honest, I don't like the combo specifically. I think if Energy goes to late game, they will have this because of the gap and because of the Nike front line. That combo is going to be really good against them, and the Nux is going to be really useless late game.
Well, Dimmy doing a good trade-off there overall with Cyclone. I expect Cyclone to get the better of that, but good use of abilities.
And that's just using the kit there as you will. Dimmy using those cleaves, not even an ability, but the auto attack cleaves. It'll be interesting to see how that matchup goes because of that teleport that Dimmy has picked up. He's able to trade a little bit more frequently because he has that ability to get back to lane very quickly, whereas Cyclone Spin has gone for the Wrath.
Also, the Guan Yu pick is so great against the Thanatos. I'm also looking for Allegiance picking up on a meditation because whenever he's in the air and you're in executioner rage, you can use the meditation, use the Guan Yu heal, and then survive.
Well, here we go. A bit more engagement going on, and it's Dimmy using a Will to Hurt there, forced to leap away, trying to hold his ultimate, but forced to use it as well. Small wins for Allegiance. Allegiance.
Love the rotation there from Polar Bear Mike, really using that Talaria boots pickup right away, using that extra movement speed that you get out of combat, and just the additional movement speed for finishing off your boots at level 1, able to get to the solo lane very quickly.
And we're 3 minutes in right now.
Oh, there's a big ultimate coming out early on from Emelito. Going to force a rewind out of Oceans as well. And space inside from Yamin. Choo-choo, the boys of Energy are coming, but Oceans is already past the station.
Great backstep there from Oceans. I don't think it would have mattered, but it looks cool, you know? Just
does.
The Barra backstep.
Just in case. Is that what it's called now, the Barra backstep?
Yeah, do you have one, Trix? Every pro says they have their own little juke move.
I guess.
You have the hog invade on your own.
You got the blink hog.
Right, blink hog.
Yeah.
Sadly, you can't do that anymore.
Feels bad.
Sad days.
Oh well. 2-1 though still for Allegiance, and that gank attempt, it was a nice idea from Energy, but it didn't really come to anything.
Yeah, and this is what Ocean's got to look out for. They have the Yanu, so he can't go over aggressively on Emilito. So if he does that the next time, I think they will get the kill on him.
Very, very important to just keep an eye on that, because the main thing is, hang on a second, mid lane. Yamin's in a bit of trouble there, but he's going to use the purification wisely. Good play from Stealth to realize that he could get that.
Very aggressive in that. MLC Cell saying, I don't even need setup, man. I'll make my own setup. It actually body blocks Yamin into the second ability so that you can force him to get silenced out and then guarantee the root.
It was also because Yamin's ult was on cooldown from just being used too, so a little bit more tricky, adapting. Going to get under pressure here by Stealth with a nice combo there. The blue buff stolen by Allegiance, small wins.
MLC playing so aggressive now right now and hitting every single spell. I love the aggressiveness coming out for Allegiance, trying to build more of an early lead and maybe be able to snowball a little bit better than last game.
Well, now Emelito and Ocean's going to continue trading this lane, but because mid lane has been pushed in here, Energy can look for an early Gold Fury potentially. With the damage coming out here and a Wrath available for them, if nobody gets here soon, it's going to go the way of the world champs.
And that's exactly what you expect from Energy. They're not only are they great mechanically, but they're great as far as strategy goes, team composition, recognizing that small opening, very enemy-esque from Season 2.
And all this tricks when I'm looking at it as well is now we're back to even again. All the work Allegiance has just done to get themselves a lead has been cancelled out by this Gold Fury.
Exactly. Energy is so good at looking at the opening thing. How are we going to build a lead? Oh, they don't have any water around the Gold Fury. Emilito does have the pressure, so he's calling that. I have the pressure, we can potentially do a Gold Fury, and that's what they did.
And it's great timing because there's no buffs up on the right-hand side for Allegiance to take away. We saw in a game yesterday, I believe it was the Xbox semifinals, that Sword did a Gold Fury early on, but lost their entire right side jungle because of it. This time, Energy able to time it perfectly, nothing for Allegiance to respond with.
And those kills at the start of the game that Allegiance did get, it was before minions had spawned, but they didn't really invade the jungle too much off of that. So those deaths that we saw Energy falter with, they never really got punished too heavily. So that's why you can see the levels are relatively equal, and Adapting's actually ahead of Experience of Weaken yet again.
Exactly. Energy is looking more equal again with Allegiance, and I think now that Allegiance is playing so aggressive, they have to be a little bit more careful with it because Energy will respond now.
And we didn't even talk about the fact that Cyclone Spin got both of those kills in that early engagement, and his net worth is only slightly above that of Dimmy, only 300 gold. So that tells you how well Dimmy has been farming ever since they've recovered from that early
and
first
take into account that 300 gold deficit there as well. That was generally the blue buff on the right-hand side that was taken from him. He didn't get any of that as well, so he's lack of regen there. But for now, no buffs available for a second or two longer. Obviously, Energy side of the jungle going to spawn a little bit ahead of Allegiance.
And normally when we talk about Thanatos, it's, well, we're 6 minutes in and we haven't seen a kill for Adapting. Thanatos not really working out. But as Lich proved to us on day one, you're going to be able to use that Thanatos
Rafa
effectively.
forced to shield himself, and Weaken's going to ult him, and in response, Cataclysm from Rafa. Polar Bear Mike, though, surrounded there by Adapting and Yamin. The ult from Stealth comes out to try and slow them down. Yamin having to deal with Weaken, but in the sky is Adapting, and he's looking for the bug.
Nowhere to go for Polar Bear Mike. Couldn't get the ultimate off. Emil able to pick up the kill. The double kill for the Hunter for Energy, and that's a good sign for Emil.
I have no idea why Allegiance put everything into the support. Geb is so safe to play in the early game. You can't collapse him. His whole team was around, so they had no reason to go for him.
Cavalry charge coming out here. Cyclone Spin trying to force the issue onto Yamin. The body blocks. He gets through the ball. The blue stone will not be enough to tick him down to low health. Great little play from Cyclone, but not good enough.
If Cyclone Spin went for the Phantoms up there, he had no mobility, so he could have actually maybe killed Adapting there if he just went for him.
Possibly, yeah. But I love the Wrath play from Cyclone Spin to keep Yamin locked in place just long enough to almost kill him.
Well, Adapting's almost going to die here as well. He's running for his life right now. Dimmy can't stop Cyclone getting in range, but Cyclone turns round.
Just not enough. He was all on cooldown. No, he used the dash wasn't in range, and adapting and picked up that speed buff, so there's no way that Cyclone's will be able to catch him.
Well, blue buff will be still on the right-hand side by the looks of it. Then no, I'm telling a lie. Dimmy secures his own blue. Good defensive job from him at 8 minutes in. 3-2. Small lead for Energy at this stage.
And that's unbelievable that Energy's this far in the experience lead, having given up a double kill early on. And like you mentioned, they didn't lose any buffs because of it, and that's why you see them being so close together.
And Thanatos getting first blooded, he is still ahead of Weekend as well now.
That's what you expect. I mean, the way Weekend plays, it is he does it intentionally. I know that many people probably think he doesn't, but he intentionally misses mid waves to allow MLC Stealth to get that golden experience necessary to be the carry for the team. But whenever you don't have that jungle pressure, it hurts you a lot. And you can see the fruits of that in the last few games for
But not only the jungle pressure, also the mid pressure. You're going to be able to rotate to any side of the lane you can because MLC will not follow, so they can easily get the out rotate on him.
Well, just keep an eye here onto that duo lane as we tune in with it, because these two have been left alone for the majority of the game, meaning they're going to get more experience than they're probably used to, or well, they're used to in this meta now. And this fighting between the two could be huge, as once again, Oceans just manages to hold on to his ultimate.
Oceans might be behind here, but it's not only the reason why Emilito is winning. Emilito is so comfortable in this matchup. He's tried it so many times for a fact against Fumble as well, and he really knows this matchup, and he can win it.
Yeah, Soul is definitely one of ML's most comfortable gods, but I like the patience there and the trust in Oceans, understanding exactly how much damage he's going to take from that Soul ultimate, saving not only his ultimate, but his Sanctuary as well.
Well, that's a big power spike there for Emilito as well, because he just got his second relic online. Now, obviously, power spikes, we normally talk about items, but these relics will help you live longer to deal out more damage.
Absolutely. Definitely going to see something get forced on the left-hand side here.
Oh, Adapting not going to get hit by that root from Stealth, but Rafa will, that's okay. The Gold Fury has respawned again. The last one was cheekily snuck from Energy with an opportune moment.
Energy is slightly getting into this game again, and if Allegiance want to take this lead, they have to start fighting in the jungle, look for the picks, possibly on the gap, otherwise he can just gap shield him and get out of the combo.
Cyclone spin, wrapping around the back here, may find Adapting and Rafa. Rafa didn't notice this, but he's going to Cataclysm to avoid some damage. Space and time through from Yamin. Escape portals are available, but now if we can wrapping around the back, they look for Adapting. Shield comes out. Yamin actually got hit big there by the ultimate from Stealth that wasn't even meant for him.
Not quite, but now Dimmy's in a ton of trouble. Locked in place. Weekend able to pick up the kill. Allegiance evens the kill number.
That was like Lambs to the Slaughter tricks. Like, what happened to Energy there?
This time Energy just way too overforced. They definitely called for the fight, so a Rafa went in. Meanwhile, they were zoned by MLC's 2, so they couldn't really get into the fight, so they just lost it.
And this is a bad time for Energy to lose a fight because the Gold Fury is up. Cyclone Spin has a wrap.
Trying to slow them down here with Emilito just juking in and out. Adapting's back here with Yamin now on his way as well. Gold Fury still low and still being leashed. The silence is good on the Gold Fury, but meanwhile Cyclone Spin will be a casualty for Allegiance to get the Gold Fury. Energy want more, but I don't think they're going to find it.
Trying to do their red buff now afterwards. I'm just so confused all weekend, taking a ton of damage from that death sight. Not going to be able to do anything else. Chasing him off the back camps, really. But the decision making there from Cyclone, very odd. Because sure, usually you're the solo laner, you're the zone, you're on zone duty, right?
As long as Allegiance as long as Energy is not going to get any towers, it's fine giving one guy up. So Cyclone just zoning them so to make sure they're not going to be able to get the goal for you is just fine.
But he's the man with the Wrath. He doesn't need to zone. They don't need to zone them at all. They don't have enough burst to confirm it over top of the 1250 Wrath, and then you can just back up and run away. Instead, they rely on the burst on the backside while Cyclone zones. I felt like they could have gotten out scot.
Oh yeah, I actually didn't see he had his Wrath up, so the better call would probably have just been all commit on the Gold Fury, just take it down and basically huck it.
Anyway, 1-0, Gold Fury Allegiance. That's the key here between the two. The gold is relatively even once more thanks to that little skirmish in the jungle. The experience, though, still Energy's favor.
But what I wanted to talk about earlier was that Thanatos, when we're used to talking about him, it's, well, the early game hasn't gone perfectly, so he's going to fall off. But with the late game executes, that's going to be so important. We saw the solo laner for Lich do it time and time again, just looking for the frontliners only. Just get them to 40%. Once Thanatos maxes out that ultimate, you can execute someone from 40%. And like you said, Trix, that Khepri ultimate is going to be completely useless.
Well, at the moment, it looks like Allegiance and Energy are happy to skirmish in the jungle space and time. Only hits onto Polar Bear Mike, but didn't do as much damage as they would have liked there from Energy. And it seems to be that they're trying to isolate Oceans on the left-hand side here, because Emilito, he's having a whale of a time, it seems.
He's just having fun over here, man, peppering him with these ultimates. Now Adapting has made the rotation as well, and I like the build coming out from Polar Bear Mike here. You recognize that he's been the focus, going immediately for this Hide of the Urchin, but it is a risk, Trix. I mean, if you don't get those stacks, it's not efficient.
He's adapting, but Polar Bear Mike is here too, but so are 4 members of Energy total. With the silence from Stealth, it'll force a reset for now.
Energy is putting so much pressure onto Allegiance. They're having their tongue out right now because they're going back and forth between mid and dual lane, and they can't really do anything about it right now because it seems like they have the stronger jungle fight.
And look, the ward coverage is not there for Energy either. There's really no wards from either team. It's only that bottom left-hand side warded by Allegiance, so they don't have enough information to really tell if they're committing to the left side or just hanging in the jungle.
Allegiance going to start doing the same thing as Energy is doing. They got to group up in the jungle, go around the jungle, look for any guys on the Energy side and look for the picks because they have the combo, the good CC combo with MLC Stealth and Polar Bear Mike.
It doesn't seem though that Energy are actually looking for picks though. It looks like they're trying to make sure that Emilito can try to keep poking this tower down on the left-hand side. He's winning the matchup against Oceans, so why not just continue letting him do that if you can?
They are for sure looking for a pick, Energy, but on the same time, they're looking on picks on the left side to make sure that Emilito is safe.
Creating,
so push the tower down.
Creating space. They're
Exactly.
boxing Allegiance out basically from this
right
left-hand
now,
lane.
Energy know the red buff is up for Allegiance, so they got it last time after the Gold Fury, so they're looking to invade now. Yamin on the back, Stealth on his way with Weaken, looking to support and defend this red buff, but the red buff is already on the floor, and they're not going to get it this time round. Allegiance, Energy steal it away.
And thanks to the wrap from Rather there. Wrath from Rapper. That's a tongue twister.
Well, there's a stun twister for Adapting right now, who's dunked below half health already. Forced to fall back to safety. Yamin still in mid lane there. Is it Giannis after all? Allegiance pushing on in the jungle a little bit more here.
Weaken still looking for Adapting so low. Still has his ultimate available. We haven't really seen a whole lot of Nemesis ults. Here could be one onto Yamin. Not going to use it still, being very patient with it.
And this game starts looking like the other game we just saw. Allegiance having a fine early game, Energy coming back, and Emilito just destroying everybody.
And you can see there the second relic picked up by Weaken. He's got a Sunder.
And I was going to say, I'm a little
teammate.
surprised that he didn't actually go with the Sunder there on Yamin, who was in a bit of an awkward spot. Talk about awkward spots, Emilito is right now.
But I love the use of Supernova to use it as CC immunity for the Abduct from Polar Bear Mike. Hot heads up play there from Memo.
And now we can turn it back around a little bit. But Polar Bear Mike and Ocean still hanging around in this lane. And Emilito wants a bit of Oceans here. And he's looking for it. And Yamin from the mid lane. You want to talk about snipes? That was a snipe and a half.
Nowhere to go now for Polar Bear Mike. Rez, who cares? Yamin picks up the long-range double kill. You know Emilito's mad that his mid laner just stole his kill.
Allegiance dual lane right there. They're like, we're fine, we're 2v1, we can do this. And Emilito just going in, and then in comes the Yanazol, perfect onto the the Chrono, sorry.
And now they get a tier 2 tower on the left-hand side as well. Meanwhile, Allegiance trying to answer back with a tier 1 in mid, but Dimmy will teleport to mid lane, and now we may see a little bit more of an awkward spot for Allegiance.
We can finally ult Yamin, but it doesn't even matter. The Geb shield perfectly timed from Raffer. Now MLC Stealth using that ultimate.
Adapted's in trouble there. The dot damage is hitting him, but he will be able to get back to safety for now. And now Dimmy, last to leave.
Now they did force MLC's, both of these active, so he's going to be really squishy now.
Cyclone spin around the back, makes the rotation. Dimmy forced to jump over the Talu Assault. With Cyclone here, Weaken's going to get healed up. Gold Fury's available, and Cyclone does have that Wrath.
Tempo's really picked up all of a sudden, Trix. Is that just down to that one little fight on the left?
This is down to Emilito starting to be in the fight.
Now on the Gold Fury side, Polar Bear Mike getting the counter ward. Weaken absorbing a lot of damage with that shield, but taking just as much thanks to the Ren from Dimmy.
Just keep an eye on the triangles on the right and left of your screen there for the ultimates that are available. Quite a few are still on cooldown from both teams here, but big ultimates are still there, and there's one from Cyclone Spin. The cavalry charge for zone. Focus on Raffer is the call here, and Raffer's already dead. Stealth gets the kill, but Cyclone is running for his life with the Capri ultimate, adapting through the portal round the back. The ult pops from Capri, and back alive is Cyclone.
Cyclone's still alive, but Emilito doesn't want to let him go. Ocean's on the meanwhile takes out Adapting on the backside.
And now Oceans are going to fight too, but meanwhile Emilito, he's going to go down as well. The roar from the North American crowd is here as Dimmy is running for his life too. So Dimmy's looking to clean up Oceans, who stuck around too long, and it's now Yamin and Dimmy to try and escape.
Yamin completely out of mana though. Gold Fury being looked at right now by Allegiance. Wrath still up for Cyclone Spin. Yamin doesn't want to let it go.
Oh, he got Ruin in place there to Yamin, but they're going to have to give this one up now. Gold Fury to Allegiance.
Overall, way too split fight by Energy right there. They let the backline leave alone. The Kronos rewinded and got into the backline. This killed the Adapting right there. And the fight just, Emilito went in the front line as well, and it just got completely weird for them.
And that play that we saw coming out from Oceans there, Agro, that was very similar to what Emilito just did on Kronos the game before. Going to the back line, forcing out some ults, and then finding the picks.
Splitting off from the rest of the team fight and trying to isolate one target, because in the late game, Kronos kind of plays like an assassin. He just comes at you, swinging his little staff there, and you got nowhere to go.
But that is sort of like Soul. You can just free in and start brawling everybody. It's sort of like Kronos, to be honest.
Very, very similar indeed. Well, Allegiance do close the gap a little bit there, but there is still a gap in favor of Energy.
But the big thing there was MLC Stealth laying down that silence underneath Raffer, who was looking to find the Cataclysm in the middle of everyone, but he just got exploded at the exact moment that he was looking for it. CC chain there was flawless from Allegiance.
3 members of Energy are in mid lane now, trying to siege this one down with the support of Soul. 3-on-3 there, as we've got a 2-on-2 on the right-hand side, and Weaken's had enough. He wants Adapting, and Adapting's in a lot of trouble here. Cyclone gets the kill. The ult from Energy, though, they're on the way, boys.
Cyclone Spin slowed down, sprint pops, Emilito's here, drops the Supernova, but not able to find it. Knocks ultimate off the mark from Stealth. Dimmy has to jump away.
And Dimmy's going to try and run back now, but going to get rooted in place as well. Can absorb a lot of damage to that unstable Vortex hit Weaken, but don't forget, Cyclone Spin's playing Guan Yu, and the healing comes into play.
Energy have to start respecting Allegiance. They still have a lot of damage online. They can still get picks, and they can still one-shot people because they have the Nemesis and the Sunder.
But now it's Allegiance. They're going to go aggressive here, and Cyclone Spin's taking the brunt of the tower damage for the time being. Big heal from him and a meditation too, and they will pick up Dimmy as well.
Just so much HP for Cyclone Spin. He's putting out so much healing this fight alone. The meditation was on point from Polar Bear Mike as well. Look at that, 13,000 player healing.
And it's basically Cyclone Spin is carrying them right now. The heals is so good, the engages are so good from him. That's also why they won the Gold Fury fight. He's doing a great job right now, just keeping everybody alive.
Meanwhile, Oceans has continued farming mid lane, taking that tier 1 tower as this has all been going on. Now he's rotating over to join the whole team of Allegiance. We may see a 5-on-5 shortly.
And there's no way to really deal with this healing. They don't have enough anti-heal right now. Cyclone's been dashing in, immediate Nemesis onto Raffer. He's taking a ton of damage.
He's still alive right now as Adapting comes through the portal. He's going to take to the sky just in time to get away. Will he come back down is the question. He's looking at Stealth.
Executed! There he goes! MLC Stealth falls to Adapting. Is he going to get out as well?
I don't know. Cyclone's trying to support him. The shield from Raffer's good. The stun is there from Cyclone. The root is there from Mike. And finally, they'll pick up the king of the jungle. But Polar Bear Mike and Allegiance are in a bit of trouble here.
Cyclone's been doing it all for Allegiance. Big unstable Vortex claps Oceans for a ton of his HP, but Dimmy just trying to zone away the rest of the tide of Allegiance, looking for the jump over the blue buff wall. He can't find it, he's stuck.
He's waiting for a portal, and Yamin will get him out of the danger zone there.
If Emilito had more mana there, they could actually have turned, because everybody faced Dimmy in the end. If he got a good jump and Emilito was there with mana, they could have had such a good fight.
Allegiance still want to go in here, and they're looking for Dimmy, but they're not going to be able to find him as he leaps back to safety. Trying to force it a little bit more, but Mike's low on mana here too, and the call seems to be disengage.
One of the reasons you see that disengage is because that Obsidian Shard is not quite finished yet for Oceans on the Kronos. Not a whole lot of tower push available. I like the decision from Allegiance. We won the fight. Let's back up and reset. And you called it, Trix. I mean, Cyclone Spin is doing everything for this team right now.
5, 1, and 4 on Cyclone Spin. And you can see the goal difference between the two teams now. I think this is the first time Allegiance have actually had the lead in the game.
And that's ever since that double kill for Cyclone in the early game. And that's, like I mentioned, giving him this matchup that is easy in lane for him to survive. It's not that dangerous lane matchup that a lot of teams will pick for Guan Yu. And he's able to get towards his later game stages. And like I mentioned as well, just not enough anti-heal on the side of Energy. We finally see a second Pestilence being completed, but no Brawlers, no Divine Ruin.
Right, the anti-healing is really low, but the reason why I think Energy is having a hard time dealing with Guan Yu as well is because they didn't expect Allegiance to pick this pick.
Yeah.
No one from NA is picking this guard, and I don't think they practiced it either against Obey. It was mostly us playing it against them, so I think that's the reason why they're having a hard time dealing with it.
Well, we'll see what they're going to have to try and do to adapt to this as the game goes on as well, because right now, it is the Cyclone show. The rest of the team seem to be working around him, and it's one of the things Allegiance do have. They have a triple threat composition here. You've got Cyclone Spin, you've got MSC Stealth the Cannon, and then you've got Oceans as well.
And MLC Stealth had a quietly very good game that it doesn't show in the damage numbers, but it's about laying down that silence at the right time, using it as kind of a support character almost in the mid lane.
Well,
I am surprised how MLC is actually getting his silences off right now, because if they just group up and have the Nike in the front line, they will easily go through MLC Stealth.
Gold Fury has been pulled, space and time not used just yet by Yami, but let's listen in to ALG's communications.
Back to slow. I'm thinking of get in here. Back I'm inside you. I'm really low. I'm grabbing you. Alright, yeah. Gab. Yeah. Tips. Oh, fuck. I need help. I don't have anything for you. Okay, just run. I'll be back soon. We're just diving. Self control. I'll be back soon. Okay, they're gonna go to gold. They're gonna go to gold. Yeah. I'm going back. Wait, can we get after the match? We can maybe give it up and just go to fire. I'm so healthy. Fire. Okay. Janice is mid. I'm up in 7. They're rolling. They're going gold. I'm coming. I'm doing a minute. I'm so healthy. Let's go. Gets half. And his shield's down. It's not even half. It's not even half. It's half now. Talk to each other. It's full right now. I'm gonna get Fire. That's it right now. They're gonna ult in. We can do this one. Let's go. How long to mid? 30. I'm pushing mid way. I need the next seal for sure. Dance on speed. You go on.
What a great listening that was from Allegiance, and now they've got a boon in them because they're looking at adapting to. They pick up the Gold Fury. Energy was sloppy.
Weekend not the problem this game. I can tell you that much. Making the plays there, calling the target onto Raffer, and then stealing away the Gold Fury with a dash. Unbelievable play by him.
Cyclone going in on Yamin, but adapting and a silence out the Salo Assault. Weekend though, looking towards Emelito. The ultimate does connect, but the Sanctuary and the use, I believe, is there to save him.
Didn't even need the Sanctuary, just that immune from Disapparate.
Just really came into account the Disapparate, but the 5-gen still being done right now. Cyclone Spin can continue to heal the team. Energy, though, patiently waiting on the outskirts.
Just waiting for them to take a lot of damage. And Cyclone Spin's a target, but a great immune from Polar Bear Mike. Meditation, heal, but Wicked gets executed.
And next on the list, it could be Cyclone, but Cyclone's taking up the front line of the Storm. He needs more support from his boys, though. Gonna dash back to the safety of his team. Emelito and Rafa are both on their last legs. The shotgun from Yamin's unstable Vortex just shredded the backline for a second. And Energy, they're not done.
MLC Stealth doing so much damage now. Can't find the combo onto Dimmy. Taking a big damage is Emelito. Stealth is in Cyclone Spin. Cyclone falls. Stealth pops out. He falls as well.
Energy are marching on. They want more out of this. Yamin's gonna get pulled. Yamin's nearly dead, but he'll stand. Adapting though. Ring around the roses. Oceans is the poses.
Everybody from Energy just stayed with like 5% HP, not because they could do anything, but just to show presence and for the gap shield and stuff. They played so well, Energy. Holy dang.
Just playing together
Holy
like yeah, whatever that means, I guess.
That was the politest comms we have ever heard out of you at that moment.
Right, I've got to be polite.
Very much so.
Fire Giant again, though, for Energy this time round. They're trying to make sure they can get it before the respawns of Allegiance come through. Mike's trying to slow them down best he can, and Weaken #1's on his way. He's going to ult-adapt him right now, but a shield is going to force him to double dash back to safety. Fire Giant still being done, but finally, Energy pick it up.
Yeah, Allegiant it wasn't possible for them contesting the Fire Giant here. And Dimmy, in this game, is doing so much work for NIG. He's up in the front line all the time. Even when NIG is disengaging, he's staying in the front line. He's doing such a good job right now, holding Allegiance under control.
And I can't believe that Energy were able to win that fight after MLC Stealth finds a huge Siphon Darkness, hits 3 or 4 people. Rapper's all of a sudden 1 HP. No one knew that it was laid right underneath them. And then he finds another one onto Emilito. Stealth did a ton of damage there without even finding a 2-1 combo.
But that was because of Dimmy, because he was standing up there, keep poking the squishies, and just stayed there for the whole fight.
Well, the other thing about Energy's composition here, they're against a team that is, they're basically fighting this team almost 3 times, because you've got to get through Cyclone Spin and the healing. Then you've got to get through his Meditate too, Polar Bear Mike's Meditate, I should say. Then you've got to get through Polar Bear Mike's Ultimate as well when you get a target. And most of the time, by that point, Energy have had to consume a lot, but they still managed to battle through.
Oh yeah, we also have to talk about the ult from Polar Bear Mike, a really good ultimate.
It was.
Really good. But still, they lost the fight. I'm not sure how it went in their other favor, but that is maybe because of the adapting's good execution.
Picture perfect engage by Rapper, locks Cyclone Spin directly on top of the Fire Giant pools and the knockup. He gets double knocked up by Geb and then the Fire Giant. But like you mentioned, Trix, the ultimate from Polar Bear Mike was beautiful, just not quite enough damage from the rest of the team. Oceans wasn't able to put out the necessary damage in that fight. Stealth did a ton, but the Chronos did not.
Oh, the engage there from Cyclone Spin after a great route from Mike, and he's looking for Yamin. Good silence from Adaptive to slow him down. Ult used by Dimmy too. Meanwhile, Rapper goes down, and now Allegiance holds strong once more.
Rapper was the sacrificial lamb there, just trying to keep everyone out of the jungle. Adapting and Oceans, the only ones with ult still available. Great hold there.
But those
nothing
three
off
members
Inspire.
as well, Trix. It was one route from Mike, and then 2 ultimates from Cyclone and Stealth, and immediately Energy were in trouble.
Right, this is again like Cyclone's been just engaging on him, taking all the aggro. He's taking so much damage in these fights, and meanwhile, Oceans can do whatever he wants to, and MLC Stealth can take his time hitting his spells.
And now they're going to siege down this middle lane. All 4 members of Energy do have Fire Giants, so Allegiance still has to be careful.
Oh, they're going to focus on clearing the minion wave here with Emilito for now, but here we go again. Horsey, don't you stop! He's going to push them back one more time and take a free tier 2 tower.
But he does get portaled. Big combo on the Dimmy, get a takedown about 1/3 of his HP. Cyclone getting pretty low. Meditation is down for Polar Bear Mike as well as the ultimate. Adapting could have looked for it.
I love that call from Allegiance. You see how they cut left into the Gold Fury? It's not for Gold Fury. They knew Adapting went right and was trying to swing round behind. And in the end, they will all just get out, even with a bit of squeaky bum time.
Right, that was so close. Careful with the lazy backs. They're now on the go free, looking for this. They still have the Fire Giant. They can easily do this.
Cyclone does have teleport as well, so even with him backing, that's not a huge
Well, Polar Bear Mike is going to get hit by the portal, but at the same time, Emilito got hurt pretty bad there as well. He's forced back Stealth's ult will only hit Dimmy, and Dimmy will shake that one off.
Dimmy is he's just a big lineman right now for Energy. He's sitting in front of everyone, absorbing all these spells with that gigantic shield from Sentinel of Zeus. He's not even worried about it.
He's tanking everything right now, and also, it was really good by Allegiance. They didn't fight in the jungle. They was not going to have a good fight. It's better for them just taking the fight in the lane. They won the last fight in the lane, so just keep doing that.
And this game right now is still balanced on a knife edge for me. Either team can still win this one right now, even though Energy have the Fire Giant here. Allegiance can one fight, and this could turn immediately.
Without a doubt. I mean, we're 30 minutes in. The gold lead is about even. 2 people coming around the right-hand side. Ocean throws out the stun. Can't find it. Dimmy gets pulled back.
Dimmy, and Dimmy's down. Space inside from Yamin to do anything there as well. The tier 2 tower does fall, but Allegiance is going to push here and look towards Rapper, who's still alone.
Rapper's got nowhere to go. Locked in place by MLC Stealth. Pulled back in by Polar Bear Mike. Nox picks up the kill.
And immediately Cyclone takes to the horse to make sure that Adapting is forced to ult defensively away. But what's going on left-hand side, Trix?
They're gonna push this down. No, they are gonna back. They might be able to be able to save the mid lane here. But Dimmy just being too aggressive without his ultimate in that fight, and that's why they lost it.
Well,
yeah, like I said,
3 members back actually of Allegiance on the left-hand side. So there's only a few here to try and defend. And Ocean's got scary low. And there's a Hunter adapting. The rewind will get him safe for a second. But Ocean's goes down. And Energy's called to try and switch him about.
And Allegiance is lucky. It didn't went worse. Everybody's so low. So lucky by Allegiance getting out here.
And they didn't even get the Phoenix. Middle Phoenix still standing now for Energy. Fire Giant due to respawn in about 5 seconds. Adapting doesn't want to let Weekend get out, but he doesn't really have a choice. He'll be going back to base.
And you sure can say that Soul is online right now. He has so much damage. You got to be careful. You can't tunnel vision the Phoenix. Otherwise, he is going to kill everybody.
Yeah, you saw right there. The 2 ult combination just did Ocean's entire health bar. I mean, it was literally 1 auto attack.
Yep, 40,000 player damage, and the closest to him is his teammate at 23,000 in the mid lane.
Emilito's just been playing lights out for months by now. I mean, the group stage, he looked phenomenal. Again, it's Super Regionals. Really a player that doesn't get talked about a whole lot because, you know, you got Yemen and Adapting, but playing absolutely unreal.
15 to 15, the second Fire Giant is available, and Energy are shredding it down. Allegiance have not been able to get close. Fire Giant to the world champs once more, and Allegiance on the defensive again.
But I like that call from Allegiance to just give it up. Yeah, Guan Yu has Wrath, but we already defended one time when they had 5 members of Fire Giant. No reason to try and take a risky fight there. Wait until they're in lane. That's where they've been winning the fights.
But what is Weekend doing in left lane? He should have been there for the fight. They could potentially have done it.
Well, tier 2 tower on the right side will fall down here. The final tower that Allegiance had standing, and now it's just Phoenixes remaining for Allegiance, and they need to hold this. If they lose this game, they are out of the World Championships.
This is about as much pressure as you can possibly feel right now, defending your own Phoenix against the defending world champions Energy.
And Energy is going to take this calm and collected. They know they can still lose the fight. They do respect Allegiance for once now, and so they're just going to play this really seriously.
Because even if they only lose a couple members, Allegiance has enough damage and sustain from Guan Yu that they could absolutely push down, get that middle Phoenix, and end the game.
Dimmy's in mid lane here, looking to try and keep some people over that side if he can, and keep an eye on if anyone's hanging around the corner, while Rafa on the right doing the same sort of thing.
Dimmy just pushing up this middle wave, looking to put some pressure on Death Scythe off the mark, looking for Weekend with the jump, but Dimmy now gonna get focused. It eats the Nemesis ult, already falling very low.
Well, the shield comes into play and he'll walk back to safety. However, you also saw Emilito use his ultimate there as well, looking for a cheeky play.
Dimmy again overextending a little bit. I think they need to group up because the Nemesis is gonna look for a one-shot, and whenever he ultimates somebody, you need to be grouped to help that one guy who gets ultimated.
And the one person that should be kind of split off from the team should either be Yemen or Adapting, because both of them can get into the fight from a distance without being right in front of you. I like the fact that Emilito's up front throwing poke out with that Stellar Burst, but I really think that you're right, Trick. Dimmy should be grouping. It should be Raffer, Emilito, and Dimmy pushing down the lane, and then let Yemen ult in with through space and time.
Exactly, and the reason why Energy is having such a hard time engaging right now is because Raffer don't have any blink. They don't have any like hard engage, so they can't really find that proper engage. If they had the gap, a blink on gap, that he could have hard engaged, they could have got a lot of damage off, and so people could have gotten to the execution already.
Allegiance have definitely earned some fans here today, though, with the way they've played the second game, for sure. They've got the world champs up against them with a Fire Giant, and Energy are just kind of sat back here because they can't really force it.
Allegiance is absolutely trading blow for blow with Energy right now, and I think that a lot of people would be surprised to hear that after dropping their game against Latin America, but they've looked very, very strong here today.
Yeah, if they were playing like this yesterday, they would not have been against Energy right now.
Well, let's find out exactly how this is going to go down, because the route from Mike is down there. The boys of Energy grouping up to try and siege this Phoenix. The silence down, but there we go. The cavalry charge once more from Cyclone Spin. The ult actually hits 2 onto Yamin, but a big shield comes there from Rafa to slow that down. Cyclone's in a bit of trouble here, but the execute goes through in time, and Cyclone Spin is dead. The world champions are moving on.
Weekend not going to be able to get away this time. Sanctuary doesn't matter. Dimmy able to pick it up. Energy marching down this right-hand Phoenix.
They get Cyclone Spin, the one carry of the Allegiance right now. They're easily going to be able to take this Phoenix.
And without Cyclone Spin, without the heals available to them, Allegiance are going to lose 2 Phoenixes. The left one exposed to Stealth. Going to rotate round here to try and defend and make something happen. But Energy just focused on the Phoenix.
Very, very patient play here from Energy. Getting all 3 Phoenixes.
This ain't patient. This is them looking for the win, it seems. But on the backside, the fight from Oceans and Mammothly Stealth. They're going to keep trying to defend their title and stay in this. But right now, there was 2 EU teams that came here. Right now, But the big difference is there's still 2 EU teams in the World Championships and only 2 North American.
Allegiance put up a great fight in game 2, just not quite enough to stop the onslaught from Energy. And for me, Trix, it was Emilito coming up huge on that Soul.
Oh yeah, in both games, to be honest, he was really showing up. He did so much damage, but not only that, he dominated the duel lane.
Credit where it's due, though. Allegiance looked absolutely fantastic in that game. That composition they put together, and Cyclone, Spin, Stealth had great games. Oceans too. Like, they all played their own part in keeping themselves in it, but it just wasn't enough.
I mean, this is a team that just got put together right before Worlds, going up against one of the longest tenured teams in Smite, one of the best teams in the history of Smite. Allegiance looked good there in game 2, but like you said, Hindu, just not quite enough.
Well, we get to have our first look at the world champions from last year, and, well, the analysts will probably be able to break it down a little bit better about whether they're as good this year as last time.
All right, well, guys, NRG will take the victory there. Allegiance, it was a valiant effort in game 2, but the North American team was not enough for the European powerhouse. Welcome back to the analyst desk here, folks. As we get ready for our last matchup of PC Smite today, this game had a lot of overtones, I think, for the rest of the competition. How well are NRG going to perform at Worlds? Can they make the repeat happen? Will ALG get the upset of the century in Smite? And furthermore, whether or not NRG was as good as they said they are on the world stage. Here we are. I think the question's been answered, at least for right now. They are that damn good.
They're on an 18-game winning streak. The last game that they lost was against Cringe Crew in their group stages. That's remarkable. They're on a 5-LAN winning streak. It's like, who's going to stop Energy at this point in time?
It's so hard to go against them, and we saw that Allegiance that played in that game was the Allegiance that needed to show up yesterday. If they would have played like that yesterday, they wouldn't have been in the situation today in the brackets having to go against Energy, still putting up an amazing fight. But that's the Allegiance that people thought was going to show up, and if they can't beat them at the top tier, it's going to be hard for anybody to beat Energy.
And they tried to make those adaptations necessary to adapt to Energy's style. They got the Nox just to be able to try to control a lot of space, shut down Raffer. We saw that they had the Guan Yu, got off to a really great early start for Cyclone Spin, and he was making really aggressive plays with his ultimate. And on top of this, we saw that one blunder at the 25-minute mark, that Fire Giant bait that did not go Team Allegiance's way.
The problem with going against Energy, unlike any other team, is if you make the tiniest itty-bitty little mistake, they are going to capitalize on it and they're going to make you pay for it. They had the Fire Giant for just a little bit too long, too many abilities got off. They were using the Guan Yu heals appropriately, but they came in for the fight, they got the right pickoffs, and Energy took that fight, which allowed them to start the snowball for the rest of the game.
And on top of this, though, they were still slightly in it. They tried to go for that mid-Phoenix push down the mid lane, and then on the left-hand side, though, Energy faked out Allegiance. They had 2 people over there. They forced Cyclone Spin to back off, and then they all collapsed onto Oceans, and that was all she wrote after that point.
There were a couple of mistakes made from Energy in that game. We saw Dimmy out of position, getting hit by those Nemesis ults. A couple times he got picked off, which allowed Allegiance to have a surge and come back. We saw the one time where they pushed right back down the mid lane going for a Phoenix, but then Oceans got picked off at the Phoenix, and then all of a sudden Energy's pushing back down again. We saw snowball back and forth a couple times.
And you got to give credit to where credit is due to adapting, because he picked the Thanatos, he was able to counter the Khepri, and I love this mentality and style out of Energy.
Yeah, this squad is showing just a lot of versatility, and they're able to just keep themselves in the action. You said before in the middle of the game, the first 10 minutes Energy is like, you know, hit or miss, give him a little while, and then they'll rev up the engines. That's exactly what happened toward the end there. And of course, really sniffing out those small opportunities to punish someone for a mistake. And Energy they're the best at doing that. But over at the stage, though, we actually want to hear a little bit more from Energy, and we have iRaffer standing by with Evan. Take it away.
Thanks, Golden Boy. So we got iRaffer here, the Guardian player, and man, just such a support for, literally, for your team moving forward. You know, you are in the semis now. You had a tough road a little bit here. ALG probably were expecting to experience Lich there, but they had the surprising win. You find off facing against North America. Team maybe is a little bit more researched on you guys. How'd you go into this matchup?
I mean, we've not really scrimmed that much here, so this is like kind of our warm-up, so hopefully we do better next time.
You have a look on your face, kind of like, you know, right? You just made semis. Is it because you're not happy with how you guys did? You feel you should be doing a little better?
I mean, I'm a bit disappointed in my own performance in that game 2. Game 1, I was lights out, so it just sucks to end it, really. It felt like a loss for me, just from how I played, but as I said, it was just a warm-up for the team, so we'll take it.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left, and given that, what's your next game plan here? You guys are very back to business. Totally mentioned 5 lands in a row that you've won. Do you expect it to be any different going into these next games?
I mean, we're gonna bring it anyway, hopefully for EU or Obey, because they're. We've created another monster too. they're really good.
Yeah. I know a lot of people said you were the last hope for Europe going into a lot of these things. Obey coming out really strong. Obviously, you're not going to give any strategies away, but feeling confident still that your guys will be ready to go in the next semis?
Hell yeah, dude. We're down.
Awesome, man. Thanks for having you. I don't want to keep you anymore. That's iRaffer, ladies and gentlemen. And we do have a... Do we get a shout out? Yeah, he wants a shout out. All right, so let's do it, man.
I just want to recall Polar Bear Mike's comment. Rip NA, dude. No? NA sucks. NA sucks, dude.
The trash talk. I can't get away. Can't get away from it. You're in North America, though. You do realize that, right? Because the crowd is...
Am I?
Yeah, it's Atlanta, man.
I've only seen EU winning, so I just thought it was home territory.
Okay. All right. Well, Raffer with some strong words.
I love you all. Everyone here is awesome.
I love you all, though. NA sucks, but I love all of you. Hey, that's what it is, man. That's competitive gaming, right? That's Raffer.
That's me, dude.
All right, man. Thanks for being upstage. Appreciate it. We got some more important business, too, as well. Raffer, I'm going to escort you this way. We're going to make room for a big dog here. The president of Hirez Studios, Stu, will be coming out. He's got a few words to say to you guys, so I'm going to toss him the mic and let him do the rest.
Hey, guys, who's having fun? All right. We got 3 out of our 4 semifinalists, so we need to declare some allegiances here. So, who's Team Eager? All right, who's got Obey's back? All right, we're in North America. I'll forgive you, but I know there's a lot of people online that are screaming. And who's got energy? All right, now this next match is North America versus South America. I think it's a biased audience. But who's Luminosity? All right, there's tens of thousands of people online that are rooting for Lick Gaming. I know our South Americans are going to do well. Who here in the buildings for them? There we go. I love it. All right, there's a little bit of a serious announcement going on. As I mentioned yesterday, there's a severe weather event coming in to the city. Actually, as the day has progressed, the forecasts for that are actually becoming more and more aggressive. And we have recommendations from both the governor of the state and the mayor of the city to advise everyone that after 4 o'clock, like after leaving from here at 4 o'clock, you probably want to avoid being on the roads as much as possible. So our advice is anyone here that drove or is relying on a car to get back to wherever they can sleep really should leave now if you can. If you do not leave, if you have a car here and you do not leave, you may be fine, but there is a scenario where you'll be able to move that car Sunday or Monday out of the arena, okay? So when bad weather happens in Atlanta, no one comes to clean the roads up they'll come and clean a lot of these roads, hopefully, but you'll get to some point in the city trying to get out where you would have wished you had parked here, okay? Because you'll reach some point where you'll just be stuck on the road or you'll be stuck here. So we're advising anyone that's relying on a car to go ahead and leave now. We'll go ahead and play this match. We may have to make a stronger, we may have to move this from an advisement to a critical requirement later in the day, that forcing everyone to go ahead and leave early. We are gonna, for the online audience, we are gonna play all of the matches tonight for both Paladins and Smite PC and Smite Xbox. And we will be playing the matches tomorrow and Sunday as well. We are looking, there might be some small schedule adjustments made tomorrow based on what happens. And for the people that are here live, you just need to pay attention to Twitter and Facebook and all the outlets that you normally communicate with us to make sure when it's safe to actually come to the facility tomorrow. So who here is actually hoping for a storm so you can just cuddle up and drink a little tonight? All right, there's positives and negatives, I understand. Okay, let's get back to Hirez Amanda. I think she's in the ballroom.
Hi, I'm here on the Expo Hall at the Smite Tactics booth with the Tactics lead designer, Scott Gandhi. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Minus the fact that, Stu just delivered the crippling news of the snow's coming and there's nothing we can do. Other than that, it's great.
I mean, I'm from Canada, so it's like a little bit of snow.
The weird thing is that, I'm from Virginia and my truck is 4x4, and the last Snowmageddon, I think is what they called it here in Atlanta. I was like, oh, dude, I'll be fine. And I went straight down the road and there was just it looked like a zombie apocalypse of just cars on the side of the road, and it was abandoned. So yeah, I'm not messing with it either.
Yeah, everybody be safe. But talking about Smite Tactics, you guys had some exciting announcements this week. Closed beta, what's that been like?
So far, closed beta has been really awesome. I think it's when people come in, there's a lot to take in, and luckily, we set up the tutorial 2 weeks ago, and we have a lot of campaign missions. So I think what I look forward to the most is hearing what everyone likes the best and what parts, especially balance-wise, that we should kind of take a look at.
Awesome. And then you guys have also announced the Founders Pack. Can you explain a little bit about that for people who missed that announcement?
Yeah, so basically what the Founders Pack is going to give you is it's going to give you 15 packs of cards, and then it's going to unlock 3 legendary leaders and the legendary god Enya, which is the Greek version of Bologna. Now, it's exciting when we did that because a lot of people have always been like, why don't we just do the Greek versions and the Roman versions of all the gods? And early on, Scott Sear was like, no. We either do one or the other. And now that we finally got to break that mold, it felt good.
Yeah. No, she looks so cool. And then you also get to unlock her in Smite, which is really awesome. She's a Bologna skin.
Are you going to cosplay as her? That's
every
the
Bologna
real question.
Every Bologna skin, I'm like, I have to cosplay it.
You're like, well, I'm a brunette, so I got to do it.
But what has it been like designing the game? You guys have taken Smite, which people know and love, and kind of are putting it into a new context, a new gameplay. How's that been?
I think it's kind of 2 parts there, right? One, seeing since Smite has the success that it has and it has the diehard fans. I mean, we see it here in the convention, the cosplayers, everything else. When I stepped into it, it was like, well, there's a lot to live up to, right? We have to make sure that this game is as good, the best it possibly can be. And luckily for me, I have Scott Sear. And Scott Sear has been a part of this company for 10 years. In fact, he's actually going to be accepting his 10-year anniversary this weekend whenever we do that ceremony. And he's been a fantastic mentor throughout the entire design process. So without him, it wouldn't be here.
Awesome. Now, do you have any spoils for us as lead designer? Maybe what stuff's coming?
Yes, I do. So if you are in the closed beta and you're wondering, why do you guys only have 3 Pantheons? And what's your guys' plans for Pantheons as we move forward? So obviously right now, 3 Pantheons is only temporary. The next thing that we're going to be looking at doing is Chinese. The Chinese Pantheon will be the next one. And really, when we looked at this one, there's kind of a couple big things that I wanted to hit. The entire Pantheon is going to be based on the story of Pengu. I'm sure I'm not saying that super correctly, but so basically what he did was he pushed yin and yang from each other and separated the heavens from the earth. So you're going to see a lot of growth and a lot of new mechanics coming in with the Chinese Pantheon.
That's awesome. If you're here at the event, you can come check out Tactics here in the ballroom, but if you're online, make sure you sign up for the closed beta. You can check out the Founders Pack, and we're going to go to a short break right now. That was a good time.
I never saw myself as a pro gamer. It was just kind of a dream of mine at the time. I was hoping one day, eventually, you know, you have those pipe dreams that's like, eventually, you know, I might be a pro gamer. I'm gonna work towards it, but if it doesn't happen, like, it doesn't happen. And then it just literally just happened one day, and I was like, oh, that's pretty sick. Grew up gaming my entire life. My brother and sister, we played pretty much all the GameCube games, on Nintendo 64 games. If it was like a new Mario Kart or Super Mario coming out, we were playing it. And then off of that, I got into Halo, I got into StarCraft, pretty much the more competitive games. Started going to LAN parties every weekend with my buddies. We were staying up all night drinking Mountain Dew and eating Doritos literally every weekend. And then from there, I graduated college, got into Smite, and then became a pro. I always wanted to be a competitive gamer ever since I watched MLG tournaments where there was Halo 2 and Halo 3. And I was like, I really want to do that, but I couldn't really commit the time because of college and work at the time. So once I graduated, I didn't get a job immediately, so I was just able to transition into pro gaming. Our Season 1 championship team was reliant on Andenster. We kind of played around him. We played around whatever he wanted to play that day. And me and Jeff were kind of, I guess, we're kind of the backbone of that team, and then Andy was kind of the head. We were just doing whatever he wanted us to do. And right now, I feel like all 5 of us are on equal terms. I don't think Mask is our main shot caller, but everyone has advice, everyone has input into our picks and bans. And I think that's the biggest difference is instead of just one person leading our team, it's all 5 of us having an equal say in whatever we're doing. I had absolutely no doubts. I actually felt better about the new lineup that we were drafting instead of our old lineup. Boosh and Andy just didn't really care that much. It didn't really feel like that drive was there. And when you have a teammate that doesn't care that much and doesn't have that drive to win, you can say it doesn't affect you, but it just affects your drive because you're like, he's not playing ranked, he's not going over picks and bans with us, he's not doing this, he's not doing that. And when you have a player like Xenotronics and when you have a player like Massive, they just want to win. They will do whatever it takes to win. And you can criticize them and tell them like, this is why we're losing, or we need you to play this god. They'll just do it, no questions asked. My team as it is now is a lot of rookies and me and Jeff Hindlin. And me and Jeff are kind of the mom and the dad on the team right now. We try to keep everyone focused, try to keep everyone happy, and we try to keep everyone motivated as possible. We had team talk last night and pretty much everyone got their emotions out, and because it's really good for everyone to be on the same page with each other. My playstyle has changed to a much more aggressive style. I just want to win lane. I want to be in your face. I want to invade your pigs right in front of you. And before, we had a much different playstyle in mid and jungle, and that has influenced my playstyle. Our mid and jungle style is much more aggressive, much like my ADC style. It's just in your face. We want to win. We want to take your buffs right in front of you, and we want to have pressure on the entire game, and we want that to influence how you think you're playing against us. I think I bring a lot of positivity. I hope I bring a lot of positivity. I hope I bring a lot of leadership to my team. Obviously, I think my teammates view me differently, but as the team captain, those are the attributes I want to bring to my team.
And while it may be cold outside, it's going to heat up in the arena, courtesy of that man right there, the one and only Barracuda, the hunter for Luminosity. Welcome back, everyone, to the 2017 Smite World Championship here at the Hirez Expo, presented by Twitch Prime. On the desk now, Anatoly staying with me, as well as SunTouch. Guys, welcome. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. Honestly, like you mentioned before, things are heating up.
It's going to be fun.
Especially if Barracuda plays the solo.
Whenever I see Barracuda, you know, I just heat up. You know what I mean? I got to be real with the people in the audience.
He gets you fired up. I mean, if you think of the hunter role, one of the first things you think of is Barracuda. He's just such a great player.
Well, let's go ahead and talk about this matchup, guys, because if this happens and Lit Esports ends up winning this one out, this could be a major upset. And here we go right away into the picks and bans, Toli.
They pulled an upset against Allegiance earlier on, but the question is, can they pull another upset here against the other strong North American team, Luminosity?
Yeah, and Luminosity here are going to just straight away target out that Nozex Ra. We saw how powerful he was with it, hitting multiple two-man snipes, making such a huge impact throughout the game, and they're just going to make sure that does not happen, and the Phantom Toss as well from the solo lane.
We'll see what Nozex is going to be able to pull out without that Ra pick, and I like the idea that Lick has available to them as well, taking away some global presence gods, not preferring it to play themselves. I'm pretty sure they expected a Ra ban against them, don't you think?
Yeah, I think at this point when you're Nozex, you're probably sitting there thinking, they're going to take away my Ra. He pops off, and I would be scared to see him on that character again for sure.
But now Xingwei being locked in for Lich, they're going to have that for Sleep Tide available. It's taking it away from Barracuda. We know that he's so strong on the Xingwei every single time.
Yeah, and this is an interesting pick by Luminosity. They picked Sylvanas, who we know has the knock-up ultimate, and we know Xingwei's good against the knockups because she can dash out of them. Yet they counter that with the Awilix, so they have this nice combination where they can maybe catch a Xingwei where in other scenarios they might be able to.
And it's for Mask specifically, so you know he loves to play very hyper-aggressive. Maybe we'll even see Scary D this time around go for another aggressive early game god to pair up with that. Maybe look for some invades around the jungle and try to get off to an early good start.
Yeah, I think at this point Luminosity wants Scary D on those kind of safe solo laners, those Azaruses, those Amanas, just to get him into the game early and give him a little bit of confidence moving forward.
But now Ratatasker being locked in for Lich. They want to have some global pressure for themselves. Not opting for the Thor, but good presence of mind to have the knockup. And now Toth being locked in for Nozex. If his snipes on Toth are even half as good as the ones that he did on the Ra, we're going to see some fireworks.
When they ban the chicken, what you got to do?
You got to get the other chicken.
You get the second chicken, and you lock it in.
And just like we mentioned before, Barracuda is going to be heating up because that Soul pick is potentially going to go to him. We've been known to see Xenotronics play it every now and then, but for the most part, it's mostly for Barra.
Yeah, they'll definitely look to flex it if Xenotronics is feeling maybe uncomfortable. Maybe they ban out too many mid laners, and he's just like, give me the Soul. But Barracuda, very well known, very mechanically gifted, hits every AA, and if you're hitting every auto attack on Soul, let me tell you, it hurts.
And now, surprisingly enough, despite the Ratatasker pick, the Thor was banned as well. So Luminosity been doing a little bit of their homework. They recognize the fact that Lich is not afraid to mix and match this Thor Ratatasker between solo and jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Rat Solo is definitely one of those picks we've seen out of a lot of regions. But the 4 solo is something that Lick have pulled off before, and it offers something a little bit different, a global pressure from the solo lane, something harder to play around in the mid lane, I would say, because of those rotations coming out.
Especially with great setups for Toth, but now we do see the Amaterasu being hovered over for Luminosity. This is something that Scary D hasn't really been playing quite recently, been playing more aggressive gods, but still kind of suits his style, I would say, for the most part, trying to get to the later stages.
Yeah, he's looked pretty confident this tournament so far, so I don't mind the Amaterasu pick. Hopefully he can just kind of move into the mid game without too many hiccups, and then the Amaterasu powerhouse rotation will come into play.
Especially with that Vamana ban, leaving it to the Amaterasu for the mid to late game. But now Arlong Shen being hovered over by Lich just to try to see where that one's going to go. They still don't have their Guardian quite yet, and we've known some players have been pulling that one out every now and then. I'm curious if that's something Lich will opt for.
I am curious to see the Guardian pick up here, but we do see the Erlang locked in for sure. A very powerful pick, a flex pick, can go support, can go jungle, can go solo, and it looks like it's going to be the support Erlang with the Ravenous solo, which I really like. I like the aggressive Erlang support.
And that's really good to do here against Amaterasu. You want to try to bully her out during the early laning phase, not let Scary D get comfortable here, and then maybe look for some invades. And yet again, the famous troll, a Musin Cobb hover over. It's actually, though, Scotty being hovered over. And this one might be a little bit more legitimately locked in than the Musin Cobb.
The Barracuda Scotty is actually becoming quite a meme in the ranked scene. He pulls it out quite often. It does have a lot of pressure here. I mean, at this point, and there's the Nuwa.
All right, so
okay.
Soul for Barra, Nuwa for Xenotronics. That's different. I haven't seen Xeno play Nuwa.
I am a little bit scared of this Nuwa pick. Definitely something that Xenotronics may be trying to flare it up here and show he's got a big god pool.
So I'm going to throw it over to the casters here in a second, but I do want to update everyone. Barracuda not doing too hot, actually. He's feeling a little sick, very sick, actually. So that could play a factor here. Thoughts on who's going to take this game one?
I still think Luminosity is going to be able to take it despite being a little sick. They're going to rely more on Jeff Hinla for the comms.
Barracuda plays better when he's sick, so I'm going to give this one to Luminosity. Barracuda's always sick. He's always performing.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us here at the desk. Casters, over to you.
Analysts, we are here, last set of the day for PC Smite. Lich T, the surprise story out of Latin America up against the hometown heroes of Luminosity.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity here, they're going to have a tough match ahead of them. Lich have shown that they are a team to be feared. You know, coming into this, a lot of international teams are very much underestimated.
And we've seen a lot of early aggressiveness coming out from Lich, and now when they pick Noir, Luminosity, that might be really worrying.
Yeah, the Noir pick is surprising. We haven't really seen it in quite some time. Really, the only one in the North American and European SPL to play it have been, I think, Stealth a long time ago. That's kind of worked out of his god pool, and that's really it.
I mean, Noir overall, though, is really strong when you get it to late game, so I understand the pick, but getting there, that's going to be rough.
And so this is interesting too. Lich's composition, so again, going for that, you know, high burst ranged ultimate snipe from Kha'Zix. He's definitely been the star of this team, but they've always had it paired with the Thanatos, where it's a clear combo, right? I'm gonna hit you with a big mage ultimate, put you in that threshold, and then execute you.
And do you think that's what they're trying to get now with this Erlang Shen and Thoth?
Exactly, that was what I was going to say. Because the Erlang with the root and the knock-up sets up so well for Thoth, so that might be really good.
And it's the same with the Ratatosker as well. I mean, he's going to be able to ultimate dive onto the back line, knock-up, going to guarantee lock someone in place unless they pre-purification it.
Exactly, Lich have so much set up for the Thoth, so I think we're going to see a lot of good snipes coming out from him.
And actually, it looks like Lich is looking for an invade themselves. Mask's going to spot it out. And the rotation from the support, you can see Jeff Hinla coming around the corner.
Shinto taking some damage. Mars, well, Mars, Preload Purification already burnt. Scary D's lower now as well. This could be bad for the Luminosity.
Nice Wrath.
Excellent work there from Jeff Hinla as well to get the heals onto his teammate.
That was very risky for Scary D, but the Wrath from Jeff Hinla is going to save them. Good Feather Step, though, and Seba's going to take a little bit of damage, but it still looks like Lich wants to fight that!
Scary D low, Scary D running away. He's got the speed aura on him, no damage ability to Baylor. Now is this gonna die to the Wisp in a second. Jeff Hinla gets the first blood. Scary D's come back now. The first blood to LG.
Such a good pickup by Jeff Hinla, getting the Wisps, getting the heal so he could heal up his teammates, and it also did a lot of work in the end.
And right now, the team's just three-way splitting, and that was just, I mean, Lich re-engaged there, and it's just, the Wisp doing so much damage, the protections, I think, was the big thing there.
Yeah, but to be honest, it looked so bad for Luminosity. They went in 2v3, and they really got it not in favor, but then Jeff Hinla comes in, helps the team.
Big for me is the Wisp and Shell combo that Jeff Hinla used as well. You know, because Shell gives you protections, and I believe Wisps give you some protection as well, Trix?
Yep. Yeah, a little bit, and that definitely played a factor in that fight.
Scaredy surrounded, but all of Lich lined up. Mask finds now is in a knock-up onto Shinto as well. Good pin is going to make sure Luminosity can't pick up another kill.
And Luminosity just showing their dominance right now. They want to get the early lead. They know Lich is so good in the early game, and that's also when Lich is winning. That's when they're ahead in the early game. Right now, they're not. How are they going to come back?
It's going to be a difficult path. Big for me, though, thus far, has been Mars perfectly timing those feather steps to make him use in the area ability.
And, you know, it's a little bit risky, too. So, you know, he did have to, unfortunately, burn his purification early on, and it's always very dangerous, especially when you're an assassin this low of a level. You're very squishy. You can get picked up incredibly fast, so you need to be very careful when to time that.
And also now when the Sylvanas and Mask got to kill both, it's going to make it a lot easier for the Noir just getting to that late game because he's in a very good position. Lich can't really take the fight right now, even though they have the Noir on the team.
I mean, just look at Ratatosker right now, still level 1. I mean, he's so far behind. It's 2 minutes in, and Luminosity don't look like they want to let up this pressure. They're probably going to keep invading. I mean, what is there to farm for Ratatosker right now?
I mean, at this point, 2 minutes in, 1.5k gold behind. This is looking really rough from Lich, and I really don't know what they're supposed to do to get into this game.
And you can even see Barracuda on the left-hand side has just been really controlling Sleep Tight. And Sleep Tight, you know, he was one of the ones that Lich was, you know, known for. This was the guy that soloed Zapman in scrims when they were practicing against them, and he's being locked down for now.
Yeah, but that's Barracuda. Barracuda have been playing phenomenally so far.
Trouble right now for Scary D. Good stun, Wrath as well. Scary D has the MS aura right now, just trying to escape. Now is trying to catch up, and he's actually just going to give up. They didn't know where anyone on LG was. They were actually worried about a rotation that wasn't there.
To be honest, they're so far behind. I would have gone for that kill. Getting the kill at least for the Ratatoskr right there would have done huge things for him.
Middle lane. Nozix getting some good damage off here. We've seen him exclusively play Ra and Thoth so far. Sabers knocking up 2 there. Xenotronics able to get away in the fog.
And nice pull, Ratatoskr. Feather stepped away. Xenotronics gonna put himself on the board with his first kill. And still, level 4 for Lich across the board. No one even close to 5 outside of Sleep Tight. And actually, Shinto does just finally hit 5.
Yeah, just a beautiful pull coming out from Jeff Hindley, pulling him to his team, instantly dead. What can he do?
And Sylvanas has really risen to prominence. Obviously one of those gods that on LAN, you can hit those pulls so much easier, and those truly skilled, those truly mechanically gifted supports, which honestly you don't always think of Jeff Hindla as that, but he's been showing up so far. I think these past 2 days have been some of the best play we've seen from Jeff in quite some time.
Oh yeah, for sure. But also the Sylvanas pick actually haven't been so good here at Worlds, but it's because a lot of the support players haven't been playing that aggressive as Sylvanas should, but Jeff Hindla's definitely doing that.
Blue buff being invaded now by Luminosity. Speed buff coming off cooldown soon as well. Looking perhaps for another invade there. Looks like they may be looking for Shinto in the solo lane. Now it's coming to the duo lane just to get himself some experience. Still not level 5.
He has to get farmed somewhere, and with Luminosity invading on the right-hand side, if he tries to contest that, he can't. He's only level 4, so he needs to soak up a little bit of XP just to get 5. Once Ratatoskr hits 5, he can still be effective in the fight because his ultimate does have a knock-up. Very useful for engagements, but I'm worried about Lich's damage overall right now. They don't really have anyone who's going to be able to burst through the wisps and the shell of Jeff Hindla.
No, Lich can't really do anything at this point, so it's just giving Luminosity space to invade their jungle, and they're doing a great job doing that right now.
Solo lane fight between the 2 solos here. Saber still in mid. Nowis, jungler, still level 4, almost 5 minutes in. How hard is it to play as Ratatoskr from behind?
I mean, I wouldn't know completely, but just being so far behind is so rough. You got to play reactively, just try to farm, get into lanes, get the XP, and just try to get sort of in the game again.
And I think it's pretty demoralizing too when, you know, the early game goes so rough. I mean, there's 3 kills on Luminosity, and they're all on to Nowis. So he's had just such a rough start to the game, and then LG has just been constantly invading all of his buffs. He's been forced to split waves with his dual lane Hunter, which you really don't want to do at this point, especially considering Barracuda was already out pressuring and out leveling Sleep Tight.
Yeah, it's really rough that the jungle is behind, because this meta is all about early aggressiveness and jungle control. Having the jungle behind is just gonna give so much space to Luminosity to make those invades that's this meta is all about.
And Robin versus Amaterasu as well. I mean, Amaterasu now getting to the point at level 7 where she is able to keep up with a lot of solo laners, but traditionally she doesn't have a lot of pressure, especially against Robin. We know Baskin specifically from Soar used to run a ton of that throughout this past season, and it was really centered around outboxing your opponent solo laners and then opening up opportunities to invade their speed in blue. And you pick an early game god like that and you're not winning, then it's so hard to find those opportunities.
And you know, traditionally in the past, Scary D hasn't been, you know, that great in the solo lane. Saber's caught it in the mid here, gets his taunt off, but Xenotronics picks up the kill for LG, 4-0.
And we see over in the dual lane, Barracuda might be sick, but he is definitely not playing like it. He is up in Sleep Tight's phase, and he will stay there.
I feel like he gets sick on purpose at this point. I mean, even at the Summer Finals, it was, you know, he came in after missing the first 2 games and played phenomenally. I mean, this guy, he is a true competitor. Barra has plot armor.
Oh, now it's going for the jump there under the tower, but not going to find anything. Just no damage available for Lich T.
This is, you know, Lich now has an opportunity with the Purification down on Mast. That's who they're going to have to target, but Mast has been playing around Jeff Hindla for so long. Now a red buff invade coming out. Barracuda does burn his Sanctuary, and Luminosity wants to fully commit. I think they actually want to bait a fight here. You can see Lich debating whether they want to initiate, but at this point they can't. And just look at that belt of wards. Not only one directly on the red, but one right between their red and their mid tower and red in their boars.
I love that wall control coming out from Lich right there. It shows where they are at all times, so they can't really get ganked as much, but they're still giving up their jungle. They need to. They're so far behind, and that's just going to get them further behind.
Jeff in the... thought he was going to look for a pull there, but doesn't go through.
Ooh. Nozzix is just like, he's doing the ult cancel on purpose now, I think just to freak us out. I'm just waiting for the ultimate to come through.
I mean, no, that ult cancel is actually incredibly useful as a player. More specifically, on the other side of it, you don't know when he's actually going to fire it. You can not only sometimes bait out relics like Sanctuary, but also you can just make the player try and juke actively, which slows them down.
Right, definitely. So that's also what he's going to do, keep doing right now, but they can't really engage in them anyways. They're so tanky because they're further ahead, and Jeff Hindler is just going to keep staying in their face.
Speaking of tankiness, looking at Sabas, the support for Lich T, no defensive items online for him. He's just going to keep getting bullet out like he has been thus far.
Oh yeah, he's going the good old raw build and just getting the gold and then starting to get the protection. And he's going to get a lot of gold now. So when he's behind, having the Watcher's Gift and the Tillary boots is going to do huge things for him.
As long as they can, the important thing is that they slow this pace down, right? And this has been okay. They've lost a couple buffs, but they haven't been dying at this point. It's a 2,700, excuse me, gold lead for Luminosity. You can see just like that very steady decline. No big thing that happened. It's just been the constant invading. And as long as Lich can kind of hold out for the damage to come online, that's when they're going to be able to start initiating.
But it is going to be harder because Luminosity is going to start looking for the gold free, and when they got the war control around it, they are going to take it.
Take a look at net worth here. Nozzix, who we've really pinned as the carry of Lich T, second lowest gold in the game.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He haven't really had the chance to shine yet because his team have been dying before he could do anything. So he has to passive farm before he even can do anything.
I mean, he's not only not getting his buffs because they've been invaded on cooldown, but also he's either 2- or 3-way splitting the wave in mid at all times. So he hasn't been able to farm efficiently at all. And you can already see, like Trix mentioned, actually, LG starting to rotate around and put some presence on Gold Fury.
Right, and this is what I was talking about exactly. They're going to get the wall control, they're going to stand in the jungle, they're looking for a grip maybe on Jeff Hindler, and if they get that grip, get that one pick, they can do the goal for you.
Mid lane, Nozzix and Sabas farming up the wave yet again. We actually see now is looking towards the right-hand side, maybe exploring the opportunity for a gank, because Shinto hasn't actually been doing that bad against Scary D. Early game was losing out a little bit, but starting to get back into this one.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's definitely done a good job so far. He's 0-0, doing great, just farming, you know. The Scary D is ahead. He got a few kills early game, so just him playing passive is great.
And right now, LG are just looking for opportunities. Honestly, Lich is doing a great job here. Sleep Tide is caught out and just immediately ults. It's rough having to lose that ultimate that early, but if he tried to outplay, he could have got poked out. That would have opened up an opportunity for Gold Fury right now, and that's all LG are doing. They want to pick before they force this.
Is it more worth to burn your ultimate or to burn your relic?
I mean, at that point, always ultimate.
Always ultimate. Oh, actually, red buff trying to be invaded here. Bear is still on it. Jeff's pushing forward, looking for an opportunity to zone Lich out, and red buff just going to get stolen away again. Just that slow gold gain for LG right now, 3K.
Right, Luminosity is going to keep building this lead, and now they're going to go for the Gold Fury as well.
Gold Fury, under 50% HP. Teleport in here from Scary D. Jeff Hindler zoning out. Hits 2 up with the ultimate. In comes now. Can he get the knock-up? He can form that knock-up, but Gold Fury's already fallen down. Xenotronics up to the sky. Fire shots come down. Now it's very low. Scary D gets the kill onto the little rat. Shinto running through LG at this point, but just trying to zone for his team so they can get away.
Nozzix actually jumped into 4, but he's getting knocked up by Supernova. Picked off. Shinto jumps forward. Lich answers back onto Mast. And right now, Sleep Tight boxing out Scary D, but the problem is those wisps from Savannah is going to keep LG healthy, and now they're just going to be chasing down the rest of Lich through their jungle.
If Lich was on the same pace there and going in with the Nasi, they could actually have turned that fight, but he had all the aggro and died immediately.
That was a beautiful ultimate coming out of the Ratatosker. He knocked up all the players he needed to, but again, the biggest thing that actually happened was Scary D had backed before Shinto. Actually trouble for Barracuda as he rotates in. Still boxing out, but it's going to be a retreat from the Erlong, but Scary D actually had backed earlier and picked up Teleport. when LG forced the Gold Fury, Shinto was still in lane at level 12 without a second relic, so he had to wait the full time to not only back, then he had to buy his TP, then he had to teleport to the Gold Fury. And that long delay, by the time that happened, Ratatoskr had already died.
The only reason why Luminosity didn't get that Gold Fury for free as well was because they hadn't backed for a long time. They were low on mana, some was a little bit low on health. If they just backed and then did the Gold Fury, they could have gotten it for free.
Do you think the lack of sustain for Lich T is really hurting them against this Sylvanas?
I mean, it's definitely going to hurt them now when they're behind. If they were ahead, it wouldn't really do the big difference because they could run them down or even equal. But now, when Luminosity is so far ahead, the healing coming out from their pin lane is going to do big things.
And you can see Lich, you know, already starting to go into, I think, a little bit cheaper, efficient items. You can see mostly on Sebas right now. He went straight for the Vanguard after his boots, and then now starting to work on a Pestilence, which is obviously that tier 2 of Silver Talisman, very cheap and efficient magical prots and health.
And I like the Mystical Mail pickup. They have so much damage at this point, Luminosity, so getting that early protection is really going to do good.
Alrighty, mid lane again, we see LG grouping up S3 here, applying pressure.
Is Rat in the sky?
Tower.
Oh, he is in the sky. Oh, three-man taunt.
Knock up as well. Two-man knock up though from Jeff Hindler. Now it's still in a lot of trouble here. Fire shards in the sky from Xenotronics, but now it's managed to get back to his tower. Shinto has rotated in, but again, Lich T engage, nothing to follow up.
And I'm just waiting for that Noir late game. That ult would definitely kill that Ratatoskr.
I was about to say, that is one thing that Lich have going for them, is that ultimate coming out from Noir, not very effective early on. I mean, rank 1, it's like 80 damage, it's brutally low.
Yeah, if that was any other mid lane, they would have gotten way more kills than us.
Oh, Mass blinking under tower, but he gets knocked up and actually pinned inside. Tower's not going to be enough to finish him off here. And a risky play from Mass.
Oh, Mass missing when he comes in. That was really unfortunate. That could have been really good for him, but he sadly misses out attack.
Oh, Sleep Tight might be in some trouble here. Nothing's landing on him though. LG again though looking for this red buff invade. They do get it. Jeff Hindler rooted in place. He is a very tanky Sylvanas at this point though, so he's going to be able to walk away.
I really love the positioning from Kha'Zix all game. Like, he throws that Rune of Power actually inside the wall, shoots it over onto all of Luminosity grouped up, and we've seen this actually a little bit earlier in this game as well. Kha'Zix is one of the few mid laners at this tournament that I think is always in the right position. It's very hard to dive on top of him. Very similar playstyle, excuse me, I would say, to Pretty Prime.
Oh yeah, he's definitely good on these snipe sort of characters. Like, even though he's hitting them through the wall, he's hitting them. Like, it's really hard hitting the enemies through a wall, but he's still doing it.
Shinto taking the fight to Scary D once again, not afraid to go one-on-one with his solo lane partner. Looking at the map and vision control at this point in the game, you can see left-hand side again firmly dominated by LG.
I would like the trump up again. That's what we call an orbit when you get like the wall of war. That's the trump.
The trump up?
It's so efficient. It's so good. You can see everything, basically.
Yeah, I can see it right now. Yeah, I mean, specifically, LG has done a great job on the left side of the map. They always seem to have a ward on the red buff, which makes it really hard for Lich, because even if they try and make any plays, LG always know where they're coming from before they do so.
And we've seen LG having so much control around the red buff, even more than around the speed buff, which we usually see. And that's also why they have the wall control. They want to make sure that when the red buff is up, they have all the control they need to collapse on it.
We haven't really seen any vision battles over the Gold Fury yet. It's been more around the buff camps.
Oh yeah, that's because Luminosity just want to invade at this point. They don't even care about the Gold Fury. They did the Gold Fury before because they had a good rotation from Scary D. But now, I think when the Gold Fury is up, they will definitely get the wall control and start contesting it because they're so far ahead.
I think they're going to start baiting the fight more than anything. Like you mentioned, at this point, you don't even need to risk it getting stolen away by something crazy. They do have the Wrath onto Scary D, but there's a Wrath on the side of Shinto as well, so just play it safe, bait in, and honestly look for a fight.
Yeah, they also have the heal, so they can easily bait, go out and in, just heal up.
Savas pulled in there by Jeff into the turtle form to give him the shield. Huge damage coming out of Kha'Zix though onto Mast, resetting the Gold Fury.
And you can tell that's exactly what they planned. The second Jeff Hindler hit that pool, all of LG dropped the Gold Fury. They are looking for a fight. They're barely doing any damage right now to this Gold Fury. They're baiting everyone in.
And Savas has been baited. Savas has been put in the ground. Scary D gets the kill up in the sky for the fire shots towards Xenotronics. Shinto being chased out, blink in from Mars, doesn't pull anyone in though. Shinto diving over the top of his ultimate. Xenotronics gets himself another one.
And Scary D chasing down Sleep Tide along with Mast as well. Feather Step does a decent amount of damage. Mask just shy of finishing off Sleep Tight right there. But Luminosity come up with 2 kills. They force 2 players to red, back to base, and they're going to free Gold Fury off of this.
And the newer minions right there really paying dividends for Luminosity. They all went on the support of Lich, and he just got one shot.
And that's also a thing, too, outside of the minions is Scary D, that Amaterasu, just having that movement speed aura was huge for LG. The second that Lich got baited in, you saw Scary D dash to the back line, and then all of LG were just able to keep pace, and there was absolutely no way Lich could get away.
And it's so hard for Lich to support. They don't have a proper support who have a proper engage. So now when they're so far behind, they can't go into them. They can't force the fight. They really can't do anything.
They have to rely on the Ratatosker, Ding. That's really their own engage unless you want Shinto to jump in, but he's not going to be able to set up. He's more going to be able to lock down and maybe annoy Xenotronics or Barracuda.
And that's the thing, you depend on the Ratatoska engage, but then again, you can't engage them before they do because they're so far ahead. So it's just a really bad position they're finding themselves in.
Jeff Hindler's been the engage for Luminosity thus far. Mars, though, has been really the main follow-up. And looking at his build, he's got a stone cutting sword, usually a bit of a luxury item.
Stone cutting sword, yeah, I mean, stone cutting sword, very expensive, but at this point, just his base health and the fact that you can see Ratatosker 0-5, like Ratatosker's not going to really be able to do anything with him. Also, you have 2 other characters who want a melee box in Robin and Erlong Shin, which means he's going to be able to not only shred their protections, but get those physical protections on him incredibly easily. And again, because he's so far ahead, they're not going to be able to kill him by the time he gets those 3 hits off.
Yeah, I mean, the item is so expensive in itself. You never get it as the 3rd item, and him getting already just shows how far ahead Luminosity is.
And you can see that as well with the Soul Reaver being picked up by Xenotronics.
Oh yeah, they're just going for the early like, really strong power right now.
Oh, actually, rotation over here. Now it's just going to be forced back. And Mast is just rotating around and farming up the map as much as possible. There's a blink forward, and he's going to pull Ratatosker in. Purification on Nowis. He's going to back off, but no ultimate wasted from Mask just yet.
Yeah, Luminosity have such a good siege combo. They have the Sylvanas heal, they have the Nuwa minions, and also they have the Soul who basically shreds tower. This combo is perfectly fit for being so far ahead, so now they can literally siege everything if they just group up with Barracuda.
Scary D taking a little bit of poke, going to be able to dash away. Trickstang, talk to me a little bit about Jeff Hindler's build. He's staying here on Silver Talisman, the tier 2 of that item.
I think he realized in the start of the game, we're ahead. I don't need Teleria Boost to get extra gold. I'm just going to go straight in protection, be the strong frontline as he now can be, and I love his build.
The biggest, it's going to be so hard for Lich to take any fights in the, just look at everything on the side of Luminosity. Not only do they have a sprint, but they have the MS aura from Scary D, and Lich have no way to actually disengage when they get jumped on. Erlong Shin is incredibly ineffective from behind. He's very good at range poking and setup, but if he's the one getting engaged on, he's not that useful.
Right, and I've played a lot of Erlang support, and if you're behind, it's really rough. But then again, Erlang is so easy to get ahead as a support, but now when it's behind, it's just really bad.
Do you think there's any way he can come back into this at this point?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mars diving over the wall there. They're looking for Shinto. Uses his ultimate there as well. So an ult for nothing trade there, really in favor of Luminosity. Now it's making the late rotation, however.
Nice play from Shinto there, actually. You did see him do the quick 180. Mask just got his ultimate back online. If he would have been knocked up there, that would have been a pullback in, and no way he survives.
But Mask gets a free ult, and that just shows the presence Mask is showing in the jungle. He is so far up in their face, and that's because he's so far ahead of the enemy jungle.
Mask has really shut up this tournament. I think he might be the best player on LG the past 2 days. Taunt by Sebas in the mid, but he's by himself. Ratatosker takes to the sky, but the ultimates weren't timed well together, and that's 2 ults down right now for Lich. LG's probably going to look for an engage off of that.
You talk about the timing a little bit. That was something that was so important in the Lich T victory over Allegiance, was Nozix able to get off these great ultimates with the help of the setup from Sebas. They just haven't seemed to have the synergy this game.
I mean, it's much harder when you're behind, and it's going to be a tier 1 tower for LG as well. It's just, at this point for Lich, you need to figure out what to do, and there's no one on your team that's far enough ahead to make individual plays, which means everything has to be absolutely perfect.
Luminosity pull in one there. It looks like Shinto's diving in as well, but Sebas already killed by Mars. No damage coming through for Lich T. It's all Luminosity at this stage as they're diving the tier 2 tower. 2-man stun. Scary D doing so much work at the front line. Nozic's doing what he can, but it looks like Luminosity's going to be pushing in. They take out Sleep Tide. Tier 2 tower still stands, but not for long.
And this is what I've been talking about. LG have the perfect come to siege. They have the healing. They're so far ahead. They have the tower push. Everything's just working perfect for them.
And also, it's just such a good combo, this Awilix Sylvanas. It's just so hard to deal with right now. Shinto going to try and stop LG from pushing onto the Phoenix, but there's 5 members. He's just level 18 right now. He's so far behind. And LG, I mean, this has just been a slow, methodical game for them. They haven't done anything crazy. Everything's just been well played ever since that first blood in the solo lane.
And Shinto, you know, despite the fact the first blood was in the solo lane, has done a great job this game. You know, both his towers are still up. He's keeping pace with Scary D, but it's just the rest of his team is falling apart around him.
He was also not the one to die. It was the jungle. So Mass got all the pressure, and they could basically take advantage of that. They didn't play around the solo lane too much as well, more around the red buff dual lane sort of thing. So Maz have been doing a good job just taking advantage of his lead and just finding everything he could.
Another thing too is just now is there was really no one for him to engage onto. He got behind, obviously getting solo, or not getting soloed, but getting first blooded. After that, all his buffs started getting invaded, and then the only one he could potentially go on was either Master Xenotronics, but they were always side by side with Jeff Hinla.
I mean, this is what Luminosity did against us in the regionals. They got an early kill, they took all our buffs over and over and over again, and just kept getting this safe lead, and then took the goal through slowly, and then the Fire Giant, and then the Phoenix, and so on, and that's the exact same thing they're doing here.
So Mars has gone here for an Executioner. Is this to make up of a lack of physical penetration elsewhere in his team?
Oh no, Fred does this all the time as well, going Executioner. It's overall a good item, get some extra attack speed. You have really good auto attacks, and you need to get them off quick to get the passive on his too. I'm not sure what it is.
It's really a perfect combination, because no one on Lich is really going to be able to box Master or 100-0 him. And the fact that he has Stonecutting Guard, it's just great synergy, right? You just auto-attack someone 3 times, you steal their protections, you gain protections, and then Executioner procs as well, just further reducing it. And then they basically have 0 protections before Feather Step, which is one of the hardest hitting abilities in the game.
All right, 4 men of LG sieging on the right-hand side. Barracuda 1v1 against
nice
on the left.
pull!
Nozick pulled in. Scary D charges after him. Purification saves Nozick for now, but the ultimate from Scary is going to pick him up in a second. LG diving between the towers. A great 3-man knockup from Jeff. Mars pulls in. Shinto taunt from Sabas, but Mars gets another kill. Shinto now is the target of LG. They've left the tower behind. They're hungry for more. They're hungry for kills. Scary D picks up Shinto.
And LG haven't even taken the Fire Giant yet. They know they can comfortably siege this down, and that's what they're doing.
Look at them. They're going through the middle. Phoenix here. They have 5 minions here. They could be looking for the end. Sleep Tide's busy tied up under the tier 2 tower. Mars has got a lot of physical damage online. It's only now to defend here. He's up in the sky, trying to get a knockup, but the Titan's already 50% HP. LG are going to take game number 1 away from Lich T.
What a game.
Just very clean. I think clean is the best word to say that. We didn't see really any mistakes from Luminosity. One player died, who I don't even recall who it was, and it was just kind of chaos.
They almost did a mistake in the start. They did go in 2v3 in the start and almost dropped the first blood. Then Jeff Hinla comes in. They get 2 kills, and from then on, it just snowballed off.
Jeff's having such a great tournament, just playing so well, and also a lot of his pools too. I mean, they were raw. There was no setup. A lot of times, you'll see the root combo into the guaranteed pool, or at least force their purification. But when you first throw the root, you are expecting the pool right after. So a lot of people will instinctively just immediately hit purification, so it's very easy to deal with. But Jeff Hinla was just throwing them out on cooldown and just kept connecting.
All right, analysts, take us through what you saw that game. Number 1 is done.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, well, Luminosity looking strong. Only death came from their jungler, Mass. That's it. 100% though in his kill participation. 3 kills, 7 assists. That was a great performance there for the Wheelish. Like, you could not have had a better composition of gods in this game. They had everything, and it all worked out, and they executed it wonderfully.
Their first 2 gods that they drafted was the Sylvanas and the Awilix, and they just succeeded so well with them, I would say. They played lights out. Jeff Hinla definitely carried them that game, I would say.
Yeah, Jeff Hinla's pools are incredible. Just cold pool after cold pool. You're just sitting there and suddenly you're yanked in and you're getting ambushed. Everyone's all over you. And top of that, like we said, Marsh with that 100% kill participation. What an incredible performance.
I think we got to change the game sounds now of Sylvanas' pull to that.
Yeah. Or skadoosh. Well, another thing, too, I want to point out, on the other side, the jungler for Lich Esports, Nawis, really struggled. He couldn't get anything going. He ended that game with 5 deaths, no kills. I mean, they only had 1 kill the entire game, but 5 deaths. He gave in to that one. He just couldn't find what he wanted, and that's really unfortunate there because we've seen the impact that Ratatoskr can have. It just wasn't working out this time. What was the reasoning there? Why didn't it work out? What prevented them from being able to really fight back effectively against LG?
The problem is the closer that Nawis gets to the competition from Luminosity, the worse of a position he gets, right? You don't want to be too close to a Nuwa or a Sylvanas. You're going to get punished by those golems. You're going to get punished by the knockup and the constant dots from Sylvanas.
Yeah, it's definitely not a great comp for a melee style character. You're going to get blown up as you get in there. And they also had the kind of poke from the FOF. They were looking to poke them out, but then they would just heal sustain. So just a bit of an outdraft, I would say, by the Luminosity boys.
It seemed also that they went for more of an offensive style support guardian on the Erlang Shen instead of more of the defensive style. You were mentioning it earlier during the game, like why didn't they go for Geb? Why didn't they go for Khepri? You know, even Kumbhakarna would have been a great pick for them to deal with all of the offensive options from Mask. We saw what he was able to do on that Awilish.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's just due to Sebas. He's a very aggressive support player. We've seen him on those kind of like Bacchus's and those Sobex. He really likes to be up in their face, and I don't think he really suits the defensive support role. So I think that might be a bit of a weakness with the Lick team, and something that will struggle against Luminosity. But
we haven't seen any Bacchus's really this whole event. Why do you think that is, Suntouch?
I've seen Bacchus a few times.
Yeah,
it just hasn't been very successful.
Like compared to super regionals, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a great pick, especially against Sylvanas. Sylvanas is a healer. Bacchus brings the anti-heal. I would have really liked to see them lock it in, but, you know, it's not my job to, draft for them. And I do think they have some potential going into the second game, though. And we can't really talk about Luminosity without mentioning Scary D. He had a really great performance in this game, right? He came in. He's known as this nervous player who's made some mistakes, but this tournament, he has been so consistent.
Absolutely, especially after the very first game of yesterday when he just picked up the Osiris, got that early first blood, which was a little bit unexpected on the side of Luminosity. If I'm thinking of somebody to get that first blood, I'm thinking either Mask, Barracuda, Xenotronics, not necessarily Scary D all the time.
Yeah. No, he's definitely got some coverage right now, right? He's got those different style of picks. We were seeing him flex it a bit more. He used to be having to pick those Vamanas and Osirises, or he would feed, let's be honest, or he'd struggle. And now you see him so comfortable, so confident. You see the gangs coming over to his lane, and he's just surviving. The crowd's going crazy for him, and he's such a nice guy, IRL, and it's just so nice to see him finally performing to that standard that everyone expects from him.
Well, it wasn't solo lane anymore, right? At the start of that game, everyone was in that lane. It was everyone lane. Yeah, and you'd mentioned Scary D as well. I mean, what he was able to do on that Amaterasu. A big thing that he had to accomplish was really just continuing to be effective and get to like level 7 and around that range. And then it was at that moment you started to see him really begin to pick up, really begin to just absolutely shred here, and really the proof are in the replay.
And this is the power and strength of the Amaterasu. Around this point in the game, once you hit level 16 or higher, you're going to be having those cooldowns from Breastplate of Valor. You're going to be able to spam and switch your stance auras between the movement speed or the power, and then you're going to be making the plays. You're just such a big bully in the backline. Look how confident Scary D is.
That's what I'm talking about. That is the level of confidence you need from your solo laner right now.
That's a totally different Scary D right there. Like he was never smiling before today.
No,
I've never seen
this is great.
Yeah, that's awesome. More like Sunny D, you know? Get that promotional sponsorship, baby.
I wasn't sure if you were combining Suntouch's name with Scary D there.
No, Sunny Delight, man.
No, I know what
knows
Sunny
that
D is.
Delicious beverage that costs like $1.
I'm also delicious.
Yeah.
You are a delicious beverage. Never change, baby. All right, so Luminosity, one step away from moving on and facing off against NRG tomorrow. Can they do it? Can the Latin American team pull this one out? It's all going to come down to this draft phase here. What are you looking for out the break, Toli, from this Lich roster?
I think they need to remove the Soul option from Luminosity, honestly. Even though Barracuda had a very quiet game on the Soul, he's always just too comfortable with it. Maybe they need to kind of focus on him a little bit more. Maybe, like we mentioned before, Barracuda unfortunately is a little bit sick, and that's something that Lich could actually try to exploit somehow, you know, just try to find ways to shut him down early.
Yeah, and I love the first ban coming out here. Let's get rid of that Sylvan. It's such a comfort pick for Jeff Hindler. They're struggling with the sustain, and it's just a really heads-up play. You can tell they've talked about it. They've established what the issue was, and they're taking away those two powerful Jeff Hindler Guardians.
All those healers are off the table. There's still Guan Yu, potentially, for Jeff Hindler, if that's an option that he wants, but they're prioritizing the mobility for Xenotronics. You really can't go wrong here, I feel like, with this Giannis.
No, absolutely. Xenotronics has been known for his Giannis play. Very comfortable pick for him. Has carried multiple games on it. Great snipes across the map, great mobility, and with the kind of coordination and the synergy from Luminosity, it's just an awesome pick.
And already, I like the draft switch up here from Lich. Picking up the Sobek really early on could be a flex between Solo and the Guardian, and he has great offensive and defensive options. Now, Willish being locked in for Naui, it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to synergize this, if he's going to stick with the Sobek a little bit more, or look for some of these side lane ganks.
Yeah, absolutely. Sobek with 2 knockups, giving a Wheelix a lot of options to use that ultimate, pull people in, and it will also force Luminosity into a different kind of draft. You don't really want to be picking jumps against the Wheelix, so it forces you into these kinds of picks. But we do see those kind of comfort picks coming out again. Mast, well known for his Rat, and Barracuda, well known for his Soul. I think they may be giving Luminosity too many of their comfort picks, but there's not much you can kind of do about that.
Yeah, at this point, I really like the idea that they did leave the Soul open because it was Sylvanas and Terra being banned, right? You can't leave either of those two open because Jeff Hindler will never allow his teammates to die, honestly. So now Kronos being locked in for Lich, they're in a pretty interesting spot. It's a pretty strong 3v3 if that's going to be support, jungle, or mid, but that could also be a flex.
Yeah, and what Lick needs to do right now is ban Khepri and Geb. Let's get, like, if they're going to start with Savant, there's the Geb ban.
Oh, look at that.
Spot.
Very smart, Sanchez.
That's what I'm talking about.
I like that idea as well because that's going to prevent, I would say, Mask from diving that backline and then being bailed out by Jeff Hindler. But he can always rely on the portals from Xenotronics as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's more about the fact that you want to be pulling people in with a Wheelish, but you don't want to have that shield or the Khepri in the back of your mind when you go for those single target assassin kills. And they have left Khepri open. I'll be interested to see if Jeff opts for that, or maybe he'll go for something more aggressive, a bit more spicy.
Very possible. With the Vamana ban, though, for Lich, I wouldn't be surprised if they pick a solo god here, trying to really target out Scary D. More than likely could be potentially the Amaterasu. We'll see if that's the way Lich goes here.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I want to see Jeff Hindler bring out the big man, the big Bacchus. I love him on that character. It symbolizes him well. And they picked the Khepri. Now I like the draft.
Now we're getting really spicy because we have a double Guardian composition coming out of Lich. They have the Sobek for the Soleil now. It's very difficult, obviously, to lock him down with his CC Moon Ultimate. And yet again, more trolling from Luminosity, a Musinka being hovered over. Yeah. I think the crowd would pay money to see that god be locked in at this point.
I think he's just got to pick up Musinka for the fans here, but he's not going to. One day we're going to see the B.
Hopefully the grand finals.
Yeah.
Game 5, and they win it all off of the back of Barracuda.
I think you've got to save the B for the finals. He's definitely...
If Barracuda even makes it that far.
Right?
He is the B's knees.
Well, it's going to be Athena for Luminosity, not a god that was very common so far during HRX, and now Amaterasu being hovered over. So that is another great opportunity for Scary D to get off to the start that he needs to and start making huge impacts in team fights.
Yeah, overall Luminosity's draft is very powerful. We have 3 global ultimates coming out of Athena, the Rat and Giannis. We have great burst damage coming out of the Soul and the Rat combined. So it's a very powerful, well-rounded comp.
Luminosity, definitely an edge, I would say, especially with the mobility from Giannis and Amaterasu's aura.
One thing I did take away from that, though, Lich wanted to survive. They got it, right? I mean, they'll be living for a long time, but Luminosity, I mean, I'm sure that they are anticipating and playing around this and already thinking of ways to do this. So does Luminosity move on tomorrow to face off against NRG?
I would say yes.
Let's go on the Lick hype train.
All right.
I believe in them. Come on, Lick.
I respect the hustle, baby.
Let's go.
All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for us here at the desk. Will this be it? Will LG move forward to tomorrow? Let's toss it over to our casters.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Yes, indeed, this could be our final game of the day here at the PC Smite World Championships. Luminosity dominating performance in game number 1.
It was pretty one-sided from the start, and all really snowballed off of that Wrath stun where Jeff Hinla was able to save his team. They turned it around on a Nowis and really shut him down. I really do want to see Nowis kind of play this Wheelish and how he's going to do when he doesn't get behind super early.
And Lich did lose the early game before, and now they're picking the Sobek solo, which is not going to help them out if they want to go the same path.
He actually hasn't got his Wrath just yet, or a Relic just yet, still deciding here. And look at this, Jeff Hinla has his taunt leveled up there, and Sebas in a lot of trouble, surrounded and body blocked by 5 members of Luminosity. Does manage to dash away at the last second. You can see Nowis on the side, able to find a knock-up, and LG, they try, but aren't successful on the invade.
The shell there was huge, immuning so much of the damage away from Luminosity.
Not only that, now that Athena have his taunt, and they're actually going to be able to come back from the base, full health, and the Kipper have his one, but it's way better than a taunt overall, so I don't know who pays favor for it.
I would have to say, I mean, I guess it depends on the right side, right? Is Luminosity going to invade, you know, regardless of having a support or not?
But at least Luminosity got all the aggressive wards down, so now they can have control about everything. They know everything they're going to do. They have them on ward. They know they're starting at blue.
But they're not going to be able to utilize those wards to invade, which is okay. I mean, at this point, those wards are going to fall off way before those buff respawn, and they're not really getting any use out of them just yet outside of knowing how the team's going to start. So they did invest, actually, I think it was 6 wards placed, so 300 gold into those.
It's more for showing the wave they're going to go, because they're going to start rotating with each other, so just making sure that they're safe with the route they're going.
And Kha'Zix on this Agni, a god we haven't seen in quite some time, but I do like it against Giannis. It's very easy to poke him out, and he kind of has to get close to the wave to clear it off.
Oh yeah, for sure. Agni have a lot of burst, so he can kill the Giannis before he goes into a portal. I really like the pickup overall, but it's just so hard to get going. If he does that, Agni's going to look really strong, but Xenotronic on his Giannis, really comfortable.
That's the biggest issue, is that there's not a lot of pressure in the soul lane or mid lane. Ooh, it was the teleport, or excuse me, a portal Jeff Hinla took from Xenotronics right there. And meantime, in the right-hand side, scaring a lot of trouble. First blood over to Lich, and now it starts off strong.
Nearly a return kill there onto Sebas in the mid lane. Portal from Xenotronic forces the purification there from Kha'Zix. Doesn't land the unstable Vortex.
And there we go. There's the early aggressiveness I want to see out of Lich. If they're going to win this game, they got to keep this aggressiveness up. Start looking for more picks.
And speaking of picks, you know, the Sobek Wheelix combo is one of the oldest ones in the books.
Looping around right now. Now it's and Shinto there. Xenotronics does manage to get through his portal, just barely though, and that's going to help LG disengage that fight.
They're just doing so good right now, roaming together, looking for the picks. They don't have any defensive wards, so they can't see whether if Lich is rotating on their side.
I'm looking at Sleep Tide now as well, and we really didn't cover much of that left-hand side of the map. We thought one of the big matchups of this game was going to be Sleep Tide up against Barracuda.
But this is the same matchup as Imelito versus Oceans was actually, and Imelito was dominating that as well. And again, we see Barracuda on the Soul just dominating the Chronos.
We did see Oceans do really good when it came to team fights, obviously, but it's it's just Soul has such powerful clear in the early game, able to not only hit the entire wave with Stellar Burst, but also anyone else who's in the area. You can see, I mean, Sleep Tide has 0 mana potions. He actually went for the cooldown boot start, which is gonna, you know, it gave him a little bit of mana, but he didn't have enough sustain to last against the poke that Barra has pushed out.
Maybe looking for an engage in the mid lane was Jeff Hinla, but Luminosity doing such a great job of farming. Actually, they might be going to the right-hand side. Oh, the pluck just off the mark from Shinto.
And actually, even though Lich got the first blood, Luminosity is still 500 gold ahead. They've really been farming good. They also have been so aggressive around the mid camps and gotten them all.
I mean, look at this. Look at the net worth right there on the left-hand side of the graphs. Top net worth is Barracuda. Bottom net worth is Sleep Tide. And just
the tower as well.
Yeah, just before we actually switch over to that soul lane side, Barracuda actually forced forced Sleep Tide back, and he was already 2 levels behind, and then missed an entire other wave. That allowed Barracuda to get that tower to about half.
Getting Barracuda ahead is not conducive to your victory if you're on the other team.
Oh yeah, we've seen Barracuda in the other sets yesterday, that he's been carrying his team, like literally carrying when it comes to late game. So already Barracuda seems to be able to get to this late game. It's not good for Lich because he will be able to do a lot of damage when it comes to the team fights.
And Lich is really struggling with the farm right now. Jeff Hinla taunts out Khepri right there. No follow-up just yet, though. LG just looking for this red buff. They're on the opposite side of the map this time, but still doing the exact same thing.
Sleeptide trying to steal that one away there, but Luminosity going to pick that one up. Barracuda going to take that one back, and now they might be looking to siege down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane.
Not this early.
I haven't really seen Lich T put any pressure in any wave.
I mean, it was weird too, because now he's got that first blood, but he's actually behind in farm to Mast. He actually just caught up because of that invade. Mast actually splitting too much experience.
And I actually like the Athena pick because they're putting all the pressure, all 4 members in the right side of the lane. Meanwhile, Barracuda is brawling the Chronos in the left lane, and so maybe the Athena can get an ultimate to Barracuda and they can get that one pick and maybe get the tower.
I was about to say too, because it's not something you're going to be thinking about if you're Sleeptide, especially how this meta has developed where the hunters are kind of left alone to farm up, and we see them actually get quite far ahead of the rest of everyone on the map because they're 3-way and 4-way splitting waves and, invades and their own buffs, and then the hunters slowly become, anywhere from 3 to 6 levels ahead of everyone else on the map. And Sleeptide, if he's not careful, will just not think about that potential rotation from Athena.
And also, I don't think Lich have been playing against Athena that much because Athena is not that good in the 4v4 fights overall in the early game. He's more like a team fight, late game oriented support.
Looking at both our supports as well, and supports overall this tournament, we've really seen kind of the 2 options of boots have been the Traveler Shoes and the Guard Boots. Why are those 2 items just the most popular?
I mean, right now, I think the fact that you just need to get ahead, you need to get the item online as a support, so the Teleria Boots is really good. If you need the early protection, go for the Tanky Boots, so it's obvious choice.
And Barracuda has just been pushed up by himself, and I'm assuming Jeff Hinla will be joining Barracuda very shortly. There's the ultimate, so good job by Sebas, though. I mean, just rotating over, baiting out that Athena ult. At this point, they know Athena's not going to be anywhere in mid or the right-hand side. I would like to see Nowis utilize the lack of that cooldown to try and set up a play, and you can actually see him sitting in these mid camps right now. I think he was waiting for someone to rotate through.
And Barracuda got to be careful because Lich can actually take advantage of his over-aggressiveness right now. He is up at their tower, so they can maybe get a rotation in and get a good pick on him.
There's actually a lack of vision there for Luminosity as well. Normally we see a ward or 2 down. Last game, we saw wards all the way from mid lane through the red buff, through to the duo side, so that Barracuda always knew who was where and when that buff was coming off timer.
Right.
One thing I do like about this Lich T lineup, though, is that the later this game goes, once basically Agni gets out of his very awkward early phase, Agni's one of the best mages when it comes to late game because of just how much damage he can output at ranged and control a team fight.
Agni's overall really bad against sustain against healers, and Luminosity have none of that, so Agni's going to be really good coming to the late game. Not only Agni, also Chronos, also Sobek is going to do really good. The fact that the Sobek is equal right now is so good for Lich.
Oh, taunt actually trouble for Nowis right now. He's going to be forced to jump over the wall. There comes the ultimate from Xenotronics. Jeff Hinla pulled over, and now he's left alone, but LG right around the corner makes it hard for Lich to chase him.
The portals there from Janus just so good for not only getting your team into the fight, but getting them out of a bad situation. Barracuda here, so much pressure on the left-hand side, should be able to get this tier 1 tower, and Sleeptide just leaving that uncontested.
And I mean, how did Barracuda get so far ahead? He have literally been 1v1ing the whole time, and he's 2 levels ahead, already got the tower at 7 minutes. It's so early in the game.
I think it was going for the Shoes of Focus. I mean, again, we saw Barracuda at level 6 versus Sleeptide's level 4. Sleeptide had no mana, no sustain. He had been poked out by Soul very early in the laning phase, is what I'm assuming had happened, and they were just able to abuse that. Now it's trying to make something happen, but by himself.
Yeah.
There's so much global presence.
Exactly, and it's just Lich trying to get something they really can't do. Luminosity have the game in their hands. They need to start playing reactively again, but as we saw in the last game, they're just not too good at it.
Maybe, I mean, how did they get this against the Legion? So was it just dictating the pace from the start of the game
It was basically getting the early pressure, getting that early game settled, and then they could easily go to the late game because their team fight was good, their coordination was fine, and everything was working out for them. It's just the early game they need to have. They need the lead.
And right now, Lich is just going to have to hold out against these invades. They need to stop this, or they need to be prepared and expected at this point, especially after game 1. We saw when that blue buff invade came out where Jeff Hinla pressured up onto Naus and forces Purification immediately. It really just didn't seem like Lich had expected that invade to happen. They need to put their players in place to defend their buffs successfully. Even if they don't force a fight, at least show presence so it makes it harder for LG to invade. Because if they would just walk in there with 3 to 4 people and there's only 1 person there, of course they're going to commit to the buff steal.
Scary D flung back there by Shinto. Shinto actually been having a decent game in both this one and the last one, but you know, it really hasn't been on a character he can carry with.
No, right. He's playing these passive guards right now. He did play Ravana last game, a really aggressive guard, and I would have liked to seen him on that sort of guards this game as well, because they need the pressure, and Sobek is a really late game orientated support guard in the solo. It's really good if it comes to the late game, but it just seems like Lich is lacking that early game against Luminosity.
We know they can team fight.
Oh yeah.
We know that Lich can team fight, and I don't even, LG doesn't want them to get to this phase at this point. You can already see them pinging out Gold Fury. Lich does have the vision on it right now with a sentry there and a sentry right between that tower and mid Harpies.
I'm really surprised that we're almost 10 minutes in the game and there's only about a 2,000 gold difference. You know, LG, it just feels like they have much more of a lead than what they do.
Oh yeah, they're playing so aggressive. It's like they're 5k ahead, but that's what they can do as well.
Master up in the sky, looking to get a knock up here. Naus is the target here. Actually, Master goes under the tower here, nearly stunned out. Nozix raining down fire from the sky. Xenotronics very low here, but Jeff Hinla gets a good shell off.
All right, Luminosity, calm down, calm down. They're good. They want something now. They want to get more of a lead, but going under the tower against them is not the way to do it.
Or do you think maybe they're still in the mindset from last game when they were so far ahead and they've brought that into this game?
Possibly. They got to be careful that they're not going to get ahead of themselves. Otherwise, they can throw this game.
And even if they're not in that mindset of being ahead, actually, trouble for Scary D here as he was trying to solo invade the speed buff. Jeff Hinla going to reduce the damage he takes, and Xenotronics actually walks in to the ultimate from Sobek. That could be trouble for him. Quick purification, though.
Shinto still diving after this Janus. Now is coming through as well, but he portals himself away here. Really hard to lock down a Janus.
And once again, Luminosity getting a little bit too excited. Scary D solo invading the speed buff. They got to start playing together again and starting finding the picks in the jungle, or even beta go for it.
They really just need to play through Barracuda, because once again, 2 games in a row on this Soul, he's been left to farm up. Like we mentioned, Hunters are getting 4 to 6 levels ahead. We're 10 minutes in, and Soul was just 4 levels ahead of Xenotronics because they've been splitting so much experience in gold.
And not only that, Barracuda just got his sashes online, and that's going to be really good when he get that stack full. So he's just going to stay in lane, get that stacked, and then he's going to start looking for the rotation and possibly looking for a goal for it.
Talk a little bit more about the sash. What does it do for Soul and overall for mages?
Overall, it's really slow to get going, and that's why you usually don't see it picked up. But when you get it picked up, you have so much health, which just makes you a lot stronger in the fights. You can take more damage. Usually you're against bruisers, so they can't really do a lot of damage. So just health is going to do a big deal.
And Soul is actually one of the safer hunters, I would say. Not only does she have a heal, obviously, in her kit, but she also has her ultimate, which knocks players up. It's actually very hard as a jungler, especially a melee jungler like a Wheelix, to jump on top of the Soul by yourself here, but now it's going to try.
Immunity frame's already used here from Barracuda. Looking to actually just stay in the fight here. Now it's taking way too much damage. Barracuda looking to turn this one around. 1v2. Ultimate's already been used from Sleep Tide as well. Here's Xenotronics and the rest of the squad. Jeff Hinla torn into Sleep Tide. Barracuda looking for the kill. Barracuda, can he find it? In 1 second he will. Sleep Tide gave up. But Barra gets the kill.
And this is the aggressiveness I was talking about by Barracuda. I really thought that gang was going to go good, but the Janus ult just comes in and his team is there to help him, and he goes around.
It's the global presence. We barely mentioned it. 3 semi-globals. Gold Fury going to be started up right now by Luminosity, and they do secure it with the Wrath. And actually looking for the support player.
Taunted by Jeff, stun coming through from Scary D. Can Sabas even get his ultimate off? I don't think he can. He gives up there. Mars picks up the kill. Pulled into the tower, though, was Xenotronics by Naus. Jeff Hinla low as well. Shinto, along with Naus, gets the kill. Scary flung back towards the tower line. Running away now from 3 members of Lich T. Great knock up there from Naus. Nozix gets the kill.
Absolutely beautiful play from Nozix. Once again, LG were so committed into killing Sabas that they 4-man grouped, got hit by every rain of fire, got stunned out, got hit by the Path of Flames as well, all grouped up. That allowed Naus to rotate in and help secure 3.
That was absolutely crazy. There were 4 men blocking for the Kipri, and meanwhile the Agni was just like Here you go.
It's the dream. It's the dream play for an Agni.
Oh, Mars nearly falls down there. Jeff Hindler with the taunt. They're looking for now. It's the reach just off the mark. Nozick. Oh, the range. Not quite there for the Agni. Jeff Hindler rooted in place. Nozick's going to be able to walk away.
Good job by Sebas there, just zoning out and making sure that Jeff Hindler wasn't going to be able to chase Nozick into his tower there. And right now, I mean, Lich looking okay after that. I mean, the Gold Fury was picked up, but after those 3 kills, they really evened out that lead.
But last game we saw how Lich was uncomfortable being 4K behind. And right now they're 3K behind. And they're in the same position as it was last game. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to turn this game around. But the Sobek now is the same level as Scary D, and it will be really good in the team fights.
Look at Jeff here, just hiding around the corner, waiting for Sleep Tide. Dashes in, gets the taunt. Barracuda with the ultimate there. They're looking for the Chrono Xenotronics, and the squad's here.
Oh,
he manages to rewind, though. The tier 2 tower, which was the objective, though, falls down.
It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter that the Hunter got out. I mean, Sleep Tight rewinds, he stays alive, but you lose a tier 2 tower, another 1,500 gold.
Nowis, no, sorry, that's Master up with this guy. He's looking for Nowis, maybe. Where's the knockup? He's coming to Sleep Tight. No purification.
Beautiful.
No ultimate available. No mana available for Sleep Tight as well. Here's Jeff. Here's Xeno. Here's Mars. Down goes now as Xenotronics taking some damage from the sky. He's very low here. Needs to be careful, but no one from Lich T can get to the Yanis.
Just baited at this point. There goes the Khepri Revive onto Nozick, who's in the middle of 3. Needs to be careful. He dashes aggressively. The Khepri Revives in. He doesn't die until afterwards. Jeff Hindler finds the kill under the tower. Right now in mid, Sebas going to be locked in by Mast. He's got to escape, though. Jeff Hindler can't tank for much longer. Too low of health.
And Sebas is exactly what you do when you don't really communicate the Caprios, because usually the Agni or Noxet actually Aegis when he ulted, so therefore he didn't die. They need to communicate a little bit better. That's something I also did, so fair enough. It happens for the best, I guess.
I also saw Funball take a tower shot with you right in front of him with Khepri, and then you ulted yourself.
I told him to get out.
LG looking really good right now, though. They pick up 2 towers, 1 in the mid, and obviously the tier 2 on the left-hand side, pushing themselves to a 5K gold lead at 15 minutes.
And it seems like Jeff Hindler really liked that. Oh, there's a fight. Hold on,
Shinto, he's taking some damage here. Force into the lurking in the water. Is a long way back to his tower here. All of LG just standing in, trying to force him away from the tower. Great taunt there from Jeff Hindler. Xeno, perfect rotation there. Jeff Hindler gets the kill.
With the lead from Luminosity right now, they have all the jungle control. They can collapse in the soul lane. Are you a little bit too far up? You're going to collapse on.
And again, LG has this triple global composition that Lich always has to worry about. Lich have to already be in place. They already have to know what LG is going to do before they've actually done it if they're going to be able to stop any of this pressure.
Right, the Yanis and Athena combo is so scary to play against because you can't be anywhere without the fear of you being ganked.
And it takes a lot of communication as well away from regular comms. You've always got to be saying where that Yanis, where that Athena is, and when they're not there, you've got to be communicating, look for the ult.
And now Barracuda is so far ahead that he just pushes up his left lane, goes to mid, and so his team could push out the right.
Did he just... Nozick almost died to the Soul's Trail? That was unfortunate.
I've never seen it do that much damage before. LG now looking to push down the mid-tier 1 tower here, and they should be able to get this one for free. No contention here from Lich T. They're now trying to stay under their tier 2 tower, but it's a 5-man grouping here. Oh, Shinto dives in, doesn't get the plug. This is going to be bad news for him. He's lurking in the waters again. Now is trying to do what he can to the backline here. Khepri Revive comes through. Shinto gets the revive, but now that ultimate is down. Xenotronics with the snipe.
Shinto right now trying to force everyone off this tower, but it's so hard. LG's way too far ahead. Scary D on zone duty as the rest of his team knocks down the last remaining tower for Lich at only 17 minutes. Fire Giant hasn't even been looked at yet.
Right, and this is the same as last game, basically. Luminosity getting that early lead and then starting slowly to snowball it because they're taking the jungle buff, they're getting the sneaky picks. This game has been not too much about the jungle picks, but more the global ultimate picks they've gotten, and that's why they've gotten a big lead right now.
Oh my goodness.
And look at that, Barracuda's level 20 right now, and Nozick is only level 13. We've seen Nozick 13 for at least the past 3 to 4 minutes right now, but he hasn't been able to get any farm.
He's been playing really good though. I just feel like his team, once again, behind, he's not able to carry as he usually does.
And we've seen LG in this mid lane constantly or pressuring him away from his buff, away from the mid camps. They recognize that, hey, this is who Lich T run their team through. We need to put him behind.
and they've definitely done that this game. It's so unfortunate though, because I would have loved to see Lich not behind this game, so we could have seen some proper work coming out from nothing.
You say that, but I mean, that's all credit to LG. They have played this set brilliantly so far. The only mistake that maybe you could say was game one at the beginning where Jeff Hindla had to save Mast and Scary D, but besides that, it's just been constant pressure and utilizing their global ultimates, especially in this game, to rotate across the map. Jeff Hindla is having a phenomenal tournament as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. It definitely credit to LG, but if they hadn't picked the Sobek, I think it could have been different. I think if they had some more early game guys, they could have done better.
Fire Giant being started up here. Let's listen into Luminosity as they try and take the objective.
Get pretty slowed. I'm portaling. Get rich out. That's assault. You just kill him. Yeah.
Careful.
Yep.
Nice.
Don't need dash. Don't need dash. Look at I'm Aegis.
Don't stand for 2.
I'm ulting. Good show.
And the game. Hey,
no, that's a cross plank.
Yeah, I'm trying to get serious.
Okay, just go for Phoenix.
He went so far away.
Yeah, we can go fire. Just go fire. Make sure we can definitely end. You good, Daddy? What? That's what we just did. High five, for excited. Just kidding. Roll over there.
Careful.
It's on me. Careful. Portaling it.
You can hear how calm and collected Luminosity were during that whole engagement there. Not even worried at all about Lich T. They're now burning through the Titan. It's under 25% HP. Luminosity look like they're moving on towards the semis. Actually, almost there. Almost.
I was actually shaking my head like this. They're not going to end
that
now,
was risky.
But that was.
And you could hear Mast as well. He was like, we can end, and the team trusted him. It was a little bit close in the end,
that
but
was
they
more
did
luck
come out on top.
For sure, Cole. That was a little bit risky, I would say, but they ended. They did have a big lead anyway, so they wouldn't be able to really get anything out of it.
Also, Barrett can never complain about being sick again. I swear he plays better when he is.
Alrighty, so that's going to do it for all the quarterfinals. Analyst Desk, take us away.
Luminosity is going to day 3, folks, and they're going to face off against the European powerhouse NRG, and that's going to be kicking off tomorrow. Can't wait to see that game. But gentlemen, let's go ahead and recap all the games that we saw here today. Eager and Obey are going to be in the semifinals as well. Eager had an easy match against Hoppy. Hoppy just could not put it up with the North American powerhouse. And then Obey versus Soar, which was a fantastic matchup as well. That's up one side. A slobber knocker. Guys, I mean, what do we have? This is going to be insane tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see Luminosity versus Energy tomorrow. And just recapping off of the last game, we saw them finish game number 1 less than 25 minutes, game number 2 less than 20, and then we saw a transition of Barracuda. A little quiet game number 1, but definitely a lot louder.
Yeah, he definitely woke up in that second game, and it shows why his soul is so feared. What a great performance, even when being sick. Not many people can pull that off.
I mean, at this point in time, he just needs to keep being sick at tournaments. That's going to be his.
I don't know if you guys saw, but in the picks and bans, it showed Kuda for a little bit, and homie looked like death.
Yeah,
so like, I mean, he basically is just struggling to breathe there. But you know what? We actually do have Rain Day over on the stage with an interview with one of the members of LG. Who you got there, buddy?
We got Jeff Hindla in the house. Make some love. LG to the semifinals. Hometown heroes, man. How's it feel getting the love from the crowd every time you play?
It feels absolutely amazing every time we do anything remotely good. You know, honestly, it could be bad and they still cheer. It feels so good.
Yeah, you guys could like lose and they're still chill for it. So, you know, walk me through the game, walk me through the last moments and how you guys are feeling going into it, finally clinching that semifinals place.
So game 2 was honestly really slow. We were farming and controlling pretty well, but it was definitely a lot slower pace than like game 1, right? So we were, I don't know, we didn't want to like overstep and like do something really bad and then super throw, kind of like how after we got golden, we just overextended and then got triple killed for it. So we were just trying to kind of avoid that all game, but it feels really great going to semis.
So, you know, there's a really interesting kind of dynamic because you were almost gifted a berth here. You're almost gifted a spot here by another team winning so that that team ahead of you could lose and you could go in their stead. And now you're coming here, you have rhythm. Even though Barracuda is sick, you guys are pulling together, putting out some great performances. You're inspiring the crowd. This has got to feel pretty amazing.
Yeah, no, it feels great. I love playing at Worlds, and getting sent here feels so good. Everyone's been playing super good this line, so I'm really happy for them.
Now with the momentum you've built, how do you see the semis going, the finals? Are you really thinking that this is your year? Is this Luminosity's time?
This is our year.
All right. I know the crowd is with you. I'm with you too. Thank you so much, Jeff. It's been a pleasure. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And good luck in the rest of your games. For the next little bit, we are going to actually show you a 2016 charity highlight video. So stay tuned, keep your eyes peeled to the screen, and see what we got coming up.
This is Gabriel from Hirez Studios. So we've had an amazing year for charity in 2016, and we just want to give you guys some thanks back for helping us raise over $150,000 for various charitable causes this year. So earlier this year, everyone pitched in and helped us raise over $71,000 for Allied in the Spring Fling Charity Land. That was amazing. You guys showed so much love, and I know Allied appreciated it, and we definitely appreciated it. And then later in the year, you guys showed up again and helped us raise over $36,000 for the Louisiana flood relief, which we donated to the Baton Rouge Area Foundation. And then we had the Xingqian's Mountain Charity Challenge, which was amazing. We had a lot of our YouTube friends, some of our press friends, everyone pitched in. We raised over $45,000 for various great causes. We had the America Suicide Foundation in there. There was also Connor's Cure, St. Jude, just to name a few. And then every year we have the Holiday Charity Chest, which you guys have shown up again in spectacular fashion, already raising over $180,000 for Child's Play. So thank you so much to the Smite community. Thank you so much to the Hirez family. We can't do this without you, and we can't wait to do more amazing things in 2017 through charity.
So I want all of you really to just a really big applause for yourselves. I know you gave one there for the video, but you are the guys who deserve the applause for this one. You guys have done so much for so many good causes throughout the course of the year. The most recent thing we've done was the Holiday Treasure Chest was giving a contribution to Child's Play, which is an amazing charity, and we have Travis here representing the charity, and Gabe, who helps manage a lot of this stuff for us internally here. And you got, this is where we predicted it to be. You actually got it to $244,000 for Child's Play. That's a lot of happy kids, and it's because of you guys. So I really thank you and appreciate it. And give one other big hand for Child's Play and for Gabe. Thank you. I know, switching topics, you know, I'm having to give I feel like a weather forecaster. I'm the guy up here giving weather updates after every break. But the folks at the building have told me that around 6 o'clock, everyone's gonna need to be out of the building, okay? What they're worried about is the shuttles and other sort of things that are transporting people to their hotel. They're also worried about if some people don't start trickling out and leaving now, there might be long lines for the shuttles and things like that. So the advice from the building, the reason why they're doing 6 o'clock is right now, I believe the sun goes down at about right before 6 o'clock. There's a sharp temperature drop predicted. They're afraid that the rain we're having now will turn to ice, and we'll go from there. So I apologize for that. The guys have instructions to try to get the Xbox match going as fast as we can. We're gonna go ahead for the online audience. It's not gonna affect the broadcast of that or for the simulcast of the Paladins group play that's going on Paladins Game Twitch. But we're gonna go ahead and start having a strong recommendation that people, especially that aren't in the hotels immediately around this area, start vacating the building now, and know that we'll probably have to force everyone out around 6 o'clock. With that, there's also tomorrow, right? So tomorrow we're gonna make one major change to the schedule, which is the schedule tomorrow was going to be starting the Paladin semifinals at 10 o'clock here on the main stage, and then the Smite semifinals at 1:30 here on the main stage. We're switching the plan tomorrow for the online broadcast. Both the Paladins and Smite semifinals will start at 1:30 tomorrow. And in terms of the broadcast and the matches then, the Smite semifinals will be on Hirez TV Twitch, and the Paladin semifinals will be on Paladin's Game Twitch, and that'll be in the Expo Hall stage that we've been doing the group play on. In terms of opening the building, I'm hoping we can open the building at noon tomorrow and allow people that can make it here to the building to be here, but obviously there's a quorum of staff and all of the safety people and things like that have to tell me that we can do that, right? So before you trudge out here and wait in line, make sure you look very closely on social media tomorrow to make sure you know exactly when you can come into the building, all right? So that's a downer, but this is an upper, so give one more cheer for all of the charity. Thank you, guys. All right, now we're gonna go to a break.
Power dark and terrible. Our opponents have chosen their enemies poorly. We will crush them. I am the supreme sorcerer, rendered unto darkness. Stand and fight! You must have survived a killing curse, because, baby, you're drop-dead gorgeous. I'm just a powerful wizard looking for a witchy woman. None shall stand before me now. You've won the battle, but the war is just beginning. The wiser course would be to regather our strength. Be my whole seed.
Smite is where it all began for a lot of us, and having the opportunity to create a new world for our fans that expands the Smite universe beyond a MOBA and into an entirely new experience on mobile is one of the coolest projects anyone could ask for.
Well, you have the traditional Smite Conquest map with its 3 lanes, and we decided to port that over to our mobile game, and that has influenced, our core design.
Smite Rivals is a collectible card arena. Inside of it, you battle against opponents one-on-one in 3-lane combat. You build a deck with a god and a series of minions, structures, and spells, and you use them to defeat your opponent and try to destroy their base.
We looked for the actions that the players enjoyed most in Smite and created movesets that captured that big, godlike feel. We had to capture visuals and audio that really stood out and made your device feel like it was exploding with some sort of power.
One of my favorite features of Rivals is that you can play anywhere. You can play from your phone or from a PC or a tablet, and your progress saves across all 3 of the devices.
If you're out with your friends and you guys want to do a quick match and show each other's new decks and then you go home and hop into a different game mode, you can totally do that.
If you look at all the games that Hirez Hirez has released, they're all free to play, and we want to make sure Rivals fit in that same category. So that means Smite Rivals is going to be free to play on mobile and PC.
Before I had a chance to start working on Smite Rivals, I was already a big fan of Smite. Getting the opportunity to work on this project and kind of capture everything that I love about Smite has just been an absolute pleasure.
We want to make sure that Rivals wasn't just a cool game, but we actually reward Smite fans who downloaded it. So there'll be cross-promotion content inside of Smite that you can get, including exclusive skins and other great collectibles.
It's been a blast working on this game and trying to capture the Smite feel. I'm excited to see how the fan base feels about the gods that we've put in the game, and I can't wait to see and hear their feedback.
Playing the game was definitely awesome. Everything just kind of brings you in, and it's just interesting to look at. This is a good-looking game.
Rivals has really been a passion project for me and everybody who's worked on it. And we're excited to share with the rest of the world in early 2017.
Smite Tactics has had a great alpha stage, and we really appreciate all the feedback we've gotten from you guys. And we're very happy to announce that starting right now, Smite Tactics is moving into its closed beta.
Smite Tactics is a unique take on the Smite universe. It is a turn-based strategy game where you create a deck based on a pantheon and the synergies inside of it.
Just like previous titles at Hirez Studios, we're starting off our closed beta in Tactics with the Founders Pack. And the Founders Pack provides immediate access into the beta. Along with access to the beta, you also get 15 card packs of 5 cards each, legendary leaders Poseidon, Isis, and Freya, and the legendary god Inyo. You also get 1 exclusive Founders icon and 1 exclusive Founders card back. Not only do you get this content in Smite Tactics, but also in Smite, you get the exclusive skin Inyo and the exclusive Tactics loading frame. Now this Inyo skin is special because it marks the first time in Smite's history that we've done the Greek pantheon version of a Roman god. And not only is it a skin in Smite, but it also is a playable, unique god in Smite Tactics.
We had a very successful closed alpha, and we're excited to get into the closed beta stage.
It's been a lot of fun to put a new spin on the Smite characters in Tactics, and there's a lot more coming in January. This is a closed beta that we're starting, so there's going to be a lot of changes, a lot of new content, and a lot of surprises coming up over the next couple months. And we're very excited for you guys to take the ride along with us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It is time for our Smite console semifinals as we have Team Eager facing off against Allegiance. And huge shout out to the people in the arena for sticking around even though snowpocalypse is taking place outside. Y'all the real MVPs. Joined with me, though, the one and only Anatoly and the legend himself, Zaxi. Guys, how you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. You know, we just saw some epic games on the PC side of things, but console, it's always really spicy in this world as well.
Yeah, this set is going to be great. I'm really excited for it.
One thing I just want to note here. What is it with the Smite community and the word spicy? Just, I don't know.
Spicy meatball.
Spicy meatball.
You got those spicy picks?
Oh, man. Well, guys, there you have it right there. You're taking a look at the bracket from yesterday. Soar was phenomenal. So phenomenal. Like AJ Styles. Right here, 2-0 over Aware. They move on to the finals. And really, you got to talk about Chapo's biceps. You got Pashy's biceps in CSGO. I want Chapo's biceps. That needs to be his new gamer tag in console here. So awesome stuff, but this is going to be a big matchup, and Soar's looking at the top of their game from what we saw yesterday, guys.
Absolutely. Chapo was just able to really carry pretty hardly without Kwang. With or without it, honestly, didn't matter. He is just always making a lot of the plays, but on the Eager side of things for Mifflin, now something that a lot of people don't know about Eager is the fact that they're swapping roles again. Mifflin going back into the jungle, Jelly back into the support.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see, you know, they originally switched roles. Things were working better, and then it just maybe things got a little bit stale. They needed to switch things up. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. I know Mifflin, he's an in-your-face player. He loves those in-your-face gods. Even with supports, he was even if he couldn't kill you, he just wanted to run at you and be annoying. So now he's going to be on those junglers that really can do damage to you. So really a role that fits Mifflin.
It's always risky to make this kind of a move, especially before such a big, important land. But whatever helps out your team chemistry-wise, whatever fits well as well with Delta Marine, that's going to be very important for Eager to try to get this victory against Team Allegiance, because this is the most difficult team to play against in the console world.
Yeah, I mean, ALG just always a powerhouse. You never know where, they're like a wild card. You never know where, who's going to go off. It could be Transonics one game, could be Wolves another game, could be Sinosure the next game, and then even Cloud sometimes. So you never know what to watch out for, really, when playing against the Legions.
I love when Cloud ever just goes aggressive, tries to dive that tier 1 tower. He's not afraid to risk his life if it's going to benefit the rest of his team. And that's something that we don't normally see out of mid laners, but Cloud definitely makes it work for him and his team.
It's going to be a challenge on both sides here. Eager, though, the favorite coming into this one. A lot of people feel like this, we will see a sore Eager final. But hey, you know what? Where PC Smite Allegiance maybe fell a little short, maybe console Allegiance can step up and get that championship victory for the organization. Who knows?
It's very possible. You know, they did win the SCL Summer Finals. They played phenomenally during the SCL Fall Finals as well. So between those two splits, now they're here against Eager today in the semis. And in this best of 3, I'm really curious to see how Eager has adapted to Allegiance's style.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me to see ALG ban the Raw here. Eager plays the heal comps better than anyone on Xbox. They will just poke you down, reset, heal, and then siege up. They know they play it to perfection, so it doesn't surprise me to see the Raw taken off the board.
We saw Chapo yesterday with the Ao Kwang, Eager recognizing this, and with Allegiance having the first pick, Eager's not going to take any chances. They're going to take that option away from Sinosure immediately.
We saw him go off, at the Summer Finals, and it was devastating. Jingwei also taken off the board for Legion, just a strong ADC. Cougar very comfortable on that always, so another good ban by ALG.
And more importantly, Transonics doesn't really rely very heavily on picking his hunter early in the drafting phase, so they allow themselves more of an opportunity to build around their core between their support, middle, and jungler, which is why we see Zeus being first picked here for Cloud.
Yeah, Cloud Zeus. I mean, that's one of his best gods, one of his favorite gods, and Zeus just such a potent pick in the mid lane. I mean, the damage is unreal, but you know, he builds the more utility styles. It's the little tankier, the wing blade, the helm. So good stuff coming out from Cloud.
Whatever it takes to survive against any sort of aggression from Mifflin, but now this soul pick, now I'm expecting this personally to go to Air Cougar. What about you, Zaxi?
We have seen Cougar played a lot, and Cougar really does love the soul, but we've also seen Delta Marine carry games from the mid lane as soul. So a little bit of a flex pick here, could go either way.
So Willich being locked in as well for Eager, and this kind of does fit Mifflin's style, right? He always likes to go super aggressive, super in your face, like you mentioned before, and a Willich is definitely a god that doesn't shy away from such opportunities.
Oh, no, definitely not. And I expect Mifflin to be very aggressive very early. I expect to see an invade out from Eager. Expect to see him pick a powerhouse early game soul laner and invade.
And now Tyr being locked in for Wolves for the side of Team Allegiance. This is a god we haven't seen too much of yet, ever since the changes occurred with his stand switch, now not needing to be leveled, and that's going to allow him a little bit more control during the laning phase, and now Athena as well.
Yeah, and Wolves' Tyr before the buff, I mean, Wolves' Tyr is insane. That was one of his best gods, and now after the buff, I can only imagine. I haven't seen him play it yet, but I can only imagine because Wolves is a monster. And
you throw the Athena on top of the mix, that's really good protection and peel, I would say, for the Zeus. You have the taunts, you have the fearlesses. It's going to be very difficult to get in the backline to disrupt Cloud.
And I like to see ALG pick the globals because they like to gank Wolves early, get him a little bit ahead. So I like the globals coming out from Allegiance. I like to see one more even.
And now, just to deal with this aggression from Allegiance, Gab being locked in for Eager, Jelly has been known to play this kind of support. So when he used to play back before the summer split as well. So it's always good to rely more on your comfort picks.
Yeah, Jelly very comfortable on this Gab. You know, a lot of times Eager drafts these late game comps. Geb, a great late game support, and Jelly knows how to peel. He knows, you know, their comms are great. I've listened to their comms before, so I like the Geb pick.
So now with Guan Yu, Ratatasker being banned, and Scylla still waiting on the last ban from Allegiance, it's going to be the Odin, which makes sense. Obviously, Zeus can't get out of that tier, has to use the ultimate. Athena having to use the ultimate, and with Eager having that next pick, very smart ban from ALG.
Yeah, very good ban here. No, you can't get out of the cage. I don't want to see it. I
Get rid of it. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done here.
And then, like, if you allow the Odin to go through, now you have to build Phantom on your second relic, which is going to take away sort of options of, you know, the sprint, the meditation, maybe another shell, anything like that from your Guardians during team fights. So as a result now, Allegiance has more options for their relic choices.
I also want to chime in too. I think that ban there from Allegiance on Scylla was also a really smart one because they're not anticipating the Soul going to the mid. They think that's going to go for the Hunter role. So getting rid of Scylla, and we saw how devastating Scylla could be yesterday as well. Big circles, you know, just it does work.
Especially if Jelly can find the setup for the Scylla, because you have the Cataclysm, you have the knockup. That's a lot of time. It seems like it was actually Susanoo that was banned away beforehand, but we're still waiting on the next pick from Eager. Guan Yu is being hovered over. That is a really interesting, resilient composition. You have the Geb shield, you have the Guan Yu heals as well. This is going to be scary if you're ALG.
Yeah, and like I said, Eager loves their sustain comps. They play it to perfection. They just poke you down, reset, heal up, siege up. I mean, it's just so frustrating to play against, and they just play it perfectly.
The longer that team fight lasts, the better it's going to be for Eager. Now the question is, how is ALG going to minimize the duration of these team fights? Well, that's a great all-in pick on the Nemesis.
Yeah, we got Cynoshare on the Nemesis, Transonics on the Chronos. I mean, when you put Transonics on a hyper carry, it's always scary, right? Because we've seen his potential to just flat out carry the whole game. So I like him on Chronos here. I want him on a hyper carry.
And now Habwa being last picked for Delta Marine. This is a lot of damage between this Habwa and a Willish combination.
There's a little bit of spice there in the Hebo pick. I like the Hebo pick there because the ability to just one-shot someone flat out, it's beautiful.
You got also the setup for the Awilish, right? You got the Water Sprout into the Awilish ultimate. So we're going to see a lot of hand-holding between Delta Marine and Mifflin.
Oh,
well,
definitely.
Yeah, and also, I mean, with that Guan Yu pickup as well, that's also going to give them really a lot to work with. I mean, this Eager definitely comes out of this one looking really, really good thus far. I mean, I don't know. Who do you guys have?
Honestly, this is too close to call for me personally.
Okay.
I got to give it to Eager slightly, though, because of the fact that they have the Geb and the Guan Yu. Their composition
Well, that's what I'm saying. They have some good gods in that.
It's ALG, though. On the other hand, they're just so talented together. They have a lot of synergy. Their comms are always on point. They're very vocal. They're, like, loud as well. So I'm curious to see if they're going to adapt to this kind of strategy and if the Nemesis for Cynoshare is going to take off.
Yeah, Nemesis one of Cyno's best gods. Chronos one of Trans's best gods. I'm rolling with ALG, man.
Oh, all right. A slight edge for Eager, but you got Zaxi with that ALG hype. Let's see who's going to come out on top. It's now time to send it over to our incredible casters. Take it away.
Thank you, Golden Boy. My name is Tiger, and I stole aggro and Funball over here to bring you the last console semifinals for the HRX Allegiance versus Eager. How you guys feeling about this matchup?
I really like both drafts. I mean, you heard Zaxi talking on the desk there. These are a lot of comfort picks on both sides, but this Habwa locked in for Delta Marine in the middle lane does really, really well up against Nemesis. You've got that water carpet, gives your whole team slow immunity, so you're not going to be worried about that Nem ult as much. And then the knock up for a Willish and to get that shield off Nem, I really like the pick.
Yeah, and Hebo's good into the Zeus. If Zeus gets the slow with the chain lightning, Hebo can just use the carpet like you said before, and they should be able to get out easily.
Now, there's a little bit of a shaky start coming out for Eager. We saw these teams face off during the split. In week 1, Eager got 2-0'd by Allegiance, but in week 6, they came back and at least forced a split.
And remember, these two teams matched up in the SCL Summer Finals as well, and it was Allegiance who was able to take that victory from them. So these are two teams that have been around the scene for a long, long time. Two teams that have matched up a lot, but as for recent memory, it's been Allegiance usually coming out on top.
And let me talk about the elephant in the room here, the switch with Mifflin and Jelly. How does that make you feel?
Nervous a little bit. I mean, I do like Jelly in the support role a lot. I also like Mifflin in the jungle. That's what I played against the majority of the time, and it was very, very strong. But, I mean, you could talk about this, Funball. Making roster changes this close to land can lead to some awkward situations.
Yeah, and the synergy might not actually be there, and
it like makes the team, you know, like I said before, it makes it weird, and I feel like sometimes it's just, you know, doesn't work out. However, Allegiance, they beat us, they played against us, and they beat us. They came to Worlds, they didn't make it in the next stage, but sometimes it works.
That's a good point. Sometimes when you make these roster changes or roster switches and roles, you kind of go into this honeymoon period where everything feels fresh and new and it's all going really well, and that could be the case here for Eager.
You can just ride that train for as long as you possibly can. But we talked a little bit about this while they were doing picks and bans. Eager have 2 strats normally. 1 is objective control. 2, feed Delta Marine.
And and it's worked very well for them historically, but they also, whenever Mifflin's in the jungle, like to play the pressure game on the right-hand side between DeWurst and Mifflin. Now, DeWurst hasn't picked a particularly high-pressure god in the solo lane in this Guan Yu, but you were telling me, Funball, you really like this matchup into the tier.
Yeah, if the Guan Yu can just wait until level 4 and start using his 3 to clear the waves without taking too much pog from the tier, his stance got changed in the patch, so he can use it at level 1. Makes him stronger early game, but if the Guan Yu can get off into a good start without taking too much damage from creeps and from the tier, he should be okay.
Now, the biggest worry I guess I have currently is that we have a global ultimate on one team, and then we have one that's lacking. How are you going to be able to make up for that?
I mean, Matt Coy's on this Athena, like they were saying on the desk. This is one of his best gods for sure. It's one that they first picked in the past, so you know he's going to be comfortable on it. But it isn't the same sort of impact global as, say, a Giannis ult or even something like a Ratatoskr ult. It's really not there to provide that big burst of damage, though it can do a lot. It's really there to just keep Athena moving around the map.
Yeah, and Athena is mainly there just for protection. She gives you extra protections when you... actually, she reduces damage taken when she ultimates, and when she ultimates, she just provides extra CC and a small amount of damage just to get out, just in case.
With Eager, DeWurst is well known for taking Guardians into the solo lane, but when he starts to rotate, how does that affect the rest of the team play?
I mean, when you pick the Guan Yu, that's what you're waiting for, is your solo laner to rotate into the team fight and make a big impact with those heals. And DeWurst has been around a long time in this Xbox scene, one of the most tenured players on the console, so you know he's going to be very comfortable on this Guan. Like we mentioned, though, the laning phase should go in his favor against the tier, but Wolves is the premier solo laner in the world on console right now, so I'll be very interested to see how well DeWurst can kind of weather that storm.
At what point do you want to see that anti-heal start to come out? Because normally we see teams build it a little bit too late.
Right, so they should build it at the second active. That's when they should go for it, because the Guan Yu is not going to be a factor until he starts rotating for those Gold Furies, which is around level 12, 13, 14 minutes in the game.
And plus, you got to wait for that Conviction heal to get leveled up. That's going to be leveled second after the Talu Assault. So I think Funball's right. You don't have to rush it necessarily. It doesn't have to be second item Brawler's Beat Stick. But by the time that Cynosure is getting around to his 3rd or 4th item, we'll probably look to pick up that Brawlers.
Definitely. Well, going through, how are you guys feeling about predictions coming through? We always make the desk do it, but since we're stuck here, let's go for it.
It's tough because I know I've said it a bunch, but so many comfort picks for Allegiance, but I think that the draft for Eager is really well crafted. You've got the slow immunity on the Hobwa that can get you away from that Zeus, from that Nemesis. You've got the Geb shields for the Athena taunts and the tier fearlesses. This is not a game that was won in the drafting phase, so I think it's going to come down to execution in game. And right there, like I mentioned, Allegiance has had Eager's number as of late, and I think I'm going to give it to them.
Yeah, Airkuga's been around in the scene for such a long time, and he's been around in the PC as well. And he's an ADC, so I'm going to support for Eager. And like you said, Jelly is a good player. He might be the loose cannon of that team, so he could do really well or he could do really poorly.
And it's really just going to depend on when we get into game to see that happen. But meanwhile, we normally don't have these really immobile mid-lane mages, especially when they face off against each other. Zeus really doesn't have any mobility, and all that Hebo has is his Atlas.
It's going to be really difficult for both players, because if you make one misstep when you're these immobile mages, like you mentioned, you can just get exploded, because what they lack in mobility, they make up for in tons and tons of damage. You could see Delta Marine knock Zeus up, use that crushing wave. It could be just blow up Clow, or you could see Clow find that chain lightning, drop the ultimate on himself, and bait Delta Marine in. It could go either way.
Well, you said the magic words, Delta Marine. We actually have a bit of a video we're going to pop on to the screen for you to check out.
Delta Marine, probably the best mid on the console scene. I just think he's a fantastic player. He's very difficult to kill. Seems like a great guy, deep god pool. and we like playing them all the time.
That's Marine. He's very consistent, very good positioning all the time. Even though a lot of people say he doesn't want to go in, but he goes in at the right time. I feel like, he's one of the harder as a jungler to be able to just commit onto.
Delta is probably the most consistent mid in the SCL. He never really dies, and he's always in really good spots, and he's hard to kill.
Delta Marine's awesome. He's like the only person who I would love to be around 24 hours a day. He's chill. He respects me. I respect him.
Delta Marine, you just always expect him to be level 20 at 5 minutes for some reason. He's at this elemental solo and them off cooldown, so yeah, he really knows how to farm and he can carry the game.
Delta Marine is really good at farming. It's very frustrating to play against him as a solo laner because he's never out of position. It's really hard to get on top of him.
Probably regarded as the top mid laner right now in the SEO, and I don't know. I think a lot of teams should fear him. As far as Eager, as players that you should worry about, that's probably their impact player.
Delta Marine is just the hard carry of Eager right now. If you don't shut him down, you're gonna lose.
Delta Marine 72. I was told he has numbers at the end of his name.
There's
I
a
don't know
lot
how
of
I feel
them.
about this.
There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah. Listen here, man. I used to be Golden Boy 87, okay? And I was very committed to the numbers. I believed in the numbers. I thought the numbers would take me to the promised land. They do not. The AOL days are dead, folks. Okay, and then we have on the other side here, Wolves. What can you tell me, Zaxi, about Wolves in particular for ALG?
Wolves, he's long been regarded as this great mechanical player, and he actually just hit the pro scene this year.
Wow.
He has an extremely good god pool, and he has a very annoying Loki that we've seen brought out last split. So yeah, he can play Loki, and it's very annoying to play against. I played it in ranked many times.
Yeah,
Just getting one shot all
getting
game.
some flashes here, some PTSD almost.
Yeah, I'm having some flashbacks, and it's a bad time. But he has great positioning, great mechanics, great rotations. Literally, probably the best solo lane on Xbox.
All right. Well, you know what? We have a video about Wolves. I want to hear what his friends and colleagues think of him as well. So let's go ahead, take a look.
Wolves is, without a doubt, the best solo laner on Xbox.
I think he's actually one of the best box players of all time. I think he soloed literally everyone in NA. I'm not even kidding when I say that. Probably he just solos people off cooldown.
Wolves is probably the most difficult player to gank in the NA scene. It's always annoying to play against Allegiance because Wolves will get really far ahead and Sino camps his lane. We lose all of our buffs, and if we go over there, Wolves kills us too.
Wolves, he's really quiet, but Wolves will just go off in the game and just get soloed by Watson every now and then.
Major takeaway from that video, Rippin just sounded devastated talking about it. It almost sounded kind of like you. I don't know.
You just hear that. You hear that Loki, that backstab. You hear Loki's 3, and you're just like, oh my god, what's going on? I need to egg his beats. Get me out of here.
Oh man. Well, do you agree with that consensus though that Wolves could be the best solo on the console?
Absolutely. He has a very diverse god pool. He always makes a lot of offensive plays that a lot of people just can't adapt to because you don't really necessarily expect it whenever he does it. So Wolves now playing the tier for this game #1 against Aegir. It's going to be very interesting to see how aggressive he'll be now with the tier change.
Yeah, and Wolves does a great job of baiting himself. If he knows that Sino is coming to gank his lane, Wolves will fight you. Even if it's a losing fight, he knows it's a losing fight. He's baiting you, so Sino can come, and he can kill you, and he can get ahead, and then he can snowball the game. He's a very, very high IQ player, a very smart player, and just probably the best solo on Xbox, like I said.
There's so much just salt coming out. I hear it. I hear the salt from you, man.
Dude.
Which is awesome.
There's some salt.
Yeah,
There's some
because, well, let's see if they're going to be able, to do that against Aegir. So just, update you guys. A little bit of an issue on the stage, but we're going to get into the match as soon as possible. So don't fret. Don't go anywhere. Once again, everyone here in Atlanta is really waiting for winter is coming, essentially. A little Game of Thrones outside, but hey, it is what it is. The ice people aren't coming. Relax, folks. I'm a New Yorker. I just can't with this stuff, man.
I can't fathom it either. I come from Brooklyn as well, so
yeah, right, Brooklyn boys. It snows and they're just like, okay, it's like 5 feet outside. go to school, Timmy. You know, and then Timmy's got to go to school. He might die.
Yeah, there was over a foot of snow last year, and now, George, you get 2 inches. The street's closed. That's it.
So we're just waiting this one out here, folks, but we will hop into it in a little bit. So let's go ahead and discuss a bit more about this matchup here. You know, we see that Zeus pick early on. Zeus has been focused on the PC side quite a bit. The impact of that god has been very, very noticeable. But here it was the first pick for ALG. Going to Clow, they settled that one right away. What impact will the mid laner for ALG have, Zaxi, for the squad?
Well, this is, I mean, Cloud's signature god. It's the Cloud Zeus. He loves this god, and what Cloud does a lot of times that frustrates, you just get in the game and you want to kill Cloud. Like Aggro said so many times, you just want to kill Cloud. He just looks like a piece of meat out there, and he baits himself, he puts himself in these awkward positions, and then somehow he gets out, he lives with 1 HP, and they wind up with a triple kill, and then bam, ALG gets a Gold Fury. I don't know how they do it. They play a very unorthodox style, and a lot of it is around Cloud just baiting himself.
It's a very tempting piece of meat, Golden Boy, especially whenever Cloud plays the Zeus. Honestly, he's one of those gods that you don't want to really necessarily get closer to. He's just going to do too much damage to you too quickly.
Dare you say a spicy piece of meat?
Could be very spicy. Talking about Cloud, always spicy.
Always spicy. All right, guys. Well, the good news is that we are going to be kicking this one off in just a second. All right, and I know I've been teasing this, so don't hate me. It's going to happen one day, but you know, we are looking good so far because everyone on the stage is working very hard to make sure that everything is set up and ready to go. We want to make sure that this is the most competitive environment possible, people. Okay, we don't want people going out there with broken controllers and stuff. You know, the B button hanging out on the outside. Actually, my first controller looked like straight death. It was the one I chucked across the building last time.
I mean, to be honest, they're playing with scuffs. I don't think these are going to break very easily.
That's true. And one great promotion, so you get some credit there. Scuff's going to send you a controller. I talked to Duncan. He's got you hooked up. 2, I agree. I'm actually a Scuff user myself. This is not promotion. I'm a Halo guy, so I live or die by my Scuff. It is like the way to go. And I remember years and years ago when I was shown the first Scuff controller, okay? I looked at this and said, this is gimmicky crap. And I just tossed it to the side. And then Duncan, the guy who like runs Scuff, he's like, no, trust me. You're really going to like this. Just give it a try. And it was like 2 weeks of just using the Scuff. Oh, man, I was destroying kids. And you know what? I'm hoping to see some more people getting destroyed here. So let's go ahead, send it over to the casters. It's game time, people. Take it away, Tiger.
It is definitely game time. Let's get into game 1 between Allegiance versus Team Eager.
Big grouping on this left-hand side early on. Clow, I don't think he knows everyone's here. Use the purification to get out of that slow from Delta Marine, or rather Air Cougar, and that's all Eager was coming for. They got that relic out.
I think he definitely knows they were coming now. Instead, Eager gonna rotate over to the right side, start setting up some wards. That vision is so incredibly important. They want to know exactly where everybody is going, and as I say that, I'm not seeing any red blips on that right side.
2 Wraths already picked up for Allegiance, both Wolves and Matt Coy's picking it up. Are you a fan of this, Funball? Do you like the support foregoing Shell for that early Wrath?
Honestly, on Athena, I think it's perfectly fine. She has a taunt, and then she also has a stun after that, if she decides to use the Wrath as a stun instead. But I like the style that Eager are doing here. They're looking for the invade onto the speed buff and onto the blue buff.
It'd be nice, but they're walking right over Cynosher's ward, so they know exactly where they are. I don't know if we're going to see too big of a fight at the speed camp, though. You don't want to go in 2v3 this early on. It's very easy to lose your life.
Matt Coy's on the left-hand side as well, looking to come in and steal away this red buff. Again, he does have that Wrath.
So the Tier is going to lose farm here. He lost the speed buff farm. He lost the blue buff farm as well. That's crucial to get Guan Yu ahead early game and start getting this healing comp.
Very good for Eager on the right-hand side, but not good on the left, as Matt Coy's did manage to steal away that red with the Wrath. And you can see Air Cougar actually took about 2/3 of his HP worth of poke. Both hunters going for already adapting to the meta that we've seen the PC players going for, starting off with Shoes of Focus right off the bat. Funball, how do you feel about this as a hunter?
I think they picked it up from Atarax, so they saw the games and they probably decided that it's a good strat.
Coming around the corner, here comes Cloud, getting knocked up twice, and then here he goes. Mifflin able to find that first blood for Team Eager. Goodbye, Cloud.
And it all goes back to the fact that his Purification are still down from before when minions spawn. But to be fair, I don't know if Purification would have helped him out enough there anyways. It was just too much damage coming out from Eager.
Probably not. Mifflin gonna hop onto Suku just to jump back. Wolves is a pretty heavy contender. Don't want to go ahead and get too overzealous.
This is exactly how Wolves likes to play. There's two people in his lane. He doesn't care. He's gonna walk up to you anyways. He's a bully in lane, out of lane, in the jungle, whatever.
Definitely, but early on, we already have our first blood for Team Eager, 1 minute and 33 seconds on the clock, and you can see that 600 gold lead for 600 gold lead for Eager. But Allegiance, they're just hanging back. They don't want to make any more big mistakes to give them a big jump.
So we've seen this Hebo versus Zeus matchup before, and I feel like if the Hebo will get ahead, I feel like he'll take control of the entire game, and that he should be able to. He should be able to carry the game.
And like Tiger mentioned, that's exactly what Eager's plan usually is getting Delta Marine ahead and in a really good position to carry the game. And you can see that Eager's in the lead, and then they still have their speed buff to take. They've already taken 3 out of the 4 buffs, and they've got 1 more to take. That means that lead's going to get even bigger.
And you can see Wolves. Earlier on, he was waffling between wanting to go after Dwarst and Mifflin. They're both low, and Wolves knows he can take some. That's just his aggressions coming through. He wants to go ahead and take down anybody that he can to start that rotating.
And you can see Mifflin so low just because of the fact that he went for that boots rush right off the bat. The Ninja Tabi rush that we saw Adapting do, we saw Weaken do it as well. They're going for these early boots, foregoing the Bumba's Mask actually early on to make sure that they can fight as well as they can early on.
Yeah, and these invades, you don't even need the Bumba's Mask. You're looking for the steals. You need the movement speed to get out just in case you get caught as well. And if they have that, then they shouldn't be able to get caught.
Additional movement speed, additional power, and then whenever Mifflin backs, I assume we'll see him pick up the Bumba's Mask then as well.
Definitely coming through, but a little bit of aggression up on the right side, trying to take this speed buff, but it's not happening quite yet. Instead, Speed Camp more than likely going to go to Eager, but we still have Allegiance peeking around the corner, looking to start this fight.
Wolves has the Wrath, so this might go the way of Allegiance. In fact, it is going to go the way of Eager, but now Dwarf getting hit by the Fearless. Double taunt from Matt Coys. Dwarf 1 HP, finally able to die. Wolves with the Bluestone tick, actually.
Come around the corner now, put a little bit of extra pressure onto this Tier 1 tower just to make sure that Eager don't step out of place. And if they do, Allegiance will be there to punish them for it.
So I like the Transonics rotation there. He's just there. He has Shoes' focus. He's going to get back to lane anyway. So he just kept pressure just in case anything else was to happen. Eku just stayed in lane.
And Dwarf's actually sacrificing his life there to secure that speed buff for Mifflin. You know, knowing Mifflin, if any of you in the crowd know what he's like, you know he's like, okay, Derek, thank you for actually doing something to save my speed.
A little bit of snark there, but either way, it works out. Now, Mifflin, we were talking about him a little bit. He's on this Awilish. What is that going to be able to do for this team comp as a whole?
So it should be able to bring, well, the Hebo has the knockup, the Geb has a knockup as well. So you should be able to get easy setups for that.
It's pressure, pressure, pressure. That's the entire reason that you see it being picked up, this Awilish, so early on as well. The fact that it also takes it away from Cynosure. Cynosure very, very comfortable on Awilish. You heard Zaxi talking about the fact that he loves this Nemesis, and he definitely does, but we've seen the Nemesis not quite as successful. When the meta is very early game focused, revolving around invades, Awilish definitely stronger than Nemesis.
However, he did pick it into a Geb, and Geb struggles against Nemesis, especially if the Nemesis decides to pick up Sunder.
Very true, but we've also seen some Gebs have some success against Nemesis by shielding other people that get them ulted.
Dwarf's coming around the corner, nice taunt coming through as well, but there he goes onto the cavalry charge, and the buff is going to fall.
Now double man knockup from Mifflin, looking for a 3-man knockup there from Jelly. Everyone's just hopping around. Wolves on Deltamere on the backside, but DeWorst gonna pick up Matt Coys on the front.
Retribution from Cynosure gonna keep him into the fight for a little while longer, but Dwarf has no mana, and Cynosure got obliterated by Mifflin, the Feather Step. OP, and now Mifflin's still the next target coming through, but they're gonna go ahead and back off. They don't wanna go in 2v4.
Mifflin just had such a great fight there for Eager. You could hear him yelling from the stage. He's all pumped up. That's the early game of Willish power that we were just talking about. He even forced the purification out from Cloud.
I feel like Cloud played a bit too passive there. He stood behind the side of the wall, and he didn't use any of his abilities until later on.
And that's partly due to the fact that we saw Cloud invade that red buff earlier, and then he used the ult to secure the red whenever Matt Koiz had already wrathed it away. So not a little bit of misplaying coming out of the mid laner for Allegiance.
And I like the fact that Eager were able to turn this aggression around, because we were talking about Mifflin. Allegiance came up, stole that damage camp, and now Eager were able to turn this around, get a couple of kills, and now start setting up the vision to start making these pressure plays on the left side of the map.
And that's the idea, is that you want to get pressure on the right side. The idea for Allegiance, though, is this Gold Fury. Delta Marine knows this is happening, has the crushing wave, hits 2. Gold Fury gets reset while Jelly picks up Koiz.
And now we're going to have the dash away from Cynosure. The Gold Fury has been reset. It's going to heal back up, but Dwurst may not be able to heal back up. There he goes. More Wolves getting credit. Gets soloed.
That's what happens, man. Like you heard Matt Koiz say in their interview, Wolves just solos people off cooldown, and it's true. This guy is a beast in the solo lane.
He's making magic, and now we're going to see Wolves. At what point is the magic moment for him to start rotating?
He should start rotating whenever he feels like it, whenever he feels comfortable enough to start actually rotating. I'm assuming he's going to go Blink soon and start looking for the rotation, start getting his team ahead, start helping Chloe as well.
Yeah, Cloud definitely needs some help with the middle lane. The good news for Allegiance is that Transonics has been farming very well on this left-hand side. You still have that safety net in the late game, and you're a late-game hunter.
Mifflin almost turned this corner with 3 members of Allegiance there, and with nobody to help in the mid lane, it's better to just go ahead and hold on back. But we're 6 minutes and 25 seconds into the game, 2-4, and the experience and gold are about 1,000 in favor of Team Eager.
And both these teams have late game options, so it's tough to say who exactly this favors, but the fact that you've got Guan Yu in the solo lane tells me that Eager is happy to just kind of ride this game out and wait for their solo lane to make the rotation.
I want to talk about that Gold Fury there, because Eager felt like they could, go and fight that just with the Hebo and the Geb, which they did. They got a pick, they reset that Gold Fury fight, but I feel like Allegiance just didn't play that as they should have.
Oh, taunts into 2 in the middle lane, forces it, but Matt Koiz gets knocked up, pulled in. Zeusol hits 3, but Delta Marine gonna crush him with the wave.
Time to clean up. Matt Koiz is gone. Now Dwarf's gonna turn the corner. Allegiance sniff it out and decide to go ahead and back off, but they got exactly what they wanted. They took out Matt Koiz, and that was just, unfortunately, he went in, wanted to make the play, wanted to set up his team, but it just wasn't there.
That's textbook what you do against Athena. You let her bait herself with the dash, you purify the taunt, and then you kill her right away. And plus, a great shell there from Jelly, taking away a lot of that damage from the Zeus ult.
Yeah, they also have the Geb for the taunts, just in case. So if Athena taunts, they have the Geb shield, cancel that taunt, and then just turn on it. I think that's why they may have actually picked Hebo for the extra damage on the burst.
Absolutely. I mean, it's working out thus far. Delta Marine on top of the player damage charts, 1, 0, and 4. He's been a part of every kill so far for Team Eager. And the fact that we were talking about these roster changes earlier on, Mifflin has spent the majority of the time since the summer split in the support role, and Jelly was the jungler. But the good news for Eager is that that's still the same 3v3 core. You're still fighting with the same people all the time, and with how little laning phase matters on the left-hand side right now, it's even less impactful.
Yeah, and the team synergy is very similar when you have that
Transonics, hold on, in a lot of trouble, barely missing the burst. He's gonna be able to rewind back through, but right into the disapparating soul. Gonna try and turn this around. Nice, Transonics able to solo him from behind.
Very, very nice play by Transonics. Cougar just missing too many autos underneath that tower. He had the kill. He had Transonics dead, just couldn't find the autos.
Yeah, and when a play like that happens, as a Cronus, you can just rewind. The Athena ult happened, and the Soul just died for that.
Very good communication there, knowing exactly. The Athena ult probably should have come out earlier to make sure Transonics didn't get so low, but it ends up working out. Transonics able to turn around on Air Cougar, now has a 2-level lead.
I feel like no matter what god you would have put him on, Transonics would have been able to make that work. He's got the widest god pool in the console league currently.
But I feel like also when you said that, just that Transonics is going to be good on any other character, Air Cougar missed a lot of AAs there, like you said, aggro, and I feel like that was on his part, and Transonics still should have died there.
I absolutely agree with that, but the good news is that Doom Orb that Transonics is building did not get reset. Talk to me about the difference between these two builds, Funball. Air Cougar going for the CDR and team sort of augment option, and Transonics is just out here trying to carry.
So Pythax gives you a lot of lifesteal and it gives you cooldown. It's going to give you more stellar bursts at the end, and when you build Pythax as well, the lifesteal is increased. I think that's a really good strat against the Cronus, because Cronus is going to also be able to poke you out as well.
Speaking about poke, there's no poke happening over in the solo lane. They just keep healing it back up, individually backing and then duking it out all over again. But meanwhile, mid lane, Eager have been putting a lot of priority onto these mid camps just to slowly build this little lead. It hasn't really snowballed into anything yet. How are they going to be able to take that next step?
It's going to be around the next time they want to fight about the Gold Fury. It's going to be pretty soon here, I think. Or we could see Eager make another invade on the right side onto the speed buff. Cynosure is still only level 9, the same level as Mifflin, but being a level 9 Nemesis is not the same as being a level 9 Awilish. Awilish very much stronger in this.
We touched a lot on this with the last semis yesterday, but reactive play. I feel like Allegiance isn't making these steps to try and make this happen for their team. What can Allegiance do?
Just play. You can play the waiting game here if you're Allegiance, because their two carries are on the side lanes, right? It's Wolves on the right side, Transonics on the left, and so when you're losing the 3v3 fights in mid, you just say, okay, let's wait a little bit longer. Let's wait for our tier, our Chronos to come in and make the big impacts.
Speaking of tier, Wolves gonna look down the lane, see 3 members of Team Eager. Nice little moonlit charge, but nothing right there. Nice Fearless though. Mifflin gonna take a little bit of damage, a lot of bit of damage, but gonna miss that water spout from Delta Marine.
A lot of it is right, already hitting about for half of his HP. Jelly not quite there with the shield, but again, like you mentioned, mid camp's picked up by Team Eager, and you can see how much of a difference that's made in the middle lane. Zeus pretty far behind in gold, about 400 down to Delta Marine on that hop block.
If I was Allegiance, I would also just wait until the late game or towards the mid game. Let that tier get the blink, let Transonics farm, wait until they get shards to start actually doing damage on the towers.
And another thing that Allegiance really needs to wait for before they can team fight is a shell from Matt Koiz. We saw how impactful that shell was for Jelly in the middle lane for that Zeus ult, and because Matt Koiz is gone for this Wrath, they don't have that same defensive team fight relic.
Allegiance creeping up over at the Gold Fury. Not sure if they want to go ahead and start it yet or just clear out wards, but they are looking at it. Team Eager going to be able to sniff it out. 3 around. Matt Koi's going to go in for the taunt, but Cougar not going to be able to get anything. That's it. They just stopped.
It's because Mifflin is in base. That's the problem there, is that was a great time to pull the Gold Fury for Allegiance because the jungler wasn't there, and so much of this team composition revolves around setting up for that Awilix ult.
Yeah, Allegiance didn't even know that the Awilix was not there as well, which I think Allegiance should have gone for the taunt, gone for some poke. Clow has the damage right now. He has his helmet on, he has his boots on line.
We're just not seeing it yet, but Allegiance still hanging around, waiting for these left mid Harpies to come up as well. Meanwhile, Wolves, Dwarfs, nothing too big here yet, but this 3v3 in the mid lane, this meta right now, who has that 3v3 fight currently when you don't add in the healing?
Currently, it's Team Eager. I mean, they just have so much more early game damage, and the CC potential is absolutely insane. On the side of Allegiance, you've only got slows, basically. The only hard CC is Matt Koiz's taunt.
All right, then why are they not pushing that?
I mean, they have been a little bit, to some degree, invading some buffs on the right-hand side, the early fights, but I think you're right. We could see a little bit more aggression even from Eager before that Matt Koiz gets that shell.
We might see it on the left side here, Transonics on the run from Mifflin and Air Cougar, but gonna be quick enough to go ahead and dodge that out.
Yeah, I feel like when Eager's playing this passive with that type of comp, I think it's just they've just come on stage now, and this is their first game, so I feel like they're trying to test out what Allegiance can do. That even though they popped Clow's beads early game, and yeah.
Right, and that could definitely be a factor. And like we said, Allegiance waiting for their side lanes to come and join them because they feel like they're stronger. I think that Eager probably feels the same way. I mean, they've got the insane Guan healing in the late game. And Air Cougar on the Soul. Soul can be a hyper carry just as much as Chronos can. Both teams content to wait until later in the game.
It's just dipping your toe in the water and making sure that the temperature's right.
Yep, definitely.
But coming through 13 minutes, 44 seconds. Haven't seen too much on the kill board, at least 3 to 5 currently. Eager still having a very small, now 200 goal lead.
But they've got the experience deficit as well, actually. You see in the duo lane right now between Transonics and Air Cougar that solo kill. Well, not solo, with the help of Matt Koiz. That experience leads still in Transonics' favor. Air Cougar just now finishing off that Telkine's ring, going for a little bit of a hybrid build there, both auto attack and ability damage with the Pythags.
If I'm a Cronus versus Assault and being ahead, I would be in a perfectly good state, and I'd tell my team, okay, listen guys, let's just wait, chill, take a chill pill, and just wait until the late game, wait until the tier gets his anything online. So he decided to go for the teleport. I would have personally preferred the blink onto the Awilix.
They must be really oh, hold that thought. Double taunt there in the jungle. Nemesis ultimate onto Mifflin. He's already dead. Clow erases him from the map. Jelly's got nowhere to go. Transonics picks him up as well.
Where did he go? Now Dwarf's forced to dash away. Transonics is hitting hard. The rest of the whole team is hitting hard. Eager wanted to make that play, but unfortunately it just got turned on their heads. They lost 2, and now they may even lose the Gold Fury for it. Nice 2-man taunt on the backline, 2 from Matt Koiz, but he's pretty dangerously low. Air Cougar gonna be able to find it, and the Gold Fury is leashed. And there goes Sinosure.
Sinosure, it's Cougar and Dewars 2-manning right now. Crushing Wave comes through. Transonics 1 HP, able to find the rewind though. Cougar still very low. Dewars fighting Clow and Dewars. Oh, double knockup onto Clow and Transonics, but not quite enough damage.
There weren't enough detonate charges, and because of that, Dwarf's gonna be able to find Clow and turn this back in Eager's favor. A 2-for-3 trade and the Gold Fury if Wolves doesn't mess that up.
Still Dewars chasing down the Wolves. Here comes the Athena ultimate. Turns around with the Fearless, but Mifflin's there, cleans him up. Big taunt from Matt Koiz, but it doesn't matter. No follow-up whatsoever. Eager are able to weather the storm after losing. Oh, Mifflin making the plays while the rest of his team making the Gold Fury happen.
Gold Fury falls, Mifflin gets the kill, continue feeding in, and look at that experience and gold differential. 2,700 experience and 2,600 gold. Now we're starting to see a little bit of a spike.
It feels like Mifflin and Jelly have the synergy down. Like you said before, Aggro, they swapped roles, and the mid synergy is still there. You could see in that team fight, they were doing their job, and Mifflin's Wilix is on point.
Very, very strong. This is one of the characters when he was playing the jungle previously that he was always very, very comfortable on. And that's sometimes whenever you switch roles and you get to see it from a different perspective, and then you go back to your initial role, you're like, okay, well, now I understand why Jelly needs my help in this sort of situation, and you could do a better job here. So that seems to be working out right now for Eager, up 10 kills to 5.
The tier 1 tower in the solo lane, all somebody has to go do is sneeze on it and it's gonna fall, and that will free Wolves up to go ahead and start rotating even more so, be present for these bigger fights.
Minions are able to take it down themselves, so like you said, Wolves can spend a little bit more time in this middle lane. That time Clow had the follow-up off the Athena taunt. That looked like it was gonna be such a good fight for Allegiance, getting those 2 picks early on, but it was Dewurst and Cougar, really just those 2 fighting, but everyone else on Allegiance able to keep Allegiance off the Gold Fury.
Speaking of fighting, Wolves, hold on now, taking a little bit of damage. Mifflin's still going in hard. They want to find it. The Feather Step gonna be good. They're gonna keep going. The Fearless forcing out that purification. Still didn't work in Mifflin's favor, but they did force out Wolves' ultimate.
Yeah, and like you said before, Aggro, Mifflin got the easy kills on that, and he picked up Clow. Clow, when he used his one before that to try and slow the Guan Yu, he actually missed, so he could have gone for that option, or he could have just continued walking rather than looking back, but he actually decided to look back and he lost some movement speed for that.
Clow still making the rotation onto this right-hand side. Dewurst forcing the cavalry charge, but he's not running. He's going in, gonna do a little bit of extra damage, eat a detonate in return, but because of that conviction heal, he's not too worried about any sort of return damage. Minions return the favor on the right-hand side, grabbing up that solo tower.
Yeah, they didn't even care that the rest of the team was coming. They just wanted that tower to fall. It did. Minions took care of it, and now both the solo sides are essentially free to go ahead and start roaming, which is good for both teams, but also bad for both teams, because you're going to bring in this heal from Dewurst.
I'm still waiting for Transonics to start rotating into these fights, because that's still the hope right now for Allegiance. It's Transonics in the duo lane, 2-0 and 2, level 18, still in a pretty good position to carry this game.
Transonics had an option to split push there, but he had no wards, which is why he probably didn't know where the Sol was. The Sol rotated to mid just then when they were all going towards the right side of the map.
Do you like this? It looks like it's going to be a Polynomicon next for Transonics. Do you think he has enough power to really make use of this passive, or would you have rather seen him go straight for the route of Tahuti?
Personally, I'm not a big fan of Polynomicon on the Cronus. I prefer a Spear of Desolation, get the 3 back up, get the Time Rift back up, and get Accelerate back up earlier.
Team Eager going for these left mid Harpies once again, just putting priority onto these smaller camps. If they're not finding these big team fights, which they are now, but earlier on they weren't, just start building that step ladder to continue moving that horrendous dip in the graph. continuously in their favor. 19 minutes and 18 seconds into the game. 5-10, read the kills. Doubling up is Team Eager currently.
And Matt Coys has got to do a better job of being aware of his engages. He's gotten some good taunts, but too often he's going in and sacrificing himself right away. He finally has that shell online, so maybe he can use that before he engages to stop some of that return damage from coming in. But right now, he's half of the kills for Team Eager.
I think he knows he's going to die in the engagements. However, those 2 early deaths he had, that forced him to get behind, and he couldn't do much aside from, you know, just go in now and just die for it.
Can we look at wards placed right here? Because I'm looking over the map. They're peppered all over the place for Team Eager, but there's only really 1 or 2 presences on Allegiance that are actually putting these wards down en masse, and that's going to be Athena and Tyr. We're not really seeing the team vision that we need versus Eager. They know exactly where everybody on Allegiance is.
It's the mid-jungle combination for Eager that's really outwarding their counterparts for Allegiance. You can see Mifflin has 4 more wards placed than Nemesis, and then Delta Marine on this Habwa, 5 more than Clow on the Zeus. McCoy has been doing a great job. He's doing his part, warding the map most of the game right now, but you're right, Tiger. Without that vision information, especially with how many Tier 1 towers are down, the mid lane, Zeus is already vulnerable with a Tier 1 tower. Now he can't walk anywhere.
Well, if Transonics had had that vision, that team fight might have gone differently, so we really need to see that in the jungle.
Gold Fury just respawning. This is where I expect the next fight to happen.
So, Aggro, this role swap, do you think it's because of the when they place more wards? Do you think it's because of that role swap itself?
Could be. I mean, Mifflin probably didn't place too many wards before, and then he goes to support, and he's getting yelled at for not warding enough. So he's like, all right, I'll just buy him whenever I move over back to the jungle. Speaking of moving over, Doer's teleporting himself into the Gold Fury pit. I don't think that Allegiance know. Oh, they do know. They do know they're going to the Fire Giant.
Transonics gonna show face on the left side. They take the Gold Fury, but meanwhile on the right, the Fire Giant has been started up, but Delta Marine is going to sniff this out, and just his presence is enough for them to stop.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that call, to be honest.
Not even you like that sneaky Fire Giant?
I have no idea what's going on.
Oh, in the middle lane.
Work in the middle lane. Jelly gonna fall. Matt Coy's getting credit for it, but the Cavalry Charge is about to find a stun onto Wolves. That gives enough time for the rest of the backline for Eager to go ahead and get out before any more damage is thrown down.
Just seemed like Jelly was on a different page than everyone else from Eager. No one else was close enough to really follow up on that Cataclysm. Instead, he gets picked off for free, and even with this large lead for Team Eager, about 4,000 gold, they're gonna lose a tower here.
I mean, why not? Absolutely, to go ahead and teleport here, do as much as you can, especially since Eager went the other way.
I mean, that's the idea there, is to just give up that tower. You don't want to fight without your support. Geb's been doing so much work, just shielding away these taunts, shielding away the Fearlesses, things like that.
All right, so we're gonna talk about the elephant in the room. What was that call? They didn't have enough damage or time to take down the Fire Giant. I think there should have been a fight over at the Gold Fury.
I think they wanted to force Allegiance onto the other side of the map, and it didn't work. Transonics wasn't there.
Yeah.
Transonics was at the Gold Fury.
Transonics was needed to be there if they're going to be able to burn that Fire Giant, and that's exactly what Clow likes to do, is kind of take that misdirection and try and sneak something behind your back, but just not there. And you could tell how often Eager played against Allegiance, because Delta Marine knew that was happening right away. I don't even think they walked over a ward. I think he just knew.
Yeah, and I like to do those sneaky calls as well, but Clow? What?
Clow calls and fun ball calls, 2 different styles, I guess.
23 minutes into the game, 6-10, read the kills, and about a 4,000 gold deficit in favor of Team Eager, but now about 3,500 coming through.
Cynosure barely able to secure that speed buff, and Cyno not having the impact that you would have liked in this game. Second bottom player damage right now in the game, below Geb.
I was going to talk about him earlier on. 1 second, nice taunt into Delta Marine. The good Geb shield coming through, but it might not be enough. They're going to go ahead and back off. Instead, turn their sights back to Clow. The ultimate coming down from Air Cougar, but he is able to use that Sanctuary and get a little bit of return damage with that detonate.
Doer's coming back and heal Delta Marine up. Very greedy positioning and pathing there by Delta Marine to walk underneath there on those bottom right-hand Harpies, but just trusting Jelly was going to be there with the shield. He was, and then you lose the Nemesis ultimate for it. And you also gain the Zeus Sanctuary.
Transonics is level 20. He is 2, 0, and 3, and I don't think anything is scarier other than a Freya than a level 20 Kronos with no deaths.
Yeah, and you don't want to deal with that. However, Sol is still also level 20. She has the Pythags online. She's going to get Tahuti online as well as Cronus's. So I think this is perfectly fine. I think Eager should be the ones that should force the fights. They have the Guan, they have the healer, they have the siege potential.
Jelly getting away with some really greedy positioning there, not punished, stop time off the mark from Transonics. And I agree with you, Funball. This is a great time for Eager to group up. They've got that healing, they've got that damage coming out of Air Cougar, and that Pythags piece is much more effective when you're grouped up and able to help out your teammates with damage.
They're actually just waiting for Sol to get Tahuti, I think, before they do anything. He's got 1.3k gold in hand, and Tahuti costs
1420.
Yeah.
1420 for the final piece there. You can see how much damage Delta Marine has available to him. That water spout doing quite a bit to Matt Koiz. He's got the penetration online. He's got the Bancroft's talent as well, and I'm not usually a huge fan of Bancroft's talent, but I really like it on Habwa. You can just, it's an all-in character. You can use yourself you can bait yourself with your health pool, use Crushing Wave, get in there, take a bunch of damage, and then turn around and water cannon him for a ton.
I got really excited because Allegiance in a big pack were going to look to try to invade or at least take out some of Team Eager, but as soon as just two of them turned the corner, they went ahead and backed off. I want to see more aggression coming out from Allegiance to try and take this game back in their favor. The lead is not near, it's nowhere near dire.
No, but there's no reason to try and force it either, I don't think, for Allegiance. You're down 3.5k, you don't have ward coverage on the right side of the map, and if you don't know when the buffs are spawning, just walking around haphazardly in their jungle is usually not going to work out too well for you.
Team Eager might also be waiting for a Wilix to actually get some proc, because Clow is on. He's got the damage now ready to one-shot. He's supposed to get the ultimate off into the Chain Lightning, into the Detonate.
Not seeing the objective control as much coming out from Allegiance, but Team Eager are doing a very good job of at least trying to attempt that, but Wolves gonna get knocked up. No real follow-up coming through. Nobody wants to bite too hard in this 3v3 matchup into the mid lane, but Delta Marine throwing down that Atlas to at least get a little bit closer.
I do think Eager is playing this a little bit too slowly. They have a lead right now. They've got the ward coverage, and I guess the idea was to just wait for this Gold Fury to respawn, and if the Allegiance is going to give up another one for free, you can't fault them for that. Meanwhile, Allegiance starting up the Fire Giant.
Nobody even knows at this point. Like everybody is on the opposite side of the map. Instead, they're gonna stop the Gold Fury and head over to the right side where this team fight's coming through. Fire Giant about a third down from health. And Team Eager, what are they doing?
There he gets knocked up. Wolves going in with the Lawbreaker. Double Fearless gets the purification out from Delta Marine. It's Wolves against 3 of Eager.
Coming through, Dwarfs running down with the cavalry charge, running away from the Soul Ultimate as well. Wolves taking a lot of damage, looking to find the Fearless, but not enough. Cougar gonna be able to find the kill. Lots of damage coming through from Delta Marine as well, but Transonics able to purify out.
But now Transonics is a sitting duck. He only has Sanctuary, no rewind, no purification. The call there was from Wolves. He's going in whether anyone else is or not. And the call from the rest of Allegiance was, we're not going in with you, was kited them all the way down the mid-Harpy camp, all the way into the middle lane, and just never got any support.
Eager just flowing through this jungle, find themselves on the right side of the map at the tier 2 tower. We're gonna go ahead and take this down quickly because that is very useful when you have a soul.
Where did Matt Koiz just go? He was there, right? Like he had to be. Now Clow taking a ton of damage from Cougar.
Cougar taking down towers, taking down Zeus. Mifflin with the back charge, able to find it. Clow is erased.
Now, you can just hear Mifflin and Jelly screaming to each other down there on the stage. Those are the two guys who like to get hyped up. 3 dead for Allegiance. All 5 members of Team Eager looking at the Fire Giant. You can see Transonics and Sinosure just chilling around in middle lane, but they're not going to be able to contest.
Air Cougar just allowed them to get Fire Giant there. He had the damage. He picked up a Tahuti as well before that. He's ready to fight, and I'm not sure what Transonics was doing there, or Clow. Clow got picked, and they lost the Fire Giant for that.
And if the call is to give up the Fire Giant Funball, I feel like that Transonics and Sinosure could have gone and done the Gold Fury by themselves. I mean, they've got plenty of damage between those two.
Yeah, they could have done that as well, but they just split up as well. They could have grouped up as well and just gone to mid and just waited, or they could have gone to Gold Fury like you said.
I feel like that was the right word there, the split up in that team fight. You saw Wolves go in, run all the way down like I mentioned, no support coming for him. Then Klaus splits off towards the middle lane after Matt Koiz goes in to taunt off the tier 2 tower. But if the call was to give up that tier 2 tower, why is he going in and taunting? Allegiance just not on the same page right now.
Eager pulling out the stops, taking the Fire Giant, running around, taking the Gold Fury. Now we're starting to finally see this this momentum with Eager.
They're not as much of a momentum-based team as Soar. I mean,
Yeah.
they are the pinnacle of momentum-based, but like I mentioned, Mifflin, Jelly, these dudes like to get into it. They really get excited. They can also get discouraged, so you have to be careful of that.
Yeah, well, being careful. Dwarfs popping that ultimate just to make sure he avoided any of that damage. He's by himself. There were 4 members over there. Meanwhile, he's fine being the scapegoat while the rest of Team Eager starts their assault on the left Phoenix. Nope, turn around, never mind.
I feel like Dwarfs could have kept everyone there and stopped them from backing and allowed Team Eager to secure that left-hand Phoenix. Instead, he does not do that. It allows everyone to back, and so the call is not for the Phoenix, it's for this tier 2 tower in middle.
And I mean, that's still respectable. Go ahead and take down all the towers, because sieging onto the Phoenix is one of the hardest parts about winning the game, because it's so easy to defend.
I also liked what Allegiance tried to do there. They tried to get a pick on Guan Yu. He was out of position. Obviously, Team Eager is going to look for the split, for the push, and they have the damage, they have the gold lead, and there's nothing they can do about that.
And that's something that we've seen teams do more recently. We used to see whenever a team had Fire Giant, you just kind of waited and didn't do anything until they came to your side of the map. But sometimes you'll see these teams 5-man group and look to pick off a straggler while they're waiting for the rest of their team to come out of base. I like the heads-up play again by Allegiance, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and that gives them the option to come back into the game, fight a 4v5. If they win the 4v5, they're completely in the game. The game will be completely even. Gives them a chance to start fighting that Fire Giant again and the Gold Fury.
We passed that 30-minute mark, and we now have a very definitive lead coming out from Team Eager, and Cougar maybe able to solo Cloud here on the other side. Forced it to disapparate, waiting for that detonate to come through, popping his ultimate prematurely coming through, and now there's 3 members, a good Feather Step, a good Purification, a good Sanctuary, but it's not gonna be enough.
So they mentioned on the analyst desk, sometimes Cloud, the whole plan for Allegiance is to bait himself and dangle himself out there. Hey, come get me. My whole team's gonna come and wipe you afterwards. That was not what we just saw. That was just Cloud being way out of position by himself on the left-hand side and just a free kill for Team Eager.
I mean, it still works out, though. They were able to find that Phoenix at least. There's one. But Allegiance not really able to defend. Nice 2-man taunt coming through, however. Jelly taking a lot of damage very deep. He's going to fall to Transonics, and now the Phoenix still hacking away, doing a lot of damage. Wolf's going to get pulled back, however, not able to help defend.
Mifflin able to pick him up there thanks to the gravity surge. Jelly's dead, but they still have Dwarfs there to keep everyone healthy and frontline a little bit. Cougar needs to get a little bit of space and just hit this Phoenix because it won't take long to go down.
Eager coming back once again. The second Phoenix has fallen. There's one left. They're going to go ahead and back off. They've got plenty of work done with this Fire Giant buff.
Yeah, and the Soul had the Polynomicon, he had the Tahuti, he has the Shard. These Phoenix are not going to survive that, not even a chance.
Now, you said that you don't really like Polynomicon on Chronos, but how do you feel about it on Soul?
I think it's perfectly fine on the Soul. It used to work on her too, not anymore.
The dream.
Yeah,
when the 3 also stunned, like,
yeah,
good stuff there.
That was like a year ago as well.
That was a long time ago.
That was also really gross. Like, thank you for those horrible flashbacks. I really appreciate it coming through. 32 minutes, 22 seconds, 7-15. Eager still have that very definitive lead, and now it may be on the last leg for Allegiance. This is a best of 3, but still, you want to start off with the strongest foot forward.
So you can talk to me about a little bit about this fun ball, because I'm looking at Transonics right now. 3-0-3. He's full built. He's got all 6 items. But he hasn't died yet, and yes, that's a good thing, but in some ways, it's also a bad thing. I mean, I feel like Allegiance needed to take some risks at some point in this game. Let Transonics try and make a play, go real deep, and try and wipe the team by himself. Have you noticed anything like that with Trans?
I feel like Cloud has been getting caught way too often, so they should just focus on Transonics. Let Transonics try and carry the game. Give him room. That's what Wolves should do. Just give him room to breathe. Get that damage off. He has the Aegis, he has the ultimate to get out. If he can get that in time, then he should be fine.
This could quite possibly be the nail in the coffin for match 1. Allegiance versus Eager. Second Fire Giant on the side of Eager. There's only one Phoenix left. All 5 members are ripped, roaring, and ready to rumble.
Both waves are pushed up of Fire Minions, with the left one seems to be sneaking by right now. You can see Dwarfs picking up that wave in the middle lane, is making sure that Eager is going to have as much pressure on that Titan as possible. They don't even need to fight Allegiance here, realistically. They just need to wait for their Fire Minions to push in the base, wait for one of the members of Allegiance to go and defend their Titan.
And they took down the left Phoenix too, so if they decided they wanted to do anything on the right side of the map, the left and the mid Phoenix, that's why we didn't see any kind of anything retaliation-wise from Allegiance, because you're stuck with those fire minions.
And this is the time where it just...
Nice ultimate coming through. Wolves with the Lawbreaker, gonna get pulled right back in. Delta Marine able to help find that kill. Wolves is going to fall. Mifflin getting credit for it. Matt Coy's looking very low in the middle of this entire fray. One more hit and he's gone, but so is Dwarves. He's gonna fall. Clow getting credit for it, saving his teammate. Mifflin incredibly low and he's gonna fall. Transonics, we're finally starting to see that name come up. Clow for the double kill, and that is the failed assaults. My goodness.
Just way too many ultimates burned on Wolves and Matt Coyce. Those are the two targets that you don't want to be dumping 4 out of your 5 ultimates on. Dwarves never even got a chance to use his, so every ultimate in that fight was attributed to a tanky target.
And Transonics finally came online. He got the damage off. Hebo, you saw him yourself. He got completely melted. However, 3 Phoenixes are still down, even though 1's coming up. And there's only a few teams that have done this. It's in the defense.
It's a tough task to take on. I mean, you look, even though the Titan took about half its HP during that engagement, left Phoenix about to respawn, so Transonics defending that. And that's the thing, is that Hebo-Kronos matchup is so volatile, because if Hebo's able to hit the water spout, he can kill Kronos before he can land and hit the rewind. But that water spout misses, Kronos just gets free reign.
So 95% of the game, Kronos versus Hebo, Kronos should generally lose. However, if Kronos can get 1 A in or 1 time stop, then the Hebo should be completely out of that 1v1 potential fight.
And we saw it right there at the end. I mean, Delta Marine was one of the last ones standing, and he took his first death of the game, courtesy of the damage from Transonics, and I expect them to look at Transonics again in this next team fight, because that was the path to victory for Allegiance. The problem is like we mentioned, they win that team fight finally, first one in a long time, but their Titan takes so much damage they can't afford to have that same thing happen again.
2 birds are back up for Allegiance. The defense is getting a little bit easier for the boys in blue. 10-16, 36 minutes. Now going to be pushing 37 here in just a few seconds. But looking at this, the only silver lining that I can think of is the fact that Air Cougar did not die in that fight. So he's still going to have that Fire Giant. He's going to be that primary melter.
Only for another 57 seconds though, so they got to make it happen right now. Both of these Phoenixes are weak, and like Funball mentioned, they have the Polynomicon. Double taunt there into the Wallbringer. Cataclysm comes down, but so many players are low. Double Fearless. Clow able to pick up Jelly.
And now in the backline, Air Cougar can't get a single thing done. He's just forced to disapparate out of the fight. Dwarst slowly healing him back up, but now this is when Allegiance realized they can keep chasing them out. Transonics wanted to go in, but instead probably a team call to just go ahead and back off. We've already chased them out twice.
And you got to defend this right-hand side from these fire minions. One wave could put your Titan down to dangerously low levels, and that's another fight where Jelly just gets picked off a little bit too early there, Funball.
Eager needs to be careful there. They did get the Phoenix there, but they just need to be careful, because like you said, Jelly died way too fast, and he just needs to sit back, I think, because the tier altered. They definitely saw that, but they had no reaction towards that.
And you can see Jelly actually selling his 6th item and picking up a Magi's Blessing instead. He's saying, I'm done getting taunted. I'm done getting fearless. I'm kind of sick of it.
I mean, CC is incredibly important in these big team fights, especially like knockups. You're not able to really get out of those unless you purify at the exact time, and most of the time that's not able to happen. Mifflin barely dodging a good chunk of damage coming out from Transonics. That would have been bad.
Allegiance feeling confident enough to walk all the way up to the Fire Giant, but they do have a fire wave of minions in both mid lane and right lane to take care of. Jelly rolling back towards Fire to try and save the team there. Fire Giant going to be spawning in about 20 seconds.
Matt Coy still around the corner, just making sure nobody else wants to try any cheeky plays while the rest of his team backs off. Now that that's gone, the right side of the map is still wide open if Eager want to take a 3rd Fire Giant.
Do you expect to see Allegiance try and defend this Fire Giant Funball, or do you think they'll give another one up?
I think they should give it up. They still won a team fight, even though Eager had the Fire Giant themselves. And what they should do is just get those Phoenixes back up and look to force after that.
Well, Wolves disagrees with you, Funball. He's going in. He's got that Wrath up. No Fire Giant pull quite yet. They've reset it. Wolves taking a big chunk of damage right off the bat. He's lucky that Mifflin actually did use Gravity Surge there. I didn't see that. Mifflin popped it, trying to get the pull off there. So the fact that that ultimate is down really hurts Team Eager's engage.
And that's the blood in the water. Now, nice two-man knock-up coming through. Eager on point there. Good knock-ups coming through as well. Matt Koiz, though, all of this is being used on these tanky targets, so it doesn't necessarily matter because he just soaks it all up.
Again, Eager content to wait it out, though, because they've got these fire waves pouring in. They can see on the map now that Transonics and Sinosure are both retreated a little bit to make sure they can defend these fire waves, and it looks like a full retreat coming in from Allegiance. The third fire giant of the game gonna go the way of Eager.
They're gonna completely back off, and I like that call just because these Phoenixes, that's what's keeping Allegiance in this game right now. They're able to hold them off at these Firebirds, and that's just the best chance that they have right now. They've taken Eager down twice with the full team with Fire Giant.
Looks like the right-hand Phoenix is the call right now, and I like it because that's the wave that's the most pushed up between the two. Mifflin's ultimate is back up already thanks to the CDR from Jotun's Wrath and that Mantle of Discord, so he's going to be looking for that Gravity Surge ultimate this time.
But they're ready to look and knock down the door. Transonics around the corner. He's been waiting for the right moment to come through. Matt Koiz dashing, finding the taunt. Transonics joining the fray. Delta Marine using the ult, but it's not going to be enough to take anybody out. He's going to get pushed. Wolves gets credit for the kill. Mifflin looking very low on the other side, and Delta Marine has fallen.
Another successful defense by Allegiance, and that's thanks to that. Oh, Trans is still going right now. All by himself, forced to rewind.
Trans don't care.
Only Trans, dude. Only Trans makes that play. It's only him. But that's the kind of scene that we've seen from him time and time again. That assassin-like positioning that he likes to do. Coming around the backside, right in the middle of the fray. I love that play from Transonics.
So third time was definitely not the charm. What do Eager need to change? They get these objectives, but what are they going to be able to do to break into this throne room?
They had no wards there that's how Transonics got from behind, and Transonics there, he did a really well, you know, he did a good play. And what else he should have done there was he should have just waited. He didn't have to chase there. He didn't have to use his ultimate. He could have just fell them back, and he didn't. But
and now because Delta Marine is dead, Allegiance feeling a little bit more full of themselves, going for this tier 2 tower middle. And this is not very important as far as gold gain goes, but this is extremely important in this game because this opens the door for Allegiance to win the game with a deicide. If they're able to find 4 to 5 kills with the tower damage that Transonics has, they can march up that mid lane, knock down the mid Phoenix. This exposes the Titan room from Eager.
And at this rate, that's looking more and more likely because Eager have tried 3 separate times and it has not worked. So Allegiance are realizing they're actually still in this 41-minute and 32-second game.
It's just the composition for Allegiance is so good at defending sieges. You've got the Zeus ultimate that you just cannot pass, basically. Even with the shell formed from Jelly, it hasn't been enough. And in fact, Eager deciding to push this without Delta Marine having any relics at all, or Jelly. Both have all 4 relics are down between the 2 players.
That's very risky, but they're waiting for it. The Phoenix is at about half health, so it's not going to be that hard to take it down, but you do have 4 level 20 Allegiance members that are ready to go ahead and rip you a new one. Cloud coming around the side, but Mifflin not going to fall for the same trick twice.
This time, making sure they have ward coverage in the jungle. No opportunity for Transonics come around the back.
Wolves has played this really well. He's been getting those double Fearless combos and those triple Fearless combos, which allows Transonics to get space.
It's been a very close game, but here come the minions and Eager ready to find that opening, just waiting for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Allegiance setting up Cloud on the side once again. I don't know if he realizes they have wards. It's not going to work. He wants to take Delta Marine by surprise, though. Here it comes. Matt Koiz with the dash, getting absolutely obliterated. Is Delta Marine. Cloud able to find the hit once again.
Now Wolves still chasing, knocked up by Mifflin. Delta Marine just not getting the protection that he needs, but that time he dies with both relics available. I liked the idea from Cougar. Throw the Stellar Burst around the wall, create a little bit of space for yourself, but the one auto just not quite enough damage to kill that Phoenix.
And this is the same thing that happened with the most recent one. They took down Delta Marine and Eager scattered. They back off.
Yeah, Eager fell for the same trick again on the same side of that map. And they really need wards, so that doesn't happen. Allegiance is literally getting back into the game just because of that.
Wow, it looks like they're going to try and siege down this middle Phoenix as well. A lot of defensive relics still available. Transonics pops the 2-man taunt, finds the worst. Those aren't the targets you're looking for, though. Nem ultimate on the left-hand side onto Mifflin. Transonics getting very low thanks to that supernova, but the rewind is on point.
The Blessing has been popped. Nice stun coming through, but he can't get the damage. There he goes. Cougar is going to fall to Transonics. The first Phoenix has fallen. They're looking for the Titan. They don't even care.
Delta Marine going to be up so soon. Allegiance, could they complete the comeback? Zeus trying to do the damage. Jelly able to pick up McCoy's Titan, falling about the half health. That Dwarf fighting around the front side. Cloud getting very low. Featherstep going to finish him off. Eager hold the Titan.
Nobody's on it anymore. Cynosure is running. Jelly able to close the distance. Transonic still there, gonna get knocked up and just absolutely destroyed. He's gone. I couldn't even cast it. He's just gone.
Wow, what a game. Eager find 3 kills around their own throne room. They lose Cougar in the process, but they're in a good position now.
This is a game of throws.
Yeah.
Honestly. Team Eager have the chance to win here as well. They could just go right into that mid Phoenix and just end the game.
At this point, there's only 2 members of Allegiance up for at least another 30 seconds. Wolves and Cynosure, if you could just get rid of them or get rid of one of them, like what may be happening right now. Cynosure forced to dash away. Durst on the chase and second to turn around back onto Wolves. The Phoenix is about to fall here in just a second, and that opens up the Titan.
Respawn timer's still very long, but that's a lot of ultimates used. They're going for the Titan. Dwarfs over the top there. Was Wolves with the Fearless towards the fountain. The shield from Jelly's good, but the Titan isn't taking any damage.
It's not going to be enough if they keep ignoring it. Dwarfs is going to be able to take out Cynosure. Delta Marine very low. The taunt going to be good. He's 1 hit away, and Wolves going to be able to find it.
What is happening right now? They just can't end the game. Now it's Eager on the back foot, running away from the Titan of Allegiance. Oh my, that's just insane.
Guys, I know I work in the medical field, but do not make me come down there because y'all keep choking and there's nothing I'm gonna be able to do for you.
Just back and forth, man. No way to do it. And I don't know about that call fun ball because they went for the Phoenix they went on the middle lane where Allegiance already had the Phoenix. If you're trying to end the game all out, I think going for another wave where you didn't have to deal with those fire minions would have been the better call.
They could have gone for another Phoenix, but also Delta Marine was focusing the players rather than focusing the Titan as well.
Well, focus is now on Fire Giant. Allegiance trying to take this down, but on the other side, Transonics is going to get taken out by Mifflin, and that is very, very bad for Allegiance. They're going to stop. McCoy's lacing it down. Here he comes down. We're going to listen in with Eager as they take down the Fire Giant. Want to close this game.
Kill him. I don't think you can chase him. I have speed. In the game. I'm just going to help. You, Jolly. Let's go. I'm coming to you guys. Careful, Cougar. Okay. Ball's right here. Be careful. That's just one down. Tier's gonna be backing. Should we take down more Phoenixes first? Should we
get the Phoenixes.
Yeah, I'm going left. We can hit. 2 are down.
I'm not there yet.
We'll get the Phoenix while you guys come. Yeah. Okay. I'm coming. I'm like almost soon. Be careful. No, you're fire. Just don't get poked. I'm here. Wolves. All right, push. I'm on Phoenix.
Careful, Zeus.
His Soul Reaver's down. Push it.
Get on fire. No, get on fire. All right, end the game.
End the game. Minnow. I have shell. Yeah, show me. I shielded the wrong person. Cougar's gonna die. We need to back up. You guys have to back up. Get right. I don't have ult for 5. I have shield 4.
I know.
3, 2, 1. Help him. Try to help him.
Right,
they're gonna chase. They're gonna try to end. That's my bad, Cougar. I'm sorry. I needed that shield. I know.
Our Phoenix will come back up. We'll defend.
Oh my god!
Phoenixes and Fire Giants abound in that Steel Series. Listen and Eager not able to close out the game as wanted.
They couldn't make a decision. They just could not make a decision. Some of them were calling for the end. Some of them were calling for the Phoenix. Funball, what was the right call there?
I feel like they should have either stuck with one or the other. They need to take a 1 second, just literally all they need is 1 second and decide on one call.
They just couldn't decide. Yeah, taking down all 3 Phoenixes, though, to be fair, they've been in that position before. They've had all 3 Phoenixes, and they weren't able to end the game still. With that, we're now at 48 minutes, an absolute slugfest between Eager and Allegiance.
Golden experience doesn't necessarily matter at this point anymore. It just comes down to bare bones Smite. How good are you at your role? How good are you with the rest of your team?
And you can hear right there, Cougar really needed that shield from Jelly, and the fact that he's just back in that support role and maybe not as practiced on those mechanics it could have contributed to that fact. Cougar screaming for the shield, Cougar screaming for the shell, didn't get either one, is able to get picked off.
Yeah, and that was lack of communication, like I said before. They had split comms as well. One was calling for the end, the other one was calling to back off, go for the... Someone called fire jump, but the fire jump was already down as well.
We're all confused now, man. The players, the casters, no one knows what's happening in this game.
Well, I know what just happened. The middle Phoenix came back up, which is another tick in Allegiance's favor in this almost 50-minute game. It has been a slugfest of emotions and throws and chokes all around, but eventually it's going to come down to one of these teams finding that special moment.
Very important that the two damage dealers, Delta Marine and Cougar, don't have fire time for this push.
Coming through, nice Lawbringer. Let's go ahead and listen in with the Legions as they try to defend.
They're healing. Okay, look for Hebo. Look for Hebo and Soul, guys. 5, 4. Wait for time. They're playing passive. Wait. 5 seconds, 4 seconds. I don't have. I'm going on Soul? Yeah. Look for Soul, guys. Soul's the only one that can push it. It's okay, I'm pushing right, care. I'm gonna bait push right. I'm gonna bait it. I'm gonna go for the Soul. Look for Soul, look for Soul. I'm going now. I missed the fuck. I have gap. I gotta wait something. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Fuck. Sorry. I need to heal. We need different time. Yeah. Fuck. I'm up at 70. We need to give up Phoenixes. Yeah, give up left. They're gonna look to end. Give up left, that's alright. Chance back out. That's it. Sorry, man.
Allegiance not able to save their Phoenix in that Steel Series. Listen in, and now Eager are barking at their door. They have no Phoenixes remaining, as all that's left is the Titan. Wolves trying to keep it out. Cougar gonna fall, but it's not gonna be enough. They're gonna be able to take this first game for themselves. Eager, congratulations, you're one step closer to the finals.
Easy game, easy life. Not even close.
That was a clown fiesta.
That was a clown fiesta. There's no other word for what that was. You heard Matt Coys there saying, I'm looking for Soul. Oh, I missed Soul, guys. My bad.
It was so close, back and forth that entire game, and that was only game one. This is a best of 3. We still have another game, perhaps 2, still on docket.
So what's it like playing in a game like that, Funball, and then being like, oh my God, we still have another game to play?
That's a really rough loss, honestly, and I can imagine Allegiance, being a bit detrimental, and they just need to get their motivation back up.
Well, that was a very long game with a lot of big talking points. Let's go ahead and hear some of those at the analyst desk. Take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. All right. Well, we're just gonna address it. Okay.
Cloud.
What the hell was that? That was insane.
Like the casters mentioned, that was definitely a Cloud fiesta.
Cloud fiesta, man. That was madness. Actually, we'll start with you. Looking at that matchup, it looked like, even actually, I'm going to just go all the way back. Firstly, you got to give credit where credit is due to Allegiance for holding off that first attack there. Clow on the Zeus, brilliant work from him. He was able to get that ult off. He did a sizable amount of damage, got 3 for his effort, cleared him out, and he also did it a second time too and was able to pick off another kill that would have been pretty massive for Eager. So, are they thinking about getting rid of that Zeus in the next game if you're eager to make that a little bit easier?
I think you have to think about that if you're eager, because Clow is very comfortable on that Zeus. That's probably his best god, so I wouldn't be surprised if Eager took it away from him. Zeus also has a lot of comeback potential, so you saw Eager was up, 14K or so, but it didn't matter because they had the Zeus, they had the Chronos, the Nemesis, gods with a lot of comeback potential. So I wasn't surprised to see ALG get some easy picks there at the end. They were targeting out the Hebo pretty heavily, and they were able to pick him at the start of some of those fights, which, kind of stressed the game out a little bit longer.
The thing was, Eager was too ambitious at certain points in the game, and that's why Clow on the Zeus was doing such a great job holding off their efforts. We saw them all grouped up after they got that right side Phoenix. They had blood in their eyes. Clow punished them very heavily for it, but on the same time, it was Allegiance that basically did the same exact thing that Eager did. They were trading back and forth consistently, and then even when we went to the communications from Team Eager, you said it yourself that they sounded like a Halo team.
Yeah, oh no, I've competed in Halo as well as Call of Duty for many years, and I'll tell you right now, man, the call-outs in those games, like, left side, broken, get it broken, oh, you know, and that's like how it sounds when you call out. I never would have expected to hear that in Smite, and we heard that even some misplays too, right? I don't recall the exact situation, but there was a pretty vital play that was missed as well, which was a little bit of a problem, and that was just really frustrating.
Yeah, when Wolves dove
in
the Fire Giant area with his Lawbringer, nobody was around him to follow up, and that definitely cost ALG quite a lot. It was Eager that got the Fire Giant afterwards, and it just seems that both these teams need to just chill a little bit. It just seems they're a little bit too anxious here.
Yeah, needed to just really calm down there at the end. You heard, like Golden Boy said, the Eager comms were just so, it almost seemed a little bit scattered. They just needed to calm down, say, okay, let's get all the Phoenixes down, reset, take the Fire Giant, let our Fire Minions push, and end this game cleanly. But, you know, it was kind of just really hectic in their comms.
I have to talk about that too. Allegiance. I mean, seriously, guys, you're gonna push, okay, the Titan with 3 Phoenixes up, 2 towers remaining. That Titan is basically the Incredible Hulk at that point.
They only got the middle one down, and there were still the 2 on the sides and the 2 towers remaining before that, buffing the Titan.
Yeah, they only had the middle down. That's right.
Yeah, so it allowed them the access that they needed to get to that Titan room, but unfortunately, the Titan was too resilient to close out the game in the small timing window that they had. So as a result, then Eager started respawning, and they made their own comeback. And at that point, if there was any deaths at all, these respawn timers were getting to beyond the 70-second mark.
Yeah, I think both teams had a chance to take control of that game commandingly, you know, at the end with some of the throws by both of the teams, but they were just, it was a little bit sloppy there at the end. Maybe just a little bit of nerves, who knows? I expect a lot cleaner play this time.
Oh, it's definitely time to clean things up as we're heading into game number 2, picks and bans. Allegiance still sticking to their guns, though. They're going to ban away the Raw. Eager, though, sticking to their strategy of banning the Ao Kuang from Sinosure.
Yeah, we saw Sino on the Ao Kuang. You don't want to let Sino have Ao Kuang. That's one god you do not want to let him have.
So if I'm Allegiance here, and I'm looking at that last game, what are the factors that you would change here in picks and bans, Zaxi?
Well, if I'm Allegiance here, I'm going to ban the Guan Yu. They elect to ban the Jingwei. I think the Eager they play the healing comps too well. The Geb was also a big problem. They were just shielding away some of Transonix's and Cloud's damage. So I would like to see a Geb ban if they don't pick it up.
One too, by the way. Same exact bans we saw at the break. So no getting rid of Zeus, none of that. Expect Allegiance. I would be shocked if they didn't take Zeus first.
Well, for Team Eager, don't fix it if it ain't broke, right? So Allegiance are the ones that have to adapt to the strategies. The question is, what do they first pick? Do they still go for the Zeus? Do they opt to take something away from Eager here? I wouldn't be surprised to see if they take something away, but they are still sticking with the Zeus, surprisingly enough. You know, Cloud, despite dying so early in that game, he did a lot of respectable damage.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how Cloud plays. The early game, he might feed a couple, 1, 2, 3, maybe 3 kills. But when it comes down to the late game, Cloud fixes it up, fixes his positioning, and he played like a monster at the end of that game.
But now Eager, though, they're hovering over the Chronos, and we saw what Transonix was able to do with it the last game. He was an absolute monster on this Chronos. You have to respect his play at every given moment of the game.
Yeah, the rewinds were perfect. Anyone who knows me knows I love me some good Chronos play, love Chronos. He played it great. I mean, he was 3-0 at one point. Everyone on his team had died. But he was just getting those rewinds off when he needed to. And he was the one that was really focusing down the Hebo in those late fights and picking the Hebo off.
And the Willish for Eager yet again. I like this idea because Mifflin, despite making such a change to go from support back to jungle, his original role now, has played it pretty well, I would say, for his first game of the event. Making that really beautiful blink play to confirm that kill later on in the game.
Yeah, Mifflin is just a naturally aggressive player, and jungle is an aggressive role for the most part. So this role really fits him, and I think it feels like he hasn't really missed a beat.
Finally, now we see what Allegiance is doing to adapt to the strategy. They take away both the Guan Yu and the Soul. Now, granted, Chronos and Soul could still be played together, so I like the idea to take the Soul right now. They have the damage with the Zeus and the Soul. Now they have the sustain, and that could be a big factor. But on the flip side, it's Eager that gets some sustain of their own.
Yeah, they love the Sylvanas, love the early pressure, and of course the sustain. I do like ALG taking away the Guan Yu. I know Matt Coys loves to run this support, so we could see a Guan Yu support here. Transonix also very comfortable on that Soul. just very comfortable on most ADCs, so it's a good god for trans.
And with this get ban from Team Eager, it seems that they were a little bit worried that Wolves was going to play the Guan Yu in Soul Lane and that it would be actually Allegiance this time around that would have the very resilient composition with the Geb support.
And you see ALG banning away the Hebo. They did not like that one-shot potential he brings to the late game. And also, Eager has a Willix, so the Hebo-Willix combo once again.
And on top of this, Wolves, every time he went in a team fight with a Lawbringer, we saw the Water Sprout immediately after landing down, not given many opportunities to look for those fearless combinations. So great idea just to allow Wolves a little bit of a more breathing room no matter what god he's playing.
Yeah, it was just great mechanical skill all game by Delta Marine, just hitting 2 3-man knockups frequently. So I like the Hebo ban. I like the Scylla ban also. His Scylla is great.
Targeting Delta Marine, forcing him into the Vulcan. Another knockup god trying to set up Mifflin with this Awilish. Really going to see a lot of opportunity for him to find those ultimate pulls whenever he can.
And the Vulcan Awilix is not nearly as good as the Hebo Awilix because the Hebo knockup is instantaneous. The Vulcan meatball, you know, he has to throw it out there. You can see it coming a little bit easier to dodge.
Some travel time.
But still a potent combination nonetheless.
Going to be doing a lot of damage, a lot of distance with that ultimate as well. It could secure some objectives. A little bit safer than the Hobwa. You know, you have to commit your whole character to be able to utilize your ultimate, but it's a high risk, high reward. But either way, Allegiance though going to switch things up now with a very aggressive early game solo laner Robin, and now Camazotz being locked in, and now I'm curious to see where between the Guan Yu and the Camazotz, more than likely that's Camazotz's jungle, I would assume, and it's going to be support for Koi's.
Yeah, Koi's loves the Guan, and I know Wolves loves the Ravana too. I haven't seen Sino play too much of Camazotz, but he's a great mechanical player, so I have no doubt that he can play that guy.
And now last pick being locked in for Team Eager, Nike. Gonna see some interesting stuff here in that solo lane. Nike versus Robin.
Yeah, not sure who wins that matchup, but
yeah,
should be fireworks.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one. Not one that we've seen yet, if I'm correct. I don't think all day we've seen a Nike Robin. I could be wrong. I'll double check my notes, but that looks to be a good matchup there, guys. Who do you think?
I think Eager does have the momentum off of game one, so I'm expecting them to just ride off of that.
Zaxi?
Eager's a different beast at LAN. I'm going with Eager this game.
Well, let's see if Eager can get to 2-0 and meet Soar in the finals, or will ALG fight back for game 3? Let's go ahead. Send it over to your casters and get this action rolling on.
We are definitely eager to go ahead and get on into this game. Allegiance versus Eager. This is it for Allegiance. If they do not win this game, they are out.
Do or
It's
die
done.
time. Do or die time. That's right. They need to win this game, like you mentioned, and I don't have a problem with Cloud going back to the Zeus with the first pick Funball. How about you?
I think he just needs to play a bit more wary and just be careful of where, you know, his positioning. And I'm also not sure about that Nike Ravana, maybe a Camazotz, I don't know.
I wanted to ask you guys about how you felt with the Camazotz, because I haven't seen him hardly any.
Yeah, I haven't seen Sinosure play him at all, really, but we'll have to see. It kind of makes sense for Sinosure's playstyle. He likes to poke you out from a distance, then full commit later on. Sinosure did not have a great game on that Nemesis, but we know from the fall finals that Sinosure has the capability to go off at LAN. He had an unbelievable showing at the SCL fall finals. I think he only died twice during the entire event. Didn't have that same impact in game one. They're definitely counting on him to do so in game two.
We're not seeing the same methodical starts that we have seen during the split or at the finals LAN. Instead, we're just seeing these big clashes, these big groups looking to try and find an early pick versus these nice, just normal ward calls.
And as far as the Robin pick goes, I was talking to Funball about this. I cannot believe that Wolves didn't go Odin here. I mean, sure, there's the Awilish for Mifflin, but Odin is one of Wolves, if not Wolves' best god, and you've got a Vulcan, you've got a Sylvanas, you've got a Kronos, all characters that can't get out of Odin cage. I'm very surprised we didn't see the Odin for Wolves.
Even if the Odin did get a Willix ultimated, then he has the cooldown as well for the cage anyway, so it should be. I think that would have been a good pick.
There's a little bit of a missed opportunity there, but Wolves knows what he's doing at this point, and he's got that Robin under his belt. We've seen it a lot during the split, and he's definitely no slouch on it.
No, he loves these early game pressure gods like Odin and like Robin and like Osiris. He could also play the passive matchups the Lokis that he's known for, things along that nature. I remember him playing a lot of Alquang solo back in the day, so he's got a huge god pool.
So this matchup, I feel like Nike should actually get the pressure if it's in terms of a 1v1 scenario, rather than he can get disarmed if the Bellona uses the 2 into the 1, which will give her the wave clear as well.
I agree with you. I expect Dewurst to have the pressure in this lane because Robin's got no way to interrupt that rend. That's also important. Dewurst, or excuse me, Delta Marine, getting a little bit risky there trying to contest those Harpies, but they're able to do it. And that right there is a big part of this mid lane matchup. You're going to see Cloud go for that Chain Lightning off of that turret consistently. Delta Marine has to be very, very cautious of where he's putting down that turret because it provides a free Chain Lightning target for Zeus.
Not seeing that pressure quite yet. Instead, they're putting that pressure onto Dewurst between Wolves and the Camazotz combo coming through. A little bit of pressure coming through the minions, just keeping Dewurst at bay. Wolves can go start taking these little camps as needed.
I feel like Allegiance knew that that Nike would not have the pressure, or would get the pressure, sorry. And then he just stayed in the lane, helped Ravana get back into the game and keep the pressure up.
I agree with you. I think Sinosure is recognizing that Wolves is an easy win condition for them. You can see that Wolves, because of that early pressure, is able to keep it up onto Dewurst. But once Dewurst gets some levels into that rend, I still expect, even with this early hand-holding by Sinosure, that it's going to be Wolves taking pressure in this lane.
And he just looks so comfortable. Like, Dewurst is throwing out these rends, but Wolves is just sidestepping him, waiting for Nike to finish her spill, and then go back onto the minions. He's so calm and collected.
Allegiance really needs Wolves to be that hyper carry that we saw him be throughout all of Season 3 for this team. He's been one of the most talked about players in the entire console scene, and he just didn't have the same impact last game.
Last game, he still got the tier, he still got 1 to 2 and 3 fearless combos, but he didn't actually get that, the pressure onto the Cronus, so the Cronus couldn't actually, go out and actually do more damage into the team fights.
We're used to seeing Wolves just solo invade your entire right side jungle. We didn't see that from him last game. And he didn't have that big game-changing fearless that we're used to seeing from him.
So is that because Wolves is at LAN, or did he perform really well at LAN last time as well?
No, his performance in the fall finals lane was solid. His summer finals were phenomenal. This is his 3rd LAN. It's a different animal here at the Cobb Energy Center on the stage, but I don't think it's a LAN thing. I think that it was just Eager doing a good job of playing around that, and the fact that he didn't have like we mentioned, the Guan Yu matchup against Hirez is pretty good for Guan.
It could have also been because of the meta shift into that early invade, early pressure, and maybe Wolves is not accustomed to that compared to what he usually is.
And like Zaxi said on the desk, Wolves is new to the competitive scene this season. He's a rookie, so he hasn't been around quite as long as some of the more tenured players. So you're right, that meta shift could throw him off his game.
Transonics coming around Air Cougar. Didn't even notice he was there at that point. Cougs, just like a sitting duck. Transonics not going to be able to get too much done early on, but this does show the lack of vision that Eager has on the left side.
Transonics just playing like Transonics likes to play. Coming around the back. That's how he prefers to go. He doesn't like to be your traditional hunter, standing behind the Guardian, throwing the auto attacks. He likes to play like that assassin, and it almost won Allegiance the game last time.
Yeah, this matchup is generally in Soul's favor until towards the late game where Chrono starts to shine, starts to hit those time rifts, starts to hit those accelerates in the late game. And when those time rifts hit for, like 600, 800 damage late game, that's where Cronus starts to shine. Whereas Soul, she's generally good early game, mid game, and late game.
And we saw this matchup flipped in game 1. It was Air Cougar playing the Soul, Transonics playing the Chronos, and Air Cougar really should have had the solo kill on him. It was due to a misplay from Cougar, missing some auto attacks underneath that tower that Transonics was able to get away. So I expect to see Transonics play this lane aggressively.
And he definitely has that play style that just really meshes with Soul. So I want to see that early aggression coming through as well. But instead, not much aggression coming through at all. A couple of little pokes here and there, but most of them aren't connecting. Everybody's a little skittish right now, especially Allegiance.
Well, that last game was just so stressful for everyone involved that I'm not surprised to see a slow start off to this game. And usually whenever you win game 1 of a series, it gives you a lot of momentum, but with how hard Eager threw that game, I don't know how much it actually helped them. I think that it might have gotten in their own heads.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Eager felt like that was a win or a loss, and Allegiance definitely felt that that was a loss. They had multiple times where they defended again, and they got all 3 Phoenixes back up, and they lost them again. and then Eager won the game.
They even got into the Titan room. They
Yeah.
dropped the Titan to about half HP. It was something. I'll say that. That was something.
It got really close, especially with all these kills over on the right side, or possible kills. Wolves doing numbers with Dwarfs, but Dwarfs able to just get out by the skin of his teeth or go ahead and back off because he knows he doesn't want to overextend quite yet.
Now in this game, I feel like Eager has a decidedly better composition in the late game. Allegiances is no slouch either. That Guan Yu healing going to be coming up huge. As usual, Soul in the late game, Zeus in the late game, but you've got that Robin in the solo lane. That's the big difference maker for me. We've seen throughout the day today in the PC games how strong that Nike passive is in the late game, how much it can influence a team. I really like Eager's team comp later.
Thanos are jumping forward using that ultimate, but there are some sanctuaries on the map, including Delta Marine. Instead, we're going to see a lot of detonate damage coming onto Jelly as well.
Well-timed sanctuary from Delta Marine there. He was stuck inside that Zeus ultimate for a long, long time, thanks to the stun from Guan Yu, but because of the well-timed Sanctuary, was able to make sure he didn't take too much damage.
Wolves doing absolute numbers over on the right side of the map once again. Instead, he just wants to take this tower down as quick as possible, just like we saw last game.
As you were talking about the team comps
going
before,
everywhere.
yeah, as you were talking about the team comps before, it felt like this game, Guan Yu was on the last game, he had the heals. Now they have the Sylvanas instead for the heals. He has the Shell, he has the Wisps ready for the heals, and they have the protection for that. And I feel like if Eager just gets to late game, they should have the potential to completely win the set.
Yeah, I agree with that. You're seeing sustain again on the side of Eager, like you mentioned. This time it's Sylvanas and Jelly. Whenever he was a support player before, this is the god he was known for the pulls. That time couldn't quite find it onto Cloud, but this is a comfort zone god for Jelly, just like a Willish is for Mifflin in the jungle.
We talk about how comfortable Wolves was jumping in 1v3 earlier on. It turned into 1v2, but still, he was able to hold his own, keep them preoccupied enough. There was like a little bit of setup going on, but even though nothing came out of it, he still kept his head.
That's Wolves. That's what he does. It's just Wolves doing Wolves things, walking into your speed buff, not really caring about your damage. It's hard to play against.
All right, so we saw Cynosure try to get a little bit of damage, maybe try to get one or two kills in the mid lane, but what is Camazotz gonna bring to this team comp as a whole?
Long range poke that synergizes well with Zeus. Oh, Delta Marine gonna take a bunch of damage in the mid lane. Almost finds the first blood.
Close.
Like I mentioned, Delta Marine has to be very, very careful with that turret placement. In fact, is gonna open up the Gold Fury potentially. Clow actually misses 2 ticks on the gold because the ult's too early.
But he wants to go ahead and take it down anyway. Eager is here. Gold Fury is falling fast, but Camazotz in the backline. Allegiance gonna be able to take it for themselves, but Matt Koi's looking very low. A nice, tasty target for Eager. Not gonna be able to get close enough to take advantage of it, though.
Really risky call there to just full commit to the Gold Fury. They were really relying on Zeus to get that detonate off. I would have liked to see Jelly try and get in Zeus's face, hit him with Wrath of Terra as well to make sure he couldn't hit the detonate and really give Team Eager the opportunity to steal.
I like the Ravana. The Ravana picked up the Witchblade. I like the pick. It's going to be good into the Kronos late game, and it's going to be good into the Nike for now.
And the Willish right now as well, taking a ton of damage, is Mifflin. The problem with the Witchblade, though, that I'm seeing is that I would really like to see him pick up a Runic Shield. And when you stack Witchblade and Runic Shield, it's not quite as efficient.
Wolves does not care over on this solo lane. He's going absolutely everywhere. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, Vulcan, we don't see him as much, but we actually see this from Clow from time to time. What's this going to be like going against the also immovable Zeus?
Well, like I mentioned, the turret placement is very, very key, but Delta Marine, this is a god that he's very, very comfortable on. Like you mentioned, one of Cloud's signature gods as well, so he's going to know how to play against it, though.
Yeah, and like you said, Zeus into the Vulcan. The Zeus can get the chain lightning onto Delta Marine, and Delta Marine knows that, so he's trying to keep the turrets on the opposite side of where he would stand.
Allegiance have the best start currently, a little bit ahead in gold, maybe a little bit of experience as well. Going to be able to take that left mid camp, and it's working out in their favor. Almost 4,000 experience and 1,700 gold in favor of Allegiance. A very strong start, 9 minutes and 45 seconds into the game.
Transonics putting some pressure onto Air Cougar here. He's able to find the Stellar Burst combination. Could have looked for the solo kill with a Supernova, decided not to. Gank opportunity on the right-hand side, but it's Mifflin the one taking a ton of damage.
Gonna turn around into this corner, but there's 4. Wolves doesn't care, jumping in anyway. The Nike ultimate has been activated as well. A gigantic shield. Not gonna be able able to penetrate it, and instead Allegiance gonna find themselves a little bit short of the damage.
Cloud by himself in the jungle. Kind of surprised we didn't see Eager immediately try to jump on top of him, but the rest of the team was there on the right-hand side. Couple ultimates burned, but now the blue buff, the focus of Team Allegiance.
Wolves going to be able to handle that relatively well. Eager, not necessarily as concerned. We see two of them backing currently, and Jelly just coming around the corner. I guess they've kind of written these off as a loss, unless Jelly can try to sneak one with an auto attack, decides against it.
It feels like Eager doesn't have as strong as of a mid game as last game as well, and the Willix, when he played it last game as well, it felt like he had the presence, but this game, I don't see it.
Not so much. Transonics has some presence deep, trying to proxy a wave on the left-hand side. Bad news, the police are here. There comes the Supernova, not able to find the kill. Earthshaker just zoning away. A zoning ult from Delta Marine. First blood goes to the mid laner from Eager.
And that first blood is over 10 minutes. It's 11 minutes and 8 seconds coming through. A very passive game, just a lot of pent-up aggression coming out from both teams. It's definitely dipping. Now they're dipping that foot into the water to test the temperature, and Wolves wants to go ahead and take down this tower.
Transonics just thought he was a solo later there. I mean, proxying a wave between T1 and T2 tower. You don't get to do that too often as a hunter, Funball.
No, and this game has definitely been passive-aggressive where they look for the invades, and Eager, it just didn't feel like they had the presence in the game. But however, they did pick up Transonics.
Funball, what is that going to do for that ADC lane? For Transonics, he's been doing a good job of keeping Air Cougar at bay, but this is a nice step for Team Eager.
This just allows Cronus to get back into the game. Cronus just needs some breathing room from time to time, and this is what, you know, he got the breathing room.
And like you mentioned in the early game, it's Sol who has the advantage in that dual lane, so this just accelerates Chronos, no pun intended, but actually intended, towards that mid to late game where he can be a little bit more effective than the Sol.
Yeah, and he's only 200 gold behind now, and like I said, he needs just time to get back into the game, farm up for a bit, just wait until he hits the late game.
And alleviating that pressure, because the name of the game is sustain and pressure. Alleviating that allows him to go back, have a little bit of breathing room, and actually reset. And now you see Transonics forced to disapparate out, and Mifflin forced to jump away from Cynosure because 4 members of Allegiance were putting on the pressure on the left side of the map. Going to turn around this corner and find Delta Marine.
You called it, Funball. It's Mifflin just not having nearly as much presence in this game as he did last time. Wolves is by Delta Marine's back camps looking for him. He didn't even teleport there. He's just there.
Wolves don't care. Wolves does not care.
It just doesn't make sense to me sometimes, and that's why it's so effective.
Nice pull coming through from Jelly. Lots of damage onto Wolves. I think he's caring now for sure. A little bit of poke damage coming through, and now that's going to make them kind of reevaluate their position.
Another Gold Fury being looked at by Team Allegiance. Everyone, here comes the Earthshaker over the top though. Gonna hit the Gold Fury, but it's a little bit too early. Wrath of Terra comes up as well. Allegiance secure the Gold Fury, and they're not done yet.
Yeah, the stuff after the stuff are what Eager want to take, as in taking their lives. Cynosure in the backline still looking for Jelly, but he's a little bit too tanky. Instead going to use that last and the blink to get out of dodge. Now Allegiance backing off, but Dwarfs is not letting them, and now he's taking a giant chunk of health for his trouble.
Dwarfs didn't get the memo that they're backing up. Neither did Cynosure though, almost falling to the Vulcan. Now Vulcan's here. He's going to pick up the kill.
Delta Marine able to find the hit with the turret. Is not going to be enough damage onto that detonate to take him out, even if he were able to use it. Dwarfs going to be able to get away as well by the skin of his teeth. That was a very close opportunity for Allegiance that they weren't able to secure.
One thing I want to point out is that Team Eager there, they had the ward on the Gold Fury, and they should have waited. Vulcan used his Earthshaker too early, and then Sylvanas used his ult as well after that, which allowed Allegiance to get a free Gold Fury, to be honest.
Another Gold Fury, the second of the game for Allegiance, and that experience difference getting even bigger. This is the Wolves we're used to seeing on the right side jungle, walking in, taking Mifflin's speed buff. I'm sure Mifflin didn't miss that when he was in the support role.
We're seeing some progress with the towers. Another tower has fallen. 14 minutes and 35 seconds. 0-2, Team Eager, although they're not topping the charts, are topping the kills, and slowly minimizing this lead that Allegiance have amassed.
Well, that engagement there for Allegiance, losing Cynoshore for the Gold Fury is absolutely a great thing for them. They'll take that every single day of the week. Cyno actually almost got out. He should have gotten out if they just didn't get too greedy for that kill on the Dwarfs.
His counterpart, though, Mifflin, he's not, like I said before, he's still not been proactive in this game. And with the Awilix, he should look for those picks. They have a Sylvanas to knock up, then they should just go for the support.
And the Vulcan as well. I mean, you could walk into mid lane, Delta Marine throws a meatball on top of Clow, and then you can at least force a purification.
Yeah, they have good setup for the Awilix, and he's just not been doing anything.
Is that just to positioning or because of how these fights or lack of have been turning out?
It's just overall passiveness, and I think it is just not being on the right spot at the right time. You never know. I mean, Mifflin seemed pretty loose game one, but then you have a real back and forth ending when you really shouldn't have. You're like, oh man, we're only one game for finals, can't mess up now. A lot of things can get into your head there.
We did see this though last game as well, where Eager played passive when they should have started forcing the towers. And it feels like Mifflin here, like I said before, he just needs to start being proactive. Jelly is taking way too much damage for no reason.
Wolves is here, forces out the ult, but Air Cougar is getting chased down the left-hand side. Cynosure in a bad spot, though, pulled in by Jelly, forced to use Purification. Here comes the cavalry, literally, Delta Marine with the ult.
Get absolutely wrecked. And now lots of damage coming through from the Zeus as well. Wolves able to finish off Mifflin in the mid lane and then disappear into the jungle. Transonics on the run, but even Air Cougar, the god of time, is not fast enough to catch up. Dwerst gonna get slowed by the Stellar Burst as well. And Team Eager not really able to find anything else off this fight. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
Mifflin just falls in the back line. Delta Marine, you talked about it, Tiger. The Eager strat is to get Delta Marine fed. Well, mission accomplished thus far. Even though he's a level down and not quite there in the net worth, he's actually right about even with Clow. That speaks to how well Delta Marine has been farming, plus the value of these 3 kills. Sitting down this much gold as a team and then being able to be right there even.
That was a good pick, though, onto Cynosure, where they got the Vulcan onto him after he used the beads. They forced some CC on him again. That's what allowed the Vulcan ult to hit him, and the Kronos one.
It's just the wombo combo potential coming out from this team comp. 17 minutes and 10 seconds into the game. 1-3 Allegiance finally putting themselves on the map with a kill and slowly trying to find their foothold in this game to bring it back.
It was just the fact that Wolves was able to teleport back in and make a big impact. Underneath that tier 1 tower, Mifflin thought he was out, but that was a great ult from Clow on that Zeus, throwing it on top of that gigantic choke point in between the tier 1 and tier 2 towers. Really nice ult from him there.
They've been taking a page out of Eager's book where, yeah, they're feeding Delta Marine, but they're doing the focus on the objectives. Allegiance, they've been able to get these Gold Furies, get 2 towers. That's why their gold is so high. It has nothing to do with that kill that they just got.
And Clow has not been out of position this game. He's been waiting, sitting back. He got the ultimate over the wall. He was perfectly safe, and that's what he needed to do, and that's what he's doing right now.
Much better positioning, and it's no surprise that Allegiance is doing better because of it. Dewars has been the one who struggled the most this game, down 2 levels right now to Wolves, was able to secure his own blue buff, but needed to use the Wrath to do so, and still continuing to get bullied on the right-hand side.
And this was due to the pressure that Camazotz had in the early game. He just stayed for level 1, he stayed for level 2, he kept staying, and the Nike got behind because of that.
And I mean, you do not want your Nike behind, especially when you want to get that full passive to help out that team. And things may change later on, but that's not going to be for quite some time. Eager are going to have to pull up their bootstraps and find a way to make it back, because the Gold Fury is being started up once again by Allegiance, and they're not going to have it.
Jelly's the focus right now of everyone. The Zeus ult, the cavalry charge as well. Zeus gets pulled back. Jelly's still running for his life right now. Transonic's able to clean him up.
Cynosure able to help as well. Dwerst getting absolutely bodied by Matt Coy, is forced to jump away, and instead Clow gonna get a little bit of CC to Earthshaker, and Delta Marine able to find him over the wall. Delta Marine trying to get away. Transonics is sticking to him like white on rice, but it's not enough. Cynosure able to find the kill.
Transonics just had an unbelievable ultimate there. He's standing up by the boards, just waiting for them to line up, drops the Supernova in a line, able to pick up the double kill, but where's the support for the support? Jelly eats every ult outside of Transonics, basically, and then no one's able to save his life. Eager just can't fight back.
Matt Coys has way too much mobility compared to a Sylvanas. Sylvanas Solas is way too easy to pick up, especially against the Zeus, where he can just get the 1 off and he can get the 2, get the Chain Lightning, and then get the Detonate onto him.
Where was this Allegiance game 1?
Just not, they weren't being proactive. And honestly, for me, it comes down to the fact that Wolves got a lead this game. This is how Allegiance is used to playing. They're used to having pressure on this right-hand side. And because of that, they've gotten 3 Gold Furies, and that's because of that Eager has to go and pay some attention to Wolves. Wolves pulls them over to the right-hand side. Allegiance pulls the Gold Fury on the left. 3 Gold Furies, I mean, you're gonna get a big lead early on, and that's exactly what we see from Allegiance, now up 6,000 gold.
And we haven't really mentioned the Kamazox. He's been doing perfectly this game. He's had the pressure in the entire jungle, which allowed him to invade the right side. And he also got the early game pressure on the solo lane, which allowed Wolves to get the huge lead he needed.
Waiting for this opportunity, looking for a fight. Sinosure just wanted to clear out this word. Matt Koi's here, jumping onto the cavalry, looking for Mifflin, looking for somebody able to find that stun, and there he goes. There's nothing left. Slough looking for the kill, but now gonna get pulled right into the Volcano once again. Almost enough to take him out, but the purification's gonna be good enough. Barely missing Matt Koi's. In the meanwhile, there goes the meatball, but it was actually Air Cougar that got that last hit onto the Guan Yu, but the fight is not over yet.
Rewind there. Transonics is here doing a ton of damage. The Evaporate perfectly timed. Wolves picks up the worst. Supernova comes crashing down. Jelly gonna fall to Wolves. The solo laner gets the double kill.
And Delta Marine still alive through this whole shenanigans. And now Delta Marine looking for a lot more damage. Sinosure on the receiving end, but the meatball was not enough. Air Cougar 1 hit away, but is able to get away with the help of Delta Marine. Wolves bringing up the bully, but Air Cougar coming right back around. That was almost bad.
Mifflin has respawned. He's finally going to be able to help out. Kamazot blinks forward, not able to find the second ability. And the turret finds Sinosure all by himself. Delta Marine perfectly placed.
That turret is OP. That's the second kill that turret's gotten by itself.
Feels bad, man.
I just praised Sinosure as well.
Yeah, you did. Welcome to the Caster's Curse Club, man.
Bad, man.
You can't say anything nice about somebody because then it's going to get turned around and then you're going to look dumb on camera.
Blinking into the turret shots.
22 minutes and 5 seconds. The kills are even, but the grabs are certainly not. Allegiance still holding firm to their 9,000 experience and almost 6,000 gold lead.
And that's just because, again, the 3 Gold Furies, that's been the big difference maker. Eager finally able to find a couple of kills in that engagement, but Mifflin just getting picked off way too early, taking a terrible pathing towards the mid lane. Great recognition from Matt Koi's, knowing that he was way out of position.
And to be fair, this is how game 1 started too, just flipped. And then we had
do
that
not,
giant
Tiger, no.
awfulness.
No,
so we don't know
Tiger,
yet because this is just a repeat.
No, it's a new game.
It is a new game, but this is exactly what happened to Eager. They look so strong going in.
I trust it's going to be a little cleaner this time.
Have
Doris
belief.
takes a lot of poke there from the Chain Lightning combination. He's going to have some HP 5 to get that back up, but no innate sustain in Nike's kit. Outside of that HP 5 that you get from leveling plan of action, so he's going to go back to base. Has the teleport available, though.
The Nike hasn't really done much in this game, aside from the passive, which gives them movement speed. And one thing I think that he needs to do is start rotating and help his team.
I agree with that, but it's still a little ways off. Hold that thought. Delta Marine forced into the Sanctuary. Sinosure up into the sky, looking for the damage. Not able to find it quite yet. The Vulcan ultimate, the meatball creates enough space, and it's Sinosure getting very low. Doris able to pick up his first kill of the game.
The zoning was overpowered, absolutely fantastic. Allegiance able to get away. They lost Sinosure. Great play
the pull
coming out from Delta Marine. The pull gonna be good, but it's not enough to finish anybody off. But Transonics does force himself into the Disapparate to make sure he gets away.
And the purification as well, and that's important because if you could find a long-range route, it could mean an easy pull for Jelly on that Sylvanas. The rest of Eager posturing on Fire Giant, but not enough damage available to them yet.
I just mentioned that the worst did nothing aside from just now as well. What is going on?
Well, this is
game?
the good version of the caster,
Yeah.
right? You're helping him out.
Yeah.
Very important though on the meantime that Kronos gets to continue to split push, gets a tier 1 tower on the left-hand side. Tons of solo farm for Air Cougar right there. You can see just how significant that drop is. The lead almost cut in half down to 3,500.
You can't forget how much gold that those towers give you. They're just standing coffers that as soon as you break them open, that game can completely change, which may happen for Eager. They have already got 2.
And Air Cougar has the damage. He has the shot on Lion. He has Telekines and Wing 1 for the extra attack speed. Personally, I don't like the Telekines ring. I think there's no point in building it. You can go for something else.
I agree, especially a pair with Wingblade. One or the other seems fine, but going to attack speed items just really hampers his damage.
Yeah, well, Gold Fury is being started. Mifflin, I mean, his presence was enough. They knew it was happening. Delta Marine has to be somewhere around the corner. They see the meatball and know exactly where he's at. Mifflin able to get away. Nice juke shoes coming out from Wolves. He barely took any damage throughout all that.
But again, it's Mifflin just getting abused in the jungle. Level 16 right now, taking so much poke. Now Jelly's hanging around. Earthshaker is up for Delta Marine over that wall, but Wolves has that Wrath.
Gold Fury less than half. Nike's gonna go ahead and jump in, but the cavalry charge has been activated. Jelly gonna get stunted.
Oh.
Here comes the Earthshaker.
Oh.
Wow! Where did he go? Jelly is gonna fall because of it, but he is gone. Transonic's looking very low as well. The Disapparate is done. His Sanctuary's gone, and Delta Marine is gonna make him gone. Sinosure using his ultimate to get away, but Eager able to turn this fight into their own favor.
Delta Marine coming up huge. That fight gets 2 kills. Cougar picks up another. He doesn't even need the mana. That fight is just all Delta Marine hitting that ultimate. It's also Jelly baiting himself very, very well. Buying time with that shell, uses the Ratatera. Cloud just gets insta-killed.
Yeah, Delta Marine changed that entire fight just there with the Vulcan ultimate. He got Cloud super low. Cloud was their main damage dealer, while Transonics didn't really do much that fight either.
Transonics tried to do what he usually does, and that's go into the back line, but he'd already used the Disapparate, and he was just in a bad spot, couldn't get out of dodge, used the Sanctuary, still wasn't enough. Look at the damage from Delta Marine just jumping up to the top of the leaderboards right now, even with that Divine Ruin kind of handicapping himself, going for that anti-heal option. It doesn't matter. The long-range ult's have been on point, and he's got 3,000 gold in hand. He's going to be able to finish off a Soul Reaver, almost even a Spear of Desolation. He's only 300 gold off that.
That was exactly what Team Eager needed. That was that one play, that upswing that was able to get so much more out of it. They have more kills, but now it's a lot less of a gigantic lead for Team Allegiance. Less than 1,000 at this point, and we're pushing 27 minutes. These are very long-winded games.
And the sustain is going to come up big in the next few fights, but that's the key that Vulcan can bring, is that sustain doesn't matter when your entire health bar gets depleted by one ability.
And Delta Marine has been playing this perfectly. His scoreline is 6-1-5, and he got the insane ultimate that just happened there. And one thing we also didn't notice is that the Nike was actually part of that fight, which provided slows, which provided the extra movement speed, and, you know.
The gigantic AoE slow, exactly. Yeah. And good news now that Eager has hit 11 kills. They've also had at least 2 members hit level 20. Transonics pulled in, get up right into Mifflin, got the Disapparate off just in time to make sure Transonics doesn't fall. But the fact that Nike's passive is now completely stacked, all 3 goals have been completed for Eager, and that means even more damage and movement speed than they had in that last team fight.
And now Dwarst on the run when he's not getting pushed into a tower by Wolves. Dwarst on Nike is actually doing a pretty good job with just those little things like you were talking about in these fights. And that's what's really going to need to come up. Allegiance going to go ahead and look for the fight. The cavalry charge and the sprint has been popped. Jelly taking a lot of damage, but able to get by. The detonate, not enough.
Sinosure blinks in, looking for Mifflin, forces out that Sanctuary. He's up in the air, looking for the enemy jungler. Misses one of the shots, though, not quite enough damage.
And now the fight is pretty much ended. Allegiance were able to take them out, but unfortunately, there's nothing in the mid except for that Phoenix, and there's a lot of minions pouring in. Meanwhile, everybody's looking at this Fire Giant.
I don't think the Fire Giant was intentionally pulled there. I think that just kind of happened via damage thanks to that Chain Lightning. Delta Marine making sure he gets that ward as well. Air Cougar, meanwhile, has split off. He's gone to this left-hand side, and this is dangerous. They're going to see Cougar on this left-hand side, and the rest of Eager has backed. This could potentially open up the Fire Giant.
Even though Team Eager just got that great fight, they were still behind before, and Air Cougar's just allowing this split push to force people onto the other side of the map.
Very well played by Eager to get back into this game. Clow has recently retaken the top damage numbers, but still, it's been Delta Marine for me. And I don't want to keep going back to that fight, but I kind of do, because it was perfect from him. We saw the cavalry charge popped on that left-hand side by the Gold Fury, and he just immediately turned and backed up, allowed Jelly to be the target, baiting himself. And Jelly's done a great job of that all game. We saw it again right there in that last engagement on the right-hand side. Jelly didn't even need to use that shell. Really well played by him on the support.
And it's okay to keep going back to that moment because that was a very pinnacle point in this game that Team Eager were able to pull themselves back up by the bootstraps and put themselves in this game. We're pushing 30 minutes here. Fire Giant really hasn't been sniffed at, but it looks like Eager want to make something out of it, especially with Matt Koiz being so out of place.
Cloud's out of place as well in a bad spot. Forced to use a Sanctuary. Knocked up is Matt Koiz. Purification also down now, but Transonics coming around the left-hand side.
Dwarf's taking a good bit of damage, but still has the ultimate available should he decide to go ahead and pop it, but not needed quite yet. Mifflin not really able to bring the damage, and Sinosure raining the hell from the skies.
Cougar going for Cloud, but it's Cougar taking the most of the damage. Earthshaker over the top. Not going to find Cloud this time. Lots of damage onto Matt Koiz, though. Mifflin fighting with Sinosure, but Delta Marine chasing down Wolves in the jungle. One more skill is all he needs. He'll find it. The first kill of the engagement.
They haven't been able to take down Matt Koiz, so as long as he's alive, they're just going to keep healing them up. Mifflin able to find a kill. They're going to chase down Cloud. Nice knock up, and Mifflin able to find the double.
3 for 0 in favor of Team Eager. Tier 2 tower falls. They're not even worried about the Fire Giant. They're looking at the Phoenix.
I mean, why not? Go ahead and take down this bird. There's 3 people gone for at least 34 seconds.
Do you think they could have ended there?
They could have, yeah, they could have even
ended.
gone for Phoenix. They could have gone for the Fire Giant. I think they should go for the Fire Giant right now, even though Mifflin is a bit low, but they have the Sylvanas heals.
That's true. I mean, I want to say they could have ended, but after that last game that we saw, I don't blame them for being a little gun shy.
Gun shy indeed, but not quite here at the Fire Giant. Instead, Eager gonna keep chasing him down. Let's listen in as they try to finish this out.
No, I think it's mid.
Back, mid. All right. Back.
Let's do gold.
Okay. All right.
All max.
Can we get tier 2 right though when you step?
Yeah. Okay. No, tower first.
Come on. You ready?
My ult.
Yes, I can.
Heavenly still up. I got heal tree.
Bye.
Holy shit.
Red.
Okay. Well, all right, take everything, dude.
All right, back in mid. Get the gold. I'm gonna have
gold back.
We did literally everything there possibly was to do. F-Dot is just like jizzing right now. Alright, good fucking job. That's the stuff after the stuff right there.
Eager did indeed get everything that they could in that Steel Series listen-in. 32 minutes in, and Eager cleaning up the left side of the map.
I can't believe how split they are. I mean, it was just an argument depending on what they were going to do. Can we go for the middle Phoenix? No, back. No, Gold Fury. No, Tower. Okay, Gold Fury then Tower. No, Tower then Gold Fury. I mean, it's just, I don't know how anything gets done. And too many cooks in the kitchen there.
Yeah, and my team personally, we have a lot of hype, so they don't have like that type of mid, that person that, says, okay, yeah, good job.
Stop.
Yeah,
they need to pop a love.
Yeah, they need to pop a love in that. And I mean, you heard it. F-Dot was just, he's probably having fun.
Just having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm sure he definitely enjoyed that play coming through. Allegiant's going to go ahead and back off. They have nothing to protect their Phoenixes. It's all down to this same defense that was a replay of last game.
But this time their defense composition is not nearly as strong. They don't have the Athena engaged. They don't have the tier fearless sort of CC chain. And they don't have that extra CC stun from the Chronos. I feel like this is going to be much harder for them to defend.
Yeah, they've been focusing Sylvanas way too much as well at this point of the time. Sylvanas can stay alive for so long. Vulcan is going to have the opportunity to just do whatever he wants. So is Chronos as well.
Fire Giant buff is still active, so Team Eager are going to have an easier time taking down these Phoenix objectives. Wolves, the first line of defense, and to be fair, he's pretty dang tanky, but meanwhile in the mid lane, Sinosure trying to pick a fight with Mifflin that is not in his favor.
Mifflin's been the one on the back foot all game, but that time getting the better of Sinosure. Matt Koiz in the front line trying to make something happen, but Cougar fights him over the wall.
Nice shot. Koiz is going to be down, and there goes their healing, and there goes their first bird. Left side, Phoenix is down. They're going to set their sights to the second one. Transonic's the only one here. Everybody else has to go back and heal.
Not going to be able to defend this one either. You can see how quickly Cougar can take these down. Seen this story before. All 3 Phoenixes down, but Wolves taking a lot of damage from that meatball.
There's nothing left. Now all they need is the Titan, not going to have the pull, but the Titan coming through. Vulcan ultimate going to be good. Lots of damage, and Eager are going to move on to the finals.
It wasn't clean, it wasn't easy, but it doesn't matter. Team Eager will be meeting Soar Gaming in the finals of the Smite Console League World Championship this Sunday.
Absolutely fire plays. A little bit more decisive than the first game as well. It was kind of rough for them in the beginning, but they really pulled through.
It happened. I don't know. That game again.
Somehow.
Just the communication after listening to that, I mean, it's just so all over the place.
Yeah, it was crazy. That game was crazy, and Mifflin, he turned up late game. That's what they needed, and that Vulcan ultimate just changed the game.
It really did. I mean, that was Allegiance's game to win all the way. Allegiance had gotten multiple Gold Furies at that stage. They were doing so well, and then one Vulcan ultimate just changes the entire course of the game.
There were lots of flips that I'm sure the analysts are going to want to talk about. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Eager. They're moving on to the finals. Face off against Soar. And I have to say, that was a tough matchup. Game one was all over the place. I mean, I think as you guys could analyze that maybe in a video, post it on Twitch, whatever. That would be another day, another time. This game, though, it looked like Allegiance were going to be able to rally the troops, get that game down, and move forward. But Eager fought back totally.
The problem was that Allegiance didn't have any reliable CCs. They had all the damage, right? But just nothing to constantly engage every about 10 to 15 seconds. All their CCs really came from their ultimates with the exception of the Robin root.
Yeah, no CC for ALG, and it was Eager. It was Delta Marine just hitting countless big Vulcan ults. And Eager played a lot cleaner than they did the first game there at the end. They said, look, let's take this right Phoenix, do Fire Giant in the game. And it was just really clean in the end game by Eager.
And that's what happens when you win the first game in a best-of-3 set. You're riding off a little bit of momentum. Despite having a little bit of anxiety, I would say, in the comms in the first game, we could clearly see a complete 180 when we took a listen in the comms for the second game. They were actually joking around with each other about what objective they wanted to take next.
Yeah, it didn't sound like, you know, your Halo commentary. It sounded more like a composed team, and that was a good thing to hear. Now we get ready for Soar, though. This is a tough matchup, and you know we'll send it over to the stage in a second here, but I just want to get your initial thoughts before we close out for the evening. Can Eager take on Soar? Soar looked dominant, Zaxi.
Well, I know Soar and Eager are actually scrim partners, so you might see a lot of things we haven't seen before between those two, because a mini meta has probably developed between the two teams. But I think if Soar is playing at the top level that they can perform, I don't see Eager taking them down.
Ooh,
There's a lot of history between those two teams, and I expect there to be a lot of mind games in the finals.
All right, well, found out we do have an interview over at the stage. Just going to do it for us here at the desk. It has been a thrilling day of Smite competition. We'll catch you guys later, but for now, over to the stage.
Thank you, Golden Boy. To round out the day, let's celebrate and congratulate the winner here, Air Cougar and Eager. You guys are going to the finals. How does it feel, man?
Oh, it's so amazing. The amount of work we've been putting in and just the grind we've all been doing to make it this far is so satisfying. This whole year, like, this is what we've worked for, and now we made it, you know? Like, we're in the finals, and now we can actually, like, show everyone that we are, like, good enough to be the world champions.
You know, you came here before, you were knocked out in the first round. How much did that resilience matter to bounce back, come back another year, but also just the determination in your mind, even after what some would call one of the longer games they've probably been a part of in game one?
Yeah, I mean, you can just never give up on, like, anything in life, really. That's cliche, but it's really true. Like, I lost first round last year, and ALG, I mean, they're great players, they're a great team. They're definitely favored by the public, I feel like, but we just put in the work behind the scenes. It's nothing, people don't see that, you know? And that's what really matters. Like, Envy, when they came to us last year, yeah, they came from PC, but they also worked harder in that short amount of time to be the best, and it showed, and they came. And so to see all of our work paid off just feels good.
You know what's also interesting, every time I see you guys in the hallways, whether it's walking from lunch or here, you seem happy. You seem like a fun group of guys. And how much does that play into a role, just wanting and enjoying being with your team, even on the off days, which you guys will have tomorrow before you do the finals on Sunday?
That's one of the biggest things, I think, is actually being able to be friends with your teams. Like, I see so many teams being made that are just, like, super teams, and they seem like they're friends, but then they start, like hating each other almost, and they start arguing about things because they're all supposed to be like the best, and things start going wrong. But like these guys, like my jungler and my sorry, mid, I've known them for years, for 3-4 years I think probably. So we're like close friends. And then Jelly and Derek are like brothers to me. I've been friends with them since I started playing Xbox, and we've always been on a team together, and it's just been great to like build that connection and then being happy about it. I mean, thank you, Soar, shout outs to Soar on Xbox for teaching us how to lose and learn from our losses, because we really improved a lot from that, and yeah.
Awesome, man. Well, congratulations. You'll be in the finals. Enjoy your day off. I certainly don't have one, but you guys have fun. And that's going to do it for us for today. Thank you, everyone who's been in the venue watching. And for those of you coming in tomorrow, remember the stream starts at 12:30. We go live with more Smite action at 1:30. My name is Randy. We're signing off here from the Cobb Energy Center in Atlanta for day 2 at HRX. And we'll see you tomorrow for day 3.